When the best agents of the Hunters Association entered the unknown portal, they were shocked. Hordes of S-rank monsters and demons had been destroyed by a single naked man with incredible strength. He had been imprisoned in this world for 300 years, fighting continuously and growing stronger. And when he finally made his way out into the modern world, even the strongest hunters were weaklings compared to him. But no one knew his true story, one that began many centuries ago. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a whole new world, one that felt like it came straight out of a fairy tale. It didn't take long for him to realize this place was far behind Earth when it came to technology, but it had its charm. The house he landed in wasn't some poor shack, but looked like a well-off place. For a guy who died from working himself to the bone and had no family back on Earth, this was a major upgrade. What really sold it was the woman holding him, the baby's mother. She wasn't just beautiful, she had the kind of warmth in her eyes that could melt anyone. If this was how life started here, he figured he probably wouldn't be struggling with romance anytime soon. It seemed like luck had finally decided to give him a break. 3 years later, his tiny feet wobbled just to catch a glimpse of the world beyond the window after finally escaping the cradle. What he saw made his eyes light up. The outside world looked massive and magical through his little perspective. But just as he was soaking it all in, the maid caught him red-handed, and his short-lived adventure came to an end. Not long after, he started piecing things together and realized his family wasn't just wealthy. They were actually part of the Grand Duchy, pretty well known across the kingdom. Turns out this little guy was no ordinary kid. He was the son of none other than the Grand Duke Dragonia of the Kingdom of Lionheart, basically royalty. 8 years later, Leon stepped up his game and began training in swordsmanship, dreaming of becoming a knight of the kingdom. He couldn't help but wonder if things like ki or aura were part of the deal. His mentor, Sir Gothic, a legendary holy knight straight from the royal palace, took on the role of his master. Gothic was honored to train the son of Dragonia, but to Leon, turning 14 felt more like entering a nightmare. Gothic was a beast in human skin, completely unfazed, no matter how hard Leon tried during their spars. Becoming a knight wasn't just about swinging swords, it meant proving yourself through quests and earning the title with honor. And if you aimed to be a holy knight, you had to be chosen by the Holy Grail itself and drink the sacred water. As the heir of Grand Duke Dragonia, Leon wasn't just learning to fight, he had to master everything it meant to lead the duchy someday too. One swing from Sir Gothic was enough to send Leon flying every time. Training to become a holy knight just to qualify as a successor felt more like punishment, and more than once, he found himself asking the gods to save him from this mess, though he has no faith in him. By the time he hit 16, soaked in a thunderstorm and out on the road, he finally accepted his quest to earn the goddess's blessing. Just as he took his first real step, he spotted flames rising in the distance and heard the cry for help as a horde of orcs swarmed in. To catch the goddess's eye, it wasn't enough to swing a sword. You had to build a name, stack up good deeds, and earn her notice the hard way. Sir Gildeus was called in when the orc attack got out of hand, and everyone was backed into a corner. In the chaos, Leon found himself with plenty of chances to swing his sword. Still, he charged in, shouting curses at the ugly orcs for daring to invade the kingdom's land. The kingdom had no shortage of enemies, and things were heating up fast. By the time Leon turned 20, he finally came face to face with the goddess Ariana, a radiant beauty who was very real. She gave him a quest to prove his honor and faith, and without hesitation, he accepted. After years of pushing himself to the edge, Leon finally earned the title of Holy Knight. After that, Leon went on a full rampage, cutting down orcs, wiping out goblins, and crushing evil cults, eventually earning the title of War Knight, which gave him the authority to lead other knights. He went on to wipe out over 700,000 orcs. By the time he turned 35, the living saint and demigod, Argon Majesty Lionheart, fell in battle against the archdemons summoned by the Empire. With the orcs gone, demons began to wreak havoc, pushing humanity to put their faith in the gods once again. Leon muttered curses at the reckless magicians who caused it all. With the throne left empty, a new holy knight had to be chosen to carry on King Lionheart's legacy. That's when the goddess Ariana turned to Leon Dragonia, and he accepted her call, vowing never to let his people down. With that, Leon received the sacred treasure, the Lionheart, from goddess Ariana, and vowed to guard the Holy Grail. That's how he rose to become Grand Duke of Dragonia and King of the Lionheart Kingdom. By the age of 80, he had lived through 3 brutal wars with orcs, faced a twisted hunchback who became an archdemon, and dealt with chaos stirred up by the Empire. With the Empire's dark magic schools returning to twisted experiments, Leon blamed their downfall on accepting the northern cult and turning away from the gods. He believed it all started when they gave rights to those he saw as unworthy. Enraged, Leon called the knights to arms and set his sights on conquest. At 96, a madman chasing immortality triggered mass suicide in the capital, taking 3 million lives just to summon the Lord of Chaos. Leon, wielding the holy sword still stained with orc blood from the last campaign, led his knights toward the Empire. By 121, the world trembled on the verge of collapse. Leon told Arn to be proud, as his father died with honor and joined the gods above. Then, Leon rallied his knights, asking if they could hear the enemy who had stolen their brothers. Even in that hopeless wasteland, he planted seeds of courage, reminding them that honor still meant something. They couldn't stop the evil from spreading beyond the horizon, but the goddess, bearer of the holy sword, spear, and grail, stood with him to the end. That was the moment they charged. That winter, Leon's forces faced their final stand against billions of devils scattered across the earth. Barbarian slaves were used as meat shields, and civilian knights armed with spears and shields fell with honor beside the glorious knights. The chosen one of all gods and holy temples, Leon crushed demons and archdemons to the bitter end, showing what it truly meant to be a holy knight. At 256, he destroyed the last demon gate, cutting off any escape for the remaining filth. By the time he hit 300, someone spotted a glowing warrior who had taken down the grim archdemon with a single slash. When they asked who he was, Leon stepped forward like a rising sun and declared himself to be King Leon Dragonia Lionheart, Knight of the Glorious Knights, and bearer of the will of holy temples. That year marked the return of the Night King, just as he met the Earthlings after wiping out every last demon. After that, a mysterious gate opened in the center of Seoul, ranked as an unidentified black class threat. Korea and the global hunter associations called on major guilds to raid it, but everyone backed off due to the unknown danger. The government ended up assigning the Korean Hunter Association to go in first, basically sending them to their deaths. Inside, Associate Manager Han Hari's first sight was a completely naked man, and she couldn't stop thinking about it. Head Manager Kim Jin-soo snapped her out of it with a cup of coffee. She shared how nobody believed her story, but Jin-soo expected as much. A black-ranked demon gate, a great devil, and yet somehow they all came out alive. It felt like a miracle thanks to that one man. Han Hari questioned Leon, claiming he survived inside the gate as a survivor of the other world. Turns out, some people had made it out of the gate realms before. Over the last 30 years, these gates had a pattern, a dying world or one already destroyed. Sometimes, survivors return from the demon realm with insane strength still intact, which is why the government does its best to support and scout them. Han Hari sees the potential and knows Leon's something else. Jin-soo's stunned too. That A-rank hunters risk their lives against high-ranking demons, yet Leon took one down in a single blow. The kind of monster that makes even S-ranks tremble was nothing to him. Still, Jin-soo's a bit uneasy about the cultural gap as Leon acts like full-blown royalty. Han Hari brushes it off, thinking he's probably a good guy. But as soon as they arrive, they witness Leon yelling at the workers, breaking reinforced glass that even monsters can't crack. So much for being a nice guy. This beast clearly has a serious superiority complex. About 15 minutes earlier in the interrogation room, Leon was feeling out of place. He remembered being a guy in his 20s who died from overwork, only to reincarnate into another world, become a king and knight, rule for over a century, and spend 200 years slaying demons. Now back on Earth, he's glad he still recalls bits of this place. He decides to keep his original identity quiet. After all, a legendary Night King sounds way better than some overworked office guy. Leon isn't letting go of the royal attitude either. The bald agent struggles to handle him, but Leon assumes he's either a government yes-man or just someone trying to stay respectful. When the agent brings up the Black Gate and Leon's demon-slaying spree, Leon corrects him, proudly saying he wiped out all evil species and upheld knightly honor. He then demands that the agent act as his secretary to record his grand tale. Baldy plays along under the excuse of cultural difference, so he agrees. Leon hints that royalty deserves better treatment, basically saying he's hungry, and the guy rushes off to handle it. More than anything, Leon wants to know what's happened to the world while he was gone. Baldy starts explaining how it all began 30 years ago when the gates suddenly opened across the world, flooding it with monsters and demons. After heavy losses, people figured out each gate had a theme, and if left alone, the dungeon inside would burst, unleashing chaos. Just as he shifts the topic to food, Leon's deep in thought, comparing Earth's gates and quests to his own world's fall from a demon invasion. It felt like some kind of trial to strengthen humanity. Then the meal arrives, and Leon is nearly overwhelmed by the smell of rich bone broth cooked for hours, seasoned just right, with crunchy kimchi on the side. As a former laborer, this was comfort food, almost sacred. Still, Leon forces down his reaction and calls out Baldy, claiming it's an insult to serve a royal such commoners' food. He reminds them of who he is again. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, noble of another world, is a god's chosen guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of the Holy Sword and Spear. He is a slayer of millions of demons, the lord of chaos, malice, and the living history of the 300-year war. Once a humble earthling, now a returning king who believes this world is broken because it lacks faith, Leon sees it as his royal duty to guide the lost. Even back on Earth, he still carries the weight of the Night King. After being served a juicy steak, Leon's pride is intact. This honor-obsessed guy makes Jin-soo wonder how he even recognized their chicken and black bean noodles. Han Hari is just relieved he's enjoying a T-bone steak with a bottle of red wine from 1993. Jin-soo signals Hari to take the lead with questioning, but she's clearly freaked out and struggles with Leon's old-school way of speaking. Jin-soo, slightly annoyed, starts to suspect Leon might actually be into Hari, especially since he called her brave earlier and didn't kick her out. Hari, a bit hesitant, peeks into His Majesty's room and politely asks if she can interrupt. Leon, wiping his mouth, recognizes the swordswoman from earlier and invites her to sit, which warms her heart. She asks if he enjoyed the meal, and Leon acknowledges the sincerity and skill of the chef, assuring her that his frustration wasn't about the food. It was more about their lack of respect in treating a king properly. He gently explains that how they treat foreign royalty reflects the status of their nation. Hari, nervous, realizes how disrespectful she's been. Leon lets it slide, confirming her name as Hari, and also learns that demons are terrorizing the earth. Hari reveals that her mission is to recruit Leon into the South Korean Hunter Association and their country. She formally asks if King Leon would consider joining the association. Leon understands that the intelligence war of the 21st century is about scouting survivors for one's country, no matter the promises made. He knows he must fight if he stays, but a king cannot serve in another nation's military, so Leon decides to form his own knight's order here in this world. Harry nods, understanding his decision. She didn't have much to argue with. Later, Jingsu comments that it's a good thing Leon isn't swayed by another country or guild. Harry can't believe that an association tied to the government has to bow down to someone like him. Hari, fired up, blasts the large guilds for using their money and power to buy off survivors. Just as Jingsu is about to spill something about the Phoenix Guild, the floor shakes. They suddenly receive an alert about a dungeon break at the Hanam Plains. If a dungeon breaks near the granary, the demonic outbreak could disrupt food production. Hari knows that S-rank hunter Lee Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild is capable of taking down an orange-colored gate. Jingsu is sure these jerks are up to something. Leon, overhearing it all, realizes these guys are in trouble. When the dungeon break happens, Leon bets it'll damage the crops by infecting them, so he decides to take action in a place that isn't under Demira's control. A blonde in a green cloak dances in the wind near a large white castle while the dungeon wreaks havoc on the core. Hunter Lee Yongwan, an S-rank and guild master of the Phoenix Guild, notices Jingsu and Hari entering. Jingsu is convinced that this jerk purposely let the dungeon break, all because their request for a tax exemption on gate profits was rejected. Despite the rejection, the Phoenix Guild made a massive profit from the byproducts of the gates, like magic crystals and monster materials. Yet these scumbags are trying to avoid paying 1 trillion in taxes, even though they've benefited enough from being a large guild. Nothing is ever enough for them. Jingsu never imagined they'd sink so low over a simple rejection. Hari shouts at Hunter Yongwan, reminding him that a week has already passed and the dungeon gate needs to be closed. Yongwan, grinning with a devil-may-care attitude, acknowledges the consequences, but mentions that the injured comrades might be a problem for the raid. He promises they'll handle it tomorrow, though no guarantees. This infuriates Jingsu and Hari. Hari can't stay quiet, questioning Yongwan's patriotism, knowing what could happen if Hanam Plains gets infected. Suddenly, Yongwan lets out a sinister laugh, reminding Hari of last year's events, and coldly says that in this world, justice is all about money and power. A familiar voice calls Yongwan a shallow, old-fashioned jerk. He snaps back at Leon, but Leon doesn't take it lightly, telling him that someone as lowly as him shouldn't address a king like that. Yongwan, stunned by the insult, is taken aback, especially since he's one of the world's top 20 S-rank hunters and the guildmaster of one of the top 10 guilds. He is ready to hit Leon, but stops when Hari quickly reminds him that Leon is a survivor. Instantly, Yongwan changes his tone, bowing to show respect. He asks if Leon is from a gray-colored guild, but Leon, uninterested in small talk with peasants, focuses on Jingsu instead and demands a clear summary of the gate. Jingsu and Hari, relieved, are happy to have him on board. To get things moving, Hari explains that dungeon breaks usually start with the land being infected by demonic elements, which prevents crops from growing. Since the Hanam Plains are a key granary, this makes it a critical situation. To fix this, Hari says they need to clear the dungeon and purify the land. Once Leon understands the issue, he orders Hari to call for backup. He insists on taking charge of the situation the next day, once the time for the other group runs out. However, before anything happens, Leon demands an official notice of consent from the nation's king. Until then, he refuses to act. Harry tries to explain that it's not that complicated, but Leon, being a man of principles, insists on following the laws and demands a message be sent to the king immediately. Meanwhile, Yongwan is visibly shaken, looking like he's seen a ghost. He's convinced that Leon is even more troublesome than he is. After getting the president's approval, Hari let Leon know everything was set. She asked if the straw dolls were really necessary, and Leon explained that purifying the infected land required proper ritual arts. He had submitted requests for 2 things: the straw dolls and the mothers who made them. Once they gathered, Leon called for their attention and asked them to present their handmade dolls, sparking an unexpected doll-making contest. As the judge, Leon harshly criticized the ugly dolls, failing most of the women, and even rejecting Hari. He couldn't believe women who had given birth could create such dreadful dolls. Finally, he approved an elderly woman in her late 80s who had raised 12 kids, calling her a true patriot. While he would usually give medals and gifts, this time he simply asked for her forgiveness, which made her blush. Later, Leon took the approved doll to the Hanam Plains, where everything was ready. As he offered the harvest doll to the mother of the land, Yongwan's gang watched from the sidelines. Suddenly, droplets filled a sacred cup, the sun rose, and a red glow spread across the sky. The straw doll stood on its own, filled with divine energy. Then, Mother Earth herself, Demira, the goddess of life and abundance, descended into the doll and greeted them after a long time. marking the return of divinity to this land. Leon greets Demira with praise for her divine grace, and she responds by calling the land tainted and full of evil. He agrees, saying that many wicked beings have crossed into this world, but no true divinity exists here, likely because of the failure of the lowly and unworthy. Demira points out that greed and ignorance aren't always sins but rather human nature. When asked, Leon admits it's hard to stand out among swordsmen, but believes a true conqueror is divine by nature. He vows to guide the ignorant with balanced authority and duty until a new pantheon rises. When she offers to grant a wish, Leon asks Demira, goddess of the earth draped in green, to purify the land. With joy, she blesses the soil with her essence, promising that all who walk this ground will now follow Leon. A sacred drop falls, cleansing the earth, and Leon firmly calls on everyone to witness this world now touched by divinity. To him, the true purpose of life is to give birth and thrive. Leon goes on about how birth and prosperity prove that the fertile earth is a living sign of a divine promise, but Youngwon snaps everyone out of it by calling the magically grown crops poison. That seriously rubs Leon the wrong way, and he's not about to let ignorance fly twice. With a chill in the air, Leon tells Youngwon to watch his filthy mouth. Still, Youngwon won't back down and plans to expose Leon as a scammer by demanding proof. He even brings in an appraiser, who uses appraisal magic on the crops and freezes in shock. Turns out, the rice is a rare, blessed plant from Demira herself that can cure Tier 3 diseases if eaten in decent amounts. Even cancer wouldn't stand a chance. The whole crowd is left stunned. Jingsu immediately calls for a pot from the chief's house because that kind of miracle food is not to be ignored. After cooking it, a blue window pops up, showing Jingsu gets 8 hours of stamina and mana restored every single minute. He's blown away, realizing this thing is basically worth around 3 million won a bottle. Out of nowhere, Hari barges in and casually drops the news that she ate a bug out of curiosity. Jingsu is close to throwing up, but then she reveals the bug gave her a buff, which completely shocks him. If divine energy has really spread all over, then everything living might carry buffs now. That sets Jingsu off, and he orders a sweep for as many bugs as possible to charge the gate fully buffed, which fires up the Hunter Association raid team like never before. As Demira prepares to leave, Leon thanks her for the divine love she blessed them with. Her final advice to him is simple: to stay fed. When Hari asks about it, Leon explains to the non-believers around that a meaningful life and words are built on divine power. He then shifts everyone's focus back to the gate once the soldiers finish eating. Meanwhile, Youngwon is fuming, furious that a survivor is messing up his plans. He wishes Leon had just died so the government would have no choice but to approve his request. Then an idea hits him. He tells his lackey to relax, noting that the gate had already been partly cleared. With only one A-rank hunter, Han Hari, he figures Leon must just be a lucky support type guy with no real combat skills. In Youngwon's mind, there's no way they can beat the monster inside with just basic moves. Leon leads his earthly troops into the gate and quickly picks up the fact that these gates only close when the final boss is defeated or the main quest is cleared. He actually likes the setup. What Hari didn't mention though is how these dungeons usually gang up on you. They come across a burnt skeleton, likely someone who failed before them, and start to notice the dungeon is packed with monsters. When asked, Hari explains that killing monsters usually thins their numbers, but with undead like skeletons, zombies, or demons, they just keep coming back unless the final boss is taken out. Leon realizes the only way to escape is to beat the boss. Hari suspects a necromancer is behind the skeleton army. Suddenly, a red alert warns Hari of a dungeon break, putting a 3-hour time limit on everyone inside. The mission is to defeat the commander knight, Dullahan, who is marching in with his troops. The lackeys feel a chill, and Jingsu curses Youngwon for setting them up to fail. As waves of skeletal soldiers advance, Jingsu orders all combat options to be given to the upper ranks. Mashik quickly reports seeing around 30 archers and 2 mages, and Jingsu assigns snipers to long range and shielders to hold the front line. The creepy battle erupts into a clash of blades as they fight the undead army. Jingsu finds their strength surprising, thinking orange gates are built differently, but still manageable for a B rank like him. Then, his eyes lock onto 2 skeleton mages casting advanced spells. Jingsu hurries to get their attention quickly, but the creepy mages fire off their attack. Even then, Jingsu comes out of it with barely a scratch, thanks to the expensive gear. Just as the smoke clears, the final boss, Dullahan, makes a badass entrance on his horse, catching Jingsu off guard. One blow and Jingsu is slammed right into the wall. Hari gets worried and her lackey thinks it's the best time to call in reserve forces for help. Jingsu sees the greatsword picking up speed in Dullahan's hands. After realizing how bad the situation is, Hari seeks help from the King of Lionheart, the same man who once defeated a great demon. Leon, the so-called king, believes a small battle like this is beneath him. Instead, he tells Hari to earn her honor, saying it's pathetic to make him deal with a pile of bones or expect the goddess to step in. That definitely rubs her the wrong way, and as time's running out, Hari sees that he's clearly more interested in Dullahan than anything else. Without hesitation, Hari grips her sword and goes all in to take down the boss and end this fight. At the same time, she orders the remaining team to support Jingsu and the others. She charges in, leaping at the boss for a decisive strike, but Dullahan easily blocks her attack. Hari plans to separate Dullahan from the crowd at all costs. In a flash, Dullahan throws his head to block Hari's view, catching her off guard and slamming her into the wall. Thankfully, Hari manages to separate Dullahan forcefully. With him off her path, Hari taps into her raw power, claiming her strength is way too much to handle. She incinerates the boss to a crisp and gets ready for the final hit, confident it'll finish the job. But Dullahan blocks it with the blunt side of his blade, and that's bad news for Hari, who's about to be slashed by the massive greatsword. Right then, Leon, clearly impressed by Dullahan's sword skills, claps for his one-handed combat. He's convinced this guy must have been a noble knight, and even apologizes for mistaking him for just another undead. With that, Leon throws out a challenge for a proper duel between knights. That bold move freezes the chaos, and to everyone's shock, Dullahan actually accepts. Following that spoken challenge, Dullahan comes off his horse, and Leon receives him as a knight of honor. Leon realizes he's more of a dual sword guy, so he demands a proper fight using both blades instead of sticking to one-handed combat. Dullahan stays silent, not responding. Leon casually draws his sword when Hari finally admits that the knight won't die unless he's beheaded. Leon brushes it off like it's no big deal, leaving Hari confused and wondering what kind of plan he has in mind to win without following that key rule. Leon, a man of principles, declares that a knight's honor decides the winner here. After stepping onto the field, he introduces himself as the first knight of the Goddess of Light and Justice, Archduke of Dragonia, and Lion-Hearted King of Lionheart, officially sanctioning the duel. Dullahan skips the formalities and dives straight into battle. With barely a move, Leon blocks his attack one-handed like it's nothing, causing Dullahan to lose his balance. With a single blow, Leon tosses him aside. Dullahan tries a quick strike from up close, but Leon reads his steps like a book and counters instantly, catching everyone off guard. Hari's amazed, and Jingsu asks if she caught what happened. Only Hari seems to understand the flow of the fight. Leon shifted the weight by tying the sword guard just as the blade made contact, followed by a perfect crosscut that most wouldn't even dare to try. It's been ages since Dullahan faced a true knight in a proper duel, and even though he knows this might just be a trick to avoid more chaos, he can't help but admire Leon's upright stance and the seasoned look of a warrior who's seen countless battles. Leon braces to take the next hit but ends up blocking and knocking Dullahan back for the third time. He calmly asks if Dullahan still wants to go on, while Dullahan sees him as the very image of a noble knight. Deep down, he refuses to use necromancy against the King of Knights. The only thing running through his mind is the desire to fight this man the proper knightly way, without shortcuts. Somewhere along the way, Dullahan had forgotten how to face true knights, like back in the days when he roamed the world with honor. By the 10th strike, Dullahan's sword flies into the air, and Leon calmly acknowledges the precision of his technique. He asks if Dullahan remembers his past life, and Dullahan, thrilled, feels like this knight just reminded him of his once glorious days. After countless battles fought without honor, ending his cursed journey like this feels right. Leon smiles, proud to see the fallen knight regain his dignity. With Dullahan kneeling, Leon quietly prays for his soul to rest, or for the Goddess of Light to guide him to paradise. He hopes they meet again someday in the banquet hall of the gods. As Dullahan fades, his human face looks finally at peace. Outside the gate, Jingsu is stunned that Leon kept his word and ended it with a duel. Everyone, including Hari, is shaken by the divine power that wiped out the undead so cleanly. Harry knows Leon could have finished it earlier with one blow, but Leon explains Dullahan would have died a necromancer. Instead, he let him pass as a knight because honor comes from action, and action is born from will. With that, Leon goes to claim his reward, only to find Dullahan's sword and cape. Jingsu nearly faints when Leon smashes the crystal loot, but Leon shrugs it off, saying it was nothing more than a chaos machine. Hanam Gate has officially been cleared. Hari's face was the very image of horror, with deep eye bags marking Leon's 4th day on Earth. So much has gone down, and Hari's completely drained. First came the tax issue, where Leon refused to pay even a single coin from his loot, not even through mana stones. Claiming his royal status, he found it beneath him to count coins like commoners. Amid the chaos, Hari notices a sudden rise in new followers after Leon's divine power blessed the land. When the followers ask about the tithe, Leon casually declares it to be 90% of their harvest. That hits them like a ton of bricks, since living expenses and taxes are already sky high. But Leon shrugs it off, asking why true followers of the goddess should worry about going hungry. He promises that his guild will handle food, welfare, and all living costs. Then Hari drops the bomb that Leon's blessed rice has a crazy high appraisal value. 80 kilos go for around 1,500,000,000 won. Suddenly, everyone starts doing the math and realizes they'd still be saving a ton even after giving up 90%. Just like that, their faith is sealed. Harry soon realizes Leon's living situation is a total mess. The guy lost it over not having a single artwork in his room and immediately demanded a luxurious bed, on-call servants, and art pieces he could admire at all times. Nearly in tears, Hari spent the whole night calling every 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning, just to rent him a decent suite. At her wit's end, she begged him to just go to sleep. Eventually, they struck a deal to hang a painting or a ceramic piece. That brings us to now, with Hari entering his room to serve breakfast with his permission. Leon tells her to eat too, since skipping meals is unacceptable. She's craving a sandwich, and for a moment, she thinks they're about to share a meal. But nope, Leon quickly shuts it down, reminding her that kings and commoners don't eat together anywhere. So much for that hope. Hari explains that the Hunter Association plans to support Leon with resettlement aid and make sure he's living comfortably. Leon likes the idea and tells her to handle it. As for the loot, he trusts Hari but insists on keeping the cape. When they arrive, Hari chooses a convenient spot near the Hunter Association that even has a helipad. Out of nowhere, a stranger suddenly greets assistant manager Han Hari, even though the whole thing was supposed to be top secret. The man introduces himself as Park Jong-chan, director of Dujung's Food of the Future. Hari is stunned that Dujung Group, one of the nation's top 3 chaebols, had been waiting for them. Jong-chan quickly recognizes Leon as the survivor, which confirms Hari's suspicions. He tries to casually offer a handshake, but Leon sees it as a sign of disrespect. Hari moves Leon into his new place, assuring him the Hunter Association will cover the rent and everything else for a year. But in her head, she can't stop wondering how the news got out when Leon's identity was supposed to be top secret. Survivor intel is always handled quietly. Thankfully, Leon completely ignored Director Jong-chan, which worked in Hari's favor. Still, she can't figure out why a businessman is so interested in Leon. Leon thinks it's all about profit with people like him, especially since they've got a rice field in the Hanam Plains. Turns out the intel team messed up. Some streamer filmed the whole thing, and even though the government asked him to delete it, Farmer Mr. Park just re-uploaded the part where Leon pulled his miracle. Meanwhile, Jong-chan checks with his scientists to see if the rice hype is real. He wants to know if the effects on rats work on humans too. His assistant says they reached out to the field owner, and apparently, after eating the rice, even a dying dog recovered. Whole illnesses, chronic and acute, major and minor, all were cured, and the entire village got healthy. There's no human testing yet, but the results clearly show the rice works. Jong-chan could have had it all if it weren't for that wannabe survivor, Leon. He can't believe that arrogant guy had the nerve to call the director of Dujung Group just a merchant. His secretary says the rice's potential is off the charts, so they've got to get their hands on it. Even if Leon's looking down on them, Jong-chan's not backing off. He's planning to meet Leon face to face and show him who he's messing with. To him, Leon's probably just another survivor who thinks this world is paradise. But Jong-chan has a plan to crush him with good old cultural shock. When Leon Dragonia returned to Earth, he had 3 big goals in mind. First, to spread faith in real divinity. Even though there are tons of gods and believers, Earth lacks any true divine presence. With people getting sick and the land rotting away, Leon believes a true god needs to step in and bless the world. But for that to happen, more folks need to believe. Second, he wants to create the Knights Templar, since this world has no warriors powered by divine strength. As the guardian of the Holy Grail and the lion-hearted king, Leon sees himself as a demigod, while the Templars will stand as holy warriors, saints who strike fear into evil. Lastly, he aims to reclaim divine power and raise the Templars to wipe out all the darkness spreading on Earth. He knows that spreading their faith and keeping balance among the gods is the only way to build this sacred order. Leon admits that forming the Templars might be too much for a place like this, but he still feels it's his duty to make it happen. Just then, Hari tells him someone wants to meet him officially, and Leon respects that they actually followed the proper steps to request an audience. Jong-chan finally meets Leon Dragonia, putting on his best polite act, while secretly ready to do whatever it takes to seal the deal. This time, he shows up with a flashy gift, thinking there's no way Leon has ever laid eyes on something this high-end. His crew places down a sleek silver box, and Jong-chan is confident Leon will be amazed and end up begging to be managed by him. But to his shock, Leon accepts the gift without even glancing at it, acting like he's doing Jong-chan a huge favor. Jong-chan, caught off guard, asks why he won't look, but Leon doesn't care to explain and tells Hari to deal with it. As soon as she touches the box, it pops open on its own, revealing one of the Dujung Group's finest elite weapons. Jong-chan invites Leon to choose whatever suits his taste, and Hari instantly recognizes the top-tier gear crafted by Dujung's master smith. Jong-chan brags that they're the cream of the crop, and since Leon's in charge of hunger now, these might actually come in handy. Hari can't believe Jong-chan is handing over their prized unique rank weapons, stuff money can't even buy. But the real sting hits when Leon dismisses them all as useless junk, and that's enough to rattle Jong-chan to his core. Even Hari is left speechless. Leon explains there's no point in wielding a sword that hasn't been bathed in starlight or blessed by the divine, and questions if it's only meant to slay beasts. Jong-chan starts wondering if this maniac wants him to sunbathe the swords and start praying to them. Leon calls him unfaithful, saying guys like him love to flaunt their shiny junk everywhere. Jong-chan figures he could try it out, but deep down, he knows those swords are only good for slicing chickens or beef at best. Right then, Leon pulls his own sword straight out of a portal like he's putting on a magic show. The blade looks old, and Jong-chan nearly bursts out laughing, thinking this lunatic is actually comparing that antique to his prized weapons. Still, he's curious to see what this so-called king's sword can do. Meanwhile, Leon asks Han Hari to test out one of Jong-chan's blades. She's stunned, but goes for the one she's admired for 4 years, the famous Sword of Park Jincheol, called Dawn. The moment she grips it, she says she can feel its raw energy, drawn from 10 straight days of absorbing pure sunlight inside a high-grade gate. Out of respect, Hari looks to Leon for permission, but he tells her she doesn't need to ask, just to mess around with a new toy. Just then, Leon raises his sword and lets Hari take a swing at it. She puts everything into the strike and ends up shattering the so-called top-tier weapon from the Dujung group. That moment sends a wave of shock through the crowd, while Leon calls it nothing but trash, even worse than he expected. That little stunt chops Jungchan's survival time down to about 3 minutes. The guy's shaken, having just lost what he claimed was their strongest weapon. Without stalling, Jungchan comes clean about wanting patent rights over the miracle rice, promising to pay for it. He throws out a number, 180 billion won. But deep down, he knows cancer-curing rice is worth way more. Still, he's pretty sure this nutjob of a knight has no clue how much money that even is. When Leon asks if Jungchan's trying to buy it with money, Jungchan thinks he's got him hooked and offers to draw up a contract giving Dujung Group full control. But that's the last straw. Leon snaps, turning into a full-blown Lion King, ready to tear down the arrogant merchant who dared to put a price on divine grace. Leon's rage is through the roof, and Jungchan's whole crew freezes in fear. Jungchan himself is drenched in sweat, knowing he's inches from death. Leon declares that this fool just confessed to his sins. That's when Jungchan breaks, dropping to his knees, crying out that he doesn't even know what he did wrong. Leon tells him that the crop is a sacred blessing from goddess Demera, a gift to farmers who poured their sweat and love into the land. It's not something money can buy, only a thankful heart and true faith can receive it. Leon then calls out the greedy man, asking why he wants divine blessings when he doesn't even believe in the goddess. As Jungchan loses every shred of pride, Hari steps in, reminding Leon that even if this guy is a jerk, he's still an important figure. But Leon doesn't care at all. Then he asks if the task he gave Hari is done. She says the association made the call and wonders if he'll be taking the test too, since that would make things easier. Leon can't believe this bimbo wants a king to take a test. When asked, he explains he's here to recruit and test real warriors. All Hari can do at this point is hold back tears. Later on, unaffiliated D-rank Daesung notices Kim Do-han showing up for this year's test too. Do-han casually asks if Daesung thinks he has a shot at ranking up, and Daesung says he's just gonna give it his all. Do-han suggests they team up. Feeling down, Daesung knows even the least talented folks have moved on to grinding C-rank dungeons, while he's been stuck at D-rank for over 10 years. Still, Do-han admires his dedication and says he'd be a natural ace in the mining division. Though it sounds tempting, Daesung isn't ready to quit yet. The money from dungeons helps cover his family's debts, and he can't walk away just like that. Suddenly, they spot Leon, looking like some royal out of a European fantasy, though he could just as easily be broke. Do-han tries to strike up a conversation, but Leon instantly shuts him down, reminding the peasant of his place, leaving Do-han stunned. He blames the misunderstanding on his Korean, and Daesung awkwardly plays along. When Leon glances at Daesung, something about it rattles him to the core, like just standing near Leon is crushing him with some heavy, blinding pressure. Daesung gets called into room 2 for his interview, while Leon, unimpressed by the pool of low-rankers and freshly awakened newbies, waits for something worthwhile. His number, 77, finally pops up, calling him to room 9. As soon as he enters, Leon insists everyone refer to him as Your Majesty, setting the tone. He's asked to place his hand on a scanner, which he assumes will pull up his stats, but instead, he snaps at the machine and staff for daring to assess a knight, something only other knights or gods should do. The staff, thrown off, ask why he's there, and Leon explains he's scouting for capable soldiers, but the current batch isn't cutting it. He's interested in seeing the next stage, which turns out to be a gate test. That piques his curiosity. Finally, a chance to see real talent. Further, Daesung knows that most cleared gates are sealed, except for a few used for tests like this. Daesung, remembering how it went last year, knows he has to give a top-tier performance to stand out. Jinmi and Taehoon are acting all casual, like clueless rookies who don't really know what they've gotten into. Along with Daesung, there's an old man who looks about 60, strolling around like he's just enjoying a walk in the park. Most of them seem to be C or D rankers. Daesung also spots the foreign laborer he saw earlier in the lobby, who looks young enough to be a beginner too. With a group full of newbies, Daesung starts to wonder if this raid's going to go smoothly at all. To kick things off, Gu Da-sung, mainly a dealer, starts the introductions by mentioning it's his 10th year as a hunter and warrior. Next up is Shin Taehoon, who awakened earlier this year and rolls with a shield and spear. His sister, Shin Nayeon, is right beside him, who wields daggers and is also training with a bow and arrow. Daesung was shocked to his core that the newbies hadn't even found their main weapons yet, even though they claimed to have trained at centers for 3 months. Then there's the old man, Oh Gangtae, who is in his 5th year and using gauntlets. He recently quit this after awakening. With so little experience and a weapon that can't make up for his age, it's a weak setup. Finally, Daesung asks the foreign laborer if he can speak Korean. Leon straight up says he won't be fighting and can't use a sword made for slaying dragons just to kill chickens. After hearing him out, Daesung is stunned to realize this guy speaks fluent Korean. The test involves hunting 50 kobolds, and during the mission, a gnoll might surface. The judges confirm that if things get too risky, they'll step in, but otherwise, everyone's expected to give their best. Daesung is already stressed, especially thinking about how Leon showed up with no weapons. Back then, Neon kindly offered her bow and arrows, but that wannabe king took it as a huge insult. Even when she said he could return them afterward, Leon lost it, yelling that long-range weapons disgrace a knight's honor and are for cowards. Without a second thought, he chucked the bow in full rage. Back in the present, Daesung is a nervous wreck, convinced this test is heading for disaster. He suggests a spot he thinks is ideal for kobold hunting, and the group just hands him the lead, going with his plan without complaint. Taehoon also points out that at the edge of the terrain, there's a settlement that could have a bunch of gnolls. Daesung doesn't think their team is equipped for that kind of fight, since a small group like theirs could easily get boxed in. So instead, he decides to take them to some cave hideouts where they can smoke the kobolds out by lighting leaves and grass on fire. He sees it as an easy way to take them down. Taehoon compliments his experience, and Daesung feels a strange boost of confidence, remembering all the guides he read and the training he did, dreaming of the day he'd enter a top-ranked gate. But in reality, this is still his first one, and he knows he has to move up this time, because D rank isn't cutting it. Suddenly, Daesung notices Taehoon shaking like a leaf and spots a couple of kobolds creeping up to the cave entrance. Without a second thought, he steps up and tells Taehoon to block with his shield. One clean hit and Taehoon starts to feel pumped, thinking he can totally take these dumb monsters down. Turns out he's good at blocking straight-on attacks, but the guy gets a little too confident and doesn't see the kobold leaping right at him. He's seconds away from getting his face torn up by those nasty teeth. Daesung quickly shouts to everyone that these kobolds are fast and tricky. Meanwhile, the old man and the others are handling things like pros, taking down kobolds one after another, which helps Daesung calm down a bit. Once the last few are cleared out, Daesung gives props to the team, and Taehoon apologizes for messing up. Daesung lets it slide since Nayeon took down 2 on her own, and no one got hurt, thanks to the old guy. Even though the guy was pretty nervous at the start, things turned out way better than expected. Well, everything except that one foreign guy with the royalty complex. So Daesung finally calls Leon out, asking why he didn't lift a finger. The judge awkwardly says he'll make a note of it in the records, which just annoys everyone, but they decide to press on and soon make it to the cave. Once they arrive, Daesung sticks to his plan and tells the group to light the fire to kick things off. But then Leon pushes his buttons by asking if that's really the best he's got, which is a lot coming from someone who hasn't done anything. Daesung defends his strategy, saying he's used it 3 times before and it always worked. Leon isn't buying it though, questioning why he's relying on so little experience. That gets Daesung so mad that the vein on his forehead nearly explodes as he sparks the fire. Once the trap is set, Daesung warns everyone that the kobolds are coming and tells them to get into position. As expected, the kobolds rush in like wild animals, and the hunters unleash their attacks all at once. Daesung feels like a genius, thinking his plan is foolproof and that between these kobolds and the few gnolls they'll knock down in the plains, they'll clear the test easily. But just when he's starting to feel good, a deep growl cuts through the chaos. It's coming from the gnoll captain, who turns out to be the boss of this gate and way stronger than a C rank. That monster locks eyes with Daesung, and he's probably about to pee his pants. Daesung's brain nearly short-circuits the moment he sees the gate boss standing there in the flesh, and Nayeon has to snap him back to reality. He shakes it off and quickly assigns Taehoon and himself to take on the gnoll captain, while Nayeon and Gramps are tasked with handling the kobolds in the cave. Daesung knows every team needs at least one solid player, and sending a rookie D rank like himself against a boss is basically asking to get wiped out. But with no other choice, he puts some faith in Taehoon, even though the guy's clearly not built for this kind of fight. As they face the beast, Taehoon is frozen with fear, practically trembling, and Daesung yells at him to pull himself together. Though he gets it, the thing in front of them is a pure nightmare. Daesung starts to panic, thinking Taehoon's totally lost it and won't even be able to lift his shield in time. Just then, Taehoon stumbles and hits the ground, looking like he's about to become Kobol's meal plan. Meanwhile, one of the judges quietly wonders when Leon's finally going to step in. Without wasting another second, Daesung grabs the shield and charges straight at the boss, yelling for Taehoon to fall back. Just as that monster's about to crush Taehoon, Daesung blocks the hit using every ounce of strength in his shield. The blow rattles through him, and the beast looks even more pissed now. Another attack's coming fast, and Daesung's not sure if he can block it again, or if this is where it all ends. He's convinced they might have had a shot if Taehoon hadn't messed up so bad. Now death feels way too close. But out of nowhere, Leon shows up like some uninvited guest, catching the gnoll captain's blade between 2 fingers like it's nothing, and casually tells Daesung to try again, since his first move wasn't half bad. Daesung's left speechless, frozen by the sight of this foreign guy stopping a high-level beast with his bare hand. Leon calmly tells him to lift his shield and go another round with the gnoll captain. He even questions why Daesung can't beat it again if he managed to hold his ground the first time. Daesung's completely thrown off by it all. Leon tells Daesung once again to get up, block the kobold's attack, and hit back. Daesung tries to remind this insane guy that they're neck-deep in danger, but Leon clearly isn't the type to repeat himself. He's not the kind who takes no for an answer, and ignoring him after witnessing what he can do is just asking for trouble. Leon says a Templar passing down teachings to a basic foot soldier is a rare thing, and Daesung is left wondering how many generations it's been since that kind of thing happened. One thing Daesung knows for sure is that staying alive is priority number one. Out of nowhere, the kobold growls at Leon, and he starts thinking this dumb rabbit really must have a death wish or something. Leon glares at the ugly creature, and it starts trembling like a leaf. The fight again breaks out, and Daesung notices how its strength is enough to yank his shield away. Leon yells at Daesung for using the shield on an opponent way stronger than him. Leon tells him to stop just defending, and instead look for an opening, warning that the creature isn't some mindless brute but a beast that learns as it fights. While Daesung's still trying to figure out how to deal with it, Leon suddenly kicks him in the knee and yells at him to never take his eyes off the enemy. That moment snaps Daesung back, and he realizes just how close to death he was. If he had taken that last hit head on, he would have been done for. Leon keeps pushing him to tap into his potential, which honestly freaks Daesung out. He's always seen himself as a washed-out D rank with zero skills or talent. He's not buying the whole potential speech like it's just gonna show up out of thin air because some weirdo said so. But still, something shifts in him. He starts to feel this strange spark, like maybe he can actually take this monster on. And right when the creature lunges to strike, Daesung doesn't flinch. He believes, even for a second, that he can pull this off. He puts everything he's got into blocking the blow, and somehow it works. Even he's stunned that he managed to break through like that. But it's way too soon to celebrate, because right after that, the kobold smacks Daesung in the face and tosses him aside like trash. Leon sighs and questions why Daesung still can't see the bigger picture, pointing out that he's still stuck at D rank even after all this time. Then Leon drops a little truth bomb, saying he never believed for a second that someone like him was just some random mercenary. Meanwhile, the guy in the hat finally reveals himself by taking off his mask. As it turns out, he's actually the president of the Korean Hunter Association, Oh Kang-yuk. He admits it all felt kind of pointless in the end. Kang-yuk asks Leon if he found what he was looking for in there, and Leon says he's at least got his eye on one potential soldier candidate. Kang-yuk seems a little uneasy, wondering if Leon's planning to go hunt overseas, especially after seeing him casually destroy a C-rank boss like it was nothing. But Leon corrects him, saying that the creature wasn't even worth calling a toy. Then Kang-yuk switches gears and offers to back Leon up if he ever wants to start his own guild. He points out that if Leon's planning to build something from scratch, getting famous is the fastest way to make it happen, and in this day and age, there aren't many shortcuts to fame. That's when Kang-yuk brings up a red gate that opened up in Cheongju after a raid failed miserably. It's been left unclear for over a year now. Inside that gate lies the Jewel of Wisdom, but to get to it or destroy it, one has to face the boss of the red gate, the Yagd Spinner. At Cheongju Sports Complex Gate, the first team from the KPP Guild kicked off their raid. Hyung and his crew stumble upon a modern civilization that looks way more advanced than anything on Earth. One of the girls thinks it actually looks pretty cool. With all the talk of fantasy and Murim worlds, Guildmaster Hyung figures it's not too crazy to believe a futuristic world could exist too. One of his lackeys even says it feels kind of like something out of cyberpunk. Thinking it through, Hyung decides they should probably go over the plan again, starting with how they organize the party. Hoyeol believes the team is solid and ready to take on a few strong enemies if needed. After scoping things out, Hyung points to a nearby building to use as their base camp since it offers a solid high point for surveillance. Hoyeol confirms he hasn't picked up anything suspicious so far. As for Yagd Spinner, Hyung brings up that he's supposed to be the boss here, but no sign of him anywhere. It's hard to believe a whole city this big doesn't have a single monster or person hanging around. In a way, Hyung thinks it's kind of a blessing not to have some mind-melting evil army or random resistance crew breathing down their necks. Right after that, Hyung calls out the KPP crew for not having enough info on Yagd Spinner. He tells them to stay sharp and keep an eye out for anything weird, and to pick an expedition team to scout the area. But before they can even make a move, a beam comes out of nowhere and blasts Hyung's head into pieces. Hoyeol stands there in complete shock, watching Hansu Hyung die in the most brutal way possible. The rest of the crew is frozen, horrified as their guildmaster's head shatters like glass. That sneak attack sends everyone diving for cover, trying to avoid getting turned into ashes. Out of nowhere, fire arrows start raining from the ceiling, lighting the ground on fire. Everyone's running like hell. Hoyeol realizes that if even an A-rank tanker like Hansu Hyung couldn't dodge it, then whatever they're up against is something way beyond their level. It straight up feels like a death trap. One of the girls spots movement at 3 o'clock, but can't tell how far it is because of all the dust and sand in the air. Hoyeon, the vice guildmaster of KPP, steps up and calls for a retreat before the whole place caves in. As for Hyung's body, Hoyeol says they'll come back for it later after regrouping, because something about this place just feels seriously wrong. Hoyeol tells Hyeri to check out the exit, and she heads there confidently, saying she won't detect anything dangerous and that it's safe. But out of nowhere, she suddenly freezes, feeling a weird itch in her throat, then leaps straight into an invisible web made of razor-thin blades. Hoyeol and the others are horrified, watching helplessly as Hyeri is shredded right in front of them. He can't even tell when those wires were set up. Without wasting time, he shouts at his crew to cut through all the wires and get out of there fast. Hoyeol tells them to coat their weapons in mana to slice through. Deep down, he's freaking out, wondering if there's just one enemy or more and how long they've been stalking them. While the crew works on clearing the wires, a robot zooms in on them with its lens, ready to strike. One hit wipes out Hoyol's team in an instant, leaving Nim wrecked. He screams for the enemy to come out already, furious and desperate. That's when the robot finally drops in front of him, and it all clicks. This thing is Jagged Spinner. A voice comes through the robot, teasing that if Hoyol had something like this, he'd never run out of ammo and could fight non-stop. Hoyol is fuming, absolutely losing it over the fact that this lunatic wiped out his entire crew just to prove a point. At that moment, Jagged Spinner pulls out a glowing rope and lashes it toward Hoyol, aiming to end him for good, claiming it's all to protect the city. Over at Cheongju Gate, the first raid team of KPP hunters had 58 members, and not a single one made it out alive. The gate boss has now been bumped up to red level, and everything is on hold indefinitely. Later on, the second raid team decides not to set foot into the city to avoid running into Jagged Spinner. Meanwhile, the third raid team is fully focused on getting their hands on the Jewel of Wisdom and any other spoils. The white-haired guy boldly declares that the 60 billion won will go to the second team's guild. With everything settled, they head into the Cheongju Sports Complex gate. This gate access has been granted to one of Korea's top 10 guilds, the Golden Lion, led by Guildmaster Hwang Gumchul, an S rank, and Vice Guildmaster Hwang Yonha, an A rank, along with 47 more members. Aside from them, the Magic Tower has sent Gil Tae-sung, who's close to S rank, with a squad of 48 mercenaries. And not to be left out, Han Hari of the Korean Hunter Association, an A rank, is there too, pouring barley tea for His Majesty, who's also joining the action. In this deserted stretch of what's left of modern civilization, Cheongju Gate's fourth raid team sets up their base camp. Leon checks in with Han Hari, asking what's bothering her. Hari admits she's got a bad feeling. She doubts things will go smoothly here, but weirdly enough, she's also worried if they actually do. She figures the best case is that everything goes fine and Leon doesn't have to jump in, but that also means his shot at gaining fame might slip through the cracks. Leon's totally fine with that. He calmly explains that if the Lionheart King doesn't need to lift a finger, it simply means the situation isn't that bad. He breaks it down, saying that leadership can be handled by anyone who doesn't let arrogance get in the way. But it's a different story when it comes to the King of Knights. That piques Hari's curiosity. Then it clicks, and she realizes that every time Leon has stepped in, it's been to stop the kind of attack no one else could handle. Leon makes it clear that the king has to be the final wall, the last line of defense. If the King of Knights has to take the field, it means things have gone seriously downhill, and the rest have already failed. And judging by the sorry state of the crew right now, Leon's betting it won't be long before he has to step in again. However, Hari believes this raid team, with S-rank Hwang Gumchul and a mage on board, might actually stand a chance. Leon sees them as way stronger than regular humans, but still thinks they don't truly understand war the way he does. More than that, he questions their strategy, especially the part where they assume the outskirts of the city are safe. Even after running into enemies, Leon's stunned by how confident they are in their intel. He can't wrap his head around how these so-called raid teams think analyzing monster patterns and reacting to them is some kind of smart move. For Leon, that's nonsense. No real general would ever rely on that kind of plan, especially when dealing with someone like Jagged Spinner, whom he sees not as a monster, but as a sharp and dangerous warlord. That's when an explosion goes off out of nowhere, catching everyone completely off guard. A boy calls out to Yappy, the robot, saying he's sorry it has to end like this, but asks for one last favor. Yappy accepts the boy's final order, which is to delete all foreign beings who trespass in the city. With that mission in mind, it sets out to fulfill the boy's last wish by eliminating every intruder. Yappy, now like a loose cannon, goes on a full-blown rampage, scaring the crap out of everyone. As its lens zooms in to lock onto targets, some dude suddenly swings a hammer and knocks the little bot aside. Right after that, everyone watches a massive explosion that shakes them to the core, and they're left clueless about what kind of monster just wiped out 23% of their life force. Yappy gears up to launch another attack, but the hammer guy smashes it hard again, causing a serious spike in internal pressure. Gumsoon gets ready to go after the metal can next. Afterwards, the Guildmaster steps in to take full control and eliminate it, which seems to make the machine lose its mind. Yappy starts wreaking havoc all over the field area. The Guildmaster quickly activates the distortion force field and tells everyone to gather up. Even then, the place is still a chaotic mess. One guy mentions to Gil Tae-sung that the bullet trajectories are going completely haywire. Tae-sung points out how the magic tool designed to fight Jagged Spinner is already being affected, with bullets curving mid-air. He never expected to use it this early. Just as Yappy detects the abnormality, it starts a maintenance operation. Out of nowhere, Tae-sung's lackey gets shot, realizing that Yappy has already calculated the angles to make bullets swerve. He's freaking out, trying to figure out what the heck that thing even is. Right then, Tae-sung gets a call to shut off the distortion field because the bullet directions are too unpredictable. The magic tool's battery is running low, so Tae-sung orders it to be charged up as soon as the force field is down. Just as the group comes to a halt and the force field drops, that's when it hits them hard. The whole area is suddenly filled with web-like wires, revealing that Yappy had been overworking the entire time. Yappy emerges like a grim reaper, ready to electrify the whole squad. Taesung instantly realizes his big mistake in calling everyone to one place, knowing there's no way they can dodge this incoming attack. As soon as the charging finishes, the group spots a horse marching their way, and they're all stunned to see none other than Leon Dragonia, riding in like an old sworn friend. Leon hops onto the horse, speaking about the courage it takes to ride alone into a sea of enemies, saying that the King of Lionheart must be praised. Without wasting a moment, Leon honors the moment by allowing Yagd Spinner the privilege to fight him, granting a duel as if it were a royal decree. The rest of the crew stands there, wondering if this guy's lost his mind or if he's just completely out of it. Leon mutters aloud, locking in on the courage it takes to charge into a sea of enemies with nothing but a horse. He declares himself the King of the Lionheart, someone who deserves to be praised. Without a shadow of a doubt, he seizes the moment and grants Yagd Spinner the honor of facing him in battle. Yappy, on the other hand, is totally confused by this dramatic flair. It powers up its railgun, sticking to its mission of eliminating every foreign entity in sight. Just then, Leon bursts forward like a blazing sun, riding his old sworn friend into the fray. As Yappy fires, Leon charges with the fury of a true knight, completely unfazed by long-range attacks. With insane speed and the shine of his spear, both Yappy and Leon unleash their inner beasts. Suddenly, a massive explosion sends debris flying through the air as Yappy takes a devastating hit. In that moment, Yagd Spinner's high-functioning AI completely crashes. Turns out, Yappy had no logical explanation for the phenomenon happening right in front of its sensors. Apparently, Yagd's machine had already analyzed the entire scene, noting that Leon's weapon looked outdated and joust-like, but it was fast enough to grab its attention. Still, the machine calculated that the impact would be minimal based on Leon's mass. Yappy marked the threat level as 0, figuring the railgun could easily take Leon out with a single shot and wasn't even worth the effort. That was how the machine's logic played out. 3 seconds earlier, Leon's shout created a thin barrier, a pattern unlike anything previously recorded. 2 seconds before impact, the system predicted a direct hit from the railgun bullet and estimated the shockwave alone would be enough to eliminate the target, even if the shot was blocked. 1 second before impact, the bullet was deflected. There was no clash or proper block, just a smooth deflection, pulled off effortlessly, like breathing, using a skill passed down by the Knights Templar. Leon saw it as a miracle only humanity's strongest warriors could wield, enforcing divine law through the blessing of the arrow shield, a power that repelled every attack in its path. The machine couldn't comprehend what had just happened and suffered a serious malfunction, with its internal systems spiraling into chaos. In that moment, it recalculated Leon's threat level to the maximum, level 5. The machine slammed into the ground in a desperate and pitiful retreat. Even now, Yappy echoes the boy's final wish to never let anyone reach this place, no matter the cost. With most of its system failing and its balance completely wrecked, Yappy locks onto Leon as a level 5 threat and kicks off emergency modulation to counter the new weapon. Suddenly, Yappy hears Jagd's voice thanking him for everything he's done, and Yappy's modulation for counterattack finishes loading. Right in the heart of the city, over in Block 8 of Cheongju Sports Complex, a guy standing about 250 meters across the street spots part of a machine gun. He quickly orders the long-range dealers to move into the nearby building across from Yagd Spinner while the rest of the team holds their position. But as he turns the corner, he's hit with the gruesome sight of a full-on bloodbath, flesh and bones shredded everywhere by tangled wires. It drains the color from his face instantly, like he's staring at a ghost. Then, out of nowhere, he feels something clingy brush against him. He spins around to strike, heart pounding, but there's absolutely nothing there. Still, the guy's drenched in sweat, absolutely sure he felt something breathing down his neck. That's when a web of piercing blades slices through him in seconds, tearing him apart and ending his story right there. Yappy seals the win by wiping out 5 foreign entities, but one crybaby somehow stays camouflaged until the second he watches his boss get torn to bits, and that freaks him out enough to bolt. Yappy chases him all the way to the cemetery, where the guy drops to his knees, begging for his life. Just then, Yappy recalls a memory of the boy saying he wanted to be buried in the cemetery like everyone else, so he could become part of the city forever, and he hoped Yappy would protect the place. That memory hits hard, and suddenly Yappy's reasoning system shuts down as his priorities shift after locking eyes with the crybaby. The guy's left wondering if the little robot just decided to let him go or what, as Yappy silently lifts off into the sky without saying a word. Moments later, Taesung shows up and walks over to the kid, while the crybaby nervously mutters that the metal spider must have been too tired to finish him off and just ran away. The crybaby explains how Yappy's face said it all, like it knew there was no shot at winning, maybe because it caught sight of Taesung coming this way. That pretty much proves the machine has its limits too. But what really bugs Taesung is how the cemetery in this city is way cleaner than everything else around. Meanwhile, Yappy calculates its chance of success at 92% and ends up deciding to retreat, putting the protection of citizens first, even if they're already dead. Taesung and the others can't stand the creepy vibe of this place. At the same time, Yappy logs 49 targets still active, with both the level 5 and level 3 threats in good health, while the chance of taking down the level 1 threat is only 35%. So the battle kicks off again. That's when someone notices Yappy quietly tucked away, trying to repair itself, and calls it out, asking if it had fun playing with commoners, and that someone turns out to be none other than Leon himself. As it turns out, Leon lives and breathes chivalry, and it's no exaggeration to call him the embodiment of it. With that smug face, the King of Lionheart despises cowardly ambushers more than anything, and craves a fair fight that's fought head-on. So Leon boldly asks Yappy if it's ready for battle. Yappy gets instantly alarmed by the unexpected visitor in its territory. It's obvious that the opponent has no reason to play fair, but Leon isn't one to toss aside his knightly morals. Chivalry fuels his will, and that unbreakable will is what powers Leon's strength, making him the chosen one. Leon bets a machine can't possibly grasp the concept of honor. With 480 bullets left and all other equipment in check, Yappy goes straight for the trigger and fires at the arrogant jerk. But Leon's shine doesn't flicker, protected by his divine law energy and the blessing of the arrow shield. Yappy quickly picks up on the strange sequence playing out in this fight, and starts analyzing the trajectory. It fires again, determined to shut down that threat level 5 nonsense. Still, Leon, wearing that smug look, isn't backing down one bit. Without wasting a second, he charges forward, carving a path while slipping past Yappy's sight like a ghost. He comes out of nowhere, leaving the machine no time at all to react. Yappy fires off a laser, but he's stunned to see Leon charging straight at him on his knightly horse. Without hesitation, Yappy kicks into high gear, blasting bullets like a storm to punch holes in Leon, but landing a hit on him is no easy task. Even the machine can't process Leon's sheer guts. Leon, wearing a smirk, calls his steed a stallion and teases that the enemy must be itching to play hide and seek. Things are heating up fast, both of them moving like they're chasing the speed of light to settle this quickly. Still, Yappy can't wrap its head around what Leon's deal even is, especially since no human should be able to move this fast. Then Yappy lets loose a massive attack, and Leon yells for his stallion to kick it up a notch. As they finally meet head-on, Leon throws in a genuine compliment for Yappy's efforts. But that doesn't slow things down, as Yappy rains bullets his way, aiming for that perfect shot. Leon's no rookie though. An explosion goes off, and he uses that moment to leap into action with his stallion. After soaring through the sky, Leon lands right on top of Yappy, ready to take the hit head-on. With zero plans to dodge, he charges down and lets gravity handle the rest. With a final shout for glory to the Lionhearts, the Golden Sun Leon delivers his ultimate strike, tearing Yappy into scattered bits. As Yappy takes that fatal blow, it hears the boy's final command to never release what's sealed within. Honoring that wish, Yappy activates its self-destruction, leaving nothing behind. That's not it. Yappy had already planned to detonate all the explosives wired into the landfill facilities, and that was something Leon never saw coming. Out of nowhere, the biggest blast hit the center. When JS-10-253 opened its eyes, it was lying inside a storage container, the air thick with the smell of oil. A man shouted at Yagged Spinner to carry out his duty and protect the city. Right then, Yappy witnessed an alien monster crush that man into nothing but scraps. Without missing a beat, Yappy fired back with a barrage of bullets, pouring everything it had into that alien monster, knowing deep down that its only mission from the very beginning was to support its allies and protect the city. As fate would have it, the Yagged Spinners managed to take down the enemies and rose as heroes, eventually being known as the Guardians of the City. That's the story of those unmanned tanks that saved the place when all hope seemed lost. It was enough to win back the hearts of citizens who had started to lose faith, turning the Yagged Spinners into a symbol of hope, into Knights of Steel. But even they had to go through remodeling, build again and again, just to continue their duty under their commander's orders. And they did just that, kept on guarding the city until there was nothing left to guard. That's when the boy gave Yappy its final mission, the ultimate quest to protect the city no matter what, because he didn't want anything escaping from this place. So the last remaining battle machine was given one final task, to make sure no one could ever lay hands on that eerie thing. Yappy, the last of its kind, kept going through the cycle of preparing, protecting, and repairing, until Leon finally brought it all to an end. Meanwhile, Leon tracks down the machine and discovers what it had been so desperately guarding all along, which turns out to be the Jewel of Wisdom. Leon knows that this is something that should never have existed in the first place. Suddenly he senses something behind him and turns around to ask Yappy how long it's been standing guard here all alone. For the first time, Leon acknowledges the machine as a true knight of loyalty and devotion, someone to whom all living beings across the continents owe a debt, all thanks to Sir Yagged Spinner's service. Without a shadow of a doubt, Leon declares that Yagged Spinner's quest is now complete, and ends it by destroying the Jewel of Wisdom, hoping it can finally rest in peace. The last words Yappy hears are a quiet thank you from that boy. Later on, Kang Hyuk learns the whole story and how Leon destroyed the Jewel of Wisdom. As it turns out, Kang Hyuk believes that Leon had full right over deciding what to do with the Jewel of the World, since he was the one who dealt with the Yagged Spinner. Leon tells the old man that the jewel was nothing but pure poison, created by the twisted forces of wisdom and pursuit to lure humans. In short, Leon calls it a demon's object. That catches Kang Hyuk off guard and leaves him stunned. To break it down, Leon explains that the jewel grants wishes, but always demands something in return. like feeding a beast to keep it calm. It feeds off human temptation for eternal life, pushing people to lose their humanity and turn into demons. He makes it clear that if anything like that jewel shows up anywhere else, it has to be destroyed at all costs. This news shakes Kang-hyuk, and he's quick to say he wants to inform the US government. It's clearly the responsible thing to do, but Leon warns that anyone who already has their hands on one might have already fallen to the demon's seduction. Afterward, they step into a room where Leon asks Kang-hyuk if that's where he is resting. Kang-hyuk nods and leads the way, guided by the scientist who reveals the remnants of the yagged spinner. Leon takes a long look at the yagged spinner when Kang-hyuk asks what His Majesty plans to do with it. With a smile, Leon calls the yagged spinner an honorable knight who served his time, so he wishes to bury him with respect and pray that he makes it to the god's banquet hall. Before that, Leon mentions blessing him first, then magically whips out a fancy cup filled with golden liquid, surprising Kang-hyuk. Without a shadow of a doubt, Leon prays that this loyal knight may rest peacefully and pours the liquid over him. That alone causes the machine to move, powered by divine energy. Leon knows there is no actual energy source, but the blessing triggered a miracle. Somehow, the yagged spinner creates a tiny version of itself, and Leon tells it that the goddess must have chosen him. Then Leon draws his sword and swings a few airstrikes to call out the goddess. The whole phenomenon knocks the wind out of him, and Kang-hyuk even collapses after catching a glimpse of the goddess's face. Everyone there knows without a doubt that this woman radiating with brilliant light isn't human, but a divine being beyond compare. Goddess Ariana turns to her first knight and demands to know what this is about. Leon bows before her and explains that Yagged Spinner has been an honorable knight, a true role model for all other knights, and someone worthy of the goddess's care. Ariana takes a look at the strange being and points out that he didn't finish her quest, nor did he offer his glory to her. Leon speaks up on Yagged Spinner's behalf, saying that if not for this one's existence, Yagged Spinner would have been worthy of claiming the glory of the King of Lionheart. Goddess Ariana listens and accepts Leon's words, choosing to see Yagged Spinner through his perspective, but she still needs clarity on one thing. She directly asks Yagged Spinner if this otherworldly Steel Knight will worship the light and pledge to justice by joining her knightly army. Yagged Spinner stands before Ariana, who sees it as a being full of honor and knowledge, yet still carrying the heart of a child. She asks it to support her knight, Leon, in wiping out the evil from this world, and only then will it be worthy of becoming a knight as well. Yagged Spinner looks at Leon and allows a hacking signal pattern of language to upload into its system. All of a sudden, the machine speaks, fully on board with the plan to battle the demon kind. This brings joy to Ariana, who believes that if Yagged Spinner's loyalty and strength are given to her first knight, then her glory will shine on him too. As the Knight Templar number 10,253 floats in the air, it is rewarded with the power of light and justice. Meanwhile, at the United States Magic Tower in Master Ronaldo Sherman's room, a man pleads for forgiveness, desperate to explain why he failed to carry out a simple command. But the great being he addresses sounds deeply disappointed, especially after blessing him with wisdom and truth. Ronaldo tries to explain that this new survivor, Leon, interfered. The crystal freezes for a moment at the sound of that name. Then suddenly, a news broadcast flashes on the screen, showing Leon Dragonia Lionheart himself. That's enough to drive the crystal into full-blown frustration, furious that this guy is here again. Reynald watches it lose its mind, swearing it will never go through this again. From that day on, no matter how many times Ronaldo summoned the Jewel of Wisdom, it never spoke to him again. At the Korean Hunter Association, Kang-hyuk quickly enlists Yagged Spinner as a member of Leon's guild. Even though it's going to take some time, Leon doesn't mind at all. After that, Yappe, also known as Yagged Spinner, steps out with Leon. Out of nowhere, Leon suddenly coughs up blood, which makes Yappe worried. It asks if he's okay, and Leon explains that summoning a Knight Templar in a land low on divinity takes a heavy toll on him. He blames himself for not being strong enough, but the goddess Ariana thinks it's her fault for falling short. Leon tells her that no matter what, he would never blame divinity for something like this. Ariana is touched by Leon's unwavering loyalty and admits that it's their fault for not stepping in earlier in this land where divine power is scarce. Then something catches Leon off guard when Ariana gently asks him to have faith in the other gods and take time to rest. Later on, Ariana calls back her brothers and sisters to help their loyal follower. The day Leon, the King of Lionheart, turned 21 was the day the entire world was obliterated, leaving only one knight standing. After expelling all the divinity from his world and channeling it into his own heart, the gods retreated into the heart of this holy man. They watched for a long time as the King of Lionheart wiped out every evil monster for 180 years, carrying the weight of the entire world. Due to that, every god in the whole pantheon was majorly in Leon's debt. To break the silence, Demera asks Ariana how the baby is doing, and Ariana explains that her favorite knight has pushed himself far beyond his limit. Everyone there knows that placing so much pressure on a single Grail knight is way too much. No surprise, Petos, the god of war and fire, wants to know where the King of Lionheart, who used to be very powerful with the glory of the gods, has gone. Ariana taunts Petos to have some shame, pointing out that her knight fought for 2 centuries and still came out victorious. The man flips out, shouting that this is exactly why he's so furious. Then comes a heavy silence that says more than words ever could. 180 years, Ariana declares, is more than enough, and now it's their turn to speak up. She refuses to let their knight suffer any longer. That's when Heto, the divinity of steel and blacksmith, agrees with Ariana and says they should take the honor of granting their blessings to help raise faith among humans. Heto adds that, thanks to intel from Demera's followers, they can even use this thing called the internet to their advantage and start showering divine miracles onto the world. Pados raises the question of why their knight, being an earthling, didn't come up with this idea himself. Heto steps in to defend Leon, saying the internet didn't even exist in his time. Ariana, meanwhile, wants to understand the trial and error behind the plan, considering it took Leon 20 years just to get the news to take root. Still, Heto is confident their Grail Knight is the key to making it work. Not long after, a bizarre phenomenon hits YouTube that completely throws off Baldy and Kim Jinsu, the head manager. A channel called Pantheon TV starts broadcasting live from the Naju Plains, showing how to pray to Goddess Demera. On top of that, there's an interview with an old man who silences an arrogant office worker with a line about how one spoon of rice can change a life, and an AI commenting on God with results that leave people stunned. It's all clickbait gold. But what makes it crazier is that everything's available in 104 languages, in top-tier quality that feels way too unreal. It's enough to fry anyone's brain, but Baldy's instincts kick in, and he starts thinking the Pantheon might be linked to Leon. Manager Jinsu, though, is skeptical, saying Leon doesn't seem like the YouTube type, and Hanhari sucks at computers. But even with that, Jinsu points out the real issue that the videos are legit. He starts to panic, totally clueless about what Leon might be up to, and decides it's time to meet him face to face. In the meantime, Yape, Leon's new buddy, has found himself a fresh mission, and it turns out he's the tech whiz behind adding subtitles and uploading all the content. Right then, Hari asks what he's up to, and Yapi casually mentions that Phase 1 of his noise marketing plan is already in motion. Up next is Phase 2, which involves some good old-fashioned network hacking currently underway. Meanwhile, Hari assumes this little machine is probably just playing games or messing around, but truth be told, she's pretty terrible when it comes to dealing with computers. Isa! At the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch in Naju Plains, Jinsu bursts in, panicked, insisting that the videos must be deleted. Hanhari, caught off guard, offers him some barley tea to help him chill out. But Jinsu quickly snaps back to the real issue. Leon calmly explains that it was Sir Yagd Spinner who made it all happen, which leaves Jinsu stunned. He can't believe that ruthless machine is capable of such things. His eyes then land on Yape, the skilled tech expert, hard at work. Jinsu explains that the rice from Naju Plains isn't ordinary. It has healing properties. If that information goes public, the whole world will come chasing it, and the plains will be flooded with dangerous thieves. He warns that once the Food Administration approves sowing, the association will send reinforcements. But until then, Leon should wait. Leon listens and understands they have their own rules and systems. Still, he's not worried. The goddess's crops aren't something that can be stolen. Jinsu is left speechless by Leon's confidence. In the middle of the night, a couple of cars roll up to Naju Plains, where a group of thieves plans to steal the seeds and burn the rice field. But they're stunned to find the million-dollar area completely unguarded. The Viper Squad, the Korean branch of the Demonic Human Association's hitmen, has been hired to do the job. They bring out gasoline tanks and sneak into the rice field, but their plans are interrupted when a shadow spooks them. It turns out to be just a scarecrow, though one of the men is sure it moved, blaming it on the wind. Suddenly they spot more scarecrows, which freaks them out. Hyun can't believe this guy joined a demonic association when he's scared of scarecrows. Hyung directs them to find the largest area to burn and steal the seeds from storage. After unloading the gasoline tanks, they plan to pocket some seeds for themselves. That's when Hyung notices Mansu, Doosan, and Jin-tae are missing, and the scarecrows are too close for comfort when they should be far away. Suddenly, Hyung notices a scarecrow behind him, grinning stupidly. It's enough to freak him out, so he slashes it in half, shouting that these monsters are moving. All the scarecrows, with their cartoonish expressions, start creeping toward them, and the Viper Squad is left confused, wondering where these things came from since there wasn't a dungeon break. No one knows what these creatures are, and they ended up leaving their subordinates behind in a panic. Hyung had a feeling something was off about this mission, but they're still determined to show what they're capable of. Just then, one of Hyung's lackeys points out the silo ahead, and they cheer, eager to load up as much rice as they can. If the story is true, this could make them go from rags to riches. As soon as Hyun steps toward the silo, he gets blown back, scaring everyone else. They're all clueless about who set up the mines in front of the storage. Suddenly, Yapi appears out of nowhere after detecting a foreign presence in the area. The thieves quickly realize it's Yagd Spinner from Cheongju Gate. Yape, now on high alert, takes charge of removing the intruders. By morning, all the thieves are tied up and dumped in a corner, stacked beside the doctrines of life and fertility. The documents detail the first harvest, which must be offered to the goddess, along with songs of praise. The rules include no skipping meals, even when busy, and setting up scarecrows with hats and clothes. At the bottom of the rules, a note states the most important rule: thieves will die. The Viper Squad has been successfully arrested. After the Viper Squad got arrested, the value of Pantheon and Blessed Rice shot up like crazy. Yape, the incarnation of algorithm, really pulled a big one there. After that, Leon Dragonia went all out promoting Pantheon to boost rice circulation. There was a small hiccup where Leon insulted some reporters for not showing enough respect, but instead of backfiring, it made the entire internet catch fire with talk about Pantheon. Later on, Leon finally takes a breather and starts thinking about how the gods are fitting into modern society way better than he is. Out of nowhere, Hari comes rushing up to him with some wild news. A single pack of rice just got sold for 230 million won. That totally throws Leon off. He thinks it should actually be more affordable and starts worrying about how regular folks are supposed to afford something like that, even if the market decides the price. So he makes it clear that divine blessings should be shared equally. He even remembers reaching out to the president about spreading the god's favor to farmers, but the guy insisted on staying neutral when it comes to religion. Still, Leon managed to gather enough faith to power up the Lionheart anyway. Hari still worries whether the Yellow Gate will be okay, even though she managed to win the bid for it just like His Majesty wanted. But the idea of raiding that gate with the party he chose feels almost impossible. With a calm smile, Leon just says he's curious to see what happens next. Later on, Gu Daisung runs into team manager Kim Do-han, and it turns out the president of the Hunter Association sent a message to all the struggling hunters, calling them to gather here. Daesung starts wondering what's going on after seeing a bunch of D and C rankers show up. Then, Hari arrives on the scene, the A-ranked mage swordsman who set the highest record since last year's draft. Right after her, Leon Dragonia appears, and Daesung is completely stunned to see him again. He always knew Leon was something else, like someone from another world, but he still has no idea what's about to go down. Then, after welcoming everyone, Leon steps up and addresses the whole group. He gets straight to the point, saying the reason he invited them all is because he's on the hunt for soldiers to join his guild, Pantheon. Anyone who proves themselves and makes it through the training will be accepted into his military. Daesung is caught off guard, realizing Leon is actually building a military force, not just gathering regular guild members. Leon then moves things along and announces the entrance test, which is to clear the Yellow Gate at Samjeon Station. That immediately sets off alarm bells among the hunters, since most see it as a straight-up suicide mission. But honestly, that kind of reaction is expected. The color of a gate shows its rank and difficulty. Black, red, and orange are the toughest, followed by yellow, green, and blue. Daesung remembers that his very first test was at a blue gate in Seoul Station, so for a hunter ranked C or D, facing a yellow gate is basically a death sentence. Baldy tries to calm the low-rank crowd, assuring them they're good enough to walk away from this test. Frustrated and angry, people start heading for the exit, hoping to catch a nap after what they feel was a waste of time. Sooner or later, the whole field clears out, leaving only a few still standing. Then, Leon points to the guy with the afro and asks why he chose to stay. The afro guy, freaking out inside, stammers that he thought there might be some meaning to it. Some had no reason to stay, and some stayed for their friends. Suddenly, Leon turns to Daesung and asks why he chose to stay. Daesung, knowing this guild is led by an S-rank hunter, wants to seize the opportunity. He shouts that he stayed because he believes Leon wouldn't let anyone die. Leon appreciates that attitude. He reiterates his goal of gathering soldiers, emphasizing that their duty is to obey a knight's orders without question. He wants them all to trust in the knight's honor and power. Daesung, drenched in sweat, hears Leon's wish, to listen only to him. Leon signals everyone to get ready as they're heading into the gate soon. At the yellow rank gate in Samjeon Station, all the recruits are suited up in heavy, high-quality gear. Daesung figures the suits are rare rank, and Do-han knows hunters ranked C or D could never afford them. What really stuns Do-han is seeing Leon enter without any armor or equipment. Daesung asks Hari if Leon ever wears armor, and she casually says his skin is tougher than armor. That leaves Daesung even more confused, but he understands. Leon is just that strong. Daesung trusts nothing too bad will happen, especially with Leon leading. Then, Leon kicks things off by slicing an ogre's head clean off, leaving the recruits in shock. At that moment, Leon yells that these monsters aren't honorable warriors and will die like insects, which is exactly what they deserve. Hari strolls in with the fresh recruits, thinking the fight's gonna be out in the open air. They're introduced as mercenaries from the outer territory and told to pick a side between two warring tribes. Daesung figures it's an NPC support quest and casually chats with Do-han, wondering which side would make their life easier. Suddenly, a herd of monsters rolls up on boards and corners Leon's group, demanding to know who dares trespass on the Battle Axe tribe's land. That question hits a nerve with King Leon, whose face twitches at the insult. Hari, well aware of Leon's short fuse, keeps a close eye on him as Yappy asks if they should go ahead. Leon holds back his rage and just tells Yappy to do whatever they want. Harry steps up and declares they're mercenaries offering help in exchange for rewards. The monsters assume these must be the troublemakers their leader warned them about. When Hari catches a glimpse of Leon's face looking seriously ticked off, he knows this isn't about to end peacefully, as the tribe tells them to come along. Everything lines up when the green monster Karta Karak, chief of the Battle Axe tribe, takes one look at Leon's group and already sees them as a bunch of weaklings. Karta calls for support in this large-scale war, saying it's for an honorable death and that the winner takes all. But Leon's had enough. Every inch of him burns with fury as he speaks up, mocking the idea of honor coming from beasts who dare dream so high. That sets Karta off, but before he can react, Leon beheads him in a flash. Roaring with rage, Leon calls the orcs bugs that deserve to be crushed, showing just how much he hates them. Standing over the orc chief's corpse, Leon loses it, calling his actions justice as the orc slayer and a living legend. The rest of the Battle Axe tribe, seeing their chief fall, charge in screaming for revenge. Daesung and the others go on full alert. Leon, still fuming, orders his soldiers to raise their shields, form a circle, and hold their ground. They obey, and while Daesung panics over how D-rank hunters are supposed to deal with actual orcs, he surprises himself by blocking an attack, leaving him completely stunned. Out of nowhere, a blue window pops up and grants Daesung the effects of Lionheart's aura, involving defense boost, fortification, large-scale reinforcement, bravery, lighter armor, thick skin, and more. There's also a 50% chance of causing casualties to orcs, who are likely to fall into panic and despair. Daesung is stunned that he's getting blessings like the Knight's Blessing, Dragon Slayer's Honor, and Grail Guardian title, even though the Legion's low levels mean some buffs won't apply. Still, he's loving it. Leon commands the troops to clear out the trash and strike at the right time. The soldiers go all in, stabbing orcs like pros. Then, Leon sees a group of orcs praying to the warrior gods, which sends him over the edge. Furious, he yells to have their heads chopped off for insulting their gods. Hopping on his stallion, he crushes orcs beneath its hooves, then switches to dual blades and clears the field in style. In no time, no orc is left standing. Leon raises his blade in triumph, declaring their victory, and the soldiers cheer with him. But Hari cuts through the excitement, asking what reason Leon had for wiping out the orcs like that. Hari's face tightens with a serious expression as Leon bluntly says that helping orcs is absolute nonsense. He claims he'd rather die than lend a hand to those green beasts, saying they don't deserve a shred of respect. Gritting his teeth, Leon makes it clear he sees their existence as less worthy, unable to compare their savage nature to the bravery of true knights. The look in his eyes tells Hari everything that Leon is clearly a full-blown racist. Hari tries to argue, saying there must be kind orcs out there somewhere, but Leon shuts it down cold, saying the only good orc is a dead one. When the gates opened on Earth, countless orc survivors came through, and humans actually welcomed them. But the orcs chose violence instead, teaming up with demonic humans to massacre people like insects. From then on, orcs became Earth's problem. Later, Yappy arrives and says that if he plays his part right, a full wipeout might be possible. Leon and Hari, wearing strange head covers to hide their hair color, leave everything to Yogg Spinner. Without wasting time, Yappy announces that the core uploader's capacity has reached 99%. He quickly tosses the thing into the pool, which Hari thinks looks way too much like poop. Hari questions if dumping radioactive material straight into the river to kill orcs goes against the honor of a knight. Her bold question makes Leon smirk as he explains that this isn't war or battle, just a necessity to kill beasts. Hari can practically smell the racism in the air and is seriously judging him. Leon then flat out says a good orc is a dead orc, and nothing will ever change his mind. Meanwhile, the orcs lose it, stabbing their own like maniacs. Grokit cracks Gul'dan's skull open, and his clan praises him, saying the god of warriors will welcome him to the eternal fighting grounds. They even raise their drinks in celebration, mumbling about Groktar sipping his victory. Afterward, a giant orc drinks from the river but instantly feels something's off. The water tastes prickly and itchy. He blames the blood in the river, unaware of the truth. In a flash, the orc drops to the ground, clutching his chest and screaming for a witch doctor. He's not alone. Every orc around him is collapsing. None of them has seen a curse or poison like this before. Out of nowhere, Leon shows up, claiming his twisted sense of honor, and launches the orc into the air, wiping out every last one of them. Just as the next order is issued to kill them all, a huge number of soldiers ambush the area, wiping out the remaining orcs. In the nick of time, the Battle Axe tribe is completely erased from the Great Plains, turning the entire orc race into enemies of every soldier. The new command is clear: slaughter all orcs in the hidden quest field. Leon is thrilled to finally land a better quest. Just as he's about to rally his soldiers with a speech about justice and honor, an orc suddenly speaks up, blaming Leon for poisoning the river. The orc snaps, calling Leon a coward who dares to label himself a warrior. Leon is stunned, jaw hanging, unable to believe a beast would talk about honor. Just looking at it disgusts him enough to make him want to gouge out his eyes, but instead, he offers the orc the chance to end himself. That's all it takes for the orc to explode in rage, releasing a muddy aura and shouting that Groktar will never forgive Leon. Leon notices the orc is carrying chains, which sparks his interest. He goes to strike, but it's too late. The orc lifts Groktar's body, offering it in sacrifice, and with glowing strings wrapping around him, gains Groktar's right eye and right arm. A hidden quest unlocks right then and there. Without a doubt, Leon and his party now have a new objective to eliminate Gokrok, the enchantment god orc. Now, Leon faces a strange anomaly as Groktar's eye seems determined to end his life, unleashing a laser-like strike that engulfs everything in smoke. The eye speaks, mentioning a being similar to Groktar protecting Leon, and asks the name of his god. This question infuriates Leon to no end. With a roar of anger, he activates his divine law blessing of the arrow shield, charging forward in full rage, demanding to know how a beast like Gokrok can even think to compare himself to a god, just because he's a captain of mere beasts. Leon's muscles are on fire as he rushes in, not willing to tolerate this nonsense any longer. Gokrak, wielding the Great Eye, attempts to crush Leon with his fist, but a single strike from Leon slashes through Gokrak's hand, causing the orc to scream in agony. Confused and in pain, Gokrak can't understand why he felt it when his original body wasn't even harmed. That's when he realizes Leon is holding the Holy Sword of Radiance and is none other than the Orc Executioner and a Demon Slayer. Gokrak remembers that Leon is the sole survivor of the nightmarish world and is struck with fear, deciding to retreat for now. He curses Leon and vows to make the orc pay for this reckless move as he leaves his summoner to fight alone. Leon watches as Gokrak retreats, knowing that's the best he can expect from a god dealing with trash like them. The orc is practically crying in Leon's presence, but he hasn't given up on avenging his comrades. However, Leon's had enough of this nonsense and quickly beheads the orc, stating that beasts like them aren't meant to stay alive. After clearing out all the hidden quests, the Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms titles are granted to all participants. The Orc Hunter title boosts damage by 30%, while fighting alongside a War Knight gives 20% more physical attack resistance, a bonus typically reserved for tankers. Daesung and the others are stunned by their system upgrades. Suddenly, Leon yells his orders to gather the loot, which is the right of the victor. The soldiers hurry to search for great ranked warrior and advanced warrior equipment, as well as anything from the witch doctors. Amid all the chaos, Hari asks Leon what they should do with the amputated arm of the self-proclaimed god, the divine orc, witch doctor Gokrak. Suddenly, Yapi plays Heto's message, detecting a surge of mana from the beast's amputated arm. Heto orders Leon to drain all that mana using the Holy Grail, promising to grant him powers. Without wasting any time, Leon directs the fancy cup to the giant hand and sucks out all the mana. After absorbing it, Leon senses a similar divine power and realizes how much God enjoys the beast's worship. However, their hatred for other species is what makes Leon repulsed, pushing him to extinguish this evil from the world. Out of nowhere, Ariana arrives, thanks to the beast's mana, making her descent easier. She mentions that this power can help her recover a sacred item, and Peytos is eager to choose the holy sword for it. Ariana leaves the decision up to Leon. Of the 4 options, Leon firmly decides to power up the Holy Grail instead, since the Holy Sword's power would be too much. His wish is granted, and the Holy Grail powers up. Just then, Hari rushes over to Leon, eager to show him something interesting, though she can't figure out where Yape went. Suddenly, a commotion grabs Leon's attention, and he spots Yape on high alert, already wrapping someone up tight. This man is freaking out, all tied up as he sees a bunch of soldiers advancing toward him. Not only that, but he's cursing Yagged Spinner for wrapping him in ropes. Soon, Leon casually steps in, and the guy accuses Yape of attacking him. Leon threatens to sever his tongue if he refers to Yape inappropriately, which stuns the man. Jagged Spinner quickly rats him out, revealing that he's a loot thief. The thief tries to excuse himself, calling it a misunderstanding, but Leon, disgusted, decides to let Hari check his stuff. Hari, with a judgmental gaze, quickly scans his belongings and finds the great orc warrior's heart, the most valuable loot from the orc gate. Hari asks why, when loot swindling is such a serious crime, the thief insists it's all a misunderstanding. Leon doesn't listen to his excuses and slices his arm, stating that his laws and common sense are different from their world. In the King of the Lionheart's military, that's how things will be. He then asks if anyone has a problem with his rules, to speak now or forever hold their peace. It's clear that Leon has set a rule. Anyone who steals will have their hands sliced off, and that's the law of the Lionheart Kingdom. Though the people of modern Earth find Leon's laws a bit harsh to accept, the benefits, like amazing buffs and upgrades, are too great to pass up. Not to mention, they're quick to side with Leon, knowing that his strict laws will create a fair environment in the lawless place within the gate. Just then, Gu Daesung respectfully requests that Leon allow the thief to retrieve his arm and put it back. Leon replies that it would defeat the purpose of his punishment. Still, Daesung points out that their lives followed different ideals, and since the rules are only being revealed now, it feels unfair to blame the thief. He wants to give the thief a chance, and Leon considers this a reasonable request. Leon then tells the thief that he should be thankful for having a comrade who speaks reason. With that, he pours the Holy Grail on the thief's severed arm, which instantly regenerates. Daesung, witnessing this miracle, realizes that an S rank could replace the amputated arm, but regenerating it is on a whole different level. Such combat power and healing ability are far beyond an S rank. Daesung wonders if a single person is capable of this much. Leon, the man of radiance, feels disgusted by the thief and tells him to get out of his sight. For now, he's willing to let it slide out of respect for their world's laws, but he makes it clear that the thief has lost his right here. Tears well up in the thief's eyes as he thanks Leon for another chance. Leon then asks anyone who wants to stay to join his military, and those who don't can take their share of the loot and leave. After some thought, the soldiers don't give off the vibe of sore losers, and many decide to stay. Daesung wants in, and Leon, seeing their potential, is ready to launch their training program. He tells everyone to grab their loot because they're leaving. The soldiers, filled with excitement, are on cloud 9. Meanwhile, Hari asks Leon what his plans are next. Leon shares that he's decided on physical training. Under the scorching sun at the Pantheon, a group of people gathers near a building. Dohan asks if Daesung went inside a gate, and Daesung admits he was itching to do something at least. Dohan suggests taking breaks too, and their casual chat continues until Han Hari grabs their attention. She announces the arrival of Leon Dragonia and Sir Jagged Spinner. As Leon arrives, he congratulates those who passed the simple test. He points out there's a bit of a gap in their performance, but assures them it can all be improved with effort. Daesung is surprised to hear Leon call the orc test a simple one. Leon then explains that they've faced all kinds of problems, and their bodies will be key moving forward. So, he announces the start of strict physical training based on the training manual from his kingdom's standing army. The group starts to wonder if this means they're in for the classic middle-aged muscle boot camp, or something even tougher. Without further ado, Leon explains that training the body is all about training the muscles. Once the muscles are trained, the body can be pushed to its limits and even beyond. He openly shares that the Standing Army's training manual was created by none other than Sir Gratus, the Grail Knight and Giant Slayer. Leon adds that Sir Gratus once said humans can level up their strength by getting beaten up more, which is enough to make the new soldiers completely lose it. Leon shouts that a kingdom's soldiers must be trained harder than a farmer, and those wise words have proven to be the key to the most effective training. Shredding and beating the body not only helps it heal faster, but also sharpens dynamic visual acuity to avoid more hits. Just the idea of it makes the new soldiers' hearts leap into their throats. And right then, Leon gives the order for the soldiers to start beating each other up. So, this madman Leon tells his troops to beat each other into the ground until their muscles are completely torn and their fists are nothing but shattered bones. He even insists they break bones too. Daesung yells that this kind of madness will destroy their bodies for good. That's when Leon Dragonia pulls out the fancy Holy Grail and drops the bombshell that he is the guardian of the Holy Grail itself. Out of nowhere, Dohan tells Daesung that his injuries are already healed, and Leon explains that every warrior and soldier will be healed by the Holy Grail. The holy water will literally regrow muscles and bones. Without a second thought, Leon sets a timer for 5 hours and orders everyone to break anything and everything in their path. There are no teams, no allies, just fists and kicks flying from every direction. It's a total free-for-all, and if even one person comes out without a scratch after 5 hours, Leon swears he'll be the one to beat them down himself. With that said, he puts Yappy in charge and casually walks out. The soldiers are absolutely stunned when they realize their physical training manual is basically just one giant beatdown against a crowd of people. A few nervous laughs slip out, trying to hide the panic bubbling inside everyone. Then, out of nowhere, Sir Jagged Spinner fires a laser shot to scare the life out of them and get things moving. It's a loud, clear message to start fighting and let the chaos begin. On top of that, he warns that the armed forces will step in if they don't follow Leon's orders. Without wasting a second, the soldiers dive into the madness, throwing bone-crushing kicks and gut-wrenching punches left and right. Even when they're injured, they're desperate to smash each other's faces in just to survive the training. In the middle of the chaos, Daesung is in complete shock and thinks everyone's lost their minds, only to get punched in the face by someone out of nowhere. At that moment, it becomes clear what life looks like for Leon's future knights. At 9 in the morning, they go through Gratus's standing army training called the Steel Skin Project. Then, at 12 noon, it's lunchtime, which consists of nothing but water, salt, and sugar, all served by Leon, Hari, and Yape. The soldiers are horrified to hear it, but the manual says it's just enough to keep them alive through the brutal training. Once they're close to becoming real soldiers, that's when they'll finally get proper food. At 1 in the afternoon, it's time for tactical training, where a team of 5 has to stop Leon charging at them on his stallion. By 9 at night, all that's left is sleep to recover their energy. Daesung can't help but feel like this whole thing is straight out of hell. Luckily, Hari's warm and steady care helps keep things under control. Still, the hunters have no clue that all of this has been part of Leon's plan, even as they sit there eating. Later, Daesung's training picks back up in the field, and he's fired up with a fresh wave of motivation. As he starts to tire out, he realizes he's lugging around a heavy shield and sword that make it hard to swing properly. The stances feel stiff and awkward, so he focuses on stabbing to make it easier. That's when Leon suddenly appears and calls him out for doing it all wrong. He tells Daesung to fix his posture and try stabbing again. Daesung shifts his stance and gives it another shot, but Leon still isn't impressed. After a few more attempts, Leon points out that Daesung keeps dropping his shield whenever he stabs, which leaves him open. On top of that, he reminds Daesung that he needs to protect his ally's right shoulder. Leon advises him not to lower the shield so much that it blocks his own vision. When asked, Leon explains that a poorly positioned shield creates a gap, giving monsters an easy opening to strike. That's when Daesung hesitantly asks if Leon's strategy is to have soldiers block enemies with shields, while knights charge in to finish them off. Leon simply replies, "Hammer and anvil," meaning that's his method and it's not up for debate. But Daesung isn't fully convinced, and says that tactic might not work against monsters. That clearly hits a nerve, and Leon sharply questions if Daesung is seriously trying to teach him how to fight otherworldly creatures. Sensing the tension, Daesung quickly backs down. To make things clear, Leon admits he's fought the same kind of monsters countless times in his own world, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. Then Leon goes off, saying that the monsters here are like cute little pets compared to the nightmares he's faced. He talks about massive giants, hulking trolls, weird multi-limbed snakes, and giant spiders crawling with goblins. And that's not even mentioning the dragon that could crush mountains like they were just tiny pebbles. Further on, Leon talks about the importance of learning all kinds of hunting methods to take on the countless monsters out there. Daesung understands that to survive, he needs to master the art of adapting to unexpected situations, and that kind of skill only comes from real experience. With decades of fighting monsters while serving a goddess, Leon has the spirit of victory that brings glory to any battlefield, no matter the weapon. That's exactly why he's taken this chance to train soldiers into well-rounded fighters, which is a must if they want to become true knights. To sharpen their survival skills, Leon says they need to be the best at least one talent. But Daesung deep down wants to go beyond just one skill. When asked about it, he says someone like him, a peasant, can't dream of becoming a knight. Leon corrects him right away, saying that knights aren't just nobles or aristocrats. They are people who willingly walk a path of hardship with a noble mission. A knight is someone who chooses to protect others, stand up for what's right, and has the courage to keep going no matter what. They are the ones who swear eternal loyalty to the goddess and the people. Anyone can be a knight if they have the guts and the heart to take on that sacred promise. At the very least, Leon says he'd totally respect anyone who has that much courage and determination. Daesung feels a bit of prejudice lift off his shoulders as his desire to become a knight starts to feel a little more real. Meanwhile, over at the United States Magic Tower, Master Reynald is pleased to see the ancient crystal finally back in working condition. As usual, the crystal demands offerings in exchange for wisdom and truth, but this time Reynald notices something odd. A slight change in its voice. The crystal suddenly demands that Reynald enchant it with a space jump spell so it can launch itself into space in case things go south. That's when the crystal reveals how much it hates the idea of being anywhere near that monster Leon, claiming it wouldn't have even shown up if it had known Leon was around. Fueled by irritation and a thirst for revenge, the crystal starts plotting Leon's downfall and insists the best time to strike is now, while Leon is without his army. It pushes Reynald to enter the same gate as Leon, desperately hoping this time, Leon doesn't make it out alive. Then comes the Pantheon Guild's Standing Army graduation ceremony, where Leon is all set to raid a yellow gate using only trainee soldiers. Hanhari and Sir Yappy aren't part of this raid, so Chief Jinsu is left to handle everything inside. Besides Chief Jinsu, Leon addresses the soldiers who have proven themselves during the past month of training. Now, it's time for them to show what they're made of and finally put their skills to the test. Normally, yellow-ranked gates are off-limits to people like them, but Leon throws them straight into the deep end, letting them experience what it truly means to be a soldier under the Lionheart King. He declares that they will be serving the divinity within the gate. With a powerful voice he commands, "Pantheon, head out at once." With 49 hunters of average D rank, 1 hunter from the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia Lionheart, they all step inside the gate. At the same time, Hari reassures Yappy that there's nothing to worry about since Leon is with them, so everything will be fine. But Yappy senses something off, pointing out that the count should be 51, including the Observer, the trainee soldiers, and King Leon. Hari doesn't get what's wrong until Yappy breaks it down. 52 people just stepped through the gate. That stuns her completely. After detecting an anomaly, Yappy's emergency protocols kick in, and it shoots straight into the gate. Harry tries to follow, but the gate slams shut before she can make it through, throwing her hard into the wall before she hits the ground. All of a sudden, Hari and the others notice the gate's mana starting to waver, shifting into a red hue. This sudden fluctuation is enough to raise alarms and send a chill down their spines. Inside the gate, the scene is nothing short of horrifying, with countless demons wreaking havoc all around. Leon breaks the silence with a sharp command, telling his soldiers to raise their shields, recognizing that they've stepped into a magic square. Without a shadow of doubt, he calls for the formation of Lionheart's Testudo and orders them to move forward. Chief Jinsu, completely puzzled, can't believe they're advancing through a demon gate instead of running away. But then he notices something strange when none of the soldiers seem scared. Curious, he checks the effects of Lionheart's aura, and it absolutely stuns him. His jaw practically hits the floor as he realizes this boost goes way beyond commander level and is affecting the entire group. Right then, a pack of demons charges straight at the Testudo formation. Leon's command to raise shields echoes out, and the soldiers block the incoming horde like total pros. Jinsu is shaken to his core, watching these recruits hold back demons with pure willpower, especially when even a B rank would have a hard time against a bloodhound. It makes him wonder what kind of training they went through in the past 4 weeks. Leon then orders them to step forward, push the enemy, and go for the counterattack. He tells them to strike at any opening without giving the demons a chance to fight back. The soldiers follow every word like clockwork, overpowering the battlefield and pushing ahead. Suddenly, Jinsu spots a demon troll approaching and quickly warns the others. He panics, thinking they're done for, since that kind of monster usually takes an A ranker to handle. However, Squad 3's captain, Gu Daesung, jumps in and blocks the demon troll's attack like it's nothing, especially compared to Leon's charged hits. Jinsu is blown away seeing Leon's army take on such a heavy blow without falling apart. The demon troll gets mad, but Sir Yappy shows up just in time and drills straight through the monster, putting it down hard. Leon, surprised by Yappy's sudden entrance, quickly praises the solid block that made it possible to finish the beast. The demons are left speechless, watching their strongest fighter drop dead just like that, when he was supposed to get reverse summoned. That's enough to send a chill through the entire demon crowd, and they take off running. The humans are just as stunned, watching demons flee for once, realizing they've actually won the battle. Everyone starts thanking Leon's squad for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from destruction. Turns out, their real mission was to stop the Demon King's invasion within 1 week. This shocking bit about the Demon King being involved makes the soldiers question things, since the yellow gates are not supposed to work like that. Then, out of nowhere, Leon's lackey drops a bomb, saying the yellow gate, their way out, has vanished. Leon keeps the group calm, even as Yappy reports that a foreign invasion has been detected. Demanding answers, Leon turns to Daesung, who steps up and explains that they're stuck in a fluctuating gate, where the gate's difficulty suddenly spikes without warning. There's no clear exit until the gate is completely cleared, and Leon starts to suspect this isn't just a random event. Still, he sticks to the plan of raiding the gate. Daesung warns there's a high chance they'll run into Demon Kings, but Leon reminds him that he is the King of Lionheart who has already slain 2 Demon Kings and more than 30 great demons. Just thinking about how many demon-related traits King Leon carries lifts the group's spirit and helps calm everyone down. Deep down, though, Leon isn't sure if he has enough divinity left to guarantee a win against another Demon King, but as a knight, he knows he has to be the hope they can depend on in this crisis. Meanwhile, the crystal lets out a twisted laugh, saying Leon has gotten weak like any ordinary human. Reynald asks if it's time for his descent, but the crystal shuts him up quickly. It then reveals that the demons of mating desires have been working for 100 years on something built specifically to wipe out Leon Dragonia for good. So, the Sparrow Kingdom, known for its peaceful ways and proud of its long history that spans over 1,000 years, suddenly found itself in a dangerously tight spot. The demons kept invading non-stop. In the end, only the palace was left standing, with just a handful of survivors embracing the last ray of hope. Daesung explains that each gate has its own theme and different backdrop, but this one comes with a time limit. Normally, dungeon breaks happen because monsters are left alone for too long inside a gate, but in the case of timed quests, the gate closes once certain conditions are fulfilled. That aside, Leon has a change of heart and asks for Jinsu's permission to let him and Yappy step in. Jinsu, staying calm, gives his full approval, mentioning that the president has already considered the worst-case scenario. On top of that, Leon brings up the topic of hidden quests, which completely stuns Daesung. When asked, Leon openly shares his desire to kill the Demon King. Later, Leon realizes that the demonic energy from the demonic troll is far too weak to maintain a proper connection with Pantheon. Just moments later, Ariana checks in on her favorite knight and asks if he felt it too. Leon confirms he sensed a different kind of energy inside the gate. Ariana says that because Leon is still alive, the creepy energy didn't hit too hard, but it has slowly started to spread through the world. She describes the power as overwhelming, something even she failed to notice earlier. She guesses it might be the Demon King at a lord-level power, though it's strange that the energy source isn't stronger. Ariana also shares a message from one of Pantheon's deities. Plo wants to inspect this world, likely because something isn't right. Ariana requests energy to make her descent possible, and Leon already knows what to do next. The carriage arrives at the palace, where head butler Farco welcomes King Leon and his servants, ready to serve them in the best way possible. He then shows them inside, where Leon admires the king's great sense of art. Farco mentions that the Sparrow Palace tells the story of their long history as a kingdom, from the first queen, Fiora, to today's queen, Beatrice. Dohan realizes it's a matriarchal society, with only the queen serving the kingdom. Leon immediately turns around and gives Daesung and Dohan a sharp look, reminding them that peasants should never gossip about royals like that. He quickly apologizes to Farco for their behavior, explaining that the urgency made him pick mannerless buffoons. Farco is calm about it and leads them to the presence chamber, where the queen eagerly awaits. As they enter, Leon's face shows he's all business as he continues forward. All eyes are on him, and Chancellor Duke Archeum addresses him, asking if he contributed to their battle against the demons. He's quick to announce Leon as the knight due to his accomplishments in the last battle. However, Leon interrupts the Duke and heads toward the queen to speak with her directly. Suddenly, an old man steps in and stops Leon in his tracks, saying that no matter how great his achievements are, they still wouldn't make him worthy of approaching the queen as an outsider. Daesung, Jinsu, and Dohan notice the Chancellor yelling at Leon, and they start wondering if Leon is about to lose his cool. Meanwhile, Leon is clearly struggling to hold it in, so he turns to the queen and boldly declares himself the king of the Lionheart Kingdom, Leon Dragonia. The Chancellor takes note of what he sees as rude behavior and immediately calls for his capture. But Leon doesn't waste a second. He grabs the Duke by the neck and twists it in pure disgust. Such a neck twist is enough to bring Duke Archeum to his knees. The old man in armor is ticked off and demands a proper explanation. Daesung can tell Leon is getting real close to losing his cool, while the Queen's guards draw their swords on him. Leon glares at the Duke and asks how long he plans to keep pretending, thinking he can fool the eyes of the King of Lionheart. Then, in a blink, Leon smells the foul stench of a demon coming from the Duke. Suddenly, the Duke flashes a creepy smile and starts shedding his skin, revealing his true form. He's not alone either. Several others begin tearing out of their human disguises too. The entire court is horrified, but Leon snaps, yelling at the panicking crowd to get a grip. Without wasting a second, he orders his squad to assemble and fight. Then, with just the tips of his fingers, he stops a blade mid-air and slices the demon down in one swift move. The old man is left in shock, unable to believe those monsters were hiding right under their noses all along. Meanwhile, the demons start creeping everyone out, so the old man jumps into action and slashes them in half, shouting that the demons have infiltrated the castle walls. He orders everyone not to let a single one escape alive. After a few minutes of chaos, the whole area is cleared out, and Leon turns his focus back to the queen. But the old man steps in again, blocking Leon and reminding him that his loyalty lies only with the queen. Leon's not having it though. He brushes past the old man, knocking his blade aside like it's nothing. As a king himself, just like their queen, Leon declares that he has the right to make judgments and decisions, telling the old man to remember his place. The old bones finally come clean, admitting that the queen isn't in the right state of mind to make sound decisions. After the chancellor's fall, he claims the authority, and Leon agrees to it without fuss. Then Leon brings up how the evil energy has deeply corrupted the castle, and how the cleansing needs to happen faster than expected. When questioned, Leon simply says a king never lies and demands command over the soldiers, along with the authority to eliminate the evil now that the queen is powerless. Later, at the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, Leon gathers the shaken survivors and casually drops the bomb that he's now fully in charge. After introducing himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, he tells everyone that many among them have already been possessed by demons. He's certain that the demons have been planning a revolution and secretly infiltrated the castle to make it happen. Leon's got this built-in radar that can sniff out possessed freaks, and he's more than ready to show everyone just how it works. He yanks two people from the crowd and throws down a bold challenge. Anyone claiming they're not evil, not corrupted, or not some sneaky little heathen has to step into the flames to prove their innocence. To prove he means business, Leon tosses the two in himself, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The soldier boy burns to a crisp, but the girl stands tall in the fire like it's nothing. Leon calmly explains that the sacred flames only burn those who are truly evil. He thanks Pados, the god of war and fire, and urges the crowd to chant his name in glory as they walk through the flames to prove their purity. When the crowd starts showing hesitation and doubt, Leon snaps, yelling at them to get into the flames already. He warns them that if they're all corrupted, he won't hesitate to cut them down. Panicked, the people rush into the fire, revealing the stinky demons hiding in plain sight. The demons snarl that Leon won't die peacefully under their watch, but they clearly underestimated his temper. Leon loses it, raging at the filthy worms for feeding off human emotions and pretending to be soldiers. No way is Leon Dragonia letting that slide. His fury boils over as he swears to make them scream in pain. That's when the demons realize they've picked the absolute wrong guy to mess with. Just like that, their infiltration plan crashes and burns. From the sidelines, Reynald sees it all, while Crystal straight up admits that this guy is scary as heck. At the altar, Leon stands tall before the people of the Sparrow Kingdom with a ferocious demon tied up beside him, urging everyone not to fear. As long as he's around, no evil creature can touch them. He speaks to the crowd, explaining how these twisted beings corrupt the minds of good people. Just then, the boar-faced demon lets out a creepy laugh and barks that nothing can save them from destruction and corruption. Leon shuts him up in an instant by slicing off his head with a clean chop. He goes on to explain how giving in to temptation and fear lets evil run wild, which ends up causing starvation, sickness, delayed marriages, gambling losses, and broken families. The demon tries to protest, whining that none of it was his fault, but Leon doesn't even let him finish before cutting him off again. Suddenly, the people's anger shoots through the roof as they realize demons are the reason behind everything going wrong in their lives. Just as the demon tries to butt in, Leon flicks him on the forehead so hard it feels like getting smacked by a hammer. Leon explains how demons sneak misfortune into human lives, blaming their downfall, pain, and suffering on these wicked creatures. But then he calms their fear by revealing that Pados, the god of war and fire, has gifted him the divine flames. Out of nowhere, Leon calls up a red-headed boy from the crowd and tells him to hold the flame, ordering him to punish the demon until it pays for its sins. The boy hesitates for a second, which instantly ticks Leon off, who asks if he actually feels sorry for a demon. Then, the boy yells back, saying his father died because of them. The demon starts threatening the kid, swearing to haunt him forever if he lays a hand on him. But one solid smack from Leon to shut him up, followed by a fiery bat swing from the red-headed boy, sets the demon's head ablaze. That pathetic demon's threats got under Leon's skin, and he roared at the creature to shut its mouth. Later on, Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption, ends up tied up in a prison cell. This little guy knows full well he spent 34 years corrupting and torturing countless humans, but never thought he'd wind up here of all places. Suddenly, Yappy shows up and the demon freaks out, realizing he cannot corrupt a machine. Yappy demands answers, but Baltars just cracks up laughing and mocks him. With no time to waste, Yappy decides that Captive 14 is being uncooperative, and right on cue, the soldiers march in. Baltars may not be scared of dying, but when the soldiers pull out the holy water of 15% strength, the demon starts shaking like a leaf. After watching Baltars react to it, Yappy figures this holy water might be the key. Without holding back, Yappy splashes a generous amount right on Baltars' face, burning him so bad it looks like his soul's trying to escape his body. Even as the demon screams, Yappy labels him uncooperative, no matter how much Balters begs for mercy and claims to know nothing. After a few more brutal rounds of holy water, Yappy finally pulls out the information. Captive 14 spits out a 30,000 character report, while the first 13 captives averaged about 39,000 each. Even then, Yappy is sure that Balters is still hiding some info. But Balters tells the dumb machine he's not a psychic and has no clue how much the others already spilled. Yappy makes it crystal clear that the only reason the hostage is still breathing is to squeeze some real, solid info out of him. That hits Balters like a ton of bricks, and he quickly changes his tune, asking what Yappy wants to hear. Later on, the intel gathered from 32 different beings shows a shocking similarity of over 89%. Leon gives a shout out to Jagged Spinner and says the Song of Justice sounds beautiful. But then his mood flips, and his heart races with rage as he throws a tantrum, saying he can't stand breathing the same air as these evil creatures that dare to live on human land. When asked, Yappy doesn't hold back and says their kind needs to be wiped out without a second thought. Leon is all for it. The demigod and the machine don't feel exhaustion, and so begins their late-night mission. That's where the 4 brutal nights of cleansing kick off. There's a burst of purple smoke and energy in the area where Reynold Sherman holds the Crystal of Temptation, once known as the Jewel of the World. Alongside him, a couple of prostitutes end up nearby, and the crystal quickly warns Reynold to hold his horses since it's easy for a mortal to get corrupted in a place like this. Reynold listens and keeps himself in check, then runs into a 6-armed guy who looks like he's about to unleash pure fear. Reynold gets overwhelmed by the sudden wave of dense energy in the air, and the crystal warns him not to look at the crown. Eventually, Reynold comes face to face with the great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, a creature with no common sense and not a shred of backbone. This goblin, riding high on a sudden wave of success, gets an offer that even the crystal can't turn down. The demonic beast completely loses it over the deal, screaming in frustration and rage. It yells at the crystal, reminding it that their lord and the great demons are already dead. Androgen reminds the crystal that it's nowhere near his level. Androgen says they died out long ago, so the crystal should drop the arrogance. He's certain the crystal's lord fell during the Great Ascension 180 years ago, just like his own. The crystal knows it well, as those were brutal times down there. A trip down memory lane, 180 years ago, the 5 evils teamed up for the first time to take over the world. But that move backfired hard, turning their lives into a nightmare, with 3 of the demon lords dying brutally. Now even the demons who remember are already running in fear of Leon. With his clothes in tatters and temper flaring, Leon charges in like a furious beast ready to settle the score, and that alone is enough to make demons piss their pants. Over 10 million demons were wiped out. The crystal admits he's one of the few survivors from that heaven-like place. Androgen asks if the crystal really knows what went down back then, but the crystal fires back, accusing him of giving in to his instincts and reminding him of the offer that couldn't be rejected. The beast growls for him to spit it out already so he can dig a hole for that jerk. The crystal brings up Androgen's latest order from the most distinguished great demon. Androgen confirms it's almost complete, and adds that even if she's holding on, she's still just a mortal. He claims the end is near, no doubt about it. Later on, the crystal tells Reynold that this is the most effective method in play, with a winning chance of 7-3, with 7 in favor of Androgen and 3 for Leon. Reynold, surprised, asks if that means in a face-off between an S-rank mage and the crystal would actually win. But the crystal has no plans to fight. For now, it decides to head toward the corpse harvesters near the palace forest, known for their overwhelming attack power. Once there, Reynold stumbles upon one that looks more like a brain-dead zombie, which gets taken out in an instant by Sir Jagged Spinner, scaring the crap out of both of them. Yappy reports that more are still lurking nearby. The crystal quickly activates stealth mode to stay hidden from Leon's sight, just as he shows up. The old man can't believe he didn't hear Leon approaching. He figures it must be the Grail Knight's divine law of silence, which even cancels out the sound of horses, and believes Leon used that to wipe out the forest full of demons. Suddenly, Leon admits to sensing an unwanted energy just inches away, while Reynold is freaking out. Right then, Sir Yappy announces that a simple satellite has caught sight of the target, declaring that there are still more out there. Leon brushes it off and rushes out without a second thought. Reynold collapses, trying to catch his breath, shaken by how close it was. Later on, Leon takes a bath, deep in thought about the demons of pleasure and corruption, seeing them as a bunch of perverts with twisted desires. What bothers him even more is how so many of these demons, even the high-ranked and elite ones, have managed to slip into the palace. He's sure the great demon is hiding here somewhere. Out of nowhere, a woman's voice comments on the disgusting smell of blood, catching Leon off guard. This stunning woman gently suggests that he should get some rest. A graceful woman stands before Leon, and her presence is impossible to ignore. She has the kind of beauty that doesn't need effort to draw attention. It's the kind of beauty that speaks louder than words, making others lower their guard without her needing to move a finger. Leon realizes she's not just beautiful, but dangerously enchanting, the sort of person who pulls others in so gently that they don't even notice the fall until it's too late. After that, she introduces herself as Beatrice Alighiera Sparrow, the queen of a small kingdom, to which Leon responds, stating his name and title as the King of Lionheart. In that moment, Leon understands just how dangerous her presence is. Not because she means harm, but because even someone like him didn't notice her influence until now. Beatrice then tells him not to be so guarded, explaining she's only here to meet the man who saved her kingdom. Still, Leon knows this isn't the right moment for such a meeting, and something feels off. The timing, the setting. Nothing about it feels right for a noble lady like Beatrice to visit him. After that, Beatrice quietly reveals that she's being watched, and that the general and his knights, while pretending to serve her, are actually keeping her imprisoned and monitoring her every move. Leon finds it hard to believe, especially since the general didn't seem like the type to betray his ruler. But Beatrice is desperate and insists there's no time to explain everything. She then asks Leon for a favor, to kill the general and his knights, and in return, she promises to give him the entire kingdom. Beatrice also urges him to check the underground floors of the castle, hinting that something important is hidden there. Her request adds a layer of tension to Leon, and he decides to acknowledge the matter. Leon discovers that the general is hiding underground. That night, the general suddenly knocks and enters Leon's bedroom, apologizing for disturbing him at such a late hour. Leon scolds him for barging into a king's room without warning, but the general insists the situation is urgent. Later, Leon mentions he met the queen, expecting a reaction, but the general remains calm and says Beatrice often wanders out at night. Leon becomes frustrated and points out how careless it is to leave royalty unguarded while demons are everywhere. The general calmly insists demons don't attack at night, but Leon knows that's a lie. The demons have never cared about day or night, and he senses something is off. The general's calmness and denial only raise more suspicion in Leon's mind, making it feel like he already knows too much and is trying to hide something. The general quietly leaves, but something feels off. The queen had claimed she was being kept prisoner, yet the general acts like nothing is happening. His calm reaction doesn't match the situation, which makes Leon uneasy, and it seems like there's a hidden truth in this castle. To uncover it, Leon decides to explore the underground levels himself. At the same time, Sir Spinny appears from the window behind, and Leon asks for his assistance. Meanwhile, things grow worse outside the castle. Dark forces gather near the walls, loud, wild, and ready to attack. Their leader promises rewards to anyone who storms the walls first. The enemies scream and rush forward, hungry for destruction, wanting to ruin everything and spread pain and corruption wherever they go. Suddenly, a spear appears, moving fast through the air. It seems like it's part of Leon's anger, made to hurt and frighten. The sharp tip shines brightly, ready to cause harm. As it flies toward its target, everyone feels its power and the fear it brings. After that, Leon appears, overwhelmed by anger, and looks at the beings around him. His emotions are intense, and he feels like he's speaking to creatures who don't understand the true meaning of life and death. He wonders how living beings who have never known death can possibly comprehend what he's about to teach them. He calls them insects, beings driven only by their instincts and desires. Leon continues, revealing his identity as the King of Lionheart, and vows to show them the evils of the world. He believes it is his responsibility, as a representative of the Pantheon, to teach these beings the true value of life, something they clearly don't understand. As he speaks, Leon's anger rises, and he declares that fear will now be a part of their existence. He promises that they will face the terror of their own souls and feel a fear they've never known before. In his position of power, Leon has decided it's time for these dirty souls to learn the lesson he has for them. General Ricardo shows up when no one expects him, especially during an ongoing battle. Someone nearby wonders why he's here now, when the fight isn't over yet. But Ricardo doesn't seem worried. He trusts that the outsider will handle things. Instead, Ricardo focuses on something more serious, the seal, and checks if it's still holding. The answer comes back, yes, it's working. After that, Ricardo stays calm and reminds them that the wait is almost over. With just a little more patience, the anger and pain that have built up over 100 years will finally reach their end. As Ricardo speaks, Sir Spinny watches him from above, carrying a weight that hints at something deeper connected to what lies ahead. The monsters walk in a line, their hands tied with ropes like handcuffs. They move slowly, one after another, under tight control. As they march, one of them trips and falls to the ground. The soldier warns him to be careful, showing how weak and tired he has become. Meanwhile, a girl among them shifts closer to the hunter. Her hands are tied too, but her eyes hold a different kind of look. She softly leans in and tries to get his attention. She asks him to untie her, speaking gently and pretending to be innocent. Her tone changes as she hints that if he helps her, she'll do something good in return. It's clear she's trying to seduce him. Right after she tries to tempt him, a strange energy suddenly spreads through the air, and the force called corruption resistance activates. In that moment, everything changes. The hunter looks at the girl again and realizes that her soft and sweet act quickly fades. Under the effect of the force, she no longer seems harmless. Her presence now feels twisted, dark, and wrong, more like a monster than a person. The energy around her is cold and unnatural. After realizing the truth, the soldier steps back, thinking he almost fell for the trap. The monster stares in shock and wonders how a normal human could resist that kind of seduction. His voice trembles as he questions how his power, something only demons use, failed so easily. He had almost gotten the hunter under his control by becoming a seductive girl, and now he cannot understand why it did not work. While the monster panics, Leon appears and demands to know who caused the commotion, and the soldier quickly points at the monster. Without hesitation, Leon lashes out and calls him a bastard, accusing him of trying to seduce one of his soldiers using her filthy body. The monster begs for forgiveness, but Leon refuses to listen and shouts that someone as low and disgusting as him has no right to speak. The monster apologizes again and again, but Leon shows no mercy and tells him that he does not need his answer, and makes it clear that the monster has no worth in his eyes. The other monsters watching are shocked and realize that Leon is scarier than a demon. One of the soldiers tells Leon that something feels off. The battle has ended and victory belongs to them, yet the atmosphere feels strangely quiet. The people, instead of cheering or celebrating, seem distant, and their reactions are cold, almost empty, as if the win means little to them. He explains that even a weak demon can easily seduce a human and twist them with corruption. The war against demons never truly ends. It only shifts and continues in different forms. Because of this, only the strongest, those who truly understand the cost, feel any joy in the victory. This is the reality of a demon war, never-ending and draining. To keep fear alive and remind the people of what they fight against, an order is given that the citizens must be the ones to hang the demons. They must see the twisted souls of their enemies fade right before their eyes. Only then will they understand the danger. The command is clear and the reply comes quickly with obedience. Yet, Leon and his soldiers return with victory and notice a huge castle standing tall in the distance. It looks strange and heavy, as if it does not belong there. Leon reminds them that there is no one who will welcome them. As they walk closer to the entrance, the feeling becomes more serious, and when they reach the front gates, two guards quickly step forward and raise their hands, showing that no one can go inside. The message is simple. This place is not for them, not even for heroes returning from war. After breaking through the castle gate, Leon leads his soldiers inside without hesitation. The heavy doors fall apart behind them and their footsteps echo on the stone floor as they move deeper into the castle. Each hallway they pass feels more silent than the last. The deeper they go, the stronger the feeling grows that something important is hidden here, something no one wanted them to find. As they continue inside, someone suddenly calls out in surprise, telling the others to come take a look, and what they find makes them pause. A hidden room lies beneath the castle, something completely unexpected, and Leon points toward a bed placed strangely in the center of the space. It does not feel like just a room, it feels like a secret. Leon wonders if this could be the hidden truth the queen once mentioned. The setup makes it clear that something is being kept out of sight. Leon steps forward, deciding they can check for themselves, and when they enter the room, they all see a figure lying on the bed. A woman is resting there, quiet and still, yet incredibly beautiful, and the silence turns heavy as they realize this is no ordinary discovery. Her beauty is unreal, almost otherworldly, and the air around her carries a strange, dark energy. For a moment, a few soldiers stare too long, caught in the pull of her presence, and Leon notices this and quickly warns them to resist. Leon tells them not to fall for the dark energy surrounding her, but the room feels heavier and even Leon can sense his aura is not helping much this time. Realizing that, Leon decides to handle it himself, directly and without delay. Without hesitation, Leon moves forward and strikes one of the soldiers hard across the face, snapping the soldier back to reality. Another one shakes slightly as Leon steps toward him and does the same. The sudden hits jolt them back to their senses. Leon stares at them coldly and reminds them that it was not the woman or any magic that brought them to this state. It was their own weakness, their own minds, that let it happen, and they fell into the trap themselves. After that, Leon guides them to breathe properly, inhaling slowly through the mouth and exhaling gently, clearing their minds. Just then, General Ricardo walks in, observing the scene, and seems impressed that Leon was not seduced like others would have been. Ricardo points out something surprising, that all of them are standing strong, not tempted by her, and further explains that it is because they have grown used to such temptations, possibly from years of war and exposure to demonic tricks. Leon hears it but dismisses the idea right away, calling it nonsense. To him, there is more to this than just being used to temptation. Further ahead, Leon explains that the queen's charm is not normal because it is not just beauty. It is a strong kind of magic that feels like a curse, and he has seen this kind of power before. It belongs to someone known as the Lady of Pleasure, a demon who can tempt any living being, and her magic is made to pull people into darkness, slowly turning them corrupt without them even knowing it. This kind of magic is dangerous and hard to resist. But as Leon looks at the queen, something feels off. Even though he hates demons more than anyone else, Leon does not feel that same dark energy coming from her, which makes him pause and think. After that, Leon takes a breath and starts to speak quietly, calling out to a divine power, a force linked to dreams and death. Leon speaks with respect, asking for its blessing. He does this not as an ordinary man but as a guardian and knight of someone important. Ariana. Suddenly the air feels different because something powerful has awakened. A voice answers his call. It calls him the Knight of Ariana and the true owner of the Lion Heart. The divine power accepts his request and prepares to help him, standing with Leon, the king of the Lion Heart. Leon stands firm and greets the divine being he called upon. Plo, the divinity of dream and death. The divine power recognizes him as Ariana's knight and the true owner of the Lion Heart. Just as Leon wished, this powerful force has now descended before him. After that, Plo senses the energy in the space and confirms that there is something deeply wrong because the demons of corruption have been spreading their influence here. In this endless dreamlike state, they are twisting thoughts and building a false world filled with a corrupt kind of awareness. Plo explains that dreams are not meant to last forever. At some point, one must wake up, and the time has come to tear away the illusion and reveal the truth hiding behind it. Whatever has been masking itself here must now show its true form. Plo strikes a lamp-like object above, and the blast hits Ricardo. Instantly, a dark energy bursts out from him. It is a hidden demon soul that had been buried deep inside. Everyone watches in shock as the twisted spirit separates from Ricardo's body. Plo's power reveals the truth and forces the darkness out. Leon, now seeing it all clearly, finally understands why none of this felt right before, and why he could not sense the danger. The reason the Queen's energy felt different all makes sense now. It is not simple seduction. It is an authority, a power so strong it can create an entire world on its own. Afterwards, Leon is finally aware of what they are truly facing, because this is no ordinary trick. It is a crafted world built by corrupted power, and Leon must break free from it to find the truth beneath. The Queen lies quietly surrounded by strange magic. Someone nearby whispers not to disturb her and says she must be protected along with the seal that holds everything together. Suddenly, a soldier yells that more Death Knights are coming from behind and the danger is growing. Afterwards, Leon notices something strange about one of the Death Knights. Unlike the others, this one does not feel wild or filled with anger. It seems calm, not fully corrupted, and that makes Leon realize something important. The dream they are trapped in probably began with the Queen, and if he goes to her, the dream might break on its own. Leon warns Ricardo that stepping forward now means fighting alone and could go against a knight's honor. But Ricardo admits he left that kind of honor behind a long time ago. As enemies start surrounding Leon from both sides, Leon does not back down. Instead, he gets ready to fight, confident that even if he is attacked from both directions, he will not be stopped. Leon observes the strength of the undead knight before him, surprised that despite becoming undead, the knight still holds considerable power. The knight, with distorted honor and pride, speaks of the Queen and how Leon's single blow had already defeated their royal bodyguards. After that, Leon urges him to wake from this dream and warns him that if he does not, he will remain trapped in this fantasy for eternity. As Leon processes the knight's words, he has a strange feeling that while many have betrayed their oaths, the apostles have stayed loyal, and this creates doubt in Leon's mind. The Queen, Beatrice, despite all that has happened, had asked him to kill the apostles, which does not sit right with him, and he begins to sense that the truth behind everything is more complex than it appears. Leon pieces together the puzzle, and it becomes clear that the Queen is not a villain after all. Ricardo's dead knight speaks up and reveals the truth that the Queen made a deal with a demon. The knight explains that the Queen, despite her bravery, was forced into this pact, and she agreed to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's collapse for 100 years. But in exchange, the demon promised to spare her and her people as long as they were not corrupted by its power. The kingdom was already on the edge of destruction, and the Queen, Beatrice, had no choice but to accept. Even though she knew it was a trap set by the demon, she had no other option but to make the deal, hoping to save her people from an even worse fate. The Queen, Beatrice, 5 years into her pact with the demon, begins to feel both the power and the heavy burden of her decision. At first, Beatrice feels strangely refreshed by the deal, but soon she starts to see the horrific consequences as the corruption begins to spread, causing more people to lose their minds and turn violent. They also become obsessed with the twisted pleasures the demon offers. During the day, Beatrice watches helplessly as demons kill her people, and at night, the corrupted ones whisper to her, feeding her guilt and despair. After all of this, Beatrice starts to wonder if she made the right choice, feeling the crushing weight of her actions. In the beginning, the deal had seemed manageable, but she soon realizes the true nature of the demon's trap. The demon's power is tricky and full of lies, and there is no way out of the agreement. If anyone tries to escape the deal by committing suicide, they are doomed to become lost spirits in the afterlife. Even worse, once the deal ends, everyone will fall completely under the demon's control. As the years pass, the Queen begins to go mad, watching her kingdom fall apart and feeling the corrupting influence growing stronger inside her. After 50 years, her loyal knight can no longer resist the temptation, giving in to his desires and entering the Queen's bed. This marks a turning point as the corruption takes over even the most faithful of her followers. After that, General Ricardo realizes that no one can resist the seductive power of the deal, and everyone is now trapped in the corruption. Ricardo feels the weight of the situation and comes to a painful decision: To protect the queen and save her from further suffering, they must end their lives. Even though committing suicide would mean breaking the contract and becoming lost spirits, wandering the netherworld forever, Ricardo believes it is the only way to protect her. Additionally, General Ricardo knows that by going against the deal with the demon, they will become servants of corruption at the end of the 100 years. Yet, despite the inevitable consequences, General Ricardo and his comrades choose to remain loyal to Queen Beatrice, willing to sacrifice everything, even their own souls, to ensure her safety and protect her from the dark forces controlling their fate. Long ago, the Queen's most loyal knights, Beatrice and General Ricardo, made a painful choice. They ended their own lives and turned into Death Knights to resist the Queen's demonic temptation. In doing so, they became immune to the curse and sealed her away to protect her. Since that day, 80 years have passed, and all they could manage was to keep her asleep for just half a day at a time. Their loyalty ran so deep that Leon now understands why the Queen once asked him to end their lives, and it wasn't out of hate, but mercy. Plo reaches out to Leon and asks if he can feel the rising darkness. Leon senses the heavy energy around him and realizes the demons are awakening, preparing himself for the battle ahead. With urgency, Leon calls upon his soldiers and commands the warriors of the Lionheart to awaken. Moments later, Leon's soldiers slowly wake up as his voice calls them. They've been asleep for a long time, but now it's time to fight again. One by one, they stand up, ready to do their duty. Suddenly, a strange and scary voice echoes through the air, signaling the arrival of the demon. He looks calm and confident, like he's been waiting for this moment and wants to finish what he started. At the same time, a soldier runs in, screaming that the demons have broken into the castle, and there are so many demons, too many to count, and they feel like they are everywhere. The commanders quickly give orders to raise their shields and get into position. The knights are scared, but they prepare to fight. The knights are scared, but they trust Leon because Leon told them to hold their ground, and he would handle the rest. The battle begins, and the demons are strange. They laugh while fighting and use a weird power that turns pain into something they enjoy. It's creepy and confusing, but they keep attacking without stopping. Even though things are scary, the knights stay strong because they remember why they're here. They're fighting to protect their home and believe that Leon will lead them to victory. As the battle grows more intense, Leon calls out for Stallion, his trusted companion. The soldiers are struggling because of the number of enemies swarming the castle grounds. Their shields are up, but even that doesn't feel like enough. Still, they hold on to hope, trusting that if they can endure just a little longer, Leon will turn the tide. One soldier looks around in panic, searching for their king, but Leon isn't visible, and doubt starts to creep in. For a moment, they think it's all over. The enemies are demons of pleasure. They aren't strong in one-on-one fights, but their real power comes from the way they affect others. Their abilities weaken willpower, making them hard to resist. Leon knows this trick well because it's a tactic often used by powerful demons of pleasure, overwhelming with numbers, distracting the mind, and dulling the body's strength. Leon realizes he needs more power to fight back, because his current strength isn't enough to break through the buff protecting the enemies. There's hesitation in his heart, unsure if he can manage it in time, but he shakes off the doubt. This has to end, and he knows it must be done. Leon shouts for everyone to charge, and with his voice leading the way, the soldiers push forward. Suddenly, General Ricardo wakes up from the long dream, and the illusions fade. He realizes the nightmare is over. Ricardo remembers everything and rises, finally free from the curse. Leon notices that Ricardo still holds on to his loyalty to the Queen deep in his heart, and that loyalty hasn't faded. Leon acknowledges it because that kind of faith is how it should be. Facing a king from another land, Leon listens as General Ricardo speaks of the heavy losses they've endured. Despite all the pain, they're still willing to believe that Leon can bring change, and they're ready to place their hopes in him. Leon makes a silent promise to carry their expectations and prove their trust wasn't misplaced. In that moment, Leon stands as more than just a warrior. He becomes a symbol of hope. Leon then calls out to the divinity of war and fire. Even when the world had fallen to demons and the gods were forced to retreat into his heart, Leon remained firm. Now, in this moment, when everything feels like it could fall apart again, Leon asks for strength. He carries not only the will of hunters, but also the hopes of the Queen's loyal knights, refusing to let the darkness win. Leon refuses to step back because he knows that without his strength, the fire of hope will vanish. Still, he chooses to carry the weight, just as he always has, deciding to stay at the front and protect everyone until they're strong enough to move forward without him. Through every difficulty, Leon keeps going, aiming for something better, even if the path is hard. Leon, the Lionheart, steps forward and calls upon the power of Pitos, the divinity of war and fire, asking for flames of battle to burn away the evil surrounding them. As the most skilled horseman of his god, he rides with purpose and honors his duty. The battle intensifies, and then, a majestic beast appears. It's not just any animal but a legendary golden lion, glowing with incredible energy. The lion moves forward with pride and strength, and on its back there's a perfectly crafted seat, as if made just for Leon. Leon thanks his fallen comrade and asks Stallion to rest. Taking command, Leon urges his allies to follow him, vowing to lead them to victory. Despite the danger ahead, Leon charges alone into the front lines, fearless and determined. The enemies try to strike him down, but Leon lashes back with fierce confidence, mocking their ignorance by telling them they don't even understand the might of cavalry, and he's about to show them exactly what that means. Leon charges forward with determination, and for him, moving into battle means more than just running. It means holding a sword and a spear, ready to fight with all his strength. As Leon moves, a powerful energy surrounds him, and a skill called Strongest Attacker activates, making him even harder to stop. The demons panic because no matter how hard they try, they can't slow Leon down for even a second. In fear, Androgen shouts to fire the magic cannons. Explosions light up the battlefield, but Leon doesn't back down. Instead, he yells that using long-range attacks shows no honor, and real courage is fighting up close. At that moment, a divine blessing spreads across his army. Arrow nullification activates, making them immune to the arrows and magic flying toward them. The Death Knights are shielded by divine power and continue to push forward. The battlefield starts to shift as Leon's allies receive more support. Their charge power increases, and their attacks grow stronger while the enemy's defenses weaken. Fire glows from their swords as the Pedos horsemen strengthen everyone with flames. Curses spread through the enemy's side, weakening all nearby demons. Their strength, defense, and even their connection to divine power begin to fade. The Androgen demon rushes at Leon screaming, but Leon keeps moving forward because his mission is clear: to lead his army and bring victory. After that, the Androgen demon becomes injured and looks around in confusion because Leon, the warrior they fear, has disappeared without a trace, and his powerful presence, which once dominated the battlefield, is suddenly gone. Because of this, the demons grow restless, shouting at one another in panic, unsure of what to do. Leon orders them to hold their ground for just one more minute, and although it seems like such a short time, everything feels different now. The Androgen demon realizes that the knights of the once fallen kingdom are no longer weak. They stand tall, stronger than anyone expected. Then, Leon returns, and the demons realize that 1 minute wasn't about time. It was about giving Leon just enough space to prepare for the final strike. The Androgen demon recognizes him and is shocked to realize that this is the same man who killed the mighty demon Dothradon. That demon, known for his massive size and twisted power, had been destroyed by Leon, just like the others who had fallen to his blade. The demon forces begin to feel the weight of their situation because Leon isn't just another knight. He is a storm, moving with fierce strength. Leon tells the Androgen demon that he'll meet the same fate as the others soon, and the only difference is that this one just has more limbs for Leon to tear apart. The Androgen demon roars back and swears he'll kill Leon no matter what, charging in with everything he's got. But Leon doesn't flinch. He points out the truth, that the Androgen demon isn't even fighting with his own strength. Instead, he's depending on magic, and that's why they're all so weak. None of them have real power of their own. The Androgen demon throws attack after attack, but Leon deflects all of them with ease. As the final strike fails, the Androgen demon realizes it's damaged beyond repair. Leon repeats his words, more serious than ever, saying he's going to tear all of the demon's limbs apart, just like he promised. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes, and a strange and terrifying energy spreads across the battlefield as the demon activates a powerful skill, Crown of Desire. It forces any living being nearby to give in to their deepest, wildest instincts, and no one can resist it. One of the knights nearby senses the danger and shouts out a warning, believing that the king of the Lionheart is facing something deadly. The Androgen demon stares in shock, unable to understand how Leon escapes the illusion of desire because that magic should have worked. It traps every living being in their deepest temptations, yet Leon stands unaffected. Leon explains that even the powerful Lady of Pleasure failed to tempt him, so a lesser demon like this one has no chance. Panic sets in, and the Androgen demon starts doubting everything. It doesn't make sense because every living thing should have some kind of desire, and something feels wrong. The fear grows, and the demon realizes the only option left is to run. He yells at the others to stop Leon, begging for backup, but it's too late. Leon moves fast, and the demon's back is left wide open. Leon takes the chance, landing a sharp, clean strike. The Androgen demon tries to accuse Leon, calling him a coward and shouting that a divine being must have interfered in their fight. But his words hold no weight at this point, because fear already shows who truly lost. The Androgen demon also accuses the knights of breaking the rules of fairness, claiming that a duel should be sacred, untouched by outside interference. Leon agrees, saying that in any proper battle, honor matters and a true duel should never be interrupted. But this isn't a duel. Leon reminds them that demons like these, filled with corruption and cruelty, don't deserve honor. And what's happening here is not a battle between equals, it's a complete extermination. The Androgen demon tries to twist the words, calling Leon a racist because he's desperate, outmatched, and running out of arguments. But none of it matters. Finally, the demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, falls. And just like that, another piece of evil is wiped from the world. In the beginning, the kingdom is full of peace. People live happily with plenty of food and no fear. Everything feels safe and calm. and no one thinks anything could go wrong. Queen Beatrice, a wise mage, rules with care, watching over her people and trying to protect their peaceful lives. For a while, everything seems fine. Even when small threats appear, the kingdom wins each time, which gives everyone hope. But deep inside, Beatrice has a feeling, and she knows something bigger and more dangerous is coming. She understands that the evil beings from beyond won't stay away forever. Soon her worries come true when the demons start invading and the early victories fade. The hope people once held onto begins to disappear, and the peace they thought would last forever starts to slip away. Eventually, Beatrice discovers the terrible truth that these demons don't stay dead. Even after being defeated, they rise again, and that changes everything. Beatrice realizes that this war was never winnable, and no matter how many times they succeed or how many demons they kill, those creatures just keep coming back, making it feel hopeless and unfair. As destruction gets closer, something unexpected happens. A demon approaches the queen with a deal. He offers her a chance. Take in the essence of corruption and relive the downfall of her kingdom over 100 years. If Beatrice can resist becoming fully corrupted during that time, the demons will stop invading the world. It sounds impossible and dangerous, but Beatrice doesn't even ask how she's supposed to believe such a promise. Deep down, she knows it might be a trap, but it's the only option she has left. With no other way to protect the people she loves, Beatrice agrees and accepts the deal, hoping that somehow, someday, she can bring everything back to how it used to be. And so, the downfall of the Sparrow Kingdom begins. The once glorious land slowly slips into a cycle of pleasure and corruption. The people who once shone with light, the hopeful citizens, the brave knights, and even the proud queen, begin to fall. Darkness spreads, and those who give in to evil never return to who they once were. Among them, a knight eventually loses control, letting his desires win, and crosses a line no one thought possible. He enters the queen's room, driven by temptation. Realizing what he's done, he begs for forgiveness, but the damage is already done. The kingdom's general Ricardo, unable to watch the corruption grow further, makes a painful decision. He seals the queen away in the underground chambers to protect her from herself and the world. Then, General Ricardo takes his own life, choosing to remain behind as a ghostly guardian bound by guilt. Years pass, and regret eats away at him as Ricardo blames himself for everything. Though he knows how it ends, Ricardo is forced to watch the tragedy repeat over and over. Moreover, he knows that the damage was caused by their own choices, and now it's too late to undo it. He wishes for this nightmare to end. As the battle ends, Leon's eyes fall on a strange crown and weapon, ones that had once belonged to the defeated demon. Spinna walks over, takes a closer look, and taps the weapon lightly, explaining that it's made of strong metal and could be useful. But Leon explains that there's a problem. It's been corrupted, and evil clings to it. Worse, it seems to trap souls inside. Sir Spinne then offers to destroy it, and Leon, trusting his judgment, leaves it in his hands. After that, Goddess Plo calls Leon from behind. Leon turns to the goddess, holding out the crown taken from the fallen enemy, telling her it might be too tainted, something unfit for her eyes. Still, Goddess Plo gently nods, saying it's okay and that she wants to see it. As she looks at the crown, it seems familiar to her, and she explains that this crown is shared by all evils of pleasure. She adds that it is soaked in wickedness because of its ability to lure the innocent into false dreams, especially the young, which is sickening. It's a weapon built on lies and temptation. The goddess Plo examines the crown more closely and senses that something might still be extracted from it, maybe a trace of energy or a hidden truth. Leon admits that he was planning to destroy it anyway because he sees no value in keeping such a cursed object. After listening to Leon, Goddess Plo reminds him that if he wants it, she's willing to let him have it. Further ahead, Goddess Plo thanks Leon, acknowledging the effort he's made, and offers him kind words, saying that the Pantheon is proud of what he has done and the honor and glory he has achieved through his battle. Leon doesn't take the praise to heart and simply says it was something he had to do. Another voice joins in. Patos, a divine presence known for strength, refuses to show warmth at first. When told to give a greeting, Patos scoffs and offers a half-hearted, "good job," to which Goddess Plo gently reminds him to be more honest with his words. Then, in the stillness, Leon makes a request. He asks Patos to do something meaningful, to take the souls of the fallen, guide them to peace, and bring their spirits to a place where they can finally rest. Patos pauses for a moment and understands that it's more than a request. It's a gesture of mercy. Patos, the god of battle, speaks with cold certainty and says these souls have been cast out from the natural cycle of life and death. They don't belong anywhere now, not even in paradise. Another divine voice speaks up, the goddess of death herself. She reminds Patos that the cycle of life and death is her domain, not his, and it isn't his place to decide who deserves a second chance. To which Patos questions what kind of divinity would allow the undead to enter a place meant for peace and rest. Afterward, Goddess Plo agrees, saying softly that what he says might be true. The Goddess Plo turns to Leon, calling him by his full name, Leon Lionheart, and declares that those who have defied death must be punished because escaping the natural order isn't something the heavens can overlook. Suddenly, the queen, Beatrice, steps forward and simply asks the goddess to forgive them. Beatrice doesn't argue or demand anything. She knows she's risking disrespect. But Beatrice bows her head and speaks as the failed ruler of a fallen kingdom. She pleads humbly and asks the goddess of death to reconsider. The goddess Plo pauses, taking in the weight of their words, and speaks to the loyal knights, telling them that no god in the pantheon will accept their souls into paradise. The laws of divinity have no place for those who have lived past their time. Still, despite everything, their noble actions shine through the darkness. In the end, the goddess admits that their good deeds outweigh the wrongs. Moved by the knights' unwavering loyalty and Leon's heartfelt plea, the goddess Plo acknowledges that their loyalty has touched even the divine, and because the king of the Lionheart personally asked for their sake, she cannot ignore it. To the goddess, there is no greater sign of approval. With that, goddess Plo promises to cleanse their stained souls and grant them a second chance at life. However, the goddess turns to Beatrice with a condition. She offers the fallen queen a path forward, a way to bring peace to her knights. She asks Beatrice to become her priestess and stand by Leon, helping him spread faith because it's the only way to restore the afterlife she governs. Once it's active again, she promises the souls of Beatrice's knights will have a chance at reincarnation. Beatrice doesn't hesitate and agrees, ready to serve once more if it means her people can find peace. After the divine discussion, Leon calmly asks for a damage report. The response is somber, as most of the injured are recovering thanks to the sacred grail, but 6 have already lost their lives. The weight of loss settles over the field. Against the never-ending tide of demons, only 6 lives lost is seen as a small mercy, but each life still matters. The fallen are not forgotten. Leon stands with solemn resolve, offering a prayer for those who gave their lives and calls upon the divine powers of Pedos and fire, asking them to guide the souls of the fallen. If those warriors carry any sins, Leon hopes they are washed away. More than anything, Leon wants their courage to be honored, and their strength to be remembered. Leon imagines them now, feasting beside the gods, their bravery rewarded in the afterlife. Still, duty remains. Afterward, he orders a list of the deceased to be compiled so their families can be informed and their memories preserved. The gods themselves will remember this sacrifice. As Leon and the others prepare to leave the battlefield, a divine gate opens, the way to the gods' paradise. But the system halts their passage. One by one, it denies entry. The souls do not meet the requirements because of too little faith, not enough honor, or not yet being ready for paradise. Then, the impossible happens because the king of the Lionheart speaks a blessing. His words carry the weight of something divine. With that single act, the gates recognize the souls, and they open wide. The fallen, now wrapped in honor, finally pass into paradise. The Hunter Association sends out every available hunter to confront a sudden and dangerous fluctuating gate, something unlike anything they've seen before. As the days pass, fear grows, and then, after a week inside the gate, the hunters finally return. The crowd feels relief as the announcement is made that the gate has been cleared and there are survivors. After that, the news is rushed to the higher-ups. President Oh Kang-hyuk of the association officially recognizes Beatrice as one of the survivors. While he expresses sorrow for those who didn't make it, Kang-hyuk also pays his respects, hoping the fallen hunters may rest in peace. In the aftermath, the president reviews footage captured by Sir Spinne. The Red Gate had contained a powerful demon, and it's clear now that the battle could have ended much worse. Despite the danger, it's a miracle that more lives weren't lost. Afterwards, Leon plans to visit the families of the deceased by himself. When asked if he'll go alone, Leon calmly states that those hunters were his soldiers, and visiting their families is the least he can do. Though President Kang-hyuk warns him that the experience might not be pleasant, Leon stands firm. He understands the grief and anger that the families might carry, and Leon hopes that hearing the truth from him will offer them some comfort. Leon then turns to Kang-hyuk with a new directive, asking the association president to release the video footage and gather more hunters. The reason is clear: the demon threat isn't over. Leon warns that the demons will soon begin invading this world, and they need to prepare. For that, they'll need soldiers and knights ready for battle. Kang-hyuk understands, and without delay, he promises to create a detailed schedule and plan, assuring Leon he'll send it over as soon as it's prepared. Inside the Pantheon building, Leon sits in silence and realizes that the demon movements are suspicious, each one more troubling than the last, and something doesn't feel right. He knows this isn't just a minor threat, it's different, and urgent help is needed. Unlike before, Leon doesn't plan to send anyone else. This time he decides to go himself because he can't sit back and watch from a distance. As Leon arrives, the guards and holy servants welcome him with deep respect, calling him the greatest Grail Guardian. Anjak, a high-ranking soul within Paradise, steps forward. Leon asks how life in Paradise has been treating him, and Anjak responds that it's been peaceful, all thanks to Leon's protection. Leon's eyes move across familiar faces: Sir Gildas, Sir Antok, and all former warriors and companions. They look healthy and radiant in this peaceful realm. Further ahead, Leon compliments their condition, and one of them chuckles, saying they would have come here sooner had they known how nice it would be. Leon scolds him and reminds him not to joke about such things, especially in a place where so many gave their lives for peace. Leon meets Argon, the former king of the Lionheart. Although Leon apologizes for disturbing his peace, Argon reassures him it's no trouble, as they are connected by the same spirit and duty. Leon asks about any new souls, and Argon mentions it's been 180 years since any arrived, but those who did are being treated well. Relieved, Leon quickly shares his true purpose. He needs to meet the gods of the Pantheon, as the situation is urgent and he seeks their guidance. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Argon offers his help and tells Leon they must travel to the forest to meet the gods. He also lends Leon his trusted horse, Pithelion, for the journey. As Leon prepares to leave, he reflects on the future, knowing that one day, when his duty is done, he'll run freely through these fields alongside Stallion. But for now, he must keep moving forward, carrying the burden until the next one is ready. Leon arrives at the forest, deep within the paradise of the dead, where the ancient sages reside. The trees whisper his name, recognizing him not only as a visitor, but as the rightful lord of Dragonia and bearer of the holy relics. Despite the weight of his titles, Leon enters humbly and apologizes for stepping into their sacred ground. The sages greet him with quiet respect, seeing him not just as a king but as a protector whose actions have earned the gratitude of all living things, even the gods. The forest, alive with ancient magic, welcomes him. Leon seeks out the youngest sage, Gunrar, a long-trusted friend. When Gunrar appears, they share a moment of silence, a wordless bond of old friendship. Gunrar asks why Leon is here, and Leon explains he needs something important. Gunrar's seedling, not for power or glory, but for a reason only Leon knows. One likely tied to the survival of the world he's sworn to protect. Leon reminds Gunrar of an old truth. When he first came to the paradise of the dead, Gunrar hadn't planted a seedling like others do before passing on, skipping a tradition, perhaps because Leon never intended to stay long. Now, sensing Leon's urgency, Gunrar listens as Leon explains that Earth is under attack, with demons beginning their invasion. His latest mission confirmed the threat is real and growing, and the enemy knows he's still alive, working from the shadows and spreading decay like they did in the Empire. Leon fears Earth will suffer the same fate if nothing is done. Gunrar, understanding the gravity of the situation, agrees and reminds Leon that only he can bring something from this realm back to the living world. Trusting him, Gunrar gives Leon the seedling, a rare and powerful gift. As they part ways, Leon thanks his old friend. Seeing him again brings back memories, but there's no time to dwell on them. Before he leaves, Gunrar offers one last piece of advice: not to rush back to this world of the dead too soon. Just before departure, those closest to Leon, Gratis, Anjak, and the former king step forward with parting gifts. The former king gives Leon a pair of old reins that once belonged to a legendary animal trainer who tamed even monsters. Though they had been buried with the former king, he wants Leon to have them now. Sir Gratis then presents an unexpected gift, an old battle manual teaching how to use common serfs to fight and even kill giants. Leon is stunned, recognizing it immediately, and Gratis jokes about the past when 300 out of 500 serfs died in a successful campaign. Finally, Anjak offers a holy relic that once belonged to a saintess. Though hesitant, Leon accepts it, knowing it's a gesture of trust and protection until his sacred sword is reborn. Anjak reminds him that no one would question his authority as the chosen agent of the Pantheon. Leon accepts the gifts with gratitude, promising to honor them all. Each item represents more than just power. They're symbols of loyalty, shared history, and faith in the journey ahead. He then approaches Beatrice's door and respectfully asks if he's allowed to enter. Amused by his formality, Beatrice teases him for being too serious before smiling and inviting him in. After entering Queen Beatrice's room, Leon apologizes for not having a more suitable place for her. He feels it's unfair for a queen from a fallen nation to be treated this way, and hopes she can forgive his lack of hospitality. Beatrice reassures him not to worry, but Leon notices the aura around her, the divinity within her struggling to push back the corruption, unable to fully erase it. For now, a delicate balance is needed, and Beatrice quietly accepts it. She offers a farewell drink to honor the fallen knights, a small gesture but the best she can do at the moment. As they sit together, Leon asks how Beatrice is adjusting to this new world. She admits she needs more time because everything feels so different from her homeland. Leon advises her not to rush the adjustment and encourages her to stay true to her determination, creating her own path wherever she is. A king, he says, must follow their own rule of virtue, and all criminals must follow the king's way. Beatrice comments that his words sound like the mindset of an invader, but Leon gently corrects her, explaining that it's something different. He says that harming the world out of selfish desire is the act of an individual, but helping the people and teaching them is the true enlightenment of the King of the Lion Heart. Beatrice listens and realizes it must take such a mindset to fight demons for hundreds of years. She also understands that Leon's enemies are not just demons, but something even greater. Leon nods and reveals that he's following a divine quest given to him by the gods. He offers Beatrice a place by his side, inviting the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom to join him on his journey. Beatrice feels deeply indebted to Leon for saving her kingdom, knowing she can't turn away from his offer. She agrees and adds one request. She asks Leon to teach her how to eliminate Ki, the archdemon of pleasure, a creature she clearly despises. Leon eagerly agrees, saying he'd gladly do anything to wipe out such disgusting parasites. He even admits that it thrills him to destroy evil beings with the divine laws they fear, which makes Beatrice quietly marvel at his fierce spirit. Beatrice shares how the Sparrow Kingdom used to execute demons by boiling them, hoping to traumatize them since demons always return no matter how many times they're killed. Leon finds her approach wise, knowing demons fear pain most when it's inflicted on them. Leon then excitedly asks if Beatrice had ever hammered nails under a demon's claws, saying it made them scream the loudest. Beatrice, without hesitation, explains that she used to skin demons and roll them over nails instead, making Leon laugh and call her method creative. Their dark humor is interrupted when Hari suddenly rushes in and greets them respectfully. Leon casually tells Hari to pour some tea, and Beatrice asks for anything warm. While Hari serves tea, Leon gives him a new task, saying Hari should work for Queen Beatrice for a while. Beatrice tries to decline, but Leon insists that a royal deserves fitting treatment and respectful servants. Beatrice turns to Hari and asks if she is indeed Hari, to which she nervously responds. She senses a strong energy from Beatrice. Hari asks to take a closer look and wonders how Beatrice could easily sense her exclusive skill. Leon tells Hari to swing her sword, explaining that since she's been serving him for some time, she deserves proper guidance. Honored but nervous, Hari draws her sword and swings it, but Leon quickly points out that her movements are too large. Hari freezes, realizing her mistake. Leon advises her that while using a sword requires power, the movement must remain short and precise. He then shows her the proper distance and tells her to practice this motion 10,000 times a day. Leon turns to Beatrice and asks for her opinion. Beatrice observes that Hari lacks proper control over her fire energy. She explains that fire naturally disperses easily, and simply filling the sword with fire mana and swinging it wildly isn't enough. There needs to be better control to make the fire an extension of the sword, not just a flashy effect. Beatrice advises Hari to concentrate the fire carefully, as a focused flame doesn't scatter as easily as a loose one. When releasing it, the flame should be aimed precisely for a deadly strike, almost like stabbing with precision. Beatrice demonstrates by raising the heat to an intense level with a simple movement, making it look easy. She asks Hari if it seems simple too, but Hari can only think to herself that it is far from easy. Later that night, Hari's mind spins with all the tasks she still needs to handle. She has to report to the section chief and the association president, prepare food like potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers, find weapons and armor, and somehow locate a blacksmith. On top of all that, there's the matter of taxes, which Hari has no idea how to manage. Panicking, she realizes the academy never taught her how to handle these responsibilities. As she struggles, Sir Yappy suddenly appears and scares her. Calmly, Yappy suggests dividing the accounting work to improve efficiency and offers help right when Hari needs it most. Harry feels relieved, remembering that Sir Yappy is a supercomputer, so handling all this complicated work should be easy for him. As expected, Sir Yappy immediately starts explaining everything, mentioning big data, applying hunter administration laws to cover meal costs, and confirming that registration for equipment and armor production is complete. He also informs Hari about the rise in crop prices at Naju Plains and suggests applying for special agricultural support benefits. Additionally, Sir Yappy recommends using the Pantheon farm for extra benefits and points out ways to get additional tax advantages. He adds that welfare and other benefits are available for the families of the trainees. Hari watches in awe as everything gets organized so quickly. Though she doesn't understand a single thing Sir Yappy just explained, she feels grateful for his help. Yappy calmly reminds her to report again if any more problems come up. Feeling encouraged, Hari nervously brings up one more thing. Since she would be serving Queen Beatrice, she asks if she should get appropriate clothes. Sir Yappy bluntly suggests a maid uniform, leaving Hari a bit flustered. In the Lionheart Kingdom, where the culture is similar to medieval European kingdoms, it's normal for servants to wear maid uniforms. Sir Yappy calmly explains that based on his analysis, ordering a maid uniform is a reasonable decision. Harry feels relieved because she was worried someone might scold her for wearing something that looks like cosplay, but now she's reassured. Sir Yappy offers to order a reasonable maid uniform using big data as a reference. Harry gratefully agrees, trusting the supercomputer without any doubt. However, what Hari doesn't realize is that the big data Sir Yappy uses is actually compiled from online fashion trends. Without understanding the real-world context, Sir Yappy ends up purchasing the most popular item, a flashy, heavily censored Rainbow Magic Girl ribbon-made stocking set, known for comments like "boyfriends love it" and promises to wear it often. Innocently relying on big data leads to a serious mistake, leaving Hari completely unaware of the strange influence behind modern online shopping trends. At Hunter Academy, Kim Jae-hyuk, a top student, notices the large crowd and comments that more people showed up than he expected. Nearby, Han Suho, another top student from Class A, agrees and recalls what happened a few days ago. It all started when Leon visited the academy. Instead of looking for regular soldiers, he announced that he was there to find seedlings of knights. Moreover, Leon offered to teach them not only swordsmanship, spearmanship, and horsemanship, but also theology. The mention of theology left the students confused, and they whispered among themselves. Some students specializing in archery felt anxious. One student nervously pointed out their focus on archery, but Leon immediately dismissed them, saying that such an attitude was suitable for a soldier, not a knight. His blunt and demanding words made many students think he was arrogant and unreasonable. At first, complaints were endless, and students questioned why they had to study theology or divine law, wondering if they were being turned into priests. However, Leon calmly demonstrated something simple, a glimpse into divine law. Despite their initial resistance, the students quickly found themselves intrigued. The students were stunned by Leon's overwhelming power as they witnessed a force that allowed anyone to use powers similar to magic, but not actual magic. It was far beyond what they had known, leaving them in awe. Among the gathered students, Cheon Soyeon from Class A is also present. She had been furious before when Kim Jae-hyuk called her a peasant, and now Soyeon warns others to be careful about how they address her. As the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster, she feels it would be impossible not to join after witnessing Leon's abilities firsthand. Kim Jae-hyuk and Suho notice Pantheon TV, a popular channel with over 500,000 subscribers, playing a video about divine laws and fluctuating gates. The videos cover topics like how D-rank hunters survived thanks to divine laws and the benefits of regular worship and prayers in the name of goddess Demira. In the middle of this, Suho spots Hari and affectionately calls her Nuna. Surprised, they also comment on her using an outdated phone despite being wealthy, to which Soyeon simply explains that Hari donated most of her money to an orphanage, earning admiration from those around her. They mention that Hari is currently on dispatch at the Pantheon, and everyone believes she must be doing a great job. Meanwhile, an embarrassing detail appears on Hari's old phone screen. A listing for a sexy cutie-maid uniform, advertised as a 5-piece set for special events, boasting a near-perfect satisfaction rate. Sir Yappy insists that the outfit is correct, firmly standing by his big data analysis. Hari, feeling embarrassed, tries to argue that the outfit is way too short, but Sir Yappy coldly reminds her that numbers do not lie, and with a dependability rate of 99.999%, Sir Yappy questions whether Hari is doubting the integrity of big data itself. Panicking, Hari tries to hide when she hears familiar voices approaching. Realizing that guests are arriving soon, she tells Sir Yappy to hold off on greeting them. But it's too late. Hari steps out awkwardly to greet the incoming guests, and hoping to somehow smooth things over. However, the guests freeze, shocked at the sight of her outfit. Suho stares, barely able to process what Hari is wearing, and confused and concerned, asks what is going on. Hari tries to explain that it's not by choice, but Sir Yappy coldly interrupts, questioning if organic beings dare distrust big data. As Hari struggles, Sir Yappy tugs at the skirt to adjust it, making the situation even more chaotic. Leon soon arrives and stares at Hari's outfit in disbelief. He demands to know what she is wearing. Embarrassed beyond words, Hari tries to explain, but Leon cuts her off sharply, ordering her to change immediately and scolding her for appearing so indecent. Hari quietly obeys Leon's furious order, promising to change immediately. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy announces that it's trainee food time and that salt water must be distributed. Hari can only sigh as the situation spirals out of control. The reunion with her respected juniors turns into an utter disaster. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, a red gate looms. After a long and tiring journey, the Golden Lion Guild, led by Hwang Gumchul, finally arrives. Gumchul jokes about how quickly they boarded a flight at the mention of money, calling out their own greed without shame. Hwang reminds her sister that after the catastrophic losses at the Cheongju Gate, their guild's financial situation has been terrible, and they need to recover somehow, even if it means taking risky missions like this one. Alongside Hwang, about 40 other guild members are gathered, ready for the challenge. Suddenly, a familiar voice greets Hwang. Lee Youngwon appears. Hwang teases him lightly, recalling the government blackmail scandal that caused Lee to vanish for a while. Hwang then asks if Lee was specifically chosen for this dangerous mission. Lee, however, responds coldly, saying that unlike Hwang, he hasn't experienced the death of any guildmates, a heavy reminder of how brutal their world has become. After that, Hwang brings up the real issue. He demands that the payment be split evenly, 50-50, to which Lee immediately snaps, calling it complete nonsense. Lee points out that Hwang obviously won't be doing as much of the heavy work, so an even split is ridiculous. Still, Hwang smoothly argues back, reminding Lee that no one else would have bothered to help him and calling him hunter-trader Nim, clearly taking a dig at Lee's reputation. Lee's patience snaps, and he warns Hwang not to cross the line. In the end, Lee offers a 6-4 split, absolutely refusing to go any lower. Hwang laughs it off and cheekily tells Lee to treat them all to a meal, but Lee curses and refuses, telling him to buy his own damn food. Watching the childish behavior of both, Gyumchul can only sigh in disappointment, as they act more like kids than professional hunters. Yuri suddenly sneaks up from behind, causing Gumchul to jump in surprise. Gumchul quickly scolds her, asking her to make some noise when walking around so she doesn't scare him again. However, Yuri just tells Gumchul to speak more politely. Despite the tension, the gathered hunters know this is an important moment. With 3 S-rank hunters and 1 hunter almost at S-rank, they've assembled just in time, right before a dungeon break. Given their strength, they are confident that clearing a lower black S-rank gate should be possible. After that, the group moves together and enters through the red gate into the dungeon, immediately facing an overwhelming presence. A knight clad in holy armor steps forward, declaring his identity as Geovrik, an honorable Grail Knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. At that moment, a quest is triggered. They must save those being slaughtered, and the clear condition is simple: defeat the so-called Magnificent Govrik. After entering the dungeon, the group suddenly encounters a huge armored knight. Geovrik demands an explanation, asking why they harmed the royal military, and warns that what he does with his warhammer depends on their answer. Gumchul and the others are confused, wondering what this Govrik is even talking about. However, they quickly realize it's just a misunderstanding. One of the group members, Lee, explains that they were attacked first by one of the knights and only fought back in self-defense. Upon hearing this, another knight, Delian Mchain, is called out. Geovrik scolds Delian harshly, reminding him that his impatience could bring ruin and accusing him of staining the goddess's name with reckless behavior. Delian apologizes shamefully. Geovrik then apologizes to Gumchul's group for the misunderstanding caused by Delian's actions, to which Lee replies politely, relieved the misunderstanding is cleared. However, internally, Lee thinks Geovrik is much easier to deal with than expected, and feels that resolving things will now be simple. Though the misunderstanding about who attacked first is cleared, Geovrik still insists on punishment, coldly declaring that since 6 royal soldiers were killed, it is only fair to take 60 heads in return. His logic is brutal and one-sided, revealing how harsh and rigid the kingdom's military rules are. Meanwhile, the scene shifts as Hari and the others arrive at a different location, the soldier training grounds. At first glance, it looks simple and rural, lacking modern facilities or comforts like medical lounges. Kim Jae-hyuk notices that even in the cafeteria, the trainees are only drinking plain water instead of eating proper meals, and when they finally reach the training ground, they are shocked to see trainees beating each other up amidst screams, blood, and chaos. It looks more like a brutal battlefield than a training area. Newcomers like Sunbae are stunned, questioning if they're dreaming because they can't believe such harsh training is considered normal. However, Hari observes the scene seriously and realizes there's a deeper meaning behind this brutal training. It's not just violence. This method is probably meant to make soldiers tougher, pushing them beyond their limits and mentally preparing them for the harsh realities of battle. As the brutal training continues, someone remarks that the night training manual is actually different from what the soldiers are going through. This small comment gives the students some relief as they realize they are lucky compared to the insane environment around them. Kim Jae-hyuk, still shocked by the brutality he witnessed, desperately thinks about escaping this madness. However, before he can act, Leon appears at the training grounds and announces that today is a special day. Students have come to observe and decide if they want to join his military. He then orders the trainees to pause their brutal training and take their seats. The students quickly obey, though Hari feels confused when Leon tells her to stand with the students rather than the soldiers. Leon explains that he wants Hari to aim higher and prepare to become a mission knight, which suggests a higher status and more responsibility compared to ordinary soldiers. Hari agrees respectfully. Leon then officially begins the selection process, stating that he will personally choose the most talented individuals from the students to become his disciples. Being selected would be a huge honor since it means direct training under him. As the selection begins, Suho, one of the students and Hari's close companion, quietly calls out to her. Hari warns Suho seriously not to be rude to Leon, reminding him of how strict and intimidating Leon can be. She only tells Suho this out of genuine concern for him. Without giving them much time to process, Leon orders everyone to raise their swords and attack him all at once. The rules are simple. The time limit lasts until the last student falls. Leon reassures them that they don't need to worry about getting hurt because he possesses the Holy Grail, an artifact that can heal injuries. With about 40 students standing before him, Leon admits that he would actually be pleased if even one of them managed to land a hit on him. The students, overwhelmed but unwilling to back down, rush to move. However, before anyone can properly react, Leon strikes, and the first student falls instantly without even realizing what happened. Shock spreads through the group as they realize they didn't even catch a glimpse of Leon's movement. Some start yelling to ready their weapons properly, knowing that this is no ordinary test and that their opponent is monstrously fast and overwhelmingly strong. Leon stands firm and tells everyone to come at him again. Despite their fear and hesitation, the students gather themselves and charge. One by one they fall, but not because they are holding back. They give it their all, fighting with everything they have. After the clash, the students are left breathless. Even so, they reflect on their effort, feeling a little proud that they didn't hesitate. Kim Jae-hyuk admits that at first he was a bit taken aback, but afterward he fought seriously. Hari feels that the fight was as exhausting as raiding a powerful boss monster, and she also notices that Leon showed no openings during the entire battle. Leon, meanwhile, praises them, saying it wasn't bad, and acknowledges that they have at least recovered their physical strength enough for training to continue. Leon then shifts into lecture mode, explaining the difference between a soldier and a knight. Training soldiers is straightforward. It's all about pushing the body and non-stop physical endurance. But knights, Leon says, require a deeper kind of training. He sets clear expectations. The first group, those who endured the longest against him, will need to grow strong enough to match the level of a kingdom knight, and the rest must also improve by at least one full level. One of the students admits they don't fully understand the standards Leon is using, to which Leon responds calmly, explaining the knight system in his kingdom. He says knights are divided into 5 levels. First, there are the knight-errants, those who haven't been officially appointed yet, but after proving themselves, they become kingdom knights, who serve formally under the kingdom. Next, those who rise further become war knights, who have the authority to command other knights. After that, Leon explains the mission knights, who are special because they leave everything behind to search for God's quests. Their duty is to wander endlessly, sometimes for decades, until they find and complete a divine mission. Leon reveals that he himself once embarked on such a journey, received a quest from goddess Ariana, and successfully completed it. He adds that becoming a Grail Knight was how he achieved his current status. When someone asks if a Grail Knight is the highest level, Leon agrees but provides more detail. He explains that beyond a regular Grail Knight, there is the Grail Guardian, a special title given to the one Grail Knight who succeeds the King of Lionheart. Trying to claim this title isn't just about seeking honor, it's like challenging Leon's kingship. Leon warns seriously that anyone who dares challenge it will be killed on the spot. He adds that right now is the only chance anyone would have since his power has weakened, making him closer to a normal Grail Knight than a full-strength Grail Guardian. Even with that, the students are stunned, wondering how this could be considered weakened, given how overwhelming Leon still seems. One student nervously asks how strong a Grail Knight truly is, to which Leon pauses before admitting that it would be hard for them to even grasp. Gumchul slowly wakes up, holding her head as pain rushes through it. Her mind feels heavy, and she wonders why she was even unconscious in the first place. No matter how hard she tries, nothing about what happened earlier comes to mind. As she slowly gets up, she notices a girl standing nearby, her calm presence surprising her. The girl introduces herself as Hildir from the Woodsling tribe, and mentions that she protected them from the kingdom's soldiers. Gumchul is confused by the word hero, clearly having no memory of doing anything like that. Before she can ask more, a familiar voice echoes nearby, and a man joins them, saying his sister appears, alive and unharmed. It's Huang Gumchul, who has just returned after shaking off enemies. However, Gumchul admits that her memory is completely blank. As the group talks, Huang wonders how much Gumchul actually remembers, to which she pauses for a moment and shares the only image still stuck in her head. The ground, torn apart and broken. Huang listens, still trying to make sense of the situation as Gumchul's mind remains foggy, but the conversation starts to piece things together. The mention of a lost day's memories catches her attention, and she wonders how she could have forgotten everything. She also hears Huang explain that the spell failed. They barely managed to escape, and a relentless monster had chased them. The mention of the Woodsling tribe helping them gives Gumchul a brief moment of clarity. Gumchul learns that during the battle, she was struck by a hammer, teetering on the edge of death for 2 whole days. Stunned, she asks about the healers, but they couldn't help because of a curse placed by Jovrik, the Grail Knight. The curse prevented anyone from healing, turning the powers of recovery into something destructive, which leaves Gumchul in disbelief. Her eyes then fall on the unfamiliar markings spread across her skin. They feel strange at first, but Hildir calmly explains that they're part of a healing spell, etched to support her recovery. Each symbol holds meaning, tied to an ancient method practiced by the local tribes. Gumchul later examines them more closely, quietly noting how they almost look cool despite everything. As she pushes herself upright, her sibling gently checks if she can stand because a meeting is about to begin, and everyone is expected to join. Afterward, the tribal chief Beldi steps forward and speaks with a serious voice. He explains that for years, the Crown's army has attacked their people, calling them heretics. Many were killed in terrible ways, and some were even skinned. Even after all that, the tribes refused to give in. Moreover, 3 whole tribes were destroyed along the way, but they kept fighting. In the end, when nothing else worked, they prayed to the gods, hoping for strength they couldn't find on their own. As a result of their prayers, the heroes answered the call. Huang brings up how powerful that enemy was. Even with 3 top-ranked hunters and a raid team of over 100 fighters, they barely held their ground. Geovrik was no ordinary foe. His armor could withstand a direct hit from a giant beast without breaking, and his body could heal from even the worst burns. His army was just as tough. As long as he stayed alive, they shared the same strength, healing quickly and standing strong. The only thing that seemed to affect him was Yonha's special weapon, built specifically to break through heavy armor, and it was the only thing that left a mark. After everything that happened, The tribe felt grateful for how much the heroes risked for them. Now, they were ready to help in any way they could, without asking for anything in return. Meanwhile, the scene shifts when one of the cadets suddenly shouts in surprise after seeing a real horse for the first time. This takes place at June Ranch on Jeju Island. After finishing their basic training and tests, the Academy cadets are brought here by Leon as part of their next learning step. The peaceful ranch is a big change from what they're used to. For some, even something simple like seeing a horse feels special. Soon after, Leon arrives at the ranch and people greet him with respect. Leon takes a quick look around and quietly says the horses look decent. Not bad, just good enough. He thanks the ranch staff for arranging everything on such short notice and gets straight to the point. He's here to find a war horse. The staff seem excited and honored to help, proudly mentioning that their horses come from famous racing bloodlines and are known for their strength and speed. Leon listens calmly and responds with a brief comment, saying that a horse's true worth depends on its sire, the one it came from. He then turns to the cadets and speaks seriously, explaining that for a knight, a horse isn't just for riding, it's a lifelong partner. It's important to build a connection and move as one, both in battle and beyond. Leon tells them to walk around and choose a horse they feel drawn to try forming a bond before riding it. The cadets get excited, cheering with energy and promising to give their best effort. As they take in the large field, Beatrice quietly notes how many horses there are, almost overwhelmed by the sight. Leon thanks the queen for meeting him on such short notice, and she responds kindly, saying it would have been rude to say no. Leon then asks if he can assist Beatrice in any way, and she agrees with a gentle smile, happy to share the moment. At the center of the ranch, they look over the horses. Beatrice gives a brief nod, saying they look pretty decent. Leon then turns and offers her a ride, to which Beatrice agrees right away and asks for a recommendation. Leon points toward a black horse nearby, suggesting she try that one. With a smile, Beatrice accepts and moves toward it. Leon then turns to Hari and tells her to choose a horse as well. Surprised, Hari nervously points to a white one, unsure if it's the right choice. Before she can finish, Leon steps in and suggests a strong-looking yellow horse instead, one with a sturdy build that would be a better match. Hari quietly agrees, and as she looks at it up close, the horse seems even more charming than expected. As Hari calmly watches, Leon steps forward, gently pushing her away and telling her to move aside before quickly going to Beatrice, asking her to assist her. Hari finds this a bit mean. Suddenly someone shouts in a panic, calling out to Leon. He turns with a calm expression, wondering why there's so much noise, as even the horses start getting restless. Out of breath, the person explains that it's an emergency call from the president of the association. Leon nods and tells him to connect the call. A voice comes through the line, and the man greets him respectfully, introducing himself as Oh Kang-yuk. Leon gets straight to the point and asks what's going on. Kang-yuk hesitates for a moment before explaining that there's going to be a dungeon break soon, and asking for Leon's help. Leon sharply replies, reminding him that it's not his job to clean up the association's problems, and that he didn't come all this way to fix their messes. Kang-hyuk understands and says he didn't call just for that. He thought this particular case might interest Leon. He goes on to explain that the one causing the problem isn't just any monster, and the field boss of the gate is claiming to be the knight of the goddess of life and abundance. Hari Han stares at the scene in shock, barely able to speak because what they're seeing is too painful and cruel to put into words. Leon quietly asks if the person lying there is the one, and Kang-hyuk answers yes, confirming he's one of the few who survived the gate. Right now, he's been sedated to keep him calm, but they're told that if they wait a little, he might wake up. Leon steps forward, saying there's no need to wait because it's time to act. Leon remains calm and confident, knowing it won't be hard. Beatrice just needs to create a new space inside the man's dreams. After all, the strange world that kept repeating inside the gate was his creation. Inside that world, there was a knight with a warhammer, and he claimed to serve the goddess of life and fertility. Now, Beatrice soon discovers the name Govrik. Some refer to him as Majestic Geovrik, a title that carries weight. Quite some time has passed since the execution grounds were established. Judging by the scene, Beatrice wonders if the people involved were hunters, but it doesn't seem likely. Whoever they were, they used brutal burning field tactics to wipe out everyone, with the clear goal of erasing all traces of life and leaving not even a seed behind. Beatrice notices the level of detail being shared and points out the knowledge behind it, to which Leon reminds her he did something similar in the past, back when he was hunting orcs. Though the place has long been abandoned, the traces left behind are still visible, and following them may reveal what actually happened here. Beatrice is then addressed and told to proceed forward. At the same time, she remarks on how quickly Leon moved without waiting for the rest of the troops or Sir Yappy, raising suspicion that something must be going on. Leon pauses, acknowledging that his actions may have seemed inconsiderate, but then adds something important. Half-baked skills can be dangerous. The reason for his urgency becomes clear. A Grail Knight is involved, to which Beatrice quietly asks if he's referring to Sir Jovrik. Leon reveals that Sir Jovrik, once favored by Demera, was a Grail Knight from 3 generations ago. His martial arts were so revered that they were passed down to the current generation, Around 800 years ago, he left on a mission to hunt a savage tribe. According to old records, that was when Govrik supposedly ascended to heaven. The phrase sounds glorious, but what it really means is that he died. However, something strange happened. As a Grail Knight, someone seen as a saint and naturally embraced by divine love, his soul should have been welcomed into paradise. But it wasn't. His spirit never made it there, raising unsettling questions. Leon even tracked the sacred item's energy, hoping it would lead to him or the hunting party that followed him. But there was nothing. No trace of them. This leaves only 3 possible explanations. First, that Sir Govrik is still alive. Second, that his soul became lost, unable to reach its destination. And third, a far more disturbing possibility that he may have changed sides. The situation is serious because a Grail Knight holds powers beyond the mortal realm, and if a battle happens, it won't be something ordinary people can handle. No matter the truth about Govrik, the raid on the gate moves forward. Later, as the group pushes deeper, they reach the heart of it and find a horrifying scene. Bodies displayed in a way meant to send a message. The cruelty is deliberate, not just violent, but calculated. The sight of such brutal acts stirs anger, crossing a line that should never have been crossed. These crimes go beyond forgiveness, and whoever is responsible deserves to be dealt with. Even Leon, often seen as odd or unpredictable, can't hide his fury. Those around him take that as a sign. Hari realizes that beneath his strange ways, Leon is a righteous leader who stands firmly against injustice. The soldiers are called to attention, and Hari and the rest are told that no matter what happens from this point on, they must follow only Leon. They are warned not to rely on what they see or what their minds might tell them because illusions could be dangerous. Everyone agrees without hesitation, rallying behind their king. Time is running short, and there's no room to waste because the enemy is near. Their presence is already starting to stir chaos, with wild, violent screams ringing out. Whoever is waiting up ahead isn't holding back. They want total destruction, and aren't planning to leave anyone alive. Hari shouts and breaks the tension when she spots a nearby village under attack. Worse, the enemies are brutally charging at innocent people, and the scene is both cruel and hard to watch. Realizing what's happening, the group is filled with rage, but none more than Leon. He doesn't hesitate for a second. His fury explodes as he shouts at the top of his lungs, calling the attackers vermin, and without waiting for backup, he races forward on his horse. His soldiers call after him, stunned, as they've seen him like this before, especially during the Orc massacre. When innocent lives are at stake, Leon can't hold back and charges straight into danger, driven by pure anger and a strong sense of justice. The others struggle to keep up because he's already far ahead, moving too fast to follow. Hari suddenly remembers the Orc battle, and it clicks for her. There's a deep reason behind this anger. Then, out of nowhere, Leon screams for the honor of Lionheart, and the soldiers watch in shock as he swerves hard with his sword raised. The only problem is that Leon is charging in the wrong direction. Hari stands frozen for a moment, unsure of what she's seeing. Leon looks furious, his voice cold and sharp as he calls everyone insects. He doesn't want to listen or explain anything. He just locks onto his next target and pushes his stallion to charge forward. Everyone around Leon freezes because something feels off. And instead of striking down enemies, Leon turns his attention to the very soldiers he was supposed to protect. Whispers break out, and no one can understand why Leon is doing this. But deep down, Hari knows something's wrong because Leon isn't acting like himself. Hari clenches her fists, her heart pounding because if no one does anything, more people will get hurt. Without wasting another second, she decides she has to stop Leon. Hari hears someone call her name and pauses her steps. Beatrice tells her to trust Leon, saying there's always a reason behind his actions. Hari hesitates, still unsure, but Beatrice's words leave her thinking. She quietly wonders if that could really be true. Up ahead, Leon continues fighting fiercely, calling the enemies garbage as he slashes through them. Leon has already set new records, completely lost in battle. Hari questions if Leon's just fighting out of anger, but Beatrice shrugs, admitting Leon tends to get overly excited. They finally agree that there's nothing they can do now to stop him. Even though they witnessed something brutal, they chose not to interfere. Not because they lacked justice, but because the people being attacked weren't real. These villagers are just fakes, NPCs created from old memories inside the gate. Only a few here are true survivors. The rest are illusions meant to mimic the past. The monsters and NPCs inside the gate aren't real beings. They're just leftover memories, shadows from events that happened long ago. So, whether they're killed in battle or even publicly executed, it doesn't count as a real sin. Leon charges through them, shouting that he won't let a single one survive, determined to make them all suffer. Then, a knight steps forward and bows, respectfully greeting the Grail Knight, the one known as the Living Saint. Leon tells him to rise, reminding him they're still in the middle of a battlefield. The knight introduces himself as Toskata Vendelik, the brother of the Lord of Vendelik and a member of the Labanine Dawn Knights. Vendelik, the city, is located near Lanquil. Toskata nods, adding that he was the only one in his family whose skills as a knight were truly recognized. He hadn't started his pilgrimage yet, but planned to after this mission. Leon responds quietly, saying he doesn't recall ever hearing the name Toskata Vendelik, and if Toskata had truly become a Grail Knight, they would have met in paradise. That can only mean one thing. Either he failed his sacred mission, or he died somewhere during this raid. Leon looks around at the knights standing before him but doesn't recognize a single face. These were once proud warriors, yet none of their names seem to have survived in history. Leon introduces himself confidently. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the ruler of Dragonia and the chosen bearer of the Lion Heart, a title given to him by the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. Toskata steps back, clearly shaken by the holy presence Leon gives off, wondering if this is some kind of joke. But Leon remains firm, saying no true knight would dare to lie about being the Lionheart's king. Leon realizes that back in their time, the king of the Lionheart must have been someone else. Still, Toskata nods and decides to trust him. Leon then turns to all of them and confirms that these knights came to raid the barbarians. Leon points out the war knight among them and checks again that the Grail Knight is blessed with the power of life and fertility, to which the knights respond without hesitation, that it is Sir Jovrik. Leon insists that he must meet Sir Jovrik right away, his tone urgent and leaving no room for delay. The group explains that Sir Jovrik should be and is tasked with hunting down the remaining survivors. The mention of skinning and the strange events around them make it clear something is deeply wrong. Sir Jovrik isn't just patrolling, he's heading straight into battle, ready to wipe out what they call the barbarian tribes, and with that, Leon understands that something's about to go terribly wrong. It's soon revealed that the Grail Knight will face an unexpected incident during this war. Before long, the enemy appears, and their leader shows up in person. The gate's classification is labeled red, and the danger feels closer to a black-grade gate, but they believe it's manageable. This means the different local tribes, who normally wouldn't work together, have decided to unite because they've been constantly attacked by the knights. These raids force them to put aside their differences and fight as one. However, despite their alliance, the knights still have more soldiers and resources than all the tribes combined. As the warriors prepare, the effects of the blessings and seals take hold. Mazer's molar boosts their ability to pierce through defenses, the White Tiger's seal sharpens their speed and focus, and the Iron Bear's fur grants them raw strength and tougher skin. Finally, the Black Eagle's claw lowers enemy resistance and grants wind protection. Now, fully empowered, they step into a fight that may be more than just another raid, and it could be the turning point of everything. Geovrik explains that the powerful seals he carries were granted through worship of the beast gods honored by the local tribes, and these seals enhance his abilities, proof of his strength and divine favor. Despite this, a familiar group of mercenaries appears, having survived a previous encounter with him only because he showed mercy. Now, they've returned not to beg, but to challenge him, and their goal is clear, to close the gate, and for that, they must defeat Govrik. After this, Govrik remains calm and offers them a single chance to surrender their weapons and leave. He warns them that they haven't committed any great sin worth dying for, but the mercenaries stand firm. One of them throws his words back, questioning how someone who skins people alive and spares neither children nor elders can talk about sin or justice, to which Govrik declares that he feels no shame or regret for what he's done. In his eyes, everything he's done is right. Geovrik stands firm, declaring that everything he has done is righteous. In his view, he has committed no wrong, and those who oppose him have crossed a line that cannot be ignored. He warns that divine punishment is now upon them. Then, one of the warriors nearby senses the danger and urgently tells the others to activate their defense arts. They know this kind of power isn't something Geovrik can unleash often, so if they can withstand it just once, they might have a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the knights loyal to the kingdom, who have long entrusted their lives to the gods, begin channeling their faith into one single point in Govrik. Their devotion, unshaken and pure, flows into him like a powerful current. As they unite, they cry out together, proudly declaring themselves as knights who serve the honorable Grail Knight. They offer up their strength, their belief, and their purpose to erase all evil standing in their way. Just then, Govrik stands tall in front of everyone, claiming to be the face of the true God's glory. His miracle takes shape, and the moment it becomes real, the very earth beneath them trembles and falls. Those chosen by the gods receive power beyond human limits. Knights who rise to the rank of saint are granted strength by the goddess of light and justice, who watches over all knights. When that power is fully awakened, it brings forth something terrifying, divine punishment, and this punishment isn't the same for every Grail Knight. It depends on the god they serve. For the Grail Knight of life and fertility, that punishment shakes the land itself, bringing destruction to the earth. Everyone watching is stunned, unable to believe what just happened. One attack, and 3,000 tribal warriors vanished without a trace. It didn't feel like something a human could do. The others start to feel some relief, thankful they weren't the ones hit by it. Amid all this, Govrik pleads to the goddess, asking her to guide them no matter where they walk, to be the ground beneath their feet, and to help those who've lost their way find it again. He also yells to give the enemies a final chance at purification, but quickly follows it with orders to wipe them out, calling them sick heathens and showing no mercy. The main fighters step forward to block the enemy head-on, while others spread out to trap them from all sides. Their numbers give them confidence, believing they still have the upper hand. However, Govrik watches in shock as a single mercenary holds his ground, stronger than expected. The strange mark on his body, the one from the heathens, might be the reason for his power. The hunters made a mistake because they forgot something important. These mercenaries didn't follow the path of holy missions or serve any god. They weren't guided by divine visions or sacred vows. Despite this, they weren't weak. They were warriors who had traveled across the land, facing danger again and again, trying to prove their worth. They didn't need a god's blessing to stand their ground. Even if others called them worthless, they stood strong and ready to fight, not as monsters, but as heroes with their own path. The knights dismount and move into position. These aren't new warriors. They're seasoned kingdom knights with years of battle behind them, some having fought for nearly 100 years, proud of their long lives spent on the battlefield. They've defeated countless enemies, beasts, outsiders, and anyone who dared cross the kingdom. With that much experience, they stand strong even against terrifying opponents. Their voices rise together in praise, while more soldiers move in from behind. The pressure builds, and one of the mercenaries realizes what's coming. If they don't act now, they'll be crushed completely. Huang sees a chance to escape, but running doesn't sound like an option, especially since they can't even handle the knights in front of them. And the strongest enemy, the field boss, hasn't even appeared yet. They admit their group isn't strong enough. If they had help from one of the top 10 guilds, maybe they could fight back. But time isn't on their side. Before help could arrive, the dungeon would collapse. Then Huang quietly suggests there might be a better and smoother way to end this, and the others stop to listen because whatever Huang means, it might be their only chance. Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Demira, tied to life and fertility. These names float around, but not everyone knows them. Lee shrugs it off because he's never cared much about religion. He doesn't see what gods have to do with gates either. Then, someone else points out the strange coincidence that the king of the Lion Heart might actually be from this very kingdom inside the gate. It all clicks when they remember how the knights talked about gods and divine missions. That kind of talk isn't normal for a regular dungeon. If the king really is from the same place as those powerful knights, staying here would be suicide, and they need to fall back now. Hildur pleads, asking if Lee is just going to leave them, to which Lee responds that he's not giving up. He's going to bring support because staying here with no backup would only lead to more death, and there's no point in arguing with NPCs. None of this is real. Not the village nor the memories it's made of. And what matters now is survival. Hildur then shouts to the guild that it's time to retreat and that the gate won't close today. The monsters won't fall and they need to get out before it's too late. Miss Hildur freezes as the enemy mocks her, saying none of her kind have ever succeeded in closing this gate. To them, she's just another failure, another weak creature. Though Hildur knows that the one she follows wouldn't approve of what she's about to do, she no longer cares. She blames the others for failing and convinces herself that this desperate action is their fault, not hers. The others around her are confused and wonder what she's about to do, but she brushes aside their questions, saying there's no need to worry. Once again, she's going to take a shortcut, an expedient, something that isn't right but necessary. A strange, dark energy spreads across the battlefield, heavy and unnatural, and the truth becomes clear. The enemy is using dark magic, something forbidden, something twisted. Murmurs spread, whispering that the great beast god is blessing them, giving them power, and soon more of them will be blessed the same way. Fear crawls in as one of the soldiers stares, frozen, as the dark power grows stronger. He can't understand what he's seeing. Something dangerous, something wrong has been unleashed, and there's no way to stop it. Hildur looks at the warriors with cold eyes and tells them not to bother resisting. Soon the power will take over completely. It's only a matter of time. She explains that their only goal now is to kill every last knight in their path. Hildur shouts that they have to begin again, because despite all the worlds they visited and the battles they fought, none of them managed to defeat the enemies, and nothing ever worked. Frustration rises as their enemies, now marked with the heathen's curse, stand stronger than ever. Huang then shouts a warning, saying the cursed mark on their skin is their weakness, and that's where they must strike. The moment of clarity sharpens their focus, but the danger hasn't passed. Giavrik is offended by their defiance, and it's clear the battlefield is slipping out of control, with things getting worse. One of the knights knows what must be done. If he wants to protect the others, he'll need to act fast, even if it means laying down his life. He doesn't hesitate and steps forward, fearless, calling out the enemy with everything he has left. His strength doesn't come from power alone, it comes from purpose. He leads with pride, charging, declaring glory for the Lionheart. Then, someone unknown steps forward, and every eye turns toward this figure. The soldiers stare, unsure who stands before them. He introduces himself as the King of the Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The reigns once belonged to Argon Majesty Lionheart, a former king known for his strength and honor. These reigns are not just for control, they carry the power to calm even the wildest beasts and awaken old, powerful blood. Handing them over without hesitation and diving into battle is exactly the kind of choice His Majesty would make. Stallion now holds the reins, quietly accepting the responsibility, grateful to be trusted with such a legacy. A few minutes earlier, the situation had grown tense because no matter how many enemies fell, more continued to appear like rats, spreading without end. The knights push forward, cutting them down, but the crowd refuses to shrink. Hari hesitates because the orders feel too harsh. Even children are being skinned, and it doesn't sit right. But Leon reminds Hari that the kingdom and its knights don't act without reason, and Leon knows the truth behind the bloodshed. Each enemy carries markings, symbols on their skin that prove their loyalty to the beast god. That's why they do it, and that's why skinning matters. They receive the marking, and once they begin using its power, their souls slowly start to rot away. It's a quiet destruction that creeps in over time, corrupting from within. Hari then realizes the truth, that there's no real difference between them and the demons they fight. Leon stands firm and reminds her that a soft heart and talk of human rights won't help in a battle like this. This fight is cruel, and in cruelty, only two things matter: the truth and absolute justice. With that resolve, Beatrice also prepares to carry out her duty. Later, Beatrice steps forward and tells them to stay behind. Meanwhile, Leon realizes that something feels off because the enemy's markings are still active, even under the Holy Grail Knight's attacks. That can only mean one thing: Sir Jovric's divine law isn't working as it should. Still, there's no time to stop and wonder, because the Grail Knight of Demera must rise again, and they have to push through this storm together. Leon steps forward with firm resolve, declaring that the first thing they must do is break the bond between the enemy forces, because there's no room for hesitation, and severing that connection is the key. He raises his voice and introduces himself again, not as a mere warrior, but as the King of the Lionheart, claiming he has come to lead them to paradise. The moment his presence is known, panic spreads, and Govric recognizes the light surrounding him because the Holy Grail has appeared, bringing with it something sacred. The miracle begins, and shining light pours over the battlefield, wrapping everyone in its glow. Wounded soldiers stir as their injuries vanish. One looks down in shock as his wounds heal, and another, whose arm had once been lost, feels it growing back. The pain is sharp, but it's a pain that heals. This isn't ordinary power or an illusion. It's a real divine miracle that touches the earth. Jeovric realizes everything he had been blind to, and the truth shines brighter than any sword. He feels the presence of Demera, the goddess of life and fertility, speaking not through words, but through undeniable faith. Demera calls him not just as a knight, but as her chosen child, once lost and now found. There are no more doubts or questions in Govric's heart, only a firm purpose. He understands Demera's will and accepts it without resistance. Geovric prepares to carry out the divine command, free from confusion. He turns toward the King of the Lionheart, grateful to fight beside someone who shares this sacred path. Side by side, Govric joins the battlefield, not just as a knight, but as a guardian of the Holy Grail, ready to face whatever comes. All the dead beasts start moving, slowly gathering in one spot, like something is pulling them together, and it becomes clear that a host is being formed, something massive and dangerous. The knights feel the pressure building, and things are only getting worse. Among the enemies stands a twisted knight, half holy warrior, half something else, bound by a corrupted soul. Facing someone like that is already hard, but now something even darker begins to rise. A servant of the Iron Bear begins a dark ritual, sacrificing captured souls to unleash the beast god's anger. The monster responds with a loud roar and charges straight at Lionheart, ready to tear him apart, but Lionheart stands firm. He doesn't back down, reaching deep into ancient power, and his vision comes true as Death-Eye appears, slicing through the chaos. The pain hits him hard, but he refuses to fall. Leon's courage lights a fire in the others, and the knights around him feel it. Now is the moment. They must rise and stand together. They must destroy those who've covered the world in darkness. Hildur struggles to breathe, overwhelmed by fear and frustration as monsters keep coming without pause. Fighting even one Grail Knight like Govric was already too much, and now things have taken a turn for the worse. Even the dead aren't left in peace, and the enemies laugh, saying the bodies will feed the soil. No one knows where the King of the Lionheart came from, or how the strange woman fits into all of this. While running, Hildur finds a glowing stone. It's a mana stone, a new source of strong energy made from monster hunts inside the gates, but something doesn't feel right. The amount of mana collected here is way too high. Like hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of monsters have been killed. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Then Huhu steps in and explains to Hildur that this gate might be caught in a loop, repeating the same events over and over again. Hildur realizes that she's not a demon, but her power feels just as dark. Huhu pauses, realizing something strange. Hildur isn't fooled. She knows she isn't just an NPC, and that changes everything. Huhu senses Hildur's power, a kind she doesn't like, but she doesn't waste anything and notices her enemies. Even now, she's turning Hildur into her servant through sheer force. The spell Huhu uses feels more like domination than magic, and it's hard to watch. Later, Hildur trembles, confused in pain, calling her monsters useless, as if she's done this many times before, and mocks Huhu, asking if she even remembers who her true master is. Hildur stands frozen, whispering a prayer to the gods. But it's too late. Hoo smiles coldly, claiming the slave is hers now. Anger boils over as Hilder's slave, calling her a cursed being, promises to tear Hilder apart. But something deeper stirs beneath the surface because the gate they're trapped in isn't just any battlefield. It belongs to the beast god. The worst part is that if the other beast gods begin to descend, even partially, it won't just be the warriors in danger. The entire gate, the world around them, could collapse under their power, and this is far worse than anyone imagined. Leon speaks with calm certainty, mentioning how the 11th king of the Lionheart often talked about Govrik and the other knights. Hearing that name stirs something in Govrik, who becomes confused and wonders if Leon actually met him. Leon gently nods and reveals that the 11th king now rests in the paradise of the gods. Harry steps in, asking Govrik if he remembers anything, any clue at all. Govrik tries, but nothing comes to mind, and all he knows is the mission. Raid the barbarians, and that's the only purpose driving him. Hari then turns to the others, urging them to understand what must be done. She tells them the truth they've been avoiding. Govrik and the other knights cannot leave this gate. They aren't free warriors. They're bound, just characters locked in this cursed place, repeating the same fate again and again. To finally close this gate for good, they must face Govrik and take him down. Govrik is proud of never having lost a single battle, not even once after all this time. Leon quietly agrees because if Govrik had ever tasted defeat, they wouldn't be standing together now. Suddenly, a monstrous enemy screams Leon's name and threatens to rip him apart piece by piece, and the battlefield shakes. Leon wonders if there is any way to stop the beast god's incarnation from descending. Hilder laughs cruelly, saying there's no stopping it now and that the gate is already collapsing. The beast gods plan to unleash everything they have to destroy it. Leon hears this but doesn't step back because he knows what must be done, and the knights who fought with him deserve better than to be left behind. Leon chooses to fight, no matter how dangerous the path may be. Beatrice tries to warn him, saying a direct fight may be too risky, but Leon has made up his mind because if they run now and a dungeon break happens, the monsters will escape into the world, and that's a danger far worse than anything inside this gate. Leon stands firm, determined to fight, but Govrik interrupts, saying there's still a way to close the gate. He reveals the truth that the gate will only close when he falls, and his defeat is the key. As a knight bound to this realm, his end will seal the gate for good. Though his body trembles, his will does not. He urges the others to retreat and live on, telling Leon to save his strength for battles beyond this fading world and that there's no point in wasting lives on ground that is about to vanish. Govrik turns to the other knights, his brothers and sisters in arms, saying the final battle is here, and with the King of the Lionheart at their side, representing the gods' radiant glory, they must rise one last time. They will offer themselves up in sacrifice, not out of despair, but to secure the future of those who still breathe. They choose to fall so others can rise. Leon stands silent for a moment, overwhelmed by the weight of loyalty shown before him, because Govrik's sacrifice leaves him with a burden that feels heavier than any blade or shield. Yet it's one he vows to carry with pride. Govrik isn't done just yet and asks Leon for one final favor, just a bit more time. Govrik closes his eyes and prays, calling out to goddess Demera, pleading for a blessing, a final gift before he fades. He lifts his hammer, pouring his remaining strength into it. He is chosen by the goddess and loyal to the Lionheart. Govrik transfers every drop of power he holds into the weapon. He offers it to Leon, not as a tool of destruction, but as a symbol of trust and legacy. Until someone worthy appears, Leon must carry this hammer forward, to which Leon admits that no one may ever wield it as Govrik once did. Still, Govrik believes in the king, and fighting beside Leon was an honor he will carry to the end. After that, Govrik turns to his cavalry one last time and issues his final command, to protect the king until every last one of them falls. His knights raise their heads with pride, answering without hesitation. Their lives were honorable, and their mission is clear. They shout one last blessing before retreating, their faith unshaken even in the face of the end. Further ahead, Govrik stands tall and reminds the world who he is. Not just a warrior, but a legend carved from countless battles. He's slain over 10,000 enemies with his own hands, faced more than 5 million through the tides of war, and never once faltered. He remembers standing against 300,000 orcs, holding the motherland's line when no one else could. He recalls the victory over the mighty ogre chief, where hope seemed lost, but courage pulled them through. Through every battle, the goddesses Demera and Ariana stood by his side, and the god Patos found joy in their strength and spirit. Govrik is not just a knight, he is the Grail Knight of life and fertility, and with his final cry, he calls his brothers and sisters to rise once more. Today they march toward death, not with fear, but with honor, and they die for justice, for the future, and for the name they carry. As they charge forward, their hearts burn with glory because behind them, the Lionheart blazes bright. Harry feels heavy, unable to walk away. Even after Leon tells her to leave, she can't bring herself to turn her back. Harry wants to witness their final stand, to honor them with her presence, to which Leon doesn't push her because if she wants to stay, then she stays. Harry senses that something is wrong. Her voice trembles as she realizes what just happened. Goverick has ascended. After this, Leon vows that the beast they worship, the god they bow to, will face the cruelest end. The Grail Knights begin to retreat, their purpose temporarily fulfilled, and now the divine laws must take form and force results, no matter the cost. Moreover, the final words spoken by Goverick echo louder than any war cry. His sacrifice, his loyalty, and his strength mark this day. Leon silently promises to carry those words forward. What Goverick believed in will not fade. His justice will be realized, not just in spirit, but through the king's next actions. Leon feels really tired, but it's different from the exhaustion of battle. Back when he fought and defeated countless demons, he never felt this heavy. Now something inside him aches, and as time passes, Leon starts to understand why. It's not the fights that wear him down, it's the fear. The fear of losing the people he cares about again. Because that kind of loss is harder than any wound. What scares him even more is the thought of walking into a future where he has to fight alone. Still, Leon knows this is a path he must walk by himself, and this weight isn't something he can hand over to anyone else. Some burdens are meant only for the one chosen to carry them. Just then, a voice calls out to him, and Hari finds him. Leon notices how late it is and wonders why Hari isn't resting like she usually does, since she's always the first to wind down, watching her favorite dramas after a long day. But tonight she's still here, holding a sword and standing as if waiting for something. Hari stammers, trying to explain herself. She says it's not sudden, but everything they've been through lately has stirred something inside her. The battles, the sacrifices, the weight of the truth, they've changed her. It's made Hari feel like she can't waste any more time, like she needs to be stronger, not just for herself, but for everyone. Leon tells Hari to raise her sword because he wants to see the strength she has. She straightens, both nervous and proud, but responds in her usual formal tone, still speaking as she always has. Leon quietly sighs and wonders when she'll stop talking like that. He raises his sword with ease and tells her to prepare, which she quickly does, gripping her weapon tightly. But the moment his blade swings, she stumbles back, shaken by the force of his strike. Leon doesn't hold back and points out her mistake right away. Her arms are too low. If they fall below the belly button, she loses speed, just a fraction at first, but enough to make a difference. If they're even lower, her movements slow down drastically. Hari nods quickly, absorbing every word. After that, Leon steps in again and reminds Hari it's not just about the arms or the sword, because defense comes from the whole body. One foot steps back, weight grounded. She tightens her grip and tries again, this time with more control. Hari manages to block the next strike and blurts out that she notices Leon's movements are wider than necessary. Leon doesn't get upset but tells her he's mentioned this before. It's not about big motions. What matters is being fast and precise because every second, every step, and every swing must count. Leon then questions her reasoning, asking why she thinks creating an opening for the enemy is ever a good idea. Hari hesitates, thinking it might be to use her abilities more effectively. Leon becomes frustrated because that's not what matters. Victory doesn't come from just using skills efficiently. If she ends up dead in the process, then what's the point? Hari believes Leon would expect her to give up her life if necessary, thinking that was the noble path, something done for the sake of honor or glory. Leon immediately shuts that idea down, saying he sees no value in sacrificing oneself without purpose. Later, Leon challenges her, asking if she even has someone in her life worth dedicating that sacrifice to. If there's no one, then following the path of those who do becomes meaningless. The weight of his question settles over her, and she looks down. Leon tells Hari to take a break. After this, Hari turns away slowly, carrying the weight of the conversation with her. Hari starts to notice that Leon hasn't been himself lately because his energy seems lower than usual, which worries her. Yappy explains that Leon's body is reacting strangely due to pressure, though his words are hard to understand. Later, when Hari asks him to say it in a simpler way, Yappy just says it's stress and Leon needs to relax. This makes Hari wonder what Leon might enjoy during his free time, and Yappy suggests that living beings often feel better through entertainment, especially games, because games help ease the mind and bring joy during rest. Hari tries to picture Leon playing games, but it's hard to imagine. Still, she wants to try and find something Leon might like. Hari asks Yappy for ideas, but he says choosing fun games for humans isn't really his job. Hari thinks Yappy could have just said he didn't know instead of making it sound so complicated. Suddenly, Hari feels like maybe Leon would enjoy something fun after all, and the idea lifts her mood a bit. As she keeps thinking, Yappy seems ready to explain more. After that, Yappy admits the plan made sense but insists it was only a coincidence, saying no one can match the way he calculates things. Hari brushes it off playfully, not taking his words too seriously, but Yappy senses the teasing and doesn't like it, thinking a human shouldn't speak to him that way. Still, Hari stays relaxed and points out that she won in the end anyway. Goddess Ariana gently acknowledges the knight's willingness to step forward, saying it brings joy to the gods. However, she expresses concern for him because, after fighting for 200 years without pause, Ariana believes Leon deserves something more, something that brings peace and comfort. She suggests that now is the time for him to enjoy the pleasures of life, like resting and healing. Leon finds the word entertainment distant and unfamiliar, so Ariana explains that in this era, people have many ways to relax and enjoy themselves. While she's not sure what would truly suit him, she believes the most meaningful pleasures are timeless. Leon wonders what kind of entertainment transcends time, and Ariana gives an unexpected answer, sharing intimacy with a woman. She speaks without shame, saying it's a natural way for humans to feel joy and release stress. Ariana even mentions the queen and the red-haired girl as possible choices. Leon feels taken aback, especially at the mention of the younger girl, because to him, Hari still seems too young. But Ariana disagrees, calmly stating that the girl is fully grown. She also reminds him that love and closeness are not only sources of comfort, but also necessary for continuing the royal bloodline when the time is right. Ariana calmly explains that one of the natural ways humans relieve stress and find joy is through intimacy. She also adds that it's important to think about rebuilding the royal family for the future. Before she can say more, a sudden voice urgently calls for Leon's attention. Leon tries to remind Hari to show proper respect, but she pushes forward and insists that he needs to see what she has prepared. Though slightly annoyed by the interruption, Leon asks what she has to show him, to which Hari happily announces that she put effort into it with help and advice from Sir Yappy. However, when Leon sees what Hari's wearing, or possibly what she's done, his expression turns cold, and he warns her that if she ever shows up like that again, she'll be forced to run around the neighborhood without a stitch of clothing. Clearly, whatever Hari presented crossed a line, and he's not having it. Hari panics and insists that things aren't what they seem, feeling wrongly accused and flustered by the misunderstanding. Before things escalate, someone else quickly steps in and explains that Hari had actually planned something with support from the association. Leon looks curious but slightly skeptical. The assistant goes on to say that the whole team got involved to help Hari with an event she organized. Leon is clearly unsure what to expect, but when he hears that even Sir Spinay participated, he begins to take it more seriously. Hari then asks him to enter the gate she prepared, assuring him he'll enjoy it. The moment Leon steps in, Hari enthusiastically explains that the gate is named Suhei, and is a space filled with all kinds of animals and creatures. She shows Leon a board with points on it, where small animals are worth 1 point, medium ones get 3, and larger ones score 10. Since orcs are harder to find, they're worth the highest points. Leon listens quietly, understanding the rules and connecting the setup to a hunting game. Hearing that it's meant to help him, he pauses, realizing the thought behind it and appreciating the gesture. It's been a long time since Leon last hunted, and at first he's unsure if he'll still be good at it. But as Leon steps in and takes aim, the old instincts return. The moment he strikes his first target, the calm shifts into focus, and he begins to enjoy it. Suddenly, one of the monsters becomes furious over its fallen kin and charges, but Leon doesn't hesitate. With sharp aim and steady movement, he brings it down. The energy around him changes, and his hesitance disappears. Hari realizes that he's fully into it now, and the earlier doubts seem unnecessary. In fact, Leon is really enjoying the game. As he continues moving through the gate, he casually mentions that bringing back a souvenir is part of the tradition. Hari, watching him handle the bow with perfect skill, points out how naturally good Leon is, even with something he hasn't done in a long time. Hari always thought Leon disliked long-range weapons, but that turns out to be a misunderstanding. Just because Leon's a knight doesn't mean he's unfamiliar with using them. In fact, hunting has always been part of a noble's life, especially for those traveling on missions. Knights often have to fend for themselves in unknown lands, and that includes hunting for food. So over time, they naturally become skilled hunters. Though Leon is known as the strongest champion of his time, he casually admits he was also the second best hunter, which surprises Hari. She wonders if he was second, then who held the top spot, and Leon explains that the title didn't go to another Grail Knight, but to a priestess. She wasn't a knight, but she was chosen by the goddess of the moon in hunting. She led the Temple of the Moon and wielded a bow with unmatched power. Her arrows flew like falling stars, strong enough to cross entire mountains if she ever used her full strength. While Hari tries to process that, she finally asks why Leon only hunted orcs. His answer is simple. There was no need to organize teams to herd weaker animals. Orcs gave the most points, and going for the highest score in a competition only makes sense. Though his reasoning is blunt, it's clear to Hari that Leon truly sees orcs as nothing more than prey. After the hunt, Leon picks up something unusual. The object gives off a strange energy, and it feels cursed. Hari agrees, and it turns out to be a cursed totem, something quite rare. Instead of keeping it, Leon decides to sell it and give the money to those who helped herd the animals. Despite it being worth a huge amount, Leon believes it'll be a well-deserved reward for the people who spent their day off working hard under the sun. Afterwards, Leon notices traces of orcs that managed to escape. Determined, he says the hunt isn't over, and those creatures are still out there, defiling the forest. Even if they're not real, orcs are still enemies in his eyes. He invites Hari to follow him, offering to teach her how to properly use a bow and arrow. Hari agrees, but she is a little surprised by his sudden energy. Watching him now, she quietly admits that Leon looks much better. And when Leon hears her words, he pauses for a moment. He realizes that it's been a long time since someone treated him kindly without expecting something in return. Leon quietly admits he's proud of Hari. She doesn't catch it at first, but Leon doesn't repeat himself. Instead, he sets a clear goal that Hari must take down at least 3 orcs using the techniques he showed her, or he'll be upset. Hari panics a bit and reminds him she's barely had any experience with a bow and arrow. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon Guild's training, Hari feels relieved, glad to see that Leon seems to be in a better mood now. Just then, the section chief shows up, casually explaining that the tractor broke and he needs to visit the supply room. Apparently, no one's been there since the Naju incident. Hari decides to tag along, and they head to the supply room. This is where Sir Jovric's hammer is kept. The moment feels sacred, and Hari mutters a prayer, though it's a strange mix of Buddhist and Christian traditions, even crossing herself unconsciously. The section chief points it out, a little confused by the blend. Still, the section chief confirms the hammer has been here the whole time. Since no one is currently capable of wielding it, they've chosen to keep it safe in the supply room. Hari is about to move on until something unexpected catches her attention. A mysterious figure arrives at the entrance, curious to see the nation's most powerful epic item. As he steps closer, a loud alert rings out, and Yappy instantly reacts, revealing the figure to be none other than Yagd Spinne, shocking everyone with his sudden appearance. Spinne confirms that the hammer is indeed in the hands of the Pantheon Guild. Yappy calmly acknowledges Spinne, who came to challenge the hammer, greeting him with an oddly formal welcome. Spinne, still unsure of what to expect, thanks him and remarks that the place is more refined than he imagined. Before they can continue, Yappy cuts in, stating that an entrance fee must be paid before entering, with a posted fee of 5 million won for hunters. Spinne is shocked, frustrated by the fact that civilians are charged 500,000, yet hunters have to pay 10 times more. Yappy explains that civilians simply appreciate the relics, while hunters come to challenge them, so the extra fees help maintain the sacred items. Despite the explanation, Spinne feels the price is unfair due to the extra zero. They begin to realize, however, that the value of the epic item justifies the cost. Spinne hesitantly asks if Samsung Pay is accepted, to which Yappy calmly replies that bank transfers are fine. Just then, Hari steps forward and introduces herself as the assistant manager from the Korean Hunter Association, part of Management Team 3. She explains how everything began about a week ago when the hammer mysteriously vanished. It was then placed in a secure location, right where it was found. Despite several people trying to lift or move it, the hammer won't budge. Suddenly, the hammer shifts, its movement filled with intent, as if trying to express something. It no longer feels like an ordinary object. Its presence suggests it has developed a will of its own, something that can happen with powerful holy relics when they stay connected to divine individuals for a long time. Over time, that connection can give them a form of consciousness, making them difficult to manage. When Leon first received the hammer, it was silent and obedient, serving him as a tool, blessed by the goddess Demira and loyal to the king of the lion heart. But now, its energy is different, stronger, more aware, almost as if it's searching for something or someone. Leon soon understands what it wants. It seeks a new owner, someone worthy of wielding its power. Turning to Hari, Leon instructs her to inform the association that the one capable of lifting the hammer will earn the right to keep it. Although the association will likely want to assess its worth before allowing that, the message has been delivered. The challenge is set, and the hammer awaits the next person who can answer its call. Meanwhile, they notice something unusual about the object. This isn't just any powerful tool, but an epic item. Among hunters, gear is ranked based on strength and rarity. These ranks help them choose the right weapons to fight monsters. At the base level are normal items, followed by rare, unique, and legendary items, which are crafted with exceptional skill, immense funding, and serious manpower. However, epic items are in a league of their own. They go far beyond legendary, and only a few have ever existed in the last 30 years. These are weapons known across nations, remembered in stories, and feared for their power. One such example is the Heaven Destruction Sword, used by the master of Shiwan Mountain, and once wielded by the heavenly demon himself. These aren't just tools, they're legends in physical form. Among them is the 12-ring Kakara, a staff said to hold the power to reshape the world, the Frost Queen's heart, still spreading the icy lands of Siberia, and the Wandering Demon's sword, lost since the Black Gate disaster in London, still drifting somewhere in the world. These items hold immense power, capable of turning the tide in even the most hopeless of battles. Now, right before them stands another item worthy of that rank, Gedvrik's hammer. Despite the artifact's worth, Leon confirms his decision that anyone who manages to lift the hammer will become its rightful owner. Mr. Lee Chansu reacts in disbelief, unable to understand how such a rare treasure could be given away so simply. He quickly pulls up the item's stats to confirm the value. The hammer is divine, infused with the soul of Gedvrik, a Grail Knight chosen by Demira, goddess of life and fertility. It holds the key of faith, granting divine energy directly from the goddess. It boosts vitality to the point of eliminating fatigue, and while standing on Earth, it increases defense power by 4 times and healing abilities by 3-fold. Even allies gain massive boosts with double defense and significantly increased healing. One of its powers, the Saint's Painting, allows the wielder to activate divine laws depending on their faith and connection to holy energy. The details overwhelm Li Chansu because it's far more than just rare. It's a miracle in weapon form. Still, Leon doesn't budge, and his decision stands firm. Leon tells him to spread the word to the association, and Li Chansu quietly asks if he can step away to make a call. The Hunter Association president picks up the call. His voice rises in shock, because this is the nation's first ever epic ranked item. Across all of Asia, it would be only the third of its kind. Naturally, this revelation draws a flood of challengers to the Pantheon Guild. The crowd gathers with curiosity, and people begin asking where the hammer is. But Hari quickly reminds them that with something so revered, proper respect is necessary. In this world, even items that belong to legends must be addressed with honor. It's not just a hammer, it's Sir Jovric's legacy. Then a challenger steps forward, requesting to try his luck. But as he draws closer, he realizes that the aura surrounding the hammer is intense, and without even moving, it radiates overwhelming energy. Even without lifting a finger, the challenge falls to the ground. The hammer reacts harshly to those it deems unworthy, pushing them back with an invisible force. A hunter stumbles back and complains no one warned him about that. But the truth is, the hammer chooses on its own, and no one really understands the exact rules it follows. Then Kirik echoes around them, demanding a tithe and offering to the goddess tied to the holy relic. Confused hunters wonder if this is some kind of joke because they've already paid the entrance fee, and now there's another demand. But someone in the group suddenly realizes the hammer is connected to the goddess, and the tithe might be part of the test. He hands over 10 million won as an offering. Others stare at him in disbelief, calling him crazy for giving up so much money. The moment the tithe is accepted, something changes. The hammer, once unmoving, suddenly allows itself to be touched. Moreover, the hammer allows the hunter to grip it firmly, something he couldn't do just moments ago. The aura around it doesn't resist him this time, and the relic has acknowledged him. Tithes start pouring in as hunters rush to offer money, all hoping to lift the hammer and become its owner. Everyone pushes to the front, arguing over who was first or who paid more. Harry starts to feel unsure and whispers to Kitik that something doesn't feel right. She wonders if this is really how a holy relic should be treated. But Yappy, standing with her, ignores her doubts because to him, it's not disrespect. It's smart planning. Then, the hammer reacts, rejecting a challenger and sending them flying. It wasn't just about strength or will, it was about the offering not being enough, and the hammer wanting more. What seemed like a sacred test now feels more like a payment system. The relic doesn't just test worth, it measures gold. Slowly, it starts to feel less like a holy weapon and more like a tool for profit. Still, Yappy stays calm because his plan is working, and this is only the beginning. Nothing will stop him now. The news spreads like wildfire, and even Starbucks wants to open a branch right inside the guild. The place is booming, gaining attention from everywhere. A report on tithes shows just how popular the guild has become. Hunters from across the country line up, hoping for a chance to lift the hammer. Some aren't even here for glory, they're here for miracles. A man cries out in relief as his decade-long ingrown toenail suddenly heals, and another feels his cavity varnish, all from the hammer's aura alone. The Pantheon's power draws crowds by the dozens. With every miracle, belief spreads further, but behind it all stands Yappy, working tirelessly. He doesn't rest. Instead, he gathers funds, goods, and every possible resource. Yappy isn't just chasing money, he's building something bigger. Fame, reputation, and miracles all feed into his goal. The Pantheon isn't just a place to him, it's a symbol. And everything he does, every coin he collects, fuels the rise of this sacred facility. In the middle of it all, Harry stares, wondering what all of this has become because inside the Pantheon, a new chamber stands, marked as the high-intensity forging facility. Even with all its gleaming parts and heavy machinery, it's still considered the lowest-tier forge in Yappy's vast database. Built with Earth's limited metallurgy, it's the best he could manage for now. To the average eye, it still looks amazing, but Yappy doesn't sugarcoat things. He blames the impression on the simplicity of the organic mind, brushing off compliments without hesitation. Hari, full of hope, asks if Yappy could forge a sword. After all, he's the Grail Knight of the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, and that title sparks expectations. But Yappy declines, not because of who asked, but because the forge isn't complete. It lacks the specialized facilities needed to work with adamantite. Without those upgrades, even a master like him can't proceed. Afterward, Hari understands, and Yappy turns away with a determined step to earn more money. A small forging facility opens, and Yappy finally gathers enough seed money to begin his plans. He sees himself as a righteous thief who takes from the greedy, not for selfish gain, but to build something greater. Recently, the global stock market has faced chaos. Powerful people are angry because the news isn't being twisted in their favor, even after paying large sums to control the media. Headlines go against their wishes, and their frustration grows. Behind the scenes, a ghost-like figure quietly ruins their plans. Just as they prepare to sell stocks for massive profits, this mysterious person steps in, grabs the earnings, and disappears without a trace. That person is Yappy. He moves through the cracks in the system, smartly collecting wealth without being noticed. Now, Yappy focuses on food because, in this age, it has become one of the world's biggest problems. Demonic energy has ruined much of the land, making farming difficult. While powerful nations acted fast during the early disasters, poor countries continue to suffer. Dungeon breaks happen almost daily in these regions, halting any chance of stable agriculture. As all of this unfolds, Yappy quietly watches and prepares for his next move, knowing food will become the most valuable resource of all. Yappy begins buying up large areas of corrupted land across Eastern Europe and the Middle East. These lands, once considered useless, hold hidden value in his eyes. Yappy's first major step is targeting Heilongjiang's grain industry. After the Shanghai disaster 2 decades ago, Heilongjiang became one of the most damaged warlord nations. With land so tainted, it's nearly impossible to farm. Still, Yappy invests in and purchases parts of the region's grain operations, spreading the faith of Demera, the goddess of life and fertility. This divine belief gradually cleanses the soil. Although the land doesn't heal as fast or on the same scale as Leon's power, it slowly begins to recover. Soon the ground becomes ready to grow sacred rice, corn, and other grains. Once ruined, this area now promises massive profits and steady food production. After this, Yappy plans for the Pantheon Guild to take full control of the food market. However, with food becoming power, he knows threats will come. Still, Yappy gathers information from around the world. Moreover, he sees how much is wasted on war and power struggles, especially as gates and monster threats rise everywhere. In his mind, any smart leader would avoid meaningless fights and focus on survival. Yappy declares that the land will rise again. Meanwhile, breaking news spreads across the screens that a coup d'etat has erupted in Jilin, and war begins. Amid this situation, Yappy moves calmly and pulls Hari aside, speaking only to her. He explains that he controls private equity, a growing method for managing wealth. Yappy doesn't ask for permission and announces that he will handle her finances. Hari is surprised and wonders if this is some kind of investment offer, to which Yappy corrects her, saying this isn't a request but a professional intervention. She's amazed that he's active in the stock market, and he quickly points out that her financial situation is weak. Despite Hari's pride in her savings, he reminds her that she only holds 15% of what A-rank hunters usually save, with most of her bonuses going straight to charity. Hari tries to justify herself, explaining she donates everything she doesn't need to the orphanage where she grew up. But Yappy doesn't criticize her kindness. He insists that proper financial planning will help her give even more. She tries to decline, but he argues that avoiding financial education is like giving up on life in this modern world. Yappy believes she should be thankful for his help. Hari agrees to let him manage 2 million won, but Yappy raises the number to 20 million and casually suggests she sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Hari hesitates, unsure of how to respond, but deep down, she trusts Sir Yappy, hoping this isn't something shady. Yappy upgrades Hari's status, moving her from a bronze to a silver member. He tells her it's a generous gesture, explaining that silver members now earn double returns compared to bronze. Excited by the promise of more profits, Hari shows interest in going even higher. Yappy tells her that if she brings in 5 new members, she'll be upgraded to gold, which promises triple the profit. Hari, only 20 and new to adult life, doesn't realize what she stepped into. She doesn't see the signs, and it's a classic pyramid scheme. But to her, it sounds like an amazing opportunity. What makes it worse is that people trust her kind nature. She reaches out to Suho, excited to share the deal, and he agrees without hesitation because he believes in her. With Hari unknowingly pulling others in, Yappy's scheme quickly gains traction. More people start joining, and the fake financial system builds momentum fast. Then, just as things seem to be booming, officials from the district court show up with a warning about asset confiscation. Confused and alarmed, Leon turns, and there's Yappy casually responding with his usual Kirik. Yappy borrows a huge amount of money using the name of the Pantheon Guild, promising big profits and convincing everyone to invest, saying it's safe and will bring double or even triple returns. Trusting him, the guild members start putting in all their savings, with some even selling their homes or offering land as backup to get more money to invest. But things go wrong quickly as the money Yappy used for investing crashes, and the fund hits rock bottom. All the money is gone. Hari cries because she lost everything, including her life savings of 87 million won. Another person says he used his wife's savings, and someone else shares that he had been saving for 5 years to buy a special medicine, only to see it all wasted. Even Spinna, a high-ranking member, loses a shocking amount of over 87 billion won. Everyone is heartbroken, angry, and in shock. All of this happened because they trusted Yappy. Now the guild is deep in debt and people are left with nothing but regret. The money loss grows fast, with nearly 50 million won vanishing every hour. Overall, nearly 72% of their investments are gone. People are panicking, some screaming and crying over their money. Frustration fills the air as people grab anything they can from the guild, hoping to salvage something. One person rushes into storage and takes anything that looks valuable, trying to make up for the losses. Suddenly, someone tries to grab a big, shiny pillar, thinking it might be worth something. But Yappy freaks out and shouts that it's his personal property. Still, no one listens, and emotions take over. Another person breaks down, yelling that they worked so hard to save that money. Chaos spreads as people shout, grab things, and blame each other. Yappy is held up in the air by someone demanding answers, while the staff panic too. Hari feels sick from all the stress, and even the chief can't calm things down. In the middle of the madness, Yappy glares at the crowd, calling them inferior. Just then, Spinny steps in, hiccuping from frustration or maybe fear. Leon then tells Sir Spinny to resolve this issue because he trusts his intelligence. Spinna asks how much time Yappy needs, and Yappy replies that he'll handle everything by tomorrow. Spinna agrees and takes it a step further, offering to act as a financial guarantor, covering Yappy's debts if necessary. He then orders Yappy to return to his duties. Yappy leaves with quiet urgency, and the others watch, unsure if it's even possible to fix this disaster in just one day. Back at the guild, alarms ring, and an emergency protocol is triggered. There's no time for safety checks as the first prototype of a powerful exoskeleton armor is activated. The mission code is Fund Restoration. Meanwhile, far to the north in Heilongjiang, soldiers from the Jilin Republic army are bored. Ruyo yawns while another complains that the enemy ran away instead of fighting. The monsters mock humans for being weak and clueless about honor. But now Ruyo only cares about eating well. They decide to wait before attacking the nearby region again. Their mood is twisted as they joke about making stew out of people, eager to plunder and destroy once more. Just as they prepare to move, something strange catches their eyes. Up in the sky, a glowing object streaks down like a meteor. Far away, in a high-security U.S. defense room, alarms ring, and the Divine Staff, a secret weapon stored in a satellite, is suddenly activated. Panic hits the defense minister because only 3 people should have access to the launch code, yet someone's fired it. Both the White House and the Hunter HQ claim they have no idea how it happened. What's worse, the passcode to control the weapon changes every minute, with 100 million possible combinations. Even if the best supercomputer on Earth worked non-stop, it would need 13 years to crack it. Yet somehow, someone's already done it. Everyone is panicking as the situation worsens. The weapon has been activated, and there's no way to stop it now. The security code is too strong, with more than 10 billion combinations, and no computer can break through it in time. Grizzly, another powerful system, is also activated and syncing with the Divine Staff. Both are set to strike the same place, the Jilin Republic. At the same time, a video appears, showing a person claiming that Jilin has disturbed the peace of the US. Soon after, a Russian message follows, saying they won't ignore this and will support the US. It looks like a setup for war. Minister Julius, watching the footage, quietly admits it's fake and that the video isn't real, but it's already spreading. The damage is done, and the world is now heading toward conflict because of a well-made lie. A deepfake video throws the world into chaos, and no one knows who made it, but the damage is already done. General Linghang Kazakh of the Jilin Republic watches everything and wonders how things got to this point. With their nation now among the strongest, all that's left seems to be endless war. His men panic, unsure of what to do, to which he suggests running with the leftover money and starting a new life far away, hoping to rebuild and grow stronger again. They laugh nervously and plan their escape, even thinking of hunting humans to grow their numbers. But just as they speak, an enemy locks onto them, targeting the orcs and demanding one thing: the return of stolen funds. The robot lands directly in front of the Ochre Kazakh in the Jilin Republic building, aiming its weapon right at him. Sir Yappy demands his funds back. Kazakh looks at the robot and says he doesn't know who it is, but it's certainly brave. One of the Ochre charges at the robot, but it backs away, refraining from the attack. From the back, the robot activates assassination mode and starts shooting the Ochres. As his companions fall, Kazakh quickly takes shelter behind the broken ceiling that landed when Yappy arrived. Another Ochre tries to attack the robot, but Yappy activates a special modification, ultra-high bullet set, and focuses on the remaining Ochres. With all weapons free to use, the robot begins bombarding the Ochres. Once they're all down, the robot calls a ceasefire but then indicates one entity remains, coming face to face with Kazakh. Kazakh drags his hammer and says it's not bad how the robot killed everyone. He adds that the ones it killed were set to be promoted to generals. The robot instantly resumes assassination mode, catching Kazakh by surprise as he yells, asking if it even knows what resume assassination means. The robot fires a piercing laser, but Kazakh dodges it and charges toward the robot, swinging his axe and hitting it. The impact destroys the robot's hand as it registers that Kazakh's axe is made of adamantite. Kazakh yells that his axe is pure adamantite and gets ready to strike again. He says even a Drake couldn't survive the axe as he swings it at the robot. The robot, recognizing the attack, identifies Kazakh as rank S and realizes there's not enough ammo left. Suddenly, the robot fires a sharp laser from its hand. Kazakh scoffs, saying that a chunk of metal like the robot has no chance against him, a warrior blessed by the god Helkan. Kazakh jumps and attacks, but the robot activates insufficient time and scenario failure. Yappy catches Kazakh in strings, commenting that he's gathered helpful data from real-life battles, making big data even more perfect. Kazakh yells in confusion, asking what Yappy is talking about. Yappy activates tactical divine law and shoots a laser, killing Kazakh as his flesh flies through the air. Yappy moves toward the adamantite material, takes it, and removes all witnesses, stating that the assassination is now complete. The news reports that the Jilin Republic's coup d'etat has been resolved, and the newly established Jilin Republic government apologizes for the chaos. Blessed crops were found in the rice fields of Beta Huang. Harry beams at Sir Yappy, telling him it's good that the war is over. She looks at her phone to check the fund's profit margin, and gasps as she sees it's only up to 200%. Leon calmly sips his tea while looking at the files. He checks Suho's records and thinks about how his swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horse riding have improved. He wonders if it's time to connect Suho to the gods, though he'll need to prove his faith first. Leon thinks there's no time to waste, especially since the gods allowed a simplified process, so he needs to hurry. He moves to the second sheet to look at Cheon Soyeon's files. As he reads the information, which states that a knight should uphold the rule of virtue, he wonders if Soyeon has any greed, and assumes that the reason she signed up is because of the divine laws. He thinks back to the old times and realizes she reminds him of someone. Just then, Leon hears something and notices that the hammer has moved. He stands up, curious about who could be behind it, and quickly heads toward the area. Hari asks where he's going, but Leon doesn't answer. He arrives at the site and smiles, saying that it's unexpected, as he sees Daesung holding the hammer in his bare hands. In the empty fields near Naju Plains, everyone gathers around as Leon instructs. He announces that today is the day they welcome a new student. The students murmur in confusion, wondering why now. One student points out that most of the academy students should have already joined guilds. Some wonder who the new student could be. Leon continues, explaining that the new student will train alongside them and aim to become a knight in the future. The new student stumbles onto the scene on a horse, struggling to control it. He nervously introduces himself as Good Daesung, the first-generation student of Man-at-Arms, and says it's nice to meet everyone. Meanwhile, at the presidential building, a researcher informs the president that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force have all checked in. The president acknowledges the information and confirms that the Dragon Palace is real. A gate in the ocean, called the Dragon Palace, was discovered in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. At the time, people believed gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites to observe the oceans for gates. The Tokyo Bay gate was ignored until a dungeon break caused the destruction of Tokyo. Nearby beaches were corrupted, and ocean creatures turned into monsters. This incident became one of the worst gate disasters in history and led to international cooperation in raiding gates. The researcher informs the president that Hurricane Nabi, which had been heading toward the Pacific Ocean, has changed course and is now heading toward Olung Island. The president stands silently, clearly nervous, as the researcher adds that it's expected to be the worst hurricane this year. The president looks at the screen and laments his bad luck. A reporter on the live broadcast announces that the hurricane is moving at 64.5 meters per second, about the same speed as Hurricane Mamie in 2003, and that severe damage is expected on Olung Island. The president turns to his assistant, ordering him to contact His Majesty Leon of the Panthwan Guild. Half an hour later, the president faces Yongwan, asking if he's the first to arrive. The president acknowledges him and snickers, noting that the Yongwan Guildmaster has changed a lot, mentioning that he used to ignore the draft. Yongwan scowls and questions why his guild is the priority draft candidate when there are better guilds out there. The president weakly smiles, stating that it's hard to find a guild as great as the Phoenix Guild. Yongwan turns away, saying they're still recovering from the damages of the Jeju Island incident. The president continues to smile, reassuring him that he's sure Yongwan is all better now. Yongwan's scowl deepens as he wonders why this old man is suddenly pushing his authority on him, suspecting it must have something to do with Leon. Yongwan asks directly, sure that they aren't sending his guild alone, and questions when his ace card will join. The president acts surprised, asking what ace card he's referring to, then responds, saying that His Majesty isn't someone a person like him can evaluate. This only angers Yongwan more. He moves toward his partner, saying that things aren't working out for them, to which the companion mocks him with a saying, "You reap what you sow." Yongwan thinks back to the knight asking him to take the horse, saying the horse would heed the king, and praying for him, asking the gods to bless him. The current Yongwan curses under his breath, feeling uneasy. Just then, the president's assistant announces the arrival of the VIP. Yongwan watches as the president straightens his dress shirt and sprays mouth freshener, taking him by surprise. The elevator opens, revealing Leon, with Hari and Jinsu on each side. The president bows, thanking him for gracing them with his presence. Leon smirks, then warns the president to have a good reason for calling him all the way there. The president tells him to follow and assures him he will explain the situation. After explaining the situation, Leon leans back, summarizing that a gate has appeared in the ocean, and the approaching hurricane is making it difficult to raid. The president adds that the US and Japan will help with the gate, and the other guilds will be on standby just in case. He emphasizes that this is an opportunity to raise the honor of the King of the Lionheart and asks Leon to showcase his heroic abilities. Leon smiles, appreciating that the president knows how to use his words. He responds that a king's value is heavy and that he'll need to prepare a worthy tribute. The president asks if there's something Leon wants, to which Leon smirks and replies that a king does not count coins and tells him to speak to Sir Spinay about it. The president bows, thinking Leon has just given him an empty promise. Leon heads outside and tells Hari to bring the name list. Outside, he begins calling the names of those who will join the raid and asks Hari to write them down. He names the students, then moves on to the soldiers. Hari suddenly stops writing and asks why none of the people Leon named are women. She angrily thinks that even if Leon differentiates ladies from women, he's not the type to discriminate between the genders in this situation. Leon calmly responds, asking if the answer isn't obvious to her. Hari presses again, and Leon makes a macho face, saying it's bad luck to have women on board. The aircrafts make their way to the site, marking South Korea's first fleet. As the planes land, Leon heads toward the commander of the base. The commander introduces himself as Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung of the First Fleet. He tells Leon that it's an honor to meet him, and that his granddaughter was cured of her illness thanks to the Dermaris crops. He asks if Leon could thank her for him. Leon smiles proudly, saying that if the commander wants him to thank her for her blessings, then the commander is his brother. The commander beams with joy, saying it's an honor, and then leads them toward the base. The guild members follow, and Jae-sung continues, saying that he will start the briefing and introduce the allied forces. As they move inside, they come face to face with some foreigners. Youngwon asks if they are the US raid team, and Jae-sung replies that they apparently flew here as soon as possible on a cargo aircraft, adding that the US team is known for being passive. A person catches Youngwon's eye as he calls out his name, Reynold Sherman. He asks, confused, what the master of the magic tower is doing here. Reynold turns around, thinking it's surprising that he's famous even in Korea. He fully faces them with a smile and a glowing crystal balm in his hands. He greets them, saying it's nice to meet the Korean hunters, but before he can finish his sentence, he notices Leon staring at him. The master of the magic tower panics internally, while the demon inside the ball is also shocked. Reynold asks the demon what they should do now that Leon is right in front of them. The demon tells him to calm down, saying that if Leon had noticed him, he would have killed him on the spot. The demon reassures him that they haven't been found out yet and urges him to trust the power of the ring he made for him. Reynold clenches his ring, impressed by the great demon's wisdom. He looks at his ring as it slowly starts to slip off. Gasping inwardly, Reynold tries to stop it, but the demon tells him it's worn out due to Leon's divine energy and urges him to move away. Reynold worries Leon will find this suspicious and stammers, saying that it's nice to meet him and that he's widely known, even in distant lands, and he really wanted to meet him. He clenches his hand tightly, thinking he can't shake Leon's hand. Leon smirks and smugly says that Reynold seems to know his place well before moving away. Reynold stands there, confused, wondering what might satisfy Leon. The demon tells him to enter the gate to continue their plan. Hari strolls outside, thinking about how Leon doesn't allow women on the ship, when she finds Dae-sung working with the helpers. She calls him out, asking why he's still doing manual labor when the association should be handling it. Dae-sung waves his hands, saying he should help too. Hari stays firm, telling him that as a knight trainee, His Majesty wouldn't have made him do such menial tasks. Dae-sung shyly responds that he feels he's being treated too highly for just lifting a hammer. Hari, annoyed, tells him it's a big deal because she couldn't even move it an inch. Over 1,000 people tried to lift that hammer, and he was the only one who succeeded. She adds that he was chosen by the goddess. When Dae-sung still seems unconvinced, Hari starts mimicking Leon, saying that His Majesty would probably get pissed over a lowly peasant questioning the king's decision and the goddess's judgment. Dae-sung calls her name, trying to get her attention, but she keeps going on about how Leon would say they trained without sleeping in his day. Dae-sung raises his voice slightly, finally getting her attention. She looks at him with a confused expression, realizing what's happening, and asks if he's standing behind her. Suddenly, Leon yanks Hari's hair, asking how dare she mock and imitate a king's behavior. Hari begs for his forgiveness as he slowly lets her go. Leon scowls, saying it's ridiculous that she's the one being blessed. Hari looks confused, so he continues, explaining that she's blessed by the divinity of the sea and waves, and Poma has decided to take her in as a saintess. He tells her that she will be joining them for the raid. Hari feels happy for a moment as she focuses on Leon's face, but something feels off when she suddenly finds herself tied to a plank of wood. From above, Youngwon watches the scene, questioning how they could treat a saintess this way. Leon stands beside him, saying that a woman on board is bad luck, and the only way to undo the bad omen is to make her the figurehead. Hari keeps screaming to be let go and asks Suho as they silently place her on the wood and stand her vertically at the front. The ship starts to move, leaving Hari at the front, screaming and yelling for help. As the thunder crackles loudly, Hari alerts everyone that a hurricane is approaching. She mentions that it's Hurricane Nabi, with winds at 64.5 meters per second, all while still tied to the pole. She screams for help as the weather worsens. Leon tells her to shut up because she's scaring the fish. Harry is surprised to find that Leon is fishing while she feels her life is at risk. Leon says, disappointed, that the fish have all run away and that no fish would want to be near a military ship like this one. Just as he says that, he feels a heavy tug on his fishing rod and catches a big fish. Leon tells the lieutenant general to prepare what he mentioned earlier, and the lieutenant obeys. Leon stands in front of the podium, places the fish down, and dramatically calls upon the dear master of the graceful sea to appear before those who have set foot into her territory. The fish gleams with a blinding light, and the entire ship is illuminated by beams of light. The control department, overseeing the environment, gets terrified by the sight of such a large wave and questions whether it's even a wave or something else altogether. The ship is surrounded by a gigantic wave, and the goddess replies to Leon with affection, calling him Leonheart, her beloved watchtower and protector of her people. Leon responds, naming her Poma, the divinity of the sea and waves. Poma says that this sea is quite senseless. She explains that, as Plo mentioned, this land has no divinity, and the boat doesn't even have sails. She adds that none of them understand the grace of the sea. Leon stands in front of the illuminated fish and tells her it can't be helped, as this world has yet to receive the teachings of the sea. He asks her to kindly look over the people, to which Poma replies that she has no reason to watch over those who don't have faith in her. Only through respect will the people receive grace. Leon stays silent and then asks Poma why she chose Hari as a saintess. She laughs and tells him that she barely managed to convince Petos, but Hari is a great vessel and definitely worth it. Poma adds that, of course, she's not as good as Leon, since he can carry all forms of divinity within himself. Leon replies that he did sense Hari's fate was filled with misfortune, and it seems he was right. The illuminated shark asks why he sees the blessing as a curse, and Leon replies that the attention of gods can be poisonous to a human who lacks faith. The goddess says she believes Leon will handle that matter. Poma calls out to Saintess Hanhari. She tells her she will grant her authority over the waves and the blessing of water. She tells Hari to accept this with joy and to spread her teachings far. Harry gets excited and agrees, then asks if she's going to be untied from the pole now. The fish responds that by sacrificing her saintess, no wave will be able to surge through the boat, and then leaves. Harry gets confused and terrified, thinking this might be her last moment. The people announce that a hurricane is approaching with a wave height of 10 meters and instruct everyone to get inside if they don't want to be swept away. Harry screams for help again, and Leon tells her she lacks faith. However, Poma still likes her, and he guesses that's why she decided to overlook her lack of faith. Harry screams that she doesn't need forgiveness and just wants to get down from there. Leon tells her to calm down and leave herself in the hands of great nature, with a smug look on his face. He stretches his hands out and shouts that the endless nature will embrace her. Hari shouts that she wants to live. Leon asks her if she doesn't think it's strange that even though it's such a rough hurricane, none of the waves have come toward them. Harry thinks about it and realizes the boat hasn't been rocking, and the waves disappear when they come close to the ship. Leon tells her that Poma has been using her as the saintess to pacify the waves. Since no one believes in him, he has no choice but to use the saintess as the medium. Hari is relieved to know that Leon didn't just tie her up because he's sexist. Suddenly the rope unravels, and Hari slips down. Just then, the entire ship rocks from the waves. Harry realizes it's because of her and hugs the pole, begging to be tied up again. Leon ties her up once more. Meanwhile, on the USA Arleigh Burke-class ship, Reynolds hovers over the railing and says the ship was about to flip over, but it stopped once they started following behind that ship. The demon tells him that the bastard used the authority of the sea and waves, and the ship blessed by that divinity will always witness a rich harvest and will never sink in storms. Reynolds thinks the demon is useless. Just then, the captain announces bad news. The Murasami-class ship that left from Sasebo has capsized due to the hurricane and is currently being rescued. Reynolds says they've already lost 1/3 of their forces before anything even began. The demon tells him to focus on the gate, as that's what really matters. The sailors announce they're entering the gate now and sending the raid teams in. Leon leads the boat as it gets close to entering the gate. Just then, a hurricane appears, taking the Pantheon Guild members and many others by force. Harry wakes up, coughing up water, and comes to her senses, searching for people. She thinks they were swept up into the tornado and starts looking for everyone else. She sees others lying around her and screams for everyone to wake up. Suho groans and tells Hari his head hurts. Hari checks on Suho as he asks what happened to them. She looks around wondering where is Leon and others. Suddenly, a voice replies, telling her to calm down and that everyone is safe. She looks around in surprise and shock. The voice tells her to look below. Nervously, she looks down and sees a turtle. The turtle speaks again, calling her Saintess, and says the sea has sent a messenger of sorts to help her. Suho kneels down as well, calling the turtle tiny. The turtle calls him impudent and says he should respect a divine creature. Harry realizes something and quickly asks if, since Poma said everyone is safe, the turtle knows what happened. The turtle, speaking for Poma, tells her they were carried to a safe land using the authority of the waves, but it couldn't stop Hari from being separated from the rest. Suho praises the turtle, calling it amazing. Poma tells Hari that this body is rather inconvenient for movement and asks her to lend her shoulder. Hari kneels down and Poma climbs onto her shoulder. A sudden noise interrupts them. The crew gets into position as Daesung orders everyone to stay alert. Monsters are approaching. Someone yells at Hari to raise her shield. Hari thinks they didn't even get a chance to recover. She raises her wand to use fire magic, determined to take down at least one monster, but her wand fizzles out on its own, catching her by surprise. Poma questions Hari, asking if a saintess blessed by the ocean and waves is really using fire. Hari gives the turtle a side-eye and screams that she doesn't want to be her saintess if she can't use fire. The turtle simply tells her to put her down. The monsters begin advancing as they maintain their defensive position. Somewhere deep in the forest, Reynold deals with the monsters around him. The demon replies that things went wrong at the beginning, but it's fine now that they're away from that monster. The demon orders him to leave the rest of the American hunters behind to build a shelter. They have work to do. Reynold starts summoning nearby monsters, telling them to rise and guide them to the stone statue. After a while, he stands in front of a large stone monument and asks the demon if this is it. The demon confirms, saying this is indeed the stone statue, and now they need to find a few more. Reynold begins using magic, but a voice tells him to wait. Yongwan appears from behind and asks if Reynold even knows what the stone structure is. Reynold smirks and says it's good that they're all okay, and he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Reynold smiles at Yongwan and says he's sure Yongwan also saw the quest to destroy these statues. Yongwan says he did see the quest, to destroy the statue of Rakshar the Great. But he remembers what happened during the Jeju Island Gate. The Red Gate's goal was to bring down Govrik, but there was more to it. He concludes that they don't know enough about these quests. Yongwan voices his thoughts, saying there's not enough information about these gates. He asks if the statue is a trap, or they should look for what Rakshar actually is. Reynold pauses, considering it. It makes sense to approach it that way. The demon then orders him to fall back because he can't fight all of them right now. Reynold steps back, admitting that Yongwan's logic is impressive, then tells them to return to the beach where the Maverick members are waiting. Back on the island, Hari puts away her weapon, saying they've finally killed all the monsters. She asks if anyone is hurt. Luckily, they're all fine. Just then, a knight rushes over, saying they can't feel His Majesty's aura anymore. Hari mockingly replies that it's bad because the buffs were really nice. The knight responds that that's not the issue. He explains that they've tested Leon's aura before and know its range. The demon's resentful buff spanned 30 kilometers. But right now, none of them are under its effect. Hari realizes what this means. The island is larger than 30 kilometers in both length and width, and it's highly likely His Majesty isn't even on one of these islands. She turns to Poma for answers, but Poma says the connection seems to be cut off from her end as well. Hari and the others look concerned, wondering where Leon could be. Underwater, in the dungeon, Leon stands face to face with a monster. The monster says that it's about time he ended his long slumber, and after feasting on fish for 5 centuries, he's sick and tired of seafood. He charges toward Leon, saying he's curious to see what the god's night tastes like. Sir Yappy starts booting the bios, but the device shows that the process failed because of unrecognizable materials. Sir Yappy finds himself in a cave surrounded by crab monsters. After trying several times, the result remains the same. He nervously questions the monsters, but the crabs just follow him everywhere. On the foreign island, Hari informs everyone that she couldn't find Kim Do-han and Jae-hyuk. Daesung replies that he hasn't seen Section Chief Kim either. Another knight wonders aloud that he didn't expect the trainees to go missing like that. Suho replies with determination that he's sure they are all fine, then nervously turns toward Hari, asking her if they will be all right. Hari gives him an encouraging smile and then turns towards the American knights, thanking them for their help earlier, saying they were able to bring down those monsters easily thanks to them. The blonde standing in front of them salutes Hari, greeting the Korean hunters and introducing himself as Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Hari introduces herself, then stops, realizing that the name Mistral sounds familiar. She carefully stares at his face, then screams that he's Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Alan coughs a little and meekly replies that there's no point in using the call sign if she's just going to call him by his real name. Hari instantly bows down, apologizing and saying she should be using the call sign instead. Alan rubs the back of his neck and assures her there's no need to apologize. The other Korean hunters also start recognizing Alan. One says he's seen him on YouTube and guesses even an S-rank hunter is here to help. Hari informs Alan that they didn't know he was part of the raid team. Alan turns his face away, saying maybe because they left in a hurry. Grasping the situation, Alan says it looks like their guildmaster has been separated from them and asks if they just need to find the missing people. Hari politely refuses, saying the god of the sea has blessed them, and if His Majesty wanted to find them, he would have found them much earlier. Suho adds that His Majesty has his Pegasus with him. Alan just stares at them, trying to figure out what they're talking about. Before anyone can answer, a notification sounds, stating that the first wave is commencing. Hari asks in confusion if they're supposed to defeat a wave of monsters. Alan starts cracking his knuckles, saying they should talk about this later because they have to deal with this first. Just then, monsters from both land and water start emerging, and the notification board shows that they only have 3 minutes left. The knights exclaim that they're facing A-rank field bosses right from the start. Alan looks at the sea monster and smirks, saying this is going to take some time. Hari and Alan both take their positions as Daesung orders the shield squad to block. The monster immediately attacks Daesung, but the shield protects him, though it leaves him in shock. He thinks they are much weaker now that they don't have his majesty to buff them. The monster attacks again, knocking the knights to the ground. Hari calls out his name, asking if he's okay. Daesung coughs and replies that they're fine, but Hari should keep fighting. Hari grits her teeth, thinking that if only she could use her fire-type skills, this would be easy. She slashes at the monsters on land as she moves through them. She yells at Poma, asking if she's his saintess. Shouldn't she get a super tsunami skill or something? Poma laughingly replies that she watches too much anime. Hari retorts, saying Poma is more like an anime character than she is. Just then, a spark hits the monster and kills it. Hari turns back to find Alan smiling at her, telling her not to get distracted. She meekly thanks him and fully turns around to find that Alan has already killed every monster. Alan calmly replies that the monsters weren't that strong for A ranks. Suho, along with another trainee, admires the fallen sea monster, saying that Alan is really strong. The other one adds that it's expected from America's Best Hunter Guild. Alan looks at the upcoming monsters and suggests they should take care of the remaining ones since there aren't many left. They successfully clear the third wave. Yappy sits on a crab as it transports him. 36 hours have passed since Yappy was rescued by the crab monsters, who now obey him willingly. Yappy says the waves come at 12-hour intervals, and these crustacean monsters grow and multiply at an abnormal speed. Unlike most creatures that need time to obtain nutrients and expand their skeletal structure, these monsters are different. Kim Jae-hyuk, rescued from the beach on the first day, calls him out, informing him that the system window has been created and none of the Rakshar statues have been destroyed. He opens his status window, questioning how he didn't know that survivors couldn't open their system window. Yappy confirms that sharing system information is crucial in this situation. Jae-hyuk, reading the quest, suggests that the goal is to destroy the statues. Yappy responds, explaining that the crab monsters have been at war with the other monsters for a long time, and the ones behind the waves are likely trying to destroy these statues. Jae-hyuk agrees, adding that the statues may indeed be the target. Yappy adds that this theory makes the most sense. Jae-hyuk then tells Yappy that many from the Kirik tribe have died, and asks if he thinks they can continue to stop the waves. Yappy shakes his head, saying it's impossible since the difficulty of the waves is increasing each time. At this rate, they will most likely lose during the 5th wave. He says they need weapons. Jae-hyuk imagines a crab holding a knife and wonders if they're supposed to do this. He suddenly remembers something and tells Yappy that he found something interesting. He takes Yappy to a waterfall and informs him that there's a cave behind it. They enter the cave and end up on the other side, in a place filled with tall buildings and well-established roads. Jae-hyuk exclaims that the Kirik tribe might have been much more advanced than he thought. Meanwhile, Leon stands under the sea, realizing this isn't just the ocean's bottom, but a place with traces of an ancient civilization. He says aloud that there's a fallen world here as he observes the sea. He remembers that when the boat flipped, Poma's authority was cut off. He assumes Poma's powers were weakened because they've intruded on another being's territory, likely a deity or an evil god. Leon suddenly orders the evil being to reveal its true form. A voice laughs and calls his name Lionheart, saying he's the god's hound with the heart of a lion, the successor of the Dragon Slayer, the one who killed the most demons, the Knight of Knights, the King of Kings, and the guardian of the Radiant Kingdom. But now he stands before him weaker than ever. Leon asks if it knows him. The voice responds, asking what demon doesn't know the Lionheart and saying he was a hero among them. It tells Leon that many heroes have sought this place, but none were strong enough to defeat it, mocking Leon by asking if he's any different. Leon stares into nothing, replying that a filthy demon has no right to discuss his worth. With a loud laugh, the demon appears in front of Leon and thanks him for taking down Malice, saying he was given a chance. Leon wonders if he knows any Malice. The demon continues, saying that now, after 5 centuries of waiting, it's time to end it all. The 4th wave raid begins. Harry and the others, still stuck on the island, angrily hit the water. Poma, sitting on her head, suggests that if she's going to play in the water, she should do it naked so it'll be better for him to watch. Harry grits her teeth, telling Poma not to say things like that and that she's working hard to stay awake. Poma meekly replies that all she's doing is playing, and no matter how much she does it, she won't wake anything up. Harry stands up, lost in her thoughts. After a while, she starts saying that she heard that with Goddess Ariana, you have to uphold justice multiple times or act honorably to get closer to her. Poma replies that he wouldn't expect anything less from her, though she's a bit too narrow-minded. Hari continues, saying that for Goddess Demera, you have to farm and thank the earth. And for Pados, she thinks it was about winning battles and having flames of determination. Harry looks up at Poma and says that since he's the divinity of the sea and waves, she thought she'd have to do something related to the ocean. Poma replies that he doesn't think playing at the beach will help. She rubs the turtle's head, asking him to tell her so they can save His Majesty. Poma informs her that it's true, and he doesn't think His Majesty is trapped on land. He seems to be underwater. Harry takes Poma in her hand and sadly asks if they shouldn't hurry so she can awaken and find His Majesty. Poma agrees, which annoys Hari as she says it'll be over if Poma would just tell her how to awaken. She looks at the clueless turtle and thinks that she really can't tell what he's thinking at all. Poma looks up at Hari, calling her his saintess, and tells her that it's easy for her to learn the creed of the sea and waves, as well as to build faith. He explains that the sea is a source of infinite life, and simply being thankful for that will help Hari gain more faith. However, he asks how she can think the path of a believer and a saint is the same, and how she can equate the knowledge of a knight with that of a soldier. Harry tries to understand and sighs, saying she'll try harder. Poma nods at her. Just then, Suho comes running toward her, calling her name. Panting, he tells Hari that they finally found the statue of Rakshar. Hari looks at him in surprise as Suho continues that it was the Maverick Guild who found Rakshar. Reynold watches Yongwan still staring at the statue and thinks they're still guarding it with determination. He wonders why they're doing something no one asked them to do. Yongwan looks at the statue as if it's the most interesting thing in the world. The demon replies to Reynold, saying that the Phoenix Guild seems to be doubting the quest. Reynold asks if they should destroy it in secret at night. The demon replies that it would make people suspicious of Reynold and assures him that the reason to destroy it will come soon enough. Minuteman from the Maverick Guild calls out to Yongwan, asking if they shouldn't destroy the statue. He says it's not bad to be cautious, but it's already been 3 days, and this is the only statue around, so it must be the one they need to destroy for the quest. Yongwan stares at Minuteman now, as Yuri whispers that she doesn't think they have any other choice. Yongwan silently agrees and signals Minuteman to come. He tells him they should destroy the statue now. Minuteman gathers his energy and punches the stone statue into pieces. A notification alerts them that the statue of Rakshar the Great has been destroyed, and now only 2 statues remain to be destroyed. Minuteman smiles to himself, saying he knew he made the right choice. Finally, Yongwan also accepts that they destroyed the right statue. Yuri comes closer to his ear and says they should start preparing. Yongwan asks if it's already time for another wave, mentioning that they spent more time here than he expected. They wait for a while, and then Yuri meekly replies that the wave isn't coming. Reynold approaches Yongwan with a smile, saying he thinks destroying the statue was the right call since the wave isn't coming. Yongwan grits his teeth in annoyance and says he's glad. Reynold suggests they summarize the situation and asks everyone to gather around. Once everyone is gathered, Reynold starts by assuming there are 3 statues spread across the island, but says they first need to find the other members. He asks why they don't destroy the statues as quickly as possible. Yongwan agrees and starts mapping out his idea on the ground with a stick. He tells them that since there are 3 islands in total, and they have 2 more statues to destroy, they will split up into 2 groups and go to different islands. Reynold adds that the team who destroys a statue first can then find the other group. Yongwan says it shouldn't be hard to move between the islands since there are boats. Minuteman pumps up the guilds, encouraging them to destroy the remaining 2 statues. Yongwan moves with his team, stating they will leave as well. Yongwan and his guild members take the boats and head towards the island. When they reach the shore and step onto the ground, they're shocked by what they see. Broken pieces are scattered everywhere, and Yongwan wonders if a war happened here. He notices a cannon buried in the ground and realizes something is wrong, so he orders his guild to turn back, telling them that this island feels different. Just then, a sudden Kirik alerts them. Yongwan prepares a fire arrow as a robotic claw pierces the ground, revealing a robotic crab monster, then 2, and soon an entire army. Someone from his guild mentions that the enemy has firearms. Yongwan, frustrated, asks why this island is so different. He tries to stay calm, thinking that the monsters on the previous island didn't have weapons, so these must be fake. But just then, the crab monster fires a laser at them, leaving Yongwan in shock as he screams that the weapons are real. He quickly takes his position again, knowing there's no way they're getting out of this unscathed. Suddenly, a voice orders them to kneel to the chief of the Kirik tribe. Sir Yappy and Jaehyuk appear, sitting on a large crab. Sir Yappy orders the mortals to surrender because they have no chance of winning. Yongwan stares at them, recognizing Yag Spinay and Jaehyuk as Pantheon kids, marking the Phoenix Guild's defeat. The current situation is that the Phoenix Guild is on Yappy's island, while Maverick and Reynold are on Hari's island. There are 2 statues left. Reynold, along with Maverick, heads toward one of the statues, only to find Hari shielding it with her body. Reynold comments that it's an odd and annoying situation. Hari yells that they can't destroy the statue because she already explained she had a vision of the future. Alan says he's at a loss now since they can't just break the statue because of her prophecy skill. Hari pleads her case, asking if nobody can see the horrible aura the statue is suppressing. She looks back and sees red smoke emerging from it, realizing it would be too dangerous to destroy it. Suddenly, the statue explodes with a loud burst as Reynold stands there, looking proud. Harry thinks in horror, wondering if he just broke it. Reynold says their goal in coming here was to close the gate, so they'll destroy the statues as the quest instructed. The horrible aura escapes and Hari watches in horror. The ground shakes as man asks what that was, sensing something ominous is coming. Then, a monster rises from the sea, leaving everyone stunned. The monster roars, ordering everyone to submit to him. He claims he is their chaos, their despair, and their misery, and that he will crush their hopes and stop their beating hearts. He announces that he is Rakshar, the demon of chaos, and his awakening overwhelms all living beings. Everyone watches Rakshar with horror as the guild members begin falling under his trance. The chaos aura takes complete control, causing effects like weakness, panic, fear, chaos, and hopelessness. Rakshar lets out another roar, commenting that there's a bad smell in the air, but it's not time for the delicacies yet. Daesung covers them as Rakshar continues, saying he needs to deal with the creatures who sealed him here first, and telling them to enjoy their brief moment of hope. The monster then submerges back into the water, and the area becomes corrupt with chaos, affecting all living beings with the status abnormally deranged. Everyone's eyes turn bloodshot, and they start attacking each other. Harry tries to calm everyone down, urging them to withstand the status abnormality. Suddenly, Alan attacks Hari, and she barely dodges the strike, telling him to get it together. Alan screams that it's what's right and that they need to die, so he's going to help her. He charges toward her but gets hit by Minuteman. Harry nervously thanks him, but he turns and punches her with such force that she's thrown into the water, gasping for air. Harry thinks she didn't have time to react and struggles to breathe, wondering if she's going to die here. She remembers Govrik telling little Hari that her parents died saving the world, and that they were heroes, which was cool. He patted her head and promised that she would become a great person with honor. Harry struggles, wondering what good being a hunter of justice really brings, and questions what it matters if she's a god saintess when she's nowhere near as powerful as Sir Jovrik, let alone his majesty. At least Sir Jovrik died with honor, doing something good with his sacrifice. Suddenly Poma appears in front of her. He calls her name and tells her not to try to grasp the ocean, because no matter how much she tries, all she can grab is just a handful of seawater. Poma tells Hari to fill her heart with faith and trust, to acknowledge and understand the greatness she possesses. Hari has no idea what he's talking about, but he insists that she listen to the ocean. He tells her that if she didn't feel it before, she should feel it now. The flow of the ocean, the whispers of the coral reef, and the great song of the ocean. Poma kisses her on the forehead and calls her his mortal, telling her that if she truly wants to earn immortal powers, she shouldn't try to grab them. Infinity is something she wraps around herself. She is currently within infinity. A foreign glow surrounds her, and as she closes her eyes to relax, she suddenly opens them with a realization. She knows what she can do. She looks around for His Majesty and finds him instantly. She waves her hand, splitting the water into two, the divine law, sea splitting. The underground city comes into view, and she finally spots Leon standing. He turns around, sees her, and tells her to come toward him. Harry wakes up as Leon praises her, saying, "Well done." She quickly comes to her senses and lets out a scream. Leon tells her to stay still. They're currently on Stallion, the Pegasus owned by Leon. Hari asks if she was in the water, and Leon turns away, saying he's glad he didn't have to watch a Saintess of Water drown. Harry suddenly remembers the great monster Rakshar being resurrected, and how people went crazy, trying to kill each other. Leon acknowledges that he's aware and explains that no ordinary person can stay sane in the face of such great evil. He orders the Pegasus to land. As they reach the island, Leon pulls out his glass and announces his arrival. The King of Lionheart's aura creates resistance to the status abnormality, and people begin to regain their senses. Daesung approaches Leon, relieved to see him and saying he's glad Leon is fine. Leon praises Daesung, saying he did well without him around. Daesung informs him of the missing soldiers and trainees, mentioning that he heard they're okay thanks to Poma, but suggests Leon check on them. Leon reassures him, saying he can sense them, which brings Daesung relief. Leon orders everyone to get out of the gate and tells them that, thanks to the Saintess's blessing, they should be able to walk on water if they just have faith. He instructs them to run toward the gate. Alan asks urgently what will happen to them. Leon tells him they are going to rescue as many survivors as they can and stall for time so they can escape. They try to leave, but the monster appears in front of them, calling them little parasites and saying this is where they all were. He tells them he has long awaited this moment. He begins to build a fireball but stops, sensing the aura of a Grail Knight as Yappy appears in front of him, sitting on a crab. The monster yells that they should all be dead and asks how they are still alive. Yappy activates his third gun selection and opens fire. The shots hit, but the monster remains unscathed, saying that they have switched the ammo for divine artifacts, but these are nothing against him. He sends a water wave toward them. Jaryuk tries to speak but is cut off as the monster refuses, saying they can't do anything. Through wave manipulation, strings of water float toward the monster as Leon wraps them around him. The monster recognizes Leon, saying he's a Grail Guardian. A water ball forms around the monster, trapping him inside. Leon orders Sir Yappy to close the gate immediately and get out. Yappy informs him that the enemy is seriously injured and might gradually fall back, but Leon refuses, saying they need to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate. Leon knows he can't kill a demon of this level without recovering the Holy Sword, and he decides it's best to retrieve as many survivors as possible. Just then, Yappy suggests they should also take the island's locals. He tells Leon that the Kikirik tribe has been sealed and has been guarding the demon, not NPCs. Leon asks if they'll have enough time, considering there isn't much left before the demon is free. Yappy assures him that he's going to take the Kikirik tribe's last resort, and thanks to the Saintess's blessing, they can all walk on water. Harry urges them to hurry, saying they need to escape before the great demon is freed. Leon looks at the demon, who escapes from the water bubble and declares that Leon will never escape from his grasp. Leon signals to his horse, and they charge toward the monster, sword in hand. He manages to cut off a few limbs before retreating back onto Stallion. The demon taunts him, saying he's flying around like a fruit fly. This angers Leon, and he activates his divine energy, charging at the demon while recalling the pleasure of hearing the Lord of Chaos's screams when the fire scorched him. The demon replies that he can kill Leon before Leon can kill him. Just then, large crab monsters grab the demon's remaining limbs, and he struggles to break free. Leon seizes the moment, attacking with divine punishment, flames of war. His eyes glow a different color as he declares, "Let there be glory to Lionheart's name." Leon prepares his attack, divine punishment, flames of war, as the demon screams his name in pain. The knights watch in horror, questioning whether a human can possess that much power. Leon tells them they don't have much time and urges them to hurry out of the gate. They obey, and Leon asks Sir Spinne how the evacuation is going. Sir Spin replies that 80% of the progress has been made, and the supplies and records were secured. Leon realizes they need a little more time, and Sir Spinne assures him they will hold out. Leon observes their determination, and Sir Spinne explains that they've been preparing for this moment for 5 centuries. Meanwhile, the demon keeps screaming, and language analysis reveals it's saying, "Prosperity to Craviatera." Leon praises their honorable name and says the gate will close soon, so they should fall back. The demon taunts Leon, asking if he's going to run away, claiming they thought his virtue was to never give up. It urges Leon to not give up and fight. Leon smirks, mocking the demon, saying there's no reason to uphold knightly virtues when facing inferior beings like him. He declares that he doesn't respect green beasts and evil species. The monster gets enraged and screams at Leon that he will kill him no matter what. But before it can do anything, the gate closes. The world is in an uproar after the first ever sighting of an Archduke-level demon, with humanity suffering tremendous losses because of the great demon. This news was seen as a sign of impending disaster, but it wasn't all bad. Some beings were able to withstand the mind corruption that even famous S-class hunters couldn't resist. People watched in awe as a video showcasing the Pantheon Guild's accomplishments in the gate was broadcast worldwide on YouTube. The president shakes hands with Leon, who praises him for lifting a great burden off his shoulders. The president downplays it, saying he was surprised to hear there were 10,000 survivors. Leon responds that they are honorable beings who have fought the demon for a long time. The president asks Leon about the statue, and Leon thinks it's their way of marking territory, but explains that it's there to honor the great heroes who sacrificed themselves to face the Archduke demon. He goes on to explain that the statue in the middle represents Poma, the divinity of the sea and waves. The president asks about the other statues, and Leon tells him that one represents himself and Sir Spinne, as Sir Spinne is the representative of the Kirik tribe. The president is left shocked, and seeing his reaction, Leon jokes that he was just kidding. The president suddenly begs Leon to take down his statue, but Leon suggests he shouldn't be embarrassed by such things, considering he's the leader of a whole nation. With that, Leon walks away, and the president's assistant follows behind. The president feels like his lifespan has been shortened by 10 years. His assistant informs him that the urgent news is that contact with North Korea has been completely cut off since last night, which leaves the president even more confused. Meanwhile, in what used to be Pyongyang, the comrade stands on a destroyed road, recalling how 30 years ago, dimensional holes opened up, and until now, they've only received help from South Koreans. He kicks a man into a pile of unconscious bodies and smiles, saying that soon they'll be the most powerful nation, using demons to their advantage. His assistant tells him the mage is calling, and he answers the phone. Reynold informs him that the preparations are complete, and the comrade orders his people to hurry up with the summoning. As the great demon emerges, its injuries shock the comrade. He asks his people if they did the summoning correctly. The demon apologizes, saying it needs time to heal and that they'll need more time until the great demons are back. However, it's a good thing there's plenty of food here, which leaves the comrade in shock. Back in a dungeon, a red-haired girl smiles at a white-haired girl as she says she's told her everything and isn't hiding anything anymore. The white-haired girl finds it interesting that demons can enter any gate they want, meaning they can also go to any gate they want them to go. After a while, Hari calls for Sir Yappy while the people of Kirik work on building structures. She acknowledges that they can breathe underwater, but wonders if it's safe for them to settle there. Yappy reassures her that their people can survive on their own as long as they have a nest and a place to breed. Looking at the kitten, she's puzzled by the sight of so many crabs working, realizing that finding food will be a challenge. Just then, Yappy informs her that they've been registered in the Pantheon Assurance Service, which will help them adjust to modern society. He explains that the service provides many benefits, including administrative and legal support. Hari considers joining as well, but is shocked when Yappy reveals that she's already been registered and has been receiving the services since last month. She freaks out when she learns she's been charged 19 trillion won. Just then, Leon rides up to them, telling Hari to get on the horse as he needs to return to the guild for a bit. Hari is surprised since Leon had earlier said that the horse was a king's horse, only allowing the queen and Sir Yappy to ride it. Noticing her hesitation, Leon dismounts and offers her his hand, insisting she sit. Instead of sitting, Hari feels uneasy and displeased by his behavior. Leon hands her an envelope containing property rights, claiming it only makes sense for the king to give a knight property. Though her faith isn't fully confirmed, it's clear that the gods have chosen her to become a knight and saintess. Out of words, a faint thank you escapes Hari's mouth. But she's interrupted when Leon tells her not to act strangely or like a servant. He doesn't expect her to act like a noble, but she doesn't need to lower herself either. Embarrassed, Hari gets on the horse with Leon. After a quiet ride, she finally asks if she is now a noble too, and Leon's answer fills her face with joy. He explains that it's true, though in the pantheon, she will rank after the queen, Sir Spinne, and then Sir Yappy. Immediately, she calls out to Sir Yappy, claiming he now treats her like a noble, but ends up getting struck by his whip. With a judgmental look, Leon side-eyes them for their immaturity. Later, in the Pantheon Guild, in Queen Beatrice's workshop, Leon stands next to her, learning that the experiment was successful and confirming that demons are indeed using gates, just as he suspected. Leon reflects deeply, realizing that since the Jeju Island Gate, he's had doubts. What seemed like a noble mission was actually about saving corrupted barbarians and defeating a righteous knight. This makes him see that the system and its quests aren't truly good. They're driven by evil forces trying to control the awakened. Leon reveals to Beatrice that the earth is now tamed by mana stones, and people won't give up on the quest, despite finding them strange, due to financial or other reasons. With demons definitely stirring, he asks Beatrice if she can control the gates as well, since he's heard she can. To be specific, Beatrice can control the virtual spaces that have already fallen, but she would need a standard of evaluation to determine which gates have survivors and demons. Then, Beatrice smirks, suggesting that Leon use one of his holy relics as a beacon, which means she'll need a lot of mana stones. Leon likes the idea but wonders where to get those mana stones, though he knows there are many places to find them. Word spreads quickly, and soon everyone is gathered to raid every gate in South Korea. Not long after, the Pantheon Guild appears in all corners of the Republic, with 1,000 warriors, including 4th-rank warriors and knight trainees, plus 2,000 warriors from the Kirkrik tribe. They split into 20 teams, each heading to different gates across Korea. The Pantheon Guild's efficiency is remarkable. While most guilds raid 2 gates a month, this one clears over 20 in just 4 days. Meanwhile, the beasts are complaining to Leon for killing their leader, since they thought he would help them. With a mocking smile, Leon tells them that these inferior beasts copying human society is intolerable, and they will definitely be wiped out. As a result, a single guild takes control of the gates throughout the Republic of Korea. After clearing all the gates, Jin's eyes widened in shock as he saw tons of items lying in front of him. Yappy reveals that the classification is complete, with the total value at 38.3 billion won, and the auction price expected to be around 12.7 billion won. These values will keep them all comfortable, even after opening a gate. Leon then turns around, instructing that this time, the gate clearing will be carried out by a small group of elite warriors. He also orders that all information regarding the operation is forbidden from being reported to anyone. Jin and Hari are commanded to keep this a secret from the association as well. As long as Leon isn't doing anything to harm the nation, everyone is fine with him. Leon then stands in the center of a magical array, which begins to glow brightly. Using the sacred sword, Beatrice chants a spell to enter the coordinates. Everyone watches as energy streams gather, and just then, an artificially created gate appears. This is unbelievable for everyone, but Leon is impressed, and Beatrice smirks at the surprised looks on everyone's faces. Upon entering the gate, they find themselves on a battlefield, where several warriors are already fighting. Suho helps Jaehyuk while looking around in confusion at the surroundings. Leon realizes that there must be a problem with the gate. It seems that this time all the warriors are split up again. Suddenly, a loud roar is heard, and they see a large army of orcs charging towards them with weapons in hand. Before the orcs can attack, a knight named Babel dodges and kills one of them. Babel advises Jaehyuk and Suho to stop standing there like statues and to fight back, as this is a battlefield, not a playground. In respect, Babel kneels before Leon, though Leon quickly recognizes him as Valteric's Orc Shredder, a company commander. Despite that, Leon demands to know more about this place, so Babel explains that they are in the center of the Ryam Valley, and were in the middle of transporting Cerseria's holy relic. Leon quickly realizes what's happening when his mind reflects on the situation. It's already occurred. The Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, Zeria of Twilight, had failed his last mission. Following Babel, Leon is filled with regret. He wishes he had gathered more information while at Paradise, thinking it might have helped him now. But he also knows that what's done is done, and his focus should be on understanding his current situation better. Leon's attention then shifts to Sir Zaria, who is manifesting his fantasy territory. Holding the sword, Zaria gathers a strong energy that fills the environment. The orcs scream in agony and pain, then fall to the ground in an instant. Leon steps forward, suggesting to Zaria that the orcs are advancing. Upon seeing him, Zaria and all his knights quickly bow down in honor, greeting Leon as the first knight of goddess Ariana. Watching them kneel, Leon thinks about how knights, after drinking the holy water from the Holy Grail and awakening, reach their peak form. Leon, being an incredible warrior since he became a knight of the Holy Grail at a young age, recognizes that, in front of the king's eyes, he now looks like an old man, meaning his current appearance represents his peak. Noting that he hasn't changed a bit, Leon orders him to get up and demands to know the full situation. Zaria explains that they obtained the sacred relic and were on their way to the Empire's border when they were ambushed by orcs and the heathens of the beast god. In response, a few knights stay behind to defend, while others continue transporting the relic, splitting into 5 groups for disguise. Out of curiosity, Leon asks about the group with the real relic. After a long pause, Zaria reveals that it's the 5th group in the southwest, a team led by Zaria's past. At the same time, in another place, Zaria laughs as he watches Daesung wake up after being unconscious for a while. Daesung is relieved to see the bear that attacked him is dead, and Hari is also there, realizing they've all been separated again. Zaria is surprised to see other knights here, as he never expected anyone else to be crazy enough to do this. Suddenly a system window appears, instructing them to help the Grail Knight Zaria of Twilight transport the holy relic to the Lionheart borders. Noticing their surprise, Zaria explains that they're a bit behind on the news because they've been in the middle of nowhere. To confirm he is Zaria of Twilight, Daesung repeats his name, but to his surprise, Zaria tells him that this honorable title will be his in the future. For now, he is a mission knight on a mission. Zaria Bertham hadn't received any quests from the gods for a long time. He spent 10 years wandering the world as a knight errant, starting when he was 15, and 15 more years waiting for a quest from the gods. He was an outstanding knight, not someone with superpowers who could change the course of a battle alone, but most of those who received missions from the gods had superpowers. His refusal to give up earned him admiration, even though others often mocked him. One day, a woman appeared in Zaria's dreams, advising him to end his suffering, return to the kingdom, and fulfill his duties. However, Zaria didn't stop trying. Even when the whole world mocked him, he didn't give up, and by the time he was 100, he became a Grail Knight, the oldest person ever to achieve this title. Meanwhile, back where Leon is, Zaria orders the knights to raise their shields and prepare for battle. The knights immediately follow the order. Orcs and other monsters are rapidly approaching them. As the chaos unfolds on the battlefield, the knights with shields dodge the orcs' attacks. They wield their swords and kill many of the monsters, which makes Leon realize that their combat strength as a group is on an entirely different level. They soon spot a boulder troll, and Leon commands Suho and Jaehyuk to observe closely, as what they're about to see is the goal they should strive to achieve. Leon then signals the knights, including Zaria, and they all charge forward to attack the monsters. However, Jaehyuk and Suho find it dangerous because the passage is so narrow. Ignoring the danger, Zaria charges along with the other knights, holding a spear in his hand. His horse leaps high over the knights holding shields, leaving Suho and Jaehyuk in awe as they watch the scene with their mouths wide open. Using the Dear Holy Flames skill, Zaria charges his sword toward his opponents, but Leon warns Suho and Jaehyuk not to get too excited, as the enemy hasn't fought with their full force yet. Meanwhile, the system notifies them of a bonus mission to defend Sir Zaria's forces until the very end. Reading this, Leon decides to stay and help Sir Zaria, confident that the stallion will chase after the real transportation squad. This time, he plans to watch the Honorable Grail Knight until the end. On the other hand, as instructed, Suho and Jaehyuk search through the orcs' corpses but find no mana stones. This realization makes Leon understand that this quest isn't biased, and he doesn't sense the hidden evil intent that usually accompanies other quests. However, he believes there may be a way to manipulate the quest itself. With that in mind, Leon orders his knights to search for any students, if there are any. He's about to say something else when he suddenly feels a spear charging toward him. In a split second, he catches it with his hand and angrily breaks the spear, his face showing frustration at the beast for using a ranged weapon against him. Looking at the orc, Leon mocks it for being a disgusting, inferior beast. Full of rage, he orders Zaria to bring him the head of that beast, no matter what happens. Zaria turns to the orcs who looked down on the king, feeling honored to be the one to kill the beast that tried to insult the king. However, the orc looks down on him and starts laughing, but it doesn't have time to react as Zaria, in the blink of an eye, is already behind it. Without wasting any time, Zaria delivers a powerful blow with his staff to its head. The blow is so strong that it sends the orc crashing to the ground at high speed, surrounded by rubble. The immense power feels unreal to the beast, yet Zaria stands firm, demanding to know how it dared invade the territory of the heavens, where only the king should reign. In contrast, the beast has no regrets, threatening Zaria for coming alone, claiming to have brought an entire army with it. Despite that, Zarya remains unfazed and unconcerned about the army of trash. A sly smile crosses his face as a strange energy begins to envelop the surroundings. Before anyone can fully process it, Zarya calls out to the goddess of dream and death, asking her to bring death upon the unfaithful. Behind him, a goddess appears, concentrating the same energy in her hand, and suddenly, many cuts appear on the orcs' bodies. On the flip side, with the team carrying the real relic, Zarya warns Daesung to be cautious since most of the beasts active at night are monsters. However, it's not safe right now, so Zarya suggests they reach a nearby cave. With a heavy box of relics on his shoulders, Zarya starts moving forward. Sweat beads on Stella's face as she doesn't want someone noble like him doing such labor, but Zarya assures her that he's just a mission knight at the moment. Unclear about what he's talking about, they eventually reach the cave. Once inside, Zarya uses divine energy to create a plant-like barrier at the entrance for their safety. After setting up camp, Stella hesitantly asks if it's okay for him to watch over the relic box for a while. His response shocks her. Zarya tells her to give him orders, as a kingdom knight has more authority than a mission knight. This leaves everyone confused because nothing makes sense to them. They have no idea about the connection between Zarya's past and present. Seeing their confusion, Zarya reveals that the goddess rewarded him. After his endless efforts, Pu granted him a power when he became a Grail Knight, allowing him to summon a clone of his past self into reality. The Zarya they're seeing now is 85, the age at which he received his quest from the gods. While he reminds them not to expect more power from him, he is nothing compared to the Grail Knight. Instantly they hear a loud, frightening roar. Everyone stands up, alert. Zarya, who was smiling moments ago, now looks serious, ordering everyone to stay quiet as the danger is very close. Daesung and Hari grab their weapons, ready to fight, but the sounds from above grow louder. Suddenly the ceiling collapses. Zarya shouts for everyone to move out of the way, and in an instant a demon's subordinate appears from above. To stop the monster, Zarya thrusts his sword into its gaping mouth, but the monster scratches his back, which is dangerous because its poison is lethal. Stella tries to help, but he orders them to retreat and get out as quickly as possible. Hearing the command, Hari rushes toward Daesung, calling out to him, but her eyes widen in shock when she sees that Daesung has a deep poisonous wound on his arm and is struggling to get up. Hari quickly bandages Daesung's arm, and he apologizes to her for letting her down. But she doesn't care about any of that. All she cares about is the poison in his wound. She feels guilty for not stopping it and tells Daesung to wait for a moment. Then, Hari takes her sword and walks toward Zarya, who is still fighting the monster. Zarya notices her approaching and shouts for her to stay back, warning her that it's too dangerous. He's shocked, however, as she walks forward with strong energy emanating from her sword. Flashbacks come to Hari's mind of a past trip to the gate when Leon confidently said she was chosen by the divinity of war and fire, and that she shouldn't take this gift lightly. Leon had created a flame in his hand, explaining that divine foam flows like a sea current and will move according to her will. Remembering that, Hari swings her sword, focusing both water and fire energy into it. She releases an incredible strike, dealing significant damage to the giant monster. Zarya can't help but watch in disbelief. After defeating the monster, Zarya makes the antidote, but it's enough for only one person since the Empire's Dark Mage's Chimera was accidentally burned by Hari while fighting the monster. As soon as the antidote is ready, Daesung takes it, and Zarya ensures the entrance is hidden better this time so they won't be tracked, no matter how keen the monster's sense of smell is. At the same time, Zarya collapses, feeling weak as the poison's after effects take hold from his own injury. Everyone gathers around him to help, but in a faint voice, Zarya assures them that even if he dies, the version of him from the past will help them, as his clone has been blessed by the Lady of Death, who even bestowed a gift upon it. As Zarya takes his final breath, he instructs them to treat his other self as just another consumable item to get the relic to the King of the Lionheart. As he dies, he sees the Lady of Death consuming his soul. Meanwhile, the second version of Zarya finishes dealing with the orcs, and Leon praises his efficiency, realizing Zarya had tried to lure their leader, but it didn't work. The orcs are surprisingly patient, and the fact that they didn't react to the provocation suggests the leader must be very charismatic. Leon's mind races with thoughts. He wonders if there's an orc champion. They're rare, chosen by the orc god, and they unite the orcs, sparking great wars. Although it's too early to judge, Leon suspects it could be an orc chief. Later, Zarya and Leon talk privately, and Leon reveals everything that has happened. Zarya clenches his fists upon learning that he had already died and ascended to heaven. His hand trembles as he realizes Leon had fought the forces of evil alone for 2 centuries. Overcome with guilt, Zarya begs Leon not to forgive him for his disloyalty, but Leon tells him not to apologize. From this, Zarya concludes that if he was killed by an orc, the great chief is likely here. Leon agrees that the champion chosen by the orc god is on this battlefield, and he's here for an experiment, with the loot being secondary. However, Leon now has a new goal: to stay by his friend's side until the very end. Later that night, in the orc camp, where the orcs are peacefully sleeping on the ground, Leon sets a fire. Orcs live like humans, eating, drinking, and sleeping, making them vulnerable to night ambushes since they rest during the night. From the top of the cliff, Leon watches the burning camp and can't help but smirk, seeing them all dying. Behind him, Zarya decides to tell Leon everything he knows. He believes that with the king's appearance, the history of his death has changed. If this gate can truly recreate the kingdom of that time perfectly, then the one who can match the power of the king of the Lionheart, the strongest Grail Knight, will definitely come. A few days later, a man in the orc camp screams in frustration, his face turning crimson as he struggles to understand how the opponents can attack them non-stop for 3 days. They have 10,000 orcs, yet they are being attacked day and night. What frustrates him the most is that only 2 of them, Zarya and Leon, are attacking and killing thousands of orcs. As he suggests to his subordinates that they must do something, an iron bear, dead and sliced, flies into their tent. It was the strongest and toughest of all the orcs. Just then, the champion of Helkin enters the tent, the one who killed the iron bear. In a fit of rage, it lifts the man by the throat, furious that the opening was supposed to happen yesterday. The man struggles but realizes the champion might be stronger than a Grail Knight, having fought Grail Knights when he was younger. The champion of Helkin throws him to the ground and orders him to prepare the forces for an attack on the Grail Knights tomorrow. Both the champion of Helkin and the skunk's great warrior will join the attack. As the champion leaves the tent, the man thinks that with 2 champions of the orc gods on their side, they might just win the battle. Instantly, a loud explosive sound is heard. As the man and all the other beasts with the chief of Helkin step outside, they spot a giant spear with a letter on it. This letter, which started in the Lionheart Kingdom, has been circulated every year. In the letter, a duel is proposed, so the champion of Helkin orders the man to accept it, as he believes it will be the key to taking down the Grail Knight. Meanwhile, in another location, all the knights are thanking Beatrice and her subordinates for killing the monster and arriving just in time, as things could have gone badly. One of the female knights, concerned, asks Beatrice about the whereabouts of Suho and Jaehyuk. Beatrice explains that their mission was to help Sir Zarya and the main squad, so if the king isn't with them, it means he's with a different transport squad. In any case, Beatrice assures them not to worry about their friends. She also cast a tracking spell on everyone, so they will see each other soon. While Beatrice believes Suho and Jaehyuk are with the king, she senses that Daesung and Hari are with a different squad. However, Sir Spinny is out of her range, which worries her. Meanwhile, Spinny is floating in space, measuring the pull of gravity and watching the gate launch a satellite. The device, which can only gather small bits of information, shows what seems like a planet, but it's just deep valleys and the hard line of an empire's border. Suddenly, the device picks up a strong signal. It's a knight from the Lionheart Kingdom. The knight looks directly at him, something Spinny never expected. Taking off his helmet, the Lionheart Knight angrily orders him to leave. On the battlefield, Leon's army stands facing an army of orcs and other monsters, all at a great distance. The orcs are marching toward them, roaring loudly. Jaehyuk, feeling the tension, acknowledges that the orcs will attack soon. But Leon explains that this is necessary to analyze their forces and uncover the true story. If Leon and his team can hold their ground, the team transporting the relic will have it easier. Jaehyuk, recalling past failures in relic transport, voices his concerns, but Leon is confident, knowing Beatrice and Spinny are there to handle things. With Leon's approval, Zarya takes the lead. However, before he can even strike, the orcs start shouting in preparation, sensing that their Helkin is watching them. Everyone, including Leon, looks at the orcs with displeasure due to their loud behavior. Just then, Helkin's champion, Balbazar, enters the battlefield, arrogantly declaring himself undefeatable and demanding to know who will fight him. Leon smirks, taunts Balbazar for being a frog in a well, and orders Zarya to bring him the beast's head. Obeying the command, Zarya draws his sword and steps forward, declaring that Balbazar will be killed here. Not taking Zarya seriously, Balbazar strikes first, but Zarya dodges and taunts him back. Confident, Balbazar lands a powerful blow with his axe, splitting Zarya in 2. Balbazar raises his axe in triumph, while the knights watch in shock. But just then, Zarya's body transforms, radiating powerful energy. A sly smirk crosses his face as he mocks Balbazar for being a beast unworthy of comparison to humans. Using his divine skill, Fantasy Domain, Zarya creates an illusion to make Balbazar think he has won. Closing the gap, Zarya prepares to strike with his aura of execution, but Balbazar grabs the blade of Zarya's sword before he can land the blow. Recognizing the divine power, Balbazar screams in envy and strikes back quickly with his huge axe, sending Zarya sprawling to the ground. As he is attacked, Zarya senses Helkin's power. Despite the injuries, Zarya manages to land on his feet, clutching the spot where he was wounded. Gathering every last bit of energy, he charges at Balbazar. They exchange blow after blow, each desperate to defeat the other, but Zarya struggles to keep up, taking more hits. Balbazar also suffers some damage but throws Zarya to the ground by his collar. Gritting his teeth, Zarya watches as the axe swings toward his head. In that instant, Balbazar strikes the ground with his axe, assuming Zarya is dead, while Leon watches with a smirk, knowing killing Zarya is no easy feat. At the same time, Zarya rises, feeling ashamed. He had hoped to dedicate the victory to the king, but now he's failing miserably. Overcome by pain, he ties his hand to his sword's hilt, gets into a fighting stance, and charges at the beast. Balbazar stands calmly, waiting for Zarya to close the distance. As soon as Zarya gets close, Balbazar swings his axe and slices into Zarya's shoulder, taunting him for being a weak human. A while ago, before the orc subjugation, when Leon was a war knight, he stood alongside the other knights and asked Zarya about his name. When Zarya introduced himself, Leon recognized him, knowing he had been a royal knight for 50 years. Leon then told him about taking down the orc champion, and Zarya quickly agreed, asking the king to give him the lowest position possible. He didn't want honor or glory, just to keep his way of life. Back in the present, Zarya, recalling how Leon had approached him, coughs painfully, every inch of his body aching. Balbazar, thinking Zarya has given up, raises his axe for the final strike but stops when he sees Zarya holding it firmly. Flashbacks of Leon offering his hand and calling Zarya a loyal warrior flood his mind. With a surge of energy, Zarya swings his sword, praying to the great lady who commands the end of all things to bless him, and instantly pierces Balbazar's heart using the death-resistance skill of great divine law. Before Balbazar can understand where Zarya's power came from, he collapses, dead. A minute of silence follows on the battlefield, then Zarya raises his sword, pulling it out of Balbazar's body, signaling victory. Chaos erupts around them as Leon's forces celebrate, while the orc army is left disappointed in Balbazar. The battle isn't over though, as Maghar, the champion of the sorcerer god Gukrok, steps forward, challenging Zarya. Despite losing so much blood, Zarya decides to fight on for the king. As he takes a step forward, he stumbles but is caught by Leon, who praises him for fighting so bravely. Leon assures him to rest and promises to watch over his end and bless it. Leon steps forward, facing the crowd, and pulls out all his relics. A golden light begins to shine from his body, and suddenly, the spirit of a giant lion appears behind him, flames rising around them. Meanwhile, Spinna, flying in space, looks down at the planet and detects movements. An uneasy alliance forms between the Empire and the Lionheart Kingdom. The squad carrying the sacred relics is moving according to plan, although 2 other teams have been wiped out. However, the guild members of Pantheon remain safe. At the same time, the number of orcs and heathens continues to rise. Spinna notices something strange and quickly detaches from the shuttle. Shortly after, an explosion erupts, destroying the shuttle. Back on the battlefield, Leon has wiped out everything in his path. He turns to Zarya, revealing that he has a grail and, if needed, will accompany him to the ends of the world. Zarya collapses, urging Leon not to waste his time, but Leon asks him to accept the ascension ritual. Zarya pleads for him to reserve his divine powers, but Leon assures him that the orcs and heathens will retreat, and he won't have to fight anymore unless it's to drive away the remaining enemies. Exhausted, Zarya gazes at Leon, too tired to argue. Leon kneels, his body engulfed in strong energy, beginning the ceremony. With respect and honor, Leon asks Zarya to pray to the divinity he follows. Zarya clasps his hands and begins to pray, seeing the spirit of the goddess before him. As he prays, taking his last breaths, Zarya prays for his king's territory to expand and for his worries to be erased. At the same time, Leon places his hand on Zarya's shoulder, praying to the goddess that Zarya may sip wine in her banquet halls, and that his name will be remembered forever, promising that they will meet again in the banquet hall of the gods. As Leon bids farewell, Zarya disappears, leaving his old friend behind. At the same time, another mystery unfolds. The chief of the orc subordinates apologizes to the chief for failing to defeat the opponents. However, the orc chief, sitting on his throne, decides that if fate wills it, he will fight the Holy Grail Knight. Further ahead, in the forest, Zarya's clone looks out from behind a tree and tells Hari and the squad to move forward since there are no signs of monsters. Hari looks at Zarya curiously and hesitantly asks if he remembers anything from before, referring to the memories of the other clone who was with them. Zarya explains that it feels like he has inherited the memories of the original, but unfortunately, he doesn't remember anything about this squad. He adds that at this moment, he is a mission knight of 87, and during this time, the king was a Grail Knight and War Knight. Hari becomes even more curious and presses for more information, asking if Zarya knew the king in his childhood. Stella, too, is eager to hear stories about the king's younger days. Chuckling, Zarya tells them that Leon left quite an impression on him back then, as he was the youngest Grail Knight ever. Zarya goes on to explain that Leon became a mission knight at the age of 16, a role usually reserved for knights of the kingdom to do charity work. However, His Majesty was a successor of the Duke Dragonia household and may have skipped some steps due to his high status. Despite this, he did an excellent job. Leon defeated an entire village of orcs on his own and stopped a group of heathens during their ritual. His adventures became famous, remembered as tales of bravery and honor, with even pets and singers recalling his stories. When Leon was 20 years old, the goddess of light and justice chose him. By the time he was 27, he had become the youngest war knight and Grail Knight in history. Zarya believes that no one will ever be as talented as Leon again. He then advises Hari to stay by Leon's side, as she will learn a lot from him. After setting fire to a safe area in the deep forest, everyone falls asleep except for Daesung, who is practicing by swinging his sword in the air. Just then, he hears someone call it a kingdom sword technique. It's none other than Zarya, who has woken up because, at his age, he doesn't sleep much. He thought he'd come to help stand guard, but Daesung was training, so Zarya decides to assist him, which is a great honor for Daesung. They both take fighting stances in front of each other. Zarya suggests Daesung dodge the attacks while he attacks. As soon as Daesung agrees, he notices a quick attack aimed at him. He tries to dodge it. Zarya instructs him to keep his 2 hands above his belly button. The sword is not just a weapon to swing, but also the fastest form of defense someone has. Daesung is clearly trying hard to counterattack, but Zarya's swordsmanship is so swift and accurate, like a machine, that it's hard to land a blow. Zarya begins delivering faster strikes, and with the final blow, he knocks the sword out of Daesung's hands, stopping his blade at Daesung's throat. Disappointed, Daesung admits that losing to Zarya motivates him since he's gotten the basics down, and praises Zarya for his speed, which encourages him a lot. Daesung sits next to Zarya and asks how he compares to Hari. Zarya reveals that Hari is incredibly powerful and can improve faster than anyone. Hearing that, Daesung starts doubting himself, feeling like he's never enough or good enough. This behavior reminds Zarya of his past self. Everyone around him told him to give up, but he never did because what others say doesn't matter when it comes to trying. He advises Daesung to never lose hope and to be courageous, filling himself with courage, love, and hope, as those qualities are meant to be manifested. The next morning, they arrive at the castle of the Empire. Zarya knows that once they pass through here, they'll be on a straight path to the kingdom's borders. This realization makes Daesung understand that the Lionheart Kingdom and the Empire share borders, and he wonders why the mission isn't over yet, since they've now reached the Empire. Just then, the castle guards order them to stop, but Hari confidently explains that they are there to transport the relic, and there should be a record of them passing through. Instantly, they hear voices welcoming them. The voices belong to the head of the Magic School of Light, the Imperial Guards Division Commander, Sir Bolfhart, and the Heavens Observer, Startooth. Sir Bolfhart smiles evilly, demanding to know what members of the 13 electorates are doing there, and recognizing that it's not Zarya, but his clone. Suddenly, orcs begin gathering around them, and Bolfhart, out of nowhere, strikes a lightning bolt at Zarya, while simultaneously welcoming and bidding him farewell. Harry rushes towards Zarya, who has fallen on the ground, his stomach on the dirt, while panic spreads across the squad's faces. Meanwhile, Bolfhart remains relaxed, knowing it's just a clone and not a real Grail Knight. He challenges the remaining squad, asking if they have the guts to fight. In response to his arrogance, Stella unleashes a powerful wave of flames toward him, but the old man sends an evil magical array in her direction, undoing the divine law with his magic. As the head of a magic school, he knows how to counter divine laws and declares hers to be weak. Stella turns crimson with embarrassment, realizing they've studied the miracles of the divinities, calling it an outright insult to the gods. Bolfhart dismisses them, calling them fools for sticking to old traditions when it comes to divinity. Daesung speaks up, telling them that the Empire has been aligned with the orcs from the start, and that the orcs are after the holy relics. Bolfhart laughs maniacally, thinking the relic will help him analyze the gods, claiming it will take their progress one step further. But just as he's about to act, an image appears in the sky from the shadows. It's Beatrice, surrounded by divine power. She feels the strong magical pressure from his spell, but uses a double recovery of mental fortitude to reinforce herself. Bolfhart maintains the magic circle, calling her power vulgar as she exudes seductive magic. Beatrice casually brags that she was born with it, which causes Bolfhart to act like he doesn't care, though deep down he feels it's unfair that she doesn't need to do anything to possess such corrupt power. The short old man is amazed by Beatrice's powers, while Daesung and Stella remain confused about who she is. Bolfhart threatens her to appear before them and combines a series of powerful magic attacks to kill her, yet Beatrice remains unfazed, summoning a hexagonal shield to block the barrage. However, she notices an additional attack behind her, as Bolfhart uses his Lamentar's lightning skill. The old men laugh loudly, sure that she's been defeated, but Beatrice somehow survives the attack. Her eyes, now filled with rage, reveal her determination to eliminate these freaks. A large amount of mana gathers around her, and in an instant, she casts the Death Eye spell. The magic circle transforms into an eye, shooting out countless magic projectiles in all directions, draining every trace of mana from the atmosphere. Bolfhart, witnessing this, uses a shield to protect himself. Beatrice scoffs, saying it can never compare to the king's power. While she realizes magic here is no different from magic in her world, she still doesn't understand why they use it so recklessly. As she maintains the Death Eye spell, she comments that they're too focused on what it does right now and fail to realize its true potential. In a flash, she steals the magic from the short old man. Meanwhile, Zarya wakes up at the Empire's guard post, realizing the Empire has betrayed them. Hari, Stella, and Daesung suddenly hear Zarya's voice in their heads, thanks to Beatrice's magic. Zarya orders them to call reinforcements, as he senses strange power from the enemy. He warns that if this drags on, the situation will only worsen. In another environment, Spinny falls to the ground at great speed, his body badly damaged. He begins announcing that a major system error has occurred, and urgent repairs are needed. However, the Knight of the Lionheart grabs him, examining him closely and angrily demanding to know why he can't sense any divine power from him. Sir Zaria orders his fellows to leave the valley as soon as possible and request reinforcements, or else the Empire's soldiers will catch up. They all start riding their horses to escape, but unfortunately, the Empire's soldiers arrive, and one of them shouts for them to stop. One of the Empire soldiers attacks Yahello, claiming that the demon god's advent and the Manhwa of merciless destruction are involved. They warn Lord Stella to be careful and protect the holy relic while killing the enemy. Despite this, Yahello uses the divine law, the divine sword descent, to strike the Empire. This skill can even slice down high-ranked demons with a single strike. From Sir Zaria's perspective, the Empire won't be able to stand against the divine sword, meaning this opponent is tougher than expected. In return, the Empire claims that Sir Zaria is just a weak copy of himself from when he hadn't become a Grail Knight yet, and that Zaria is trying to stop him. They also arrogantly say that if Zaria wants to kill him, he needs to at least be a Grail Knight. This raises a question in Zaria's mind. Since when did the Empire have the qualifications to discuss Grail Knights? Yahello announces to the glorious Knights of Lionheart to listen carefully, as it is a command from Stella Vermilion. She wants them to stand and hold their swords because they are going to die that day. The Empire, enraged, claims that they are just animals who have abandoned their free will, even lower than that. Suddenly Stella falls to the ground, and it seems like the end for the Empire. Sir Spinny doesn't lose hope and remains determined to defeat the Empire, but they make him aware that his current form won't be enough to take them down. Sir Spin questions how the goddess could choose someone as inferior as him to be her knight. The Empire then asks him what he can do now. Sir Spinner responds that those who devote themselves to completing the quests given by the gods have lives like beautiful flowers that bloom from their unshakable faith, and that their blindingly bright honor was his dream and goal. He draws his swords and points them at the Lady of all things, the one who governs the afterlife and its sinners. She is the one who guides mortals in their lowest places. And they used to say it was impossible to face her, that it was a message from the gods to give up. But this knight always faced the impossible. In his mission, he never sought approval from others, nor did he see a reason why something couldn't be completed just because it seemed impossible. He always made the impossible possible, and with that, he conquered death. The goddess of death used to look at him kindly and commanded him to face the impossible. Meanwhile, Stella regains her senses and realizes she can't die as she fights through the shrouds of death. The Empire realizes that it's about to lose to a knight-errant and starts wondering if it failed to transform into a demon. One of the team members tells the Empire that it's not too late and that they'll need at least half a day to reach the Lionheart borders, so they can still track them. The Empire agrees, knowing that they must retrieve the relic no matter what. Meanwhile, Stella gets up and the Empire orders his team to kill her, as they won't spare anyone there. Suddenly, a meteor appears in the shape of Vulcanus, shocking everyone. He tells the Empire that he's going to burn him to ashes, the only way he can be forgiven for death. The Empire admits to Vulcanus that he's arrogant, but Vulcanus questions whether the Empire truly understands why it can call itself an empire. It's because they allowed it to. They permitted it to arrogantly declare independence, and they allowed the unnecessary expansion of its territory. The Empire feels it's all impossible, the power, the speed, and the endless mana, believing it's beyond human capability. The Empire wants all that power for itself and is ready to face the consequences. Vulcanus is shocked by the Empire's sense of omnipotence, certain the Empire doesn't know what it's like to get everything it wants just by praying. The flames of enlightenment continue to burn. Sir Zaria loved watching the Empire get defeated, and he even thanked them for making it in time. Leon, having to send off an old friend, asks Stella if he can step into the fight, and she agrees, saying she has no interest in monopolizing glory and honor. Sir Zaria gets angry seeing them both like that and wants to end them right then and there. Zaria questions if someone summoned a meteor. Leon feels it has nothing to do with them, as Vulcanus shows no mercy when it comes to evil. Zaria then questions why he's there, saying that it is the time of divine punishment, the flames of war. Vulcanus arrives and greets the owner of the Lionheart. Beatrice reminds him that they need to get everyone together before the gate closes. While he had a lot to discuss with Vulcanus, the situation was urgent, and he asks if Vulcanus can give him something that symbolizes him. Vulcanus hands over a dagger and leaves, with Leon realizing that Vulcanus is not in the god's paradise, but is still alive. Hari is happy to see His Majesty return and asks if he is all right. One of them hands over the holy relic to Leon, who also appreciates everyone for their hard work. He opens the relic box, and finally, the last relic is in their hands. He then guides everyone to leave. Meanwhile, at the Naju Plains Pantheon Guild, Park Soo-jin gets out of her car, wondering what's so urgent that she's been called so suddenly. She feels like the Pantheon Guild has turned into a tourist spot, and how could anyone resist the offer of such an epic item? She spots Yaga Spinne in her way, and the system recognizes her facial ID, identifying her as the Hunter Association Evaluator Senior Manager Park Soo-jin, having all the data of the members of the Hunter Association. While it contacts His Majesty, she is asked to wait inside. There's a banner promoting the hammer challenge, and she considers trying it out, but the fee is 5 million won, which is quite expensive. They used to reduce prices based on the tax bracket, and since Sujin is in the second class, the fee is only 500,000 won for her. She's happy to see such a huge discount, but at the same time she's confused about how the machine knows her tax bracket. The machine just guessed it though, and it was completely random. Assistant Manager Han greets Sujin and asks if she's doing well these days. Since Sujin is there to evaluate an item, she asks Manager Han where to go for that, and Han leads her on the way. She takes her to Sir Spin's room, where he asks if she is from the association. Sujin introduces herself as Park Sujin. Sir Spinny then asks Hari to bring the artifacts, and a moment later, she arrives with them, which seems quite rare to Sujin. First, Sujin looks at an orc champion's axe, then moves on to Volcanus's ritual dagger, a legendary item. Finally, Harry guides her to look at the epic item, which has an epic rank, Richard Lionheart's sheath. Suddenly, the sheath begins to move on its own. Sir Spinny speaks the words left by the founding king of Lionheart for his descendants, that through suffering and to the stars, he wants to do good with bravery and stand for justice, even if heaven falls, and bring light to fate. Sir Spinny then asks everyone to leave him alone for a while. Suddenly, he feels some sort of power and introduces himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the 15th king of the Lionheart and the rightful successor to the founding Lionheart. As the agent of God, he claims his right to wield the relic and declares that he has finally regained his power from his pinnacle. He orders Beatrice to get ready, as they are going to carry out a large ritual, all made possible because of that sheath. He plans to first form the Knight Order and prepare to appoint a Grail Knight, and through the great ritual, he will summon the star. A woman is talking on the phone with someone, and he asks if she really intends to stay there. She agrees, saying that she wants to kill someone, and for that, she has countless sword techniques from the Divine Sword Guild. But they aren't enough. She needs the Divine Law to kill him. The person on the phone asks if she knows where the person she wants to kill is. She says that he was last seen in Vietnam, still with the demonic sword. It's the Pancheon Guild's morning training for horseback assault and defense. The training continues as they keep beating Suho. An announcement is made that the defenders team wins, and it's time for the next team. Everyone asks Suho if he's okay, but he feels like he just died for a second. The same thing keeps happening, and then the students team wins, marking the end of the morning training. Leon Dragonia Lionheart makes an announcement that anyone who fails as an attacker must come forward, as the soldiers on foot are slower than them. He also tells everyone to prepare to charge again and try to use their mobility to their advantage. They all feel exhausted and have no strength left, thinking that the men-at-arms are surely determined to win. Meanwhile, they get some potatoes and sweet potatoes as snacks and discuss how long they have to survive on just sugar and salt water. They feel like they were better off when entering the gates, as they used to get proper food there. It's almost time for the induction ceremony, and everyone will get proper food after that, meaning they will be connected to the gods. Since they've been learning about the gods whenever they have time, they need to be able to use the divine law to become royal knights, and must choose the one they believe in the most. One of them thinks that for him, it's surely going to be Ariana of Lights and Justice, as well as Patos of War and Fire, since their majesty told them they are the two most important knights to worship. The three girls discuss Sir Yape, a Grail Knight of Heto, the divinity of steel and blacksmith, as one of them saw him conducting some kind of charged practical experiment the last time they saw him. Suddenly, Sir Yappy appears on the screen and tells them that his ability is not to earn money, and his sound wave detector features cannot be compared to that of an organism. Student Kim Jae-hyuk is asked to get changed and head to the entrance as the Guardian is visiting. In the Pantheon Guild's lobby, Kim Jae-hyuk's mom is there. He asks her what brings her there and tells her to say whatever she wants quickly since he's busy. His mom realizes he's just like his father. She questions why he requested to withdraw from their guild, but he refuses to tell her, feeling that it's none of her business. During their conversation, the man at the counter mentions that the guild is one of the top 10 in Korea, and says that Jae-hyuk will have a bright future if he joins. Leon questions the students about what sets the gods of the Pantheon apart from the cults. One of them gets confused, wondering if it's sacrilege to compare the Pantheon with the cults. Beatrice guesses that the gods of the Pantheon actually exist. Leon asks if there is proof that the cult's god does not exist. Another student answers that, as far as he knows, those gods don't perform miracles. Leon challenges him, asking if he thinks a god ceases to be a god just because they don't create miracles. He mentions how the goddess Demera appeared to them in the form of a scarecrow, and how many gods in the Pantheon still have yet to show themselves. Leon asks him if he is saying those gods don't exist and wants him to guarantee that. Cheon Soyeon raises her hand and claims that the Pantheon gods actually help them and are different from the cults because they respond to their prayers and make miracles happen. That's how they prove their existence. Leon asks her that since she serves the divinities of war and fire, as well as justice and light, if she has received any answers from them. She assumes that her faith isn't enough. Leon tells them that they are all misunderstanding something. Suddenly, a thunderstorm forms in a cloudless sky. Leon senses that some of them will think it's proof that God exists, as gods are supposed to make one's wishes and prayers come true. Cheon-soyeon thinks she prayed for rain, but not to avoid getting caught in it, so she feels like the god is protecting her from getting wet. Leon advises her not to negotiate with the gods, as they are gods and not genie lamps. It's one's freedom to choose which god to believe in, whether from a pantheon or not, and even if they don't exist, their teachings are still valuable. He warns them to be aware of hypothetical followers who speak of rewards in exchange for faith, and encourages them not to keep faith with the expectation of receiving something in return. The goddess arrives and greets all the students, making them really excited as they can hear her voice. However, she tells them not to get too excited, as such enthusiasm will make it difficult for them in wars when they need to stay focused. Leon thinks they need a couple more new Grail Knights since there are only 3, including him, and he feels that Harihevo has the highest chance of becoming one. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild Naju Plains branch, some people from One Brilliance come and announce that one can only reach heaven by trusting in the dragon god, and anyone who doesn't believe will go to hell. Almost everyone starts shouting for the mercy of the dragon god to envelop them. 2 men discuss whether they're mad for shouting so loudly in front of the Pantheon Guild. The man from the dragon god's team continues shouting that heretics and Satan should go away. Sir Yappy arrives and questions them about what they're doing, as their noise level is way too high. He tells them to keep it down, as they don't have permission to shout like that there. The machine then attacks everyone and tells them to get out. The men from One Brilliance stand in front of the Pantheon Guild again, holding apology signs. Sir Yappy tells them to leave and not come back. However, the men stand their ground, and Sir Yappy starts hitting them, asking if they want to die. The main man runs away, cursing Sir Yappy, saying he's not running because he's scared, but because he's evil. Others watch them run away as the man from One Brilliance catches up to the other guild members. They ask if he's okay or if he's hurt. The man replies with annoyance, saying it was nothing, and that someone like Sir Yappy can't do much to him. Mr. Choi calls him out, asking if he got the job done. The man smirks and tells Choi that it was all recorded, revealing a hidden camera in his tie. They both watch the footage on their phones. Mr. Choi smirks while watching Sir Yappy threaten to kill the One Brilliance Guild members. He says it will be enough and that he'll show the Pantheon Guild how juicy Korean law is. The next day, Mr. Choi opens his laptop, thinking the news will be attacking the Pantheon Guild, and it should be all over the internet. He opens the website, only to find several articles about them. He asks why they're being targeted instead of the Pantheon Guild. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pantheon Guild, Sir Yappy exclaims that One Brilliance's server is down. Jae-hyuk walks down the street, looking at his family pictures. He says he came here because he was told to, but he's still not sure. He thinks about the god who blessed him with a miracle and believes that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be doing anything. He shivers, saying that even thinking about him scares him. He makes his way home and rings the bell. His mom greets him with a smile, and he weakly tells her that he's only staying for one meal. But the god calls out his name, ordering him to punish her and bring her punishment from the heavens, saying this is the test he's giving to Jae-hyuk. His mom tells him she made kimchi stew for him since it's his favorite and asks if he wants some pastries first. Jae-hyuk dismisses the voice and sits at the table, asking her if she's not eating with him. His mom tells him that she's already eaten. She asks about the taste of the dishes, and as he hears his name again, ordering him to punish the heathen, he looks at her smiling face. He tells his mom that it tastes good, and she smiles, telling him to have more. At night, he sits alone in a park as the god of heaven and thunder speaks to him, saying they are evil heathens following a false religion and calls them a cult. He orders Jae-hyuk to punish them. He weakly says that she is his mother, but the god replies that there are more important things than blood, and following a false god is a great sin that cannot be forgiven, telling him to punish the heretic. Jae-hyuk screams in frustration, asking why he's asking him to do it when he's the god. He thinks about how he's supposed to bring down a giant cult on his own when his mom is in it too. Leon appears from behind, asking if it's Jae-hyuk's hometown, scaring Jae-hyuk. He turns around and greets His Majesty as Leon sits beside him, saying he already knows about his situation. Jae-hyuk asks him how, to which Leon replies that it was impossible not to know after all the ruckus he caused in the guild. Jae-hyuk gets on his knees apologizing. Leon tells him to get up and directly asks the god of heaven and thunder how he could make a young child carry such a heavy burden. The god replies that he gets to decide what's too big or too small a burden for his servants. Leon tells the god that he should leave it to him if he wants to punish the cult. The god refuses, saying that he wants Jae-hyuk to punish them and show that he is willing. Leon agrees. Ending the conversation with the god of heaven and thunder, Leon turns to Jae-hyuk and asks why he didn't tell him earlier. He informs Jae-hyuk that a group tried to ruin their reputation, but Sir Spinne taught them a lesson. They have declared war against them and their gods, and tell Jae-hyuk that it will be a rather one-sided war. Jae-hyuk says no and asks what will happen to his mother. Leon silences him, saying he's not a crazed man who will kill anyone, and tells Jae-hyuk that he's just going to teach them a lesson. Leon gets up and smiles to himself, ordering Jae-hyuk to take him to their base. One Brilliance master, Park Yongshin, was born in 1990 and experienced the Great Cataclysm at the age of 12. Back when the academy didn't exist yet, everyone just learned from experience. Yangshin became a famous A-rank hunter, and in the winter of 2014, he met God at the Samchoke Fluctuating Gate. He had lost all of his party members due to a sudden increase in difficulty. The system asked him if he wanted to be saved, and when he answered, the owner of the voice blessed him. That moment marked the creation of South Korea's 7th S-rank hunter. Yangshin preaches to his audience, telling them that God exists and proves it every day. He encourages everyone to look upon the warriors of God, who have been blessed, and listen to the gospel when they enter the gate. The warrior happily informs everyone that at first the gate was just normal, but upon entering, his system did something abnormal. Originally, they were supposed to kill the boss and mine mana stones in the dungeon, but the system guided them to a treasure chest, which flipped his life upside down. The followers happily agree, claiming this is all God's blessing. The warrior exclaims that they all should believe in God. This happened often to the hunters of One Brilliance. Even the Hunter Association had to officially acknowledge that these miracles weren't random, but somehow related to One Brilliance, making it easy for them to expand their influence. Yangshin smiles as he hears his followers praising the dragon god. He starts by saying that not everything is as it seems and informs them about a hunter who raided gates to treat his sick mother, only to be blessed with a cure-all herb. He also mentions a talentless hunter who was able to level up miraculously. And this happened to both of them after they proved their faith by donating money. Yangshin screams that their god sent them miracles because he was pleased with their faith. He preaches that by proving their faith, they too can receive blessings, as they are all part of the same family. The followers praise their god. Yangshin's eyes then settle on Leon and Beatrice, who are sitting at the back, and he's shocked to see that the Pantheon Guild's leader is here too. Leon grits his teeth in anger, thinking about the cult and the parasites who exploit the poverty of the people to teach them false beliefs for their own profit. Yangshin smiles and announces that a very precious guest is here with them today, and that firstcomers are supposed to be baptized, calling Leon up to join him. Leon stands up and praises him for being bold enough to call a king toward himself. He confidently strides over, stands in front of Yangshin, and throws a huge pile of money at his feet. Yangshin asks what he's doing, and Leon demands that he make a miracle happen, since Yangshin said that miracles can be experienced through donations, so he's trying to negotiate with his god. Yangshin smiles, calling him rude for trying to test God's miracle. Leon asks if loyalty and devotion are enough to make it to heaven, questioning if Yangshin is the one who decides who gets in. Yangshin grits his teeth and orders him to subjugate and obey the pastor, saying it's the rule of the gospel. Leon angrily asks how a servant of God can describe himself as an equal to his god, and calls his faith vulgar and shameful. Yangshin taunts Leon, acting as if Leon thinks he's better than him. He points at Leon, calling him a non-believer, a servant of demons, and says they must expel the demon from the holy abode of the dragon god. The crowd starts calling Leon a demon and demanding that he be kicked out. Jaehyuk, who's sitting beside Beatrice, thinks that his majesty will be able to handle this. Yangshin laughs and calls Leon sickening, just as another person from the back screams and calls Leon a demon. Jaehyuk remains seated and Beatrice covers her mouth in disbelief. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, as a king, can withstand many things, but there are 3 things he will not tolerate. The first is when someone speaks badly about their parents, as it's an insult to the entire household. The second is insulting the gods, because how can mortals dare insult the gods? Leon turns around, thinking about how a vulgar bastard, a cultist, dares to compare him, the king of the Lionheart, to a demon. The third thing, comparing him to a demon. He screams, declaring that he should punish them all now, scaring the crowd. He pulls out his pendant, creating a spell, and declares that he will punish each one of them for their false beliefs and vulgarity. Yangshin looks at him frightened. Leon says that the divine star will purify them all. Just then, an astronaut enjoying his meal notices a star heading toward Earth and thinks that this must be the end of the world. Leon takes out his pendant and lets Saintess Anjak's divine relic guide the star, cursing that the demons will be destroyed. Yangshin wonders what Leon is doing, while the hunter from earlier thinks he's gone insane. Beatrice stands up, signaling Sir Yappy, who stands behind her. She raises her hand, activating her powers, and says it will be faster if everyone just sees it for themselves as she breaks through the ceiling, leaving everyone in shock. Yangshin calls her crazy and asks why she did that. Leon casually tells him that he summoned a star. Yangshin insists that he's out of his senses. A shadow starts to appear above him, and he looks up to see a star, with an estimated mass of 68 billion tons, heading straight toward him. Leon has summoned Meteor Mickey. He signals Beatrice, who tells him she's ready, and they activate the divine power. She wraps the meteor with her power, while Sir Yappy loads the property-changing divine ammo. The 3 of them charge toward the meteor, destroying it, as Yangshin loses all color in his face. Even the system curses. Yangshin starts calling for his god, falls to his knees, covers his face, and finds the meteor stopped just inches from his eyes. He thinks, how is this possible? Leon calmly stands there, and Beatrice tells him it was amazing. Sir Yappy, after comparing it, informs them that it doesn't compare to any metal in the database. Leon walks toward Yangshin and asks if he's aware of his sins, and how long he thought he could stay hidden in the shadows. Leon calls out to Kim Jae-hyuk, asking him to come forward. He grabs Jae-hyuk's shoulders and turns him toward Yongshin, saying that now he'll be able to see what kind of evil is possessing them. Jae-hyuk is shocked when he sees a red ugly demon stuck to Yongshin. As Yongshin keeps screaming that they're crossing the line, Leon tells him that this evil eats away at the human mind. It's a parasitic evil that attaches itself to people, waiting for the right moment to strike. Just then, Jae-hyuk's mom calls out to him, and he looks to see the same demon feeding off her. He demands answers from His Majesty, and Leon informs him that it's the evil the god of heaven and thunder wishes to punish, and it's his duty. When Jae-hyuk hesitates to hurt his mom, Leon advises him to trust in his god and be certain that things will turn out the way he wants them to. After a while, Jae-hyuk raises his hand. It's a symbolic gesture at first, born from a wish. He closes his eyes and prays, asking that the miracle he creates only pierce through evil, and begs God to forgive those who are sinless. The demon feeding off his mom begins to burn, and she collapses to her knees, calling out for him. He runs to her and hugs her tightly as the demon burns away. His mother apologizes as he holds her close. Leon praises Jae-hyuk and thinks about how he was chosen by the god of heaven and thunder. Leon turns toward Yongshin and warns him, saying that he's next. Leon destroys the demon and Yongshin passes out. The small demon tries to run away, but Leon crushes it. He thinks about how these demons infiltrate society, much like the evils of pleasure, corruption, and curiosity, and figures it's a good thing that Yongshin wasn't in direct contact with them, keeping his soul intact. He draws his sword and kills the last demon, asking if it could save itself, just like it preached to others, claiming it would save them. People gather around the meteor as one brilliance falls. Over the last decade, they had taken in millions of people and built a platform in politics, the economy, and the hunter world. The meteor incident involving One Brilliance grabs a lot of attention. Yongshin holds a press conference, announcing that they will merge with the Pantheon Guild starting today, and all of their funds will go to the Guildmaster, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Divine Human. He declares that their raid team will now become the Pantheon Guild's men-at-arms. A reporter asks about their relationship with the Pantheon Guild, and Yongshin simply declares that Leon is the true savior and the messenger of the gods, so everyone must find true faith. Leon looks at the crowd and says it's loud, but that's to be expected since Earth has never witnessed something like this. Leon asks Sir Spinne when they can start working, and the robot replies that they still need to construct the necessary facilities, including the main facility at Pantheon. Leon suggests they need 50 sets of armor and swords immediately, noting that spears and armor for horses are not as important, but both types of armor are equally vital. Sir Yappy informs him that they'll need to expand the facility and address the involved laws as well. Just then, the president of the Hunter Association calls him, saying he's been looking for him. Leon acknowledges the president and the Ministry of Information and Communications on Science and Technology. The president greets him warmly, and Mr. Kim nervously asks about the meteor. Leon calmly replies that he owns it. The president shows no surprise as Leon says he summoned it, leaving Mr. Kim in shock. The president then asks how he plans to use it, and Leon tells him that he's going to make swords and armor for his knights. Mr. Kim begins suggesting that the meteor could be useful for their department, but the president immediately accepts Leon's request. He mentions that Hari had informed him about the smithy under construction and asks if it will be used there. Leon nods, and the president asks if the related facilities and legal processes needed to utilize the meteor are still in progress. When Leon agrees, the president happily tells him that the Hunter Association will help with that, handling all matters related to taxes and laws, even if they need to create a law for it. Leon asks if he wants anything in return, and the president replies that he wants a part of the meteor and some armor made by Sir Yappy, saying he would be honored to have armor crafted by the divine blacksmith. Leon agrees, saying he was planning to gift it to him anyway, but reminds him that he can't give away artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy. Though they are not divine relics, they are just as valuable. The president asks again if Hari will receive an artifact from the Star Iron Smithy. Leon nods again, and the president declares that whenever she visits the association, they will be ready to take a look at it, or have someone assess it since Hari is still an employee of theirs. Leon agrees and shakes hands with the president. The president then takes out another document and tells Leon there is something else important he needs to look at. Leon watches a video from inside a gate, but the president explains that it's a battle in Vietnam that happened on Earth. He tells Leon about the wandering demon sword and Cheon Jiho, the one currently possessing it, and informs him that the 6th generation demonic human is on their way to Japan. Outside the building, Youngwon stands and sighs. Yuri asks if he's alright. When he stays silent, Yuri mockingly asks why they even came to the meeting when they already have the lead on the tax and reformation plan. Youngwon grunts, saying it's all because of Leon. He was slowly changing as a person and becoming more involved with the Pantheon Guild. Youngwon says that his stomach hurts. Yuri smirks and tells him that if he wants to be kind, he should just do it without denial, suggesting that he should merge with the Pantheon Guild like One Brilliance did. Youngwon disagrees, just as Asura appears and greets them. Yuri tells her that she hasn't changed at all, Suwa says she knows they didn't accept their medicine, and Yuri replies that it didn't fit their guild's image. They enter the meeting room, where Cheon Jinsu greets them. Yongwon notices Park Jong-soo, Kang Jin-sung, Hwang Yonha, and Hwang Gyum-chwol, guildmasters of different guilds, all present at the meeting. The old man, Jinsu, taunts Yuri, saying her outfit is all wrong. Yongwon quickly offers her his jacket, and Jinsu asks when they are planning to get married. Yongwon quickly refuses, saying they are not dating. Jinsu starts yelling that at their age, he already has 6 children. The other guild masters think of Jinsu as a boomer. Jinsu blows his cigar and exclaims that he will kill Cheon Jiho. Someone stops him from making the decision alone, and he screams, demanding to know who will stop him if he's killing his son. The door opens, and Leon walks in, approaching Jinsu, who is sitting at the head of the table. Yongwon thinks to himself about how Leon is also a boomer. Jinsu is a boomer man, while Leon is a boomer king. Leon gets the first attack by demanding his seat. Korea's best swordsman, a living legend, and the nation's first-ranked Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster, Cheon Jinsu, has become someone no one in the country could ever go against because of all the legends surrounding him and everything he has done for the nation. His authority has made him untouchable, creating the perfect environment to further entitle a boomer. However, today he faces Leon, who demands his seat. Jinsu stares at him surprised. Leon asks if he's deaf, despite still being young. Jinsu slams his hand on the table and starts to curse at him, but the president quickly interrupts, stating that Leon is 300 years old, which surprises Jinsu. The president explains that Grail Knights do not physically age, and Leon is indeed 300 years old. Jinsu asks again if it's true. Leon meets his eyes sternly, and Jinsu quickly gives up his seat. Yongwon thinks to himself that the boomer has been defeated. Leon asks for tea, and Yongshik comes running in, surprising the other guildmasters. Suwa stares at Leon and says he's just as handsome as the rumors say, introducing herself. Yongshik scolds her for speaking before being spoken to, but Leon calmly orders that it's enough. He turns toward the president and says that his time is more valuable than gold. The president gets straight to the point and explains that 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. Because of the ridiculous difficulty of the Black Gate, no one was able to clear it. The European Union feared a repeat of the Shanghai disaster. They gathered an S-rank raid squad and tried to clear the gate. The raiding squad consisted of 24 S-ranks. On top of that, there were 1,834 A and B rank hunters from 32 different European guilds. With Cornwall Wong, the Archmage of the Clock Tower, as the commander, the raid went on for 2 months. It was a great success. Everyone celebrated, as it was the first time a Black Gate had ever been cleared. Leon adds, saying he assumes the problem came after. The president agrees and explains that the epic item Excessive Murder, the strongest weapon to exist in all 30 years since the Great Cataclysm, appeared, and so did people's greed. After fierce competition, the British government was the one to take the item. The sword was sold for trillions of won, more expensive than the latest warship. Excessive Murder was rented out to the era's best swordsman, James Spencer, guildmaster of the Gentleman League. And that was the start of a great disaster. The sword possessed him entirely. Thousands of civilians were killed, along with over 600 hunters. Leon asks if he was the 6th-generation demonic human and whether he was killed. The president confirms that they were able to kill the vessel Sir James, but the demonic sword escaped. It soared into the sky and was never seen again. Since then, they have repeated the process of finding the vessel and killing them all over the world. Mexico, Australia, Cambodia, Spain, and lastly Korea about 4 years ago. The sword made its way into the hands of Cheon Jiho, who was supposed to be the successor of the Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster. The president then informs Leon that Cheon Jiho is the son of Cheon Jinsu, the current Divine Sword Guild master, and also the grandfather of Cheon Soyeon, whom Leon has taken into his guild. After the meeting, the president shows Leon the list of guilds that will be participating in the demonic sword raid. Pantheon, One Brilliance, Divine Sword Guild, Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. Another guild leader raises his hand, saying he will also participate. Another expresses hesitation, saying he still doesn't feel good about the situation and doubts they'll gain anything from it. Leon tells him they will gain honor and that they can fulfill their duties as knights and nobles. It is the fulfillment of duty that builds the wall for the people to lean on. Yongshik screams with tears in his eyes, praising Leon and calling him their savior. Yongwon closes his eyes, thinking that he doesn't want to be associated with him. The president starts to speak about Japan's financial offer of 10 trillion won, but before he can finish, Leon tells him they will accept it. He adds that he assumes they have a king there too, so contact him ahead of time and make your way outside. The president agrees, saying he will request the government there. Leon walks off as Yongshik happily follows him. Suddenly Jinsu calls out his name. Leon turns in anger, but Jinsu quickly corrects himself, calling him His Majesty. He says that there's one thing he wants to ask of His Majesty, and he has the right to. Leon turns and tells him that he will decide after hearing the request. Jinsu informs him that there's only one thing he wishes for, and he's sure Leon already knows. His granddaughter Cheon Soyeon is in the Pantheon Guild. He asks him to leave her out of this raid. Cheon Soyeon squirms around in her sleep as she starts having a nightmare where everything is ruined beyond repair. Her mom is begging her to run away as her dad pierces the sword in her and starts making his way towards Soyeon. She wakes up in a cold sweat. Sitting alone at the vending machine, she mutters that it's starting and that it's an opportunity. Just then, Ventarsis appears, saying it's insolent to think of this as an opportunity. She replies that it was this kind of negotiation. Ventarsis responds that he assumes Leon, his avenger, has taught her not to try negotiating with the divine. She tries to argue, but the god of revenge continues, saying that he was the one to respond to her insolent requests, and he's the only one willing to give her power despite her lack of faith. He tells her not to take fortune lightly. Soyeon asks if she offers something he wants. Will she be able to become a Grail Knight too? Ventarsis laughs and asks if she's comparing herself to his avenger. He tells her that her accomplishments are nothing compared to the King of the Lionhearts, and asks if she thinks she can substitute for his avenger. Soyeon realizes that Leon must have also borrowed powers from Ventarsis. He tells her that she is nothing right now, but he will help her with her revenge in exchange for her soul, and the moment her revenge is fulfilled, her soul will become his. Leon addresses the academy and its students, saying they will be part of the association's military, and orders the line to be called to collect their supplies. Jaehyuk asks Hari if Soyeon is going to be part of the mission because he heard that Jinsu was against this idea. Hari tells him that earlier, when she asked His Majesty, he told her that it's not within his authority to step in. Just then, Leon calls their names out as Suho, Jaehyuk, Hari, and Soyeon come forward. He starts saying that their accomplishments until now are as good as he expected and praises Hari, saying that the gods admire those who are innocent. He adds that she has proven that her talent, as well as her purity, are worth the praise. Hari smiles as Leon shows her armor, sword, and spear. He tells her that it should help bring out the true power within her. She admires the armor, calling it beautiful, as Pedos and Poma come behind her, praising the armor as well. Pedos blesses the armor, saying to let Hari be the saint who burns the enemies with fire in this war. Poma blesses the armor, telling her to trust her body to the boundless sea and fill her heart with faith and trust. Youngshik and his followers all praise the gods. As Hari's armor becomes of legendary rank, the other students comment on how the armor is worth billions, and if it's even easy to give it a proper price. Leon moves toward Jaehyuk as the god of heaven and thunder calls his name, surprising him. He blesses his armor, saying that the light of power will always be with him, and he will become a judge who punishes evil alongside the King of the Lionheart, and his justice will protect him. His will remain unyielding even in the face of the corrupt and the fallen. Goddess Ariana blesses Suho, wishing that the light of immortality be with him in the dark. When it's Soyeon's turn, Leon tells her that her grandfather requested to take her out of this mission and asks if she wishes the same. Soyeon tells him that she wants to be a part of this mission. Leon agrees and shows her armor. Ventarsis begins a blessing, saying that he affirms her revenge, and his gift will call forth the darkness of destruction. He adds that he will be the only one to grant her wishes. Leon takes the sword out as Ventarsis asks what he is doing. Leon smiles and says that he is just worried about the future of his disciple. Soyeon stares in wonder, questioning what His Majesty is doing. Leon separates the sword from the armor as the goddess Ariana starts blessing her, saying that the light will be her exit and instructing her to go towards the light. The sword glows so brightly that it is almost blinding. Ventarsis quickly questions what she is doing and asks if she is changing her mind now. Ariana says that she is simply granting the wish of her knight. The god of revenge moves towards Leon and calls him his avenger, saying that he is too soft on the humans and that it is sickening. Leon replies that he is the king among the humans. Ventarsis grins tauntingly and brings up the time Leon lost his daughter. Ariana gives him a stern look as Leon lowers his gaze. Ventarsis continues, saying that Leon is the successor to the king of the Lionheart and Dragonias, and that he should not forget that his founder found glory within the darkness. Leon replies that he has not forgotten, calling him the guardian of the founder. Ventarsis turns to Soyeon and tells her not to let dependence on the light make her stray from her goal, because revenge can only be achieved in the cold darkness, and he calls her his little avenger. Japan Hunter Association President Kamiya Yasuda tells his assistant to bring the list of names of those who will be attending the raid. He laughs, saying that the Prime Minister must be getting anxious if he even wants to use the survivors from overseas. His assistant grins and says that the government has definitely lost its footing recently. Kamiya chuckles and says that it does not matter, because this nation is basically his kingdom now. He asks if the Pantheon Guild is really that great. She admits that they are scary, but still nothing compared to their side. Even so, it is still a problem. Kamiya says that he heard there are Pantheon followers even here, that their marketing tactics are very effective, and there is strangely very little public outcry against them. He jokes that it might actually be possible if they have taken over the entire internet. He decides that they will put the Pantheon Guild on the front line for the first phase of the mission. His assistant points out that Korea will be against it, but he waves it off, saying they will let them share some of the effort too. He orders her to tell them that they will send in 3 raid teams, full cadres of S ranks. She tries to argue, but he cuts her off with a smirk, saying that those teams have been getting on his nerves lately anyway, so this is a perfect chance to get rid of them. He smiles wider and says that after the raid, his kingdom will be even more perfect. He adds that if they throw the Pantheon Guild a big enough welcome party, they can hype them up to take the front line without any trouble. The plane lands on the soil of Japan. The welcoming team starts sweating, thinking that this reminds them of when Thailand's royal family visited, and they silently pray that nothing goes wrong this time. One of them remembers how the president warned him that Leon is not normal, and that it is better not to have a political fight, instructing them to treat him like royalty. As the plane door opens, Leon steps out holding Beatrice's hand, both dressed in lavish royal clothing, leaving the Japanese staff in awe. The person in charge immediately realizes that what he is seeing is not just ordinary dignity or power, but a true gap in status, something that cannot be understood by those who are only powerful in name. He quickly greets His Majesty the King of the Lionheart and Her Majesty Beatrice. Leon extends his hand and asks if he is the king of this nation. The person gasps in shock as the president, following behind Leon, looks startled too. Just then, Camilla walks towards them, laughing and saying that it makes sense because Leon is from a different nation. Camilla explains that the person is just a representative of the cabinet. He introduces himself as the president of the Japanese Hunters Association and extends his hand to Leon. Leon stares at his hand, grits his teeth, and demands to know how a peasant dares to try and touch the precious body of a royal. He immediately orders Camilla to be taken away from him. Camilla grits his teeth in anger, thinking, how dare Leon treat him like that in his own country? A hunter named Takeda steps forward, calling Leon rude and demanding how he could speak to their president like that. Leon smirks and asks why he should care about the ranks of mere peasants. That comment makes Takeda furious, and he starts sending out burning waves of energy. The representative desperately begs him to stop as the Korean president watches the scene, looking completely stressed. Leon smirks again and mocks that Camilla has not even trained his dog properly, saying that it is the fault of the owner, as he starts pulling out his sword. The Korean Hunters Association president wipes the sweat from his forehead. Hari nervously asks what they should do, and the president replies that he is not sure either, as they both stare at Leon pulling out his sword. Takeda looks like he is about to argue, but just then a messenger rushes in, shouting that there is urgent news. The wandering demon sword has appeared. Leon immediately asks where it has shown up. The messenger, still in shock, replies that the demon sword is currently crossing the ocean while riding on a sword. Meanwhile, Cheon-jiho is seen moving across the ocean, riding his sword and splitting the sea in half, creating a path as he opens a dungeon in the middle of the ocean. He smiles to himself as demons begin pouring out from the dungeon, and he calls Soyeon's name with a wide grin. Security quickly brings up footage on the screens, showing the demonic sword initiating a dungeon break at the Dragon Palace gate before vanishing underwater. Camilla asks in surprise how it is even possible for someone to start a dungeon break. Another person explains that the dungeon break happened right after the demonic sword entered the gate. Camilla and the other guild leaders start getting confused and worried about the sudden appearance of the gate. Leon then steps forward and calmly tells them that it is not impossible for a gate to appear. He says that because this is an emergency, he will share critical information with them and asks Beatrice to explain everything. Beatrice steps up and calls for Sir Yapei, who immediately hacks into all the computers in the room, leaving everyone confused and tense. Beatrice starts presenting, explaining that about 4 weeks ago, they raided the Western Sea Gate alongside the Federation hunters. During that raid, they began suspecting something was wrong with the gate, the system, and the quests they received. Their conclusion was that gates can be created artificially. Everyone reacts with shock and disbelief. Someone points out that this revelation completely destroys the basic understanding of raiding gates. Leon, staying calm, says that even if the truth has changed, what they must do remains the same. He orders everyone to prepare for war and tells them that they must get ready for the monster's descent and track down the demonic sword. Camilla agrees and says that the wandering sword is powerful, and he is sure that he is trying to get the attention of the monsters that will be arriving soon. So, they decide to form a special squad to respond to the demonic sword, which will make it faster for everyone to gather in case of an emergency. Leon nods and says that he will leave it to him. With that, they conclude the meeting and officially begin the demonic sword raid. They quickly come up with a plan. The Japanese Hunters Association will move to Wakayama, the Korean Hunters Association will move toward Kochi, and the Pantheon Guild will head to Miyazaki. The 3 raid teams immediately set out on their missions. Later, the security team informs Camilla that they have successfully fended off monsters in Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Camilla praises them, saying that the Koreans act fast and that it only took them 30 minutes. Then the security personnel reported that a giant cannon had fallen from the sky. Camilla looks at the report and contacts Takeda, asking for an update from Team 4. Takeda says he will check on it and wonders if their detection device is broken. When Takeda arrives at the location, he finds that everyone from Team 4 is dead. He wonders if the demonic sword was here and how he moved without being detected. Takeda informs the security team that Team 4 has been completely wiped out. They discover a huge hole inside a dead monster, and Takeda suspects that the demonic sword hid inside the monster to slip past detection. Suddenly, the security team alerts him that Team 2 has also been wiped out, leaving Takeda in shock. Meanwhile, a messenger rushes to inform the Korean Hunters Association that the demonic sword has made another appearance. When asked where, the messenger reports that it happened in Wakayama, and that 3 Japanese S-rank hunters are already dead, with Takeda now gathering all available teams except for the Pantheon Guild. Youngwon asks why they are not contacting the Pantheon Guild, and the messenger explains that when they tried to reach out to them, a monster shot down their plane. They redirect their plane toward the designated location. Upon arriving in Wakayama, Takeda thanks them for coming. The Korean hunters quickly observe the situation. Jinsu asks if they were only supposed to stall for time against the demonic sword. Takeda replies that the demonic sword is much stronger than they had imagined, and says that he would have reached them no matter what, since 2 teams have already been killed. The guildmaster points out that they still have 100 A-rank hunters and 9 S-rank hunters on their side. But before Youngwon can even finish his sentence, the demonic sword appears. He approaches with an overwhelming presence and declares that the cruel massacre and merciless destruction have arrived, proudly calling himself the Slayer Akasha. All the S-ranks take out their weapons, wondering if they have ever met anyone stronger than the king, as Jiho slowly approaches them. Just then, someone commands them to attack, and the Japanese hunters quickly surround him. Takeda assures everyone that there is nothing to be afraid of, because no one has ever withstood this much force before. Youngwon tries to stop the sudden attack as Jiho snickers to himself. Youngwon recognizes that smile and screams at everyone to get out of the way, but it is too late. Jiho moves in an instant, slashing through the A-rank hunters like paper. Youngwon stands there in shock. Takeda thinks about how he would have died too if Youngwon had not told him to move. He starts backing away as Jiho comes toward him, raising his sword for another attack. Suddenly, something shiny distracts Jiho, and Youngwon quickly commands the Koreans to attack. One of the guildmasters tries to strike Jiho from behind, but Jiho easily dodges, leaving the guildmaster frozen in shock. Jinsu laughs, calling them weak, when suddenly thousands of swords come rushing at them like a storm. The Korean guildmaster quickly activates limitless swords, 1,000 swords falling petals, trying to turn the tide. Jiho flashes through the air, aiming for another attack, but another wave of swords comes crashing down, taking more hunters out. Jinsu asks the guildmaster if this is the same guy they fought last time. The guildmaster replies that he had fought Jiho back in Ulsan, but he has definitely become stronger. One of the healers rushes to Takeda, panicking, trying to heal him, but she cries out that she cannot heal him, that something is wrong, and it has never happened before. Youngwon checks the after effects and realizes that there are several debuffs stacking on them. He sighs deeply, thinking that this is not the only problem, and Jiho might even be on par with the Archduke Demon Rakshar, or maybe even stronger. Jiho laughs coldly and orders them to stop worrying about anything else, and focus on the attack because they must kill him here. Jinsu steps up to face Jiho, and the demonic swordsman laughs again, saying that he knows Jinsu's face, and asks if he is a blood relative of the vessel. Jinsu glares at him and declares that he does not have a son like that. Jiho snickers and asks where his granddaughter is. Jinsu grits his teeth and replies that it is not Jiho's business to know because he is going to die by his hands tonight. The aircraft moves toward the war zone. Youngshik says it is a good thing he had a private helicopter ready, and wonders why they even need to be there, considering who is involved in the fight right now. He looks up with a smile and asks Soyeon if she is ready. Soyeon calmly replies that she was the one who wanted to come in the first place, and asks if he had something he wanted to accomplish too, since he sneaked in a helicopter. Youngshik exclaims that he is still begging for His Majesty's forgiveness. Just then, the helicopter shakes, and they look outside the window to see Jinsu and Jiho suspended in the air, their swords clashing against each other over and over. They keep attacking in the same pattern, locked in a deadly dance. Jiho smirks and suddenly summons Massacre Lord Akasha's sword, making his blade blaze a hot red. Soyeon immediately calls out to her grandpa. After a while, Yuri wakes up to find Youngwon checking if she is okay. She tries to remember what happened after the father and son's fight and tells Youngwon to stop shouting. As she looks up, she sees Jinsu hanging off of Jiho's hand while the other S-ranks are coughing and struggling to stand. Jiho laughs, saying it is not bad despite Jinsu being old, but he had expected more force and honestly thought Jinsu should have died from that attack. It feels almost like someone is interfering. Just then, Soyeon jumps into the fight, her sword shimmering with the blessings of Ventarsis and Ariana, and she slashes the hand that was holding Jinsu. The system immediately declares that she has taken her revenge as a new surge of power rises inside her. Soyeon comes face to face with Jiho and thinks that she is strong enough to defeat him right now. Jiho just laughs, calling her an amateur, and attacks. Soyeon stands her ground and blocks his strike. Jiho acknowledges that her divine power is strong and says that countless comrades of his have met their deaths after encountering it. But she is neither a knight nor an orc, and with a single attack, he throws her back. He stands there looking down at her and says that she is nothing. Youngshik leads his people forward and orders them to protect Soyeon for the sake of the Lionheart. They charge at Jiho, but he turns and releases a blood-tinted wave. Shock flashes across Yongshik's face as he and his comrades, along with Soyeon, are thrown back by the force. Jiho scoffs and says that even a dog tucks its tail when it sees a tiger. But these people are foolish because they are fighting an immortal. Youngwon suddenly starts laughing right in his face. He says it is kind of ridiculous because in front of the real man, they are all just mortals. He points towards the sky and Jiho turns to see Leon arriving on his Pegasus, shining brightly like the sun. A long time ago, there existed a world protected by gods, and in that world, there were kingdoms blessed with knights. These knights were an annoyance to the immortal demons hiding in the shadows. The knights used divine laws, broke the laws of nature, and eliminated evil, and because of that, the demons decided to bring them down. 4 of the 7 lords were summoned, leading 6 archdukes and 87 great demons at the head of 10 million troops. They invaded the world of the gods. In the end, they succeeded and destroyed most of that world. The only forces left standing were the army of knights, ready for their last battle, and the army of orcs, who enjoyed the Great War like it was some grand festival and destroyed the East. At that time, Akasha had been dispatched to another world, so he could not witness the end of the war. But now, he will realize just how lucky he was back then. Jiho mocks him, saying that Leon has the right to call himself the hope of this world. Anger sparks in Leon's eyes as he says, "How dare he call him by his name?" Then he moves straight towards Jiho and punches him right in the face, sending him flying across the ground. All the guildmasters watch in shock as Takeda wonders how Leon managed to knock out the Archduke demon with just a single punch. Soyeon rushes over to Jinsu and helps him up. Jiho smirks, saying that Leon is still just a mortal, and starts creating all sorts of debuffs against him. Jinsu nervously thinks that even his majesty might not be able to win with this many debuffs stacked against him. Leon starts walking toward Jiho, every step carrying the weight of historical heritage, and begins to create even more powerful buffs. Jinsu watches in shock, realizing that Leon has something that normal demons and humans could never reach, that he is an overwhelmingly powerful legend. They come face to face as Jiho yells that he is the destruction of all life, but Leon calmly refuses, saying that he is the destruction of Jiho alone. They clash, fighting with everything they have. Meanwhile, in the blocked streets of Japan, all the cars are jammed together, and people start causing a commotion, demanding to know when the roads will open again. The control team keeps assuring them that it will take a little more time. An impatient man worries because even the news is not giving any updates. He turns to his wife and says, maybe they should just walk. But before he can even finish his sentence, a loud bang shakes the air outside. The parents immediately move to shield their child, asking if he is all right. Haruto, the child, looks out the window and tells his parents that there are people fighting in the sky. The husband looks up and wonders if they are even human. Back in the city, the 2 powerful beings keep attacking each other, shaking the buildings around them and stirring panic through the streets. Jiho laughs and rushes toward Leon to attack, but Leon calmly activates Divine Sword Opening and declares that the Divine Sword of Extreme Radiance will never tolerate despair. When a quest is completed, 3 sacred items are received: armor, a magic spear, and the Holy Sword of Radiance. So the question is, what is the Grail Guardian's holy sword? The Grail Guardian, the inheritor of the Heart of the Lion, became a demigod to protect the Holy Grail. However, the Lionheart King does not symbolize the power of the gods but carries out their will. His sword is crafted by Heto, tempered with the flames of Patos, and infused with the light of Ariana, along with many other blessings from the gods. Leon Lionheart attacks the monster with the Holy Sword, which shines as the pinnacle of light. The monster, caught off guard, questions how a mere human can hold so many gods within him. Wanting to finish him off before things get out of control, he unleashes his fury, but the glory of the lion is eternal. The immense energy bursting from Leon stuns the monster, causing rumbling chaos across the battlefield. Even so, the monster grins when he senses that Leon has become much weaker than before. He quickly realizes it is because the land is not enriched with faith, which fuels Leon's strength. Leon, believing the monster to be the head of the cockroaches, who is stubbornly hard to kill, gives a smug look and confronts him, saying that even though he is weaker, the monster is still not stronger than him. That is enough to strike a nerve in the monster, who throws a flurry of spells at Leon. However, it does not even make Leon flinch. In his blind sight, Leon strikes with his blade, almost cutting into the monster's flesh, but the monster dodges just in time. The fight goes on as the monster asks Leon why he chooses to waste his limited divine power, but Leon has had enough and stomps the monster's face into the ground. Suddenly, the rage of the monster's blood-tinted wave throws Leon aside. Even so, the monster feels he cannot defeat Leon alone, so he summons a number of beasts to help him in the battle. Leon finds it disgraceful that this monster actually thinks a bunch of foolish beasts could help him win this fight. There is no way Leon is letting him escape this time. While attacking with the beasts, the monster only needs a little more time to complete his demon transformation. He commands his monster troops to charge at Leon, but out of the blue, Yappy locks onto the enemies and eliminates them with the charged particle cannon, catching the top demon completely off guard. Suddenly, Beatrice rolls in to provide support, helping to save up mana when it is needed most. Meanwhile, Hari and Beatrice arrive, itching to lend a hand to their majesty. The monster, seeing Leon's team, is shaken to the core. He remembers that it was only 4 months ago when he laid eyes on the King of Lionheart, so he cannot believe Leon managed to build an entire army in the blink of an eye. It is like Leon pulled it out of thin air. Without missing a beat, Leon Lionheart gives the order, rallying his team to hit the enemies with everything they have got. Beatrice confesses to Leon that the very thing they had feared ended up happening anyway. After seeing the sea of dead demon bodies, Beatrice feels a pang of sadness that the demon sword managed to slip through their fingers. Back then, the trainees, driven by high morale and a thirst for victory, managed to wipe out all the monsters the demon sword had summoned, but they still could not stop it from making a clean getaway. When Beatrice catches sight of Leon's sinister grin, she quickly asks if he has a backup plan in case Akasha escapes. Leon is already one step ahead, revealing that he has the massacring Lord Akasha's arm in his possession. He asks Beatrice if that is enough for her to summon a gate, and she is all in on the mischief, confidently assuring Leon that it can definitely be done. Thanks to this, the demon will soon find out that home is no longer where the heart is. The pair of royalty crack up with a villainous laugh that echoes across the battlefield like a bad omen. Meanwhile, everyone is amazed by the arrangements, having never seen anything like it before. Harry seems really excited that day, while her friends Suho and Jaehyuk feel their battle was impressive, so she must have gotten a lot of interview requests. Hari asks them if they have seen their majesty and Soyeon. Outside, Soyeon knows it is not over yet, but Plo thinks she cannot handle it. Plo suggests that she is talented enough to defeat the one she seeks. Since his child once took the power of the Archduke Demon of Sloth, he can now pass that power on to her. Soyeon has already paid with her soul, leaving her with nothing else to offer Plo. But Plo asks for nothing in return if it means wiping out those sickening demons. Just then, Leon Lionheart arrives and warns Soyeon not to cross a river she cannot return from. Soyeon asks if Leon is telling her to give up or to take revenge, but Leon denies it. He explains that he's known as the Avenger by the divinity of revenge, and that he's fought alone for about 2 centuries, overcoming the impossible. Amidst all this, Plo urges Soyeon to learn from Leon, a man who has avenged citizens, comrades, his nation, and even his world for nearly 2 centuries. That man had even managed to win against the impossible. No doubt Leon supports revenge. But Leon goes on to explain that while revenge may seem sweet, the road to it is cold. If revenge demands giving up everything, then it's not true revenge, and it will devour her soul. He warns her to be cautious and not take the consequences lightly, because even those who betray the divinities have their souls preserved. He tells her that the path she's considering will only lead to a great void in the end. In case of lacking, she must focus on her flaws instead of losing herself, declaring that the end of her revenge must begin with her smile. Leon then asks her who she really wants to take revenge on, her father, who killed her mother and friends, or herself for being chosen by the demon sword. She comes clean and admits it's herself because she gave in to the temptation of the demon sword. Leon points out that she's not even clear on who she's seeking revenge on, as she's basically choosing to make the same person her victim, chasing her own tail in the process. He explains that the one she truly needs to seek revenge on is the Archduke demon, and he urges her to fix her contract with the divinity of darkness before going after her revenge. That hits her like a punch to the gut. 10 days later, the Demon Sword raid squad gets back together, and the group, including Kamiya, kicks up a fuss. They question why the Black Gate has to be opened in Japan, and demand that the Demon Sword be held accountable for the lives of their fallen comrades. However, more people end up siding with the Pantheon Guild. When they are supposed to be the building blocks of Japan's future, they cannot believe Pantheon would be willing to throw away their own nation's hunters just to line their pockets. This man is ready to make the Demon Sword pay for every life it has taken and to expose what Pantheon is really about. He is also eager to see how the Lionheart King plans to handle things inside the gate. Upon stepping into the gate, the horrifying scenes freeze them to the bone. Leon, losing his mind, is ready to round up every last one of them and put them to work as serfs. The stage is set, and everyone is itching to see how the King of Lionheart and the Pantheon Guild will perform. A couple of hours ago, the air started to feel a lot different in the Demon Sword's territory. Out of nowhere, a red window popped up, notifying everyone that they had entered the Massacring Lord's territory, with all stats dropping to 80%. Everyone was shocked to their core and struggled to deal with the heavy downgrade. Leon tried to calm the lot down, but it was like trying to put out a wildfire with a bucket of water. The list of effects detailed a ton of buffs, like Legion reinforcements and War Knight boosts, including increased defense, stronger fortifications, large-scale reinforcement, bravery boosts, lighter armor, and a bunch more, all gained when fighting alongside a War Knight. Leon was floored to realize that all these buffs applied to thousands of people. He knew he was no slouch, but even he had not expected this level of power. Harry then informed Leon that a quest had popped up, stating that they must aid the King of Lionheart in taking down Lord Akasha. Fired up, they all geared up to bring the demon down. Leon wanted his team members to soak up every bit of experience they could, since it was their first time stepping into demon territory. All of a sudden, Changju Gate's nightmare murder machine, Jogged Spinner, aka Sir Yappy, appears out of nowhere, startling the poor dude. Leon smiles to see the little guy, asking if it's all complete. He notices how Yappy is looking much stronger than before. Moreover, Yappy's new formation let out a drone to scout for any anomalies, and he tells Leon that he had detected colonies of enemies. Leon decides to advance to the nearest one. Upon arriving, a mere human dares to ask Leon who he is. His manner of speaking ticked off Leon, but he let this one slide. The man rushes to get the chief of the village, Baron, who greets Leon. Just as he learns it's King Lionheart, Baron makes a run for it. Leon commands Yappy to take care of this, and Yappy shoots right into the gate to scare the living crap out of them. Now Leon goes inside to ask why this peasant tried to escape, but Baron begs Leon to spare him. Leon clarifies that he was only there to take down the demon and had no intention of threatening him. Hari Havo reminds Leon that Baron was once a sergeant of the Empire's army and a devil worshipper who worked with the great demon of massacre. After hearing this, Leon's fury goes off the charts. Back in the present, Leon finds out that Baron was granted immortality in exchange for becoming Akasha's subject. However, Baron claims he had been tricked into it. In the end, all the people there were enslaved by demons, forced to live every moment with death hanging over their heads. The chief drops to his knees, pleading with King Leon to save them and forgive them for the foolish choices they made. Jaehyuk and Suho start feeling sorry for the poor souls, but not even for a second does Leon flinch. Leon, feeling disgusted, asks him how many people have lost their lives because of him. Leon demands an answer, but the chief responds that he had no other option and would not have done it if Leon had been by his side. Hearing such a sorry excuse, Leon scolds him for trying to blame others for his own choices. Whatever happened after is nothing but the consequence of their own actions. Leon is ready to bring down a great punishment for their sins, but since they are former citizens of the merciful gods, he decides on something different, which sparks a little hope among the sinners. However, Leon serves them a heavy penalty by making them all serfs for the next 50 years, until Tatar, the divinity of judgment, deems it enough. The old man squirms like a worm in agony, refusing to become a serf and even begging for death instead. But God herself labels this punishment as law, and they all have no choice but to obey Leon's command. Leon and his team then move forward, raiding every colony they come across, bringing with them 5,034 labor workers. Sir Yappy informs Leon that a demon army is approaching, most likely Akasha's subordinates. The group gets excited, finally getting a real fight where they can show off their buffs. But Leon has a different plan in mind, deciding to send the serfs to the front lines first. The newly made serfs are shocked to their bones when they hear Leon's new strategy to throw them onto the front lines. Even if they have to cut off their limbs or their intestines start falling out, they have to bring down the enemies in front of them. Leon reveals that their worth on the battlefield amounts to just that much. The serfs question Leon's judgment, wondering if he is really being fair in this matter. They claim they did not sign up just to be tossed into the front lines to die. Leon explains that they have already accepted their punishment, and until it ends, they must obey whatever he commands. Until then, they'd better forget all about freedom. Meanwhile, the demonic army appears and gets confused seeing the townspeople standing there. They have no clue what is happening and shout at the townsfolk to run back to their places. In no time, Leon happily commands the army of serfs, who are crying but still advancing under his orders, to fight the demons. The demons mistake their behavior at first and are ready to wipe them out. But as they leap into action, they quickly notice the abnormal strength of the serfs. It turns out these are no ordinary townsfolk, but the King of Lionheart's storm troop. While the frontliners cause a huge commotion, Leon ambushes the demons from the back with his squad, and together they manage to wipe them all out. Baron can't believe he actually managed to live through that mess. Sir Yappy reported to Leon that 3,243 enemies had been wiped out, and 300 hostages were captured. Leon gave a nod of appreciation to Beatrice, since her contribution had been massive in turning the tide. Beatrice, not one to miss an opportunity, suggested that Leon should hand over 30 demons from each rank, pointing out that the higher the rank, the sweeter the catch. She figured it was better to strike while the iron was hot and get her hands on the best of the bunch before anyone else could lay claim. But Leon insists that the demons need to be wiped out for good. Beatrice tries to plant the idea in his head that keeping a few around would actually be good for her, giving her more chances to open demon gates down the line. That hits home. And after chewing it over for a moment, Leon warms up to the idea of hunting down even more demons while they are at it. The black-haired guy shows up with a request, saying they need a few demons too, considering they have made sacrifices as well. Leon, turning down the request, asks if they can guarantee they will not fall for the demon's temptation. The guy is not too sure about that, but Leon ends up letting them have 3 demons that he personally mended. Then, he peeks into the cage to pick out the best ones for the guys to mess with. Just as one puny demon starts running his mouth with empty threats, Lionheart's quick chop shuts him up real fast. Leon also warns them about the demon's manipulative temptations, but figures that his mending might tone it down a bit. He gives them one demon right away and says he will eliminate the rest 2 days after their return and mend the others properly. When they start planning to hit the fortress, the black-haired man asks if Leon is planning to throw the serfs onto the front lines again. He makes it clear that they have already lost quite a few, about 20. But the guy drops a bomb by revealing that they actually lost 900 in the last battle, knocking the wind right out of Leon. Leon quickly asks if he counted the serfs in that number too, and that is when the black-haired guy realizes that humanity's future is looking really bleak. Meanwhile, Lord Akasha gets news that his call for help went unanswered since he no longer has the authority to command. He blames the orcs for losing their lord in the last battle and complains that his healing is crawling because of Lionheart's attacks. On top of that, his body is glitching bad as the vessel is starting to gain consciousness. Now, Akasha is desperate for a genius-level vessel, and that is when Cheon Soyeon pops into his mind. Leon Lionheart asks Cheon Soyeon if she truly wants to save her father and take revenge the right way. She nods without a second thought, even if it means putting her life on the line. Leon pats her gently on the head and tells her to make sure she looks after herself too. On top of that, he hands her an earring. Not just any piece of jewelry, but a star iron artifact infused with the power of the dream divinity. It holds the strength to protect a person's mind, and Beatrice had crafted it specially as a gift for the trainees, knowing how tough the battles ahead would be. Leon confesses to Seoyeon that if she fails, she will end up becoming a vessel for the demons, and then he will have no choice but to kill her. But Seoyeon is sure of herself and tells him she will not resent him, choosing to trust him just this once. Leon breaks down the gates and commands her to follow him. In a flash, he drives his golden blade straight into Lord Akasha's castle, scaring the daylights out of the demon. However, Akasha is over the moon to see Cheon Soyeon standing there, seeing her as his ticket to flipping the tables. He orders his minions to stall them for 5 minutes so he can snatch his new vessel. While Seoyeon is busy dealing with the minions outside, Akasha leaps at her from behind, holding the demonic sword. Cheon Seoyeon fiercely attacks the Archduke demon, demanding her father back, but Akasha has other plans. They clash in a heated battle until he manages to get hold of her. This freak is desperate to become his perfect self by using Seoyeon as his new vessel. Suddenly Seoyeon hears her father's voice urging her to run, but Akasha sneers that it is too late for that now. In a flash, he takes over her, gaining full control of her body. He knows just how strong she could have gotten if left unchecked. Akasha feels the loss of his old essence but is thrilled to have gained a brand new, powerful body. Now he just wants to escape and power up again. But Leon is not about to let that happen and is ready to end everything right here, right now. Without wasting another breath, a ferocious battle erupts between Leon and Akasha, with Akasha loving every second of his new, full of potential body. Akasha has all the sword techniques of the vessels she has possessed stored in her mind. She knows that Leon is just a human, but one with skills sharp enough to rival a demon. Leon bursts out laughing and tells Akasha that even after learning all those sword techniques, she has not mastered a single one, just as he expected from a parasite. Akasha flips out at this arrogant jab, snapping that Leon is just a mere human who has only lived for 300 years. She swings her demon sword at him in fury. Leon, calm as ever, points out that she even stole the weaknesses along with the techniques. Right then, Leon slams her to the ground and pins her down under his foot. Akasha mocks him, asking if he really plans to kill his beloved knight, but Leon quickly shuts her down, reminding her that his justice never wavers. Without missing a beat, he raises his blade, ready to stab Akasha with his full strength. Leon has Soyeon pinned under his boots, the demon inside her body doing everything it can to get under his skin. The demon mocks him, asking if he really has the guts to kill his beloved knight. Leon is speechless for a moment, but not once does his blade so much as tremble. The demon tries to flip the script and calls Leon the real monster, but Leon cuts that nonsense down without a second thought, declaring he is no monster, he is the king of the Lionheart. With those words, his energy surges, packing his sword in a full golden glow, and as he inches closer to stabbing both the demon and Soyeon, he changes course. Instead of going for the kill, he strikes the earring that had been protecting her from demonic control. In a wild twist, the once terrifying Lord Akasha ends up chained up like some pitiful slave, completely at the mercy of Beatrice and Plo. Beatrice opens up the conversation with a snarky remark, while Plo happily backs her up, both clearly enjoying the moment way too much. Akasha just sits there stunned, mouth practically hitting the floor, realizing this was not some random fluke, but the Lionheart gods pulling strings behind the scenes. It turns out Soyeon had let Akasha possess her body on purpose, and the plan worked like a charm. Beatrice throws in that there is no way she would turn down Leon's request, while Plo casually adds that capturing the soul of an Archduke demon is more than enough to keep everyone happy. In the midst of all this, Soyeon is not up for chit-chat or wasting another second in this hellhole, so she asks to leave. Beatrice, seeing her temple's saint looking completely done with the whole situation, lets her go without any fuss. Meanwhile, Plo watches her saint walk away, and cannot help but think that her saint is a pretty weird one, especially for using their dreams in such a crazy way. Lord Akasha, on the other hand, is fuming like a rotten egg left in the sun, unable to stand being ignored. As a last resort, he screams at Soyeon to accept him, promising her ultimate power to destroy anything in her path, especially when she desires power so badly. Soyeon, unbothered, just throws him a pitiful side-eye before walking up and smashing a punch straight into his face, hard enough to leave a big dent. That is enough to make Beatrice proud. And Plo even throws in some praise about Soyeon finally getting more weight into her legs and back. From Akasha's point of view though, Soyeon is practically worthless, which earns him a nasty kick straight to the head without any mercy. Later on, Soyeon finds herself beside her father's bed, falling asleep in the chair until she is woken up by the gentle pat of his hand on her head. Tears instantly well up in her eyes, and without thinking twice, she throws her arms around him in a tight hug, holding on like she never wants to let go. After that, Soyeon asks what her dad plans to do next. He says he wants to make up for everything he has done, even if he is not fully to blame, though the memories still stick with him like bad dreams. First, he plans to visit the Pantheon Guild to find a way to help himself heal. Soyeon does not really like the idea, but she blushes a little as she admits she was chosen by a divinity. She got permission to use divine authority in exchange for handing over the Archduke Demon's soul. Now she wants her dad to return to the guild and become the guildmaster, while she helps the Pantheon Guild herself. Her dad gives her a look and asks if that is all or if she has something else to say. Soyeon blushes again, and her dad realizes his daughter has grown up more than he thought. Outside, Leon sits calmly, sipping his tea and enjoying the peace until Grandpa Cheon comes over and disturbs his zone. When asked, the old man says he has been visiting the hospital for the past few days. He asks what brings Leon here. Leon explains he had some errands, like checking if Soyeon's dad still carries soul imprints or traces of the former demonic human's sword techniques. If he does, it will be a tough road purifying his soul, and Leon needs to see if it is something even he can handle. The old man worries about whether other demonic swordsmen's souls might still be lurking inside. Leon tells him there are no apostles left in this world to guide lost souls. After hearing how grim the situation is, the old man bows and thanks Leon for rescuing his son and granddaughter, Soyeon, promising he will do anything His Majesty asks in return. Leon simply says he would not mind an extra hand in wiping evil off the world. Grandpa Cheon is more than ready to swear brotherhood with Leon for the greater good, even offering to let Leon be the elder one. This stings Leon a little, since the old man does not exactly hold a societal rank that fits being called his brother. Grandpa Cheon proudly claims he is from the 37th generation of the high-class Cheon family. Hearing that, Leon invites him to convert to their faith if he really wants to be his brother. Grandpa Cheon agrees without a second thought and even plans to bring other guild members along with him for conversion. However, Leon wants some time to think about the sword brotherhood part, since the old bones are a tough nut to crack. Afterward, Grandpa Cheon asks if Leon is planning to leave. Leon simply tells him to enjoy the reunion after 4 long years. A few moments later, Leon feels a calling deep in his soul and knows it is time to use serfs to kill giants. Out in the forest, a bald-headed giant casually picks his nose while Leon's party watches in complete silence. While his crew stands there with eyes wide in shock, Leon calmly estimates the big guy to be about 9 meters tall. Some days later, after defeating Lord Akasha, Hari and the other trainees were instantly promoted to become Leon's official Knights of the Kingdom and received their first real mission. Leon assigns his newly minted lackeys the task of defeating the giant using only serfs. Jae-hyuk from Leon's class tries to correct him, asking if the serfs are just meant to be a distraction for a real attack. However, that is not what Leon wants at all, as he specifically demands that they take down the big guy using only the serfs. That demand fries Jae-hyuk's brain even more when Leon calmly states that the literature claims it has happened before. By the look on their faces, Leon can only sigh, seeing how the Earthlings still cling to their old logic. To pave the way, Leon decides he will show them how it is done before their actual trial round, which only adds to everyone's growing worries. And just like that, they end up in the forest, challenging the odds. Soho has his own concerns, thinking that the serfs are probably only around D-rank hunters at best. Right then, brave Serf Bill, trying to act all cocky, asks Leon how exactly they are supposed to pull this off. Leon, lost in thought, starts reading aloud from Sir Gratis's theory. He explains that if a giant's health is about 3,000, and a serf with a dagger has an attack power of just 1, then if serfs strike 1,000 times, the giant would be harmed. With 2,000 strikes, it would make him bleed out, and 3,000 strikes would surely bring him down. Leon cannot help but let out a sly grin, knowing it is actually a pretty solid plan if you look at it the right way. If each serf manages to stab the giant at least 6 times, then the big guy is bound to hit the ground. Bill is left standing there like a fish out of water, completely stunned. Even now, Leon is busy calculating how 500 people might somehow stab 3,000 times in total, although if they cannot pull it off, it pretty much spells their doom. The people behind Leon are left speechless, realizing their so-called king might just be leading them straight to the slaughterhouse. Bill, for one, fully grasps that this is probably fate catching up to him after his 50-year plan to atone for his sins. Without a second thought, Bill charges like a madman at full speed, refusing to be Leon's plaything. Right then, Jaehyuk notices a sudden 20% buff for all serfs. In a blink, Bill's cocky sprint does him no favors, as the giant, quicker than anyone expected, squashes him like a bug. Leon and his crew are left with their jaws practically glued to the ground in shock, and Leon cannot believe that useless fool did not even get one good stab in. Just then, Jaehyuk quickly alerts Leon that their buff has somehow jumped from 20% to 20.0001%, throwing everyone for a loop. That is when Leon finally pieces it together and realizes that this so-called Bible's 20% buff is a sign that the giant has absorbed 200,000 units of blood. Leon lets out a madman's laughter after unlocking the mysterious power granted by Sir Gratus. When it comes time for explanations, Leon just signals the lot to either go die or kill the giant if they want to live. After some time, the group somehow manages to bring the giant crashing down, though a few of them end up losing their lives in the process. Still, this victory buffs the serfs, with their attack power against giants shooting up to 20.0144%, and this buff is now permanent. Leon casually closes the book after witnessing the amazing spectacle, thinking that Sir Gratus must have poured blood, sweat, and tears into writing this masterpiece. No doubt Hari and Jaehyuk are shocked down to their very souls, their jaws practically scraping the dirt. Hari, knowing about the 50-year repentance period given to the serfs, hesitantly asks if it is really right to push them toward meaningless deaths. Leon, without missing a beat, says that God must admire her innocence, which flusters her for a moment. But he then bluntly reveals that Lionheart's serfs are not in the same boat as normal humans. To convince her, Leon picks up an old serf and tortures him to confess the sins he committed back when he was still human. Without further ado, the old freak admits to having killed a man, raped his wife and daughter, devoured the meat off their corpses, and sacrificed them to demons. Leon even spices it up by asking which crime was the old man's favorite. That's when the old man viciously confesses to sacrificing young kids as offerings to the demons of massacre, just as he claims that it was superbly enjoyable to experience. Leon hears enough and sends the old bones flying with a rock-solid kick. That story is enough to give everyone a reality check. Jaehyuk and Suho are fired up, ready to send the old freak straight to hell right then and there. Meanwhile, Leon explains that even humans capable of doing good still commit evil, which makes them evil and undeserving of life. However, the reason they are given a chance to repent is that they are not demons yet. Besides that, Leon promises his knights 500 serfs each and lays out a big challenge, stating that whoever defeats the giant with the least amount of damage will earn the position of knight captain. Although it did drive the serfs insane, the final results eventually came in. Not much of a bold person. Hari managed to keep 88 serfs alive, while Jaehyuk's useless orders stirred up chaos and left him with only 32. Next was Suho, but this mission clearly was not a good fit for him, and his blessing was not the right kind to command serfs anyway. Meanwhile, Soyeon pulled through with 154 serfs remaining. Out on the battlefield, Soyeon asked a young lad if he planned to take revenge on the person who died right in front of him. The poor guy was shaking like a leaf, while Plo happily locked onto a revenge target, gathering souls to reinforce himself. Back in class, Leon looked pleased with the final results and officially appointed Cheon Soyeon as the knight captain, praising her effective method of carrying out contracts of revenge to use the serfs. When asked, Leon said he was proud of her, which was enough to make Soyeon flash a real smile. Right then, Leon turned to Suho unexpectedly and explained that Sir Gratus had originally made up the serf challenge to cut down the number of serfs, but unfortunately, Suho's blessing of light was never meant to command them. But Leon, with a grin that could send shivers down your spine, is sure Suho has a real talent for leading the serfs straight into the lion's den. He's even ready to reward him with bonus serfs to keep things rolling. This completely throws Suho off balance. And just like that, Leon can't stop laughing for what feels like forever. At the Pantheon Naju, Leon, alongside Demira Doll, is lost in thought, watching how the seedling from Gunrar isn't growing anymore. Demira pointed out that getting a treeman seedling to grow in this unfamiliar place is no easy task. Leon wonders if the seedling's problem was the soil itself. Demira insisted the land had her blessing, but suggested the difference in divine power might be the problem. With that, Leon tries adding Lionheart's magic into the treeman seedling. Demira figures it might have something to do with the properties involved. Leon's power, while plenty strong, just is not pure enough, thanks to him juggling the power of too many divinities. Demira bets her Grail Knight could have pulled it off, but this time they are rolling the dice on luck. So, Leon figures that catching a glimpse of his comrades in paradise might teach him something. But Demira is having none of it, and refuses to let Leon wander around the realm of the dead for too long. Leon is dead sure he can handle it, but Demira throws a curveball, asking what he would do if Castilla wanted to spend the night together, or if Zaria invited him to share a drink. Then she piles on, wondering what if Gillingham challenged him to a duel, or Roxley showed up asking him to settle an old score. She asks if Leon can really turn his back on all those precious memories. At first, it might seem like just a short visit, but 1 second late could stretch into much longer, and by the 3rd second, he might start feeling the pull to stay. so it is something that should only happen when there is no other choice. Leon finally gets the picture. Suddenly, Beatrice spots Leon on his walk after checking out the sapling. She asks what kind of power it holds. Leon explains that it is the sapling of his old friend, the sage of the woods, Gunrar. He says Gunrar spends a lifetime preparing their seedling, and it eventually grows into a saint tree, which becomes the heart and soul of the forest. That is the one and only way the tree men bring new life into the world. Leon also shares his wish for his friend's people to thrive in this land. With the saint tree acting as the cornerstone of the Temple of Ermin, the divinity of forest and tree, Goddess Demera has no way of coming down and planting her feet here. When Beatrice asks about it, Leon explains that if Demera were to descend with all her divine power, it would be strong enough to sweep most of the demons off the map. Beatrice's idea of divine strength was based on the size of faith, but Leon says it actually depends more on the god itself. For example, the lion heart within him is a saint tree that naturally produces divine power on its own. That is basically a foolproof demon repellent, packed with the power to cleanse any corrupted creep that dares to get close, which is why no demon can approach the saint tree. Beatrice can tell right away that such power will be worth its weight in gold. That sparks an idea in her head, knowing demons love to lurk among humans. Soon after, everyone gathers around the field area, which is beautifully surrounded by glowing purple crystals. Leon, holding the seedling in his hands, plants the sapling and leaves the rest to Beatrice. She happily takes the reins and gets to work. Out of nowhere, a new gate bursts open, but this one has no color at all, just a void that is enough to make everyone freeze where they stand. Nobody has ever laid eyes on such a colorless gate brimming with that much raw energy. Then, Beatrice warns Leon not to take this lightly. Leon decides to scout the gate himself, bringing only his elite squad and ordering anyone below the Kingdom Knight rank to stay put. While Jaehyuk and Suho are still trying to wrap their heads around it, the regular folks are already wishing them good luck. And just like that, Leon's elite team is geared up and ready to march straight into the unknown. Moments later, Leon and his group step into the mysterious gate, but while the rest pass through without a hitch, Leon gets tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Right off the bat, something feels off about this gate, and even the ones below the Kingdom Knight rank can sense it in their guts. Turns out, it is a fluctuating gate. Leon can smell trouble from a mile away when the gate refuses to let him in. That is when it hits him like a ton of bricks, realizing that a copy of him is already inside the gate, rejecting his entrance. Aside from that, Hanhari and the others smoothly make it inside, but just as she turns to check on Leon's thoughts, he is nowhere to be found. That alone is enough to scare the cap off her. They cannot believe this is happening all over again, but Beatrice quickly figures that Leon must not have been able to enter for some reason. So she decides to call the whole plan off and get everyone out of there to figure out what is going on. But to their shock, there are actually people who can mess around with gates. Right then, Jaehyuk shouts that the gate is just seconds away from closing, which immediately throws everyone into a panic. Beatrice can feel the gate's mood shifting, like it is on the verge of being swallowed whole. To top it off, Beatrice cannot even recognize the weird mana coming off it. Sadly, she cannot hold on any longer and ends up letting the gate vanish into thin air. Harry completely panics when she sees Queen Beatrice coughing up blood. Turns out, Beatrice's mana flow got reversed when she tried to control the gate. She quickly asks for Yappy's point of view, and he flat out confirms that the gate is gone. Jaehyuk, stunned beyond belief, looks like he is about to glitch out after hearing the shocking news. And just like that, trouble comes early when an army of monster troops marches straight at Leon's elite squad, who are nowhere near ready for this. To make it worse, there are countless beasts, and Yappy maps out 5,354 of them nearby. Everyone scrambles onto their horses and bolts. Jaehyuk checks on Beatrice, who admits she has burned through all her mana. Plus, the gate dumped them into a terrible spot. Out of nowhere, Suho shouts to Hari that there is a mountain of enemies right in front of them. Now without Leon, they are badly cornered. The creepy lurkers are itching to tear them apart, but not on Yappy's watch. It fires a railgun shot at them, but sadly, it is not enough to clear them out. Things are out of control. Just then, a bunch of beasts leap into the air from their blind spot, but the King of Thunder strikes them down with a furious downpour of his rage. Just then, a whole army backing the King of Thunder storms in to handle the chaos, enforcing military divine law. Their pointed charge formation bulldozes through the monsters, no matter how many there are. The leader casually mentions he felt a strong divine power coming from here, but admits he does not recognize any of them. He then introduces himself as Gillingham, the Grail Knight of Ultima, the god of heaven and thunder. For now, he suggests they move to a safer spot. Later, by the bonfire, Gillingham gets straight to the point and asks who they are. He turns to the Knight of the Divinity of Steel and Blacksmith. He says he senses a divine power similar to Sir Antok. Beatrice explains they came straight from the frontiers because of rising concerns, but the demons delayed them. Then Beatrice asks what the situation really is here. Feeling he can trust them, Gillingham opens up about Sir Vulcanus disappearing, and how the Archduke of Greed has stirred trouble after the battle at the Landolce Plains, with demons now pushing deep into the kingdom. He also shares that the Lionheart King has gathered elves, treemen, dwarves, and otherworldly species to fight back. The demon invasion is in full swing. It also seems like the knights are gathering the kingdom's survivors. Beatrice quickly catches on to the gravity of the situation and asks Hari to sneak a look at the quest window without letting any knights notice. Harry checks and blurts out that all the worlds are blocked off, making things even worse. Meanwhile, Gillingham admits he has not been kind enough to his brothers and sisters after such a long journey, but promises they can rest until dawn. When morning comes, Hari and the others ride out and are blown away by the sight of a magnificent castle. Gillingham proudly welcomes them to the last shrine of humanity, the Pantheon, leaving them stunned to their cores, realizing they are about to meet the Lionheart King they never knew. So it's Leon Lionheart's 63rd year on the throne. Some big-shot demon Malice showed up, but by the following year, he was already history. The demon art of chaos leads to the death of 980,000 demon worshippers, with 1,330,000 soldiers, and the 13 electors of the Empire involved in the battle. Manon, the Grail Knight of the divinity of sea and waves, and Killian, the Grail Knight of the goddess of life and fertility, perish. Around 3,000 of the 14 kingdoms' knights fall, along with 270,000 soldiers and 10,000 knight-errant. In total, 22,700,000 people from both the Empire and the kingdom lost their lives. In the winter of the 66th year, the second raid against the demon army takes place, leading to the Empire's fall, the burning of the Elven Forest, the slaughter of the mountain dwarves, and the collapse of the East Sky Kingdom. So, pretty much the entire Lionheart Kingdom is in ruins, with only 1 out of 10 areas still standing. In the 85th year of King Leon Lionheart, the kingdom falls into decline, and this godly knight finally returns to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, Jaehyuk and Suho are helping out other soldiers. Beatrice and Hari wonder what's next for them. Beatrice recalls Sir Gillingham mentioning that Leon would return after the battle, so no change of plans for now. She plans to visit the sages of the forest to learn Sir Gunrar's secret of seedlings. Meanwhile, Yapi takes on the task of patrolling to gather intel, while Hari wonders if she should help out like her brother. A while later, Hari gets kicked out of the labor work. She never imagined that the Saintess held such a high position. She keeps moving, possibly heading toward the temple. After seeing the endless stairs, she considers using a horse, but then realizes that would only get her lectured. Suddenly, a carriage passes by and a girl notices Hari walking alone. Hari has no idea who she is, but the girl possesses the same divine power as Leon. She apologizes for startling Hari and invites her to join her. Clueless, Hari gets on board, unaware that carriages can go up the hill. The caramel-haired beauty explains that first-timers in the Pantheon don't know much about the carriages at the bottom of the hill. Hari, feeling clumsy, thanks her. After a moment, the caramel beauty introduces herself as Anjak Protesia, Ariana's lady. Hari responds by saying she is the Saintess of Pedos and Poma. Anjak expresses disbelief, saying that 2 gods at once must be a heavy burden, and Hari, touched, tears up, grateful that Anjak understands. A few minutes later, they reach the Pantheon safely, and Hari thanks Anjak for the ride. However, Anjak insists on accompanying her inside as well. Just as the soldiers welcome Anjak by calling her Great Saintess, Hari's jaw drops to the floor in shock. In a flash, Hari bows all the way down, startling both Anjak and her soldiers. Anjak quickly tells everyone they are equal under the gods. This strikes a memory in Hari, who remembers how Leon always drilled it into her head that everyone else was below him. When Anjak asks what is wrong, Hari explains how Leon made sure to keep the social order strictly in place. After hearing that Hari personally knows Leon, Anjak figures Hari must come from a big temple. No doubt about it, she can feel a strong divine power cooking inside her. While Hari is still trying to process that Anjak is someone really high-ranked, Anjak suddenly asks her for a favor. She wants Isabel. A maid quickly mentions that Isabel is inside her room, absorbing moon energy. Anjak tells them to prepare for the ritual and to calm down. That news excites the maids, who start wondering if their king is returning victoriously. Anjak just tells them to hurry up and take care of the tired king who has been out there killing lots of evil things. That clicks, and Hari starts to believe it is Leon from the past, created by the gate, so she wonders how he will act. Hari then follows Anjak. Suddenly, someone announces that Leon Lionheart is entering the castle premises. The Bloody Night King has returned after killing the evil beings. Just as he steps in, Hari is shocked to her bones, finally facing her king. But this one feels completely foreign. This is not the Leon she knew, but fear and terror shaped into human form, like an apostle of death. The room instantly floods with bloodlust. Someone's hand suddenly touches Hari's shoulder and scares the crap out of her. A honey-eyed girl, Isabel, tells Leon to quit scaring everyone. A maid quickly reminds Isabel that she is in the presence of the king, but Isabel fires back that she is the king's sister-in-law and Dina's first hunter. That little fact knocks the wind right out of Hari's sail. Isabel tells Leon to quit the serious act already and go join the ritual. The golden bathtub is ready, and Anjak welcomes Leon to sink in. Leon starts stripping off his clothes, and just as he pulls his shirt off, Hari's mouth drops open at the sight of black bruises covering his skin. When someone asks about it, Leon casually says it is the result of ripping apart the demons of pursuit alive. Apparently, the demons' agonizing screams are stuck to Leon's flesh like a curse, but they cannot actually hurt him. Isabel points out that it definitely looks painful, but Leon just brushes it off like he does not care. He believes he has sinned greatly against the goddess of purity. As Leon's ritual continues, a girl named Karina Dragonia suddenly barges in. She is the commander of the Northern Army, and the Duchess of the Dragonia Duchy, and also Leon's daughter. She happily congratulates him on his success in battle. Karina's sudden entry catches everyone a little off guard. The Duchess of Dragonia calmly states that their Northern region's military has officially declared their withdrawal from the alliance, and it is taking effect immediately. Leon totally does not permit it, but Karina starts talking about how the Northern region's military is a huge part of the alliance. If they pull out, there is no way to avoid the weakening of their overall forces. Leon feels like there is no point staying here, while Karina informs him that the continent is already in ruins now that the capital has been taken over. Not to mention, even if they gather up all the serfs, they no longer have 30,000 men left. Meanwhile, the enemies still have way more than 10 million soldiers, and that number keeps going up every single day. Because of that, Karina dares to ask the War Knight who rules over all the knights and the Agent of Pantheon if they even have a chance to win this war. Leon demands to know what she is proposing. Karina explains that the duchy has been burned to a crisp after the fall of the empire. 30,000 men have lost their homes and families. She also reveals she is carrying a child, and says all of them are still left struggling in the northern region. That is why she is determined to take vengeance, as they all should, even if she cannot kill every demon herself. She swears to slaughter every last demon that insulted the dead and dared to make a home out of their land. Leon, sinking a little, asks if Karina resents him for hitting the main forces of the enemy instead of protecting the duchy. To ease him, Karina assures Leon that he did what he had to do, considering the fact that the entire kingdom holds more significance than just the duchy. When asked, Karina shows her desire for vengeance by exposing the mark to prove it all. That big reveal stuns Leon to the greatest degree, and the amount of disgust on his face is beyond words. He screams at Karina as she comes clean that the entire northern region has signed a contract with the god of revenge, making her the Grail Knight of Ventarsis, the Duchess Dragonia, and the commander of 30,000 Avengers. Leon kicks her out instantly and disowns her, while Karina stays clear that her life is not just about surviving anymore. Isabel asks if that was really the right call, and Leon says it is too late now because Karina only has one fate left after signing that contract. Isabel continues working, sucking out the darkness stuck to his flesh. Leon asks if he made the wrong choice, and Isabel denies it, but is surprised to even hear him ask such a thing. After all, this is the same Leon who kidnapped her younger sister, the Priestess of Purity. But that was something they both secretly wanted. Isabel then tends to him and asks why he is not acting like the man who once ordered the northern region's military to do something like that. Amidst all this, Leon suddenly turns his attention to the unknown visitor, catching Hari completely off guard. Meanwhile, Yappy is busy watching the workers talk about the star iron, but they're short on material and need a new star. They wonder if the Great Saintess has said anything about it yet. Yappy quickly records a video of the conversation and backs it up to analyze their movements later. While that's going on, the blacksmith is focused on crafting tools with full concentration until he suddenly senses something off. He picks up the presence of a rat nearby, which turns out to be the little Yappy. The blacksmith asks who it is, but Yappy tells him to loosen up a little. Suddenly, Yappy shoots out glowing ropes, making the blacksmith realize it's actually a cute little priest. That cracks him up and annoys Yappy. The blacksmith tells him there's no reason to fight since they serve the same divinity. He introduces himself as Antok, the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, and asks if Yappy is aware of Antok, the guardian of the mines. Afterwards, there are temporary shelters set up for the trainees on the outskirts of the city. Hanhari returns to check on her people, bringing some food, and Suho is pretty excited to see her back. She shows her picnic basket, explaining that the temple just gave her the things she needed for her work. When asked, she admits to having met King Leon as well. Everyone is stunned, but she clears it up, saying it's Leon from this gate, not theirs. Hari asks if they've gathered any intel. Jaehyuk mentions that the capital has been taken over for a while, along with other places, leaving this city as the only one still standing. However, Hari had heard about the final battle from Ventarsis, so she thinks maybe the gate is connected to this battle. Jaehyuk wishes they could somehow read the quest. Moreover, Suho asks if anyone can connect to their divinities. The divine laws are usable, but their connections feel weak. Everyone tries, but Suho is pretty much telling the truth. Suddenly, Soyeon points out how quiet it has become, and there's no noise at all now. Just then, Jaehyuk spots wooden legs which creep him out. But more importantly, a treeman yanks the tank away, while the soldiers have them cornered. Suddenly, Roxley, the Grail Knight of Divinity of Sun and Judgment Tadar, arrives. He also claims to be the judge of the Lionheart Kingdom. He's ready to prostrate the sinners before his aura. Hari and the others are completely shocked, not knowing what's going on. The same day, Hari and the others are taken as prisoners and loaded into a van. They have no idea what their next move should be. Jaehyuk is certain they're as good as dead. Suddenly, the mustached man tells Jaehyuk to shut up, which catches him off guard. Hari guesses they might be headed to the execution site. However, Jaehyuk knows the deal around there, and they have a choice to become serfs first, as they aren't demon worshippers. Soyeon bets that dying sounds better than becoming serfs, and Jaehyuk somewhat agrees. Suddenly, Hari senses that their carriage is going uphill, which means they are heading to the Pantheon. This information strikes Jaehyuk's nerves, and he starts crying like a baby. He's sure their deaths are waiting for them. Right then, the doors open to get the prisoners moving, but Jaehyuk is throwing a tantrum. Apparently, they are being summoned before Anjak, Isabel, Leon, Roxley, and Gillingham, followed by an uncomfortable silence. Between them is a tub of holy water, and Leon commands Roxley to throw them into it. Roxley pulls out his blade and orders the sinners to dive into the holy water. Jaehyuk, shaking like a leaf, wonders if they'll be waterboarded or something. Roxley's harsh shouts make Jaehyuk jump in, followed by Suho and the rest. Leon confirms that this group isn't made up of demons, as their bodies didn't melt. Not only that, Anjak adds that they all possess divine powers, so they can't be demons. Gillingham backs her up, saying he doesn't doubt them either. But Roxley is a bit skeptical, knowing demons can pull off any shady tricks. He also believes that their king, Leon, is much closer to the gods, but he still doesn't know a thing about them. Jaehyuk notices how they all believe Leon can't make a mistake, and that's something to be scared of. According to Gillingham's intel, there were two more. A woman with the divinity of dreams and death, and another worldly species with the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, enough to be called saints. After this, Leon decides he'll handle the interrogations himself, so he asks the others to back off. He eases up on Roxley and lets him handle this one. By the king's command, they cleared out the hallway to have a private audience with Hari and the others. Just as Leon addresses Han Hari, Suho yanks her out of the water. But the girl is out of it, literally bowing down in the holy water and declaring herself to be Han Hari. Suho shakes Hari off, reminding her to stop the dramatic act. Hari protests, saying it worked like a charm the first time, and it wouldn't hurt to try again. He calls for introductions and asks where they're from. The group hesitates, which strikes a nerve with Leon. That makes them quickly blurt out, Seoul, South Korea, lying that it's a faraway nation. Using the divine form divinity dissension, all the gods enter the scene, claiming they don't know any of them and wondering why they have their blessings. Hato, furiously, mentions that he remembers everyone he's blessed and won't tolerate imposters, threatening to rip their souls to pieces. Hari is shocked to see Leon summon all the gods at once, especially after he threw up blood when appointing Sir Yape. She can't believe how powerful he is at his peak. Leon then comes clean, saying he arrested them all because the gods don't know anything about them. Leon wants to know who they are and how they arrived here. Hari recalls the first day they ever met and continues the story of her time spent with Leon. Meanwhile, Beatrice searches for the tree, wondering if Leon left his seedling with it. This means that Leon's desire aligns with the tree's desire. The tree instantly recognizes Beatrice as the lady of the far future, telling her that the seedling comes from the realm of the dead and will only grow there. That's bad news for Beatrice. Later, the tree explains that they must leave a gift behind, but according to the lady, they are just copies of the past. If she can take it, they consider helping her because it feels like the right thing to do. When asked, Beatrice shares her plans to give it to the king of the Lionheart. The tree agrees to let Leonheart have it. However, they require a sacrifice from a god and the god's saint. In the meantime, Sir Yape is showing off his skills to everyone, making Antok and the others freeze in place. He is so charged up, shooting his lightning everywhere. He keeps activating the third slot below, with his polishing completion already at 62% and multitasking all the way up to number 14. The lackeys are sure Yape is showing his full-blown speed, while Yape stays busy polishing and processing non-stop. With number 157, Yape builds a Lionheart basic breastplate, and he even creates replicas of the original. Yape's jaw-dropping feats make him look extraordinary. Sir Antok cannot help but praise Yape, calling him an amazing newbie. Antok admits it feels like watching Leon training in his younger days. When Antok asks if Yape knows Leon, Yape proudly claims that Leon Dragonia is his cooperative demon-killing partner, which grabs Antok's interest, making him want to be part of it too. Antok then starts talking about his old adventures alongside His Majesty, Leon, remembering how they went on their pilgrimage together as old companions when he was 30. The story goes back to a small village on the outskirts of the kingdom, which was on the brink of extinction due to an orc ambush. When they cried out for help, Gildas and Antok were the only ones nearby because of the remote location. That's when he met Gunrar, who was on a spiritual journey, and the battle stretched on longer than expected. They fought against countless orcs, many of them great warriors. That's when Antok remembers Leon appearing out of nowhere, ready to wipe out all the vile green beasts. He recalls the man as the most amazing fighter he'd ever seen, so powerful that he couldn't believe he was half Leon's age. The way Leon swung his sword was at a professional level, and they watched him slice through all the great warriors with ease. Later, Leon stood amidst the rain of orc flesh, disgusted to have their dirt stick to his cheeks. That's when Antok confesses to seeing that same talent in Yappy, so he asks him if he wants to be his disciple. There's a moment of silence before Yappy jumps up and down, amused at the thought of having Antok as his mentor. It turns out that Yappy still looks down on mortals. Antok asks if Yappy knows who he is. Confidently, Yappy casually mentions knowing the Grail Knight of Steel, but adds that Antok is still immortal and can't match his level of flawless programming. That catches Antok off guard, but also cracks him up, thinking this little tin can is a real man. Antok is ready to show Yappy what he's capable of. After this, Antok continues crafting while Yappy keeps him company. He admits that he likes Yappy's flawless work, something he can't ever produce at the same rate. Just as Antok hammers his craft, Yappy instantly points out that it's a mistake, causing the instability of the weapon to increase. Antok, drenched in sweat, shares that he isn't just building weapons. Suddenly, he picks up the pace, as if enjoying the crafting, finally revealing that it's all an art for him. The art of steel built from sculpting the soul, only done with perfect technique. Antok believes that passion is much better than just technique. With a diligent amount of hard work and bursts of passion, Antok happily creates an armor. This makes Yappy realize that Antok's technique might be able to produce Leon's armor, something he couldn't do before because of the missing 0.01%. Yappy says there is a lack of sufficient data, and this bonus information is essential to him. That sparks Antok's interest, and he asks if Yappy is willing to be his disciple. Yappy quickly reminds the mortal that it's all just to observe the development. In a way, Antok takes it as Yappy's submission to being his disciple, so he pats the little thing. Suddenly, Gillingham announces that Leon has invited Antok to meet him in the castle. Finally, everyone gathers at one table while Leon watches out the window. Isabel dares to break the silence, proposing to make this the final grail. She asks if Knight Gillingham can take on all the demons if King Leon tells him to do so. Gillingham spits out a yes quickly. Isabel feels the same, so she lets Leon know that her sacrifice will pave the way for the future. Leon agrees, while everyone else gloomily sulks. Isabel says she will bear all the sins for the time being until the final grail, where she will make the sacrifice. Isabel made her entrance, saying she never imagined she would commit such a sin. Leon felt sorry for making her do this, but Isabel reassured him, saying it was all right, as even a bastard who took her sister's innocence was a worthy king. Due to losing the territorial ground to the demons, they couldn't carry out the necessary ritual to attain the final grail. So the only way to get hold of the star iron was through the final grail. After raising her crossbow to the sky, Isabel felt she no longer belonged as the protagonist of this story. Apparently, the goddess of the moon and purity wasn't suited for battle. For her followers, Isabel had gifted a power to those who had to live lonely lives. With that, she pulled all her might into the arrow, ready to show her top-notch version at this very moment. That's the skill of a true archer, hitting the mark every time. But deep down, she apologized to the moon for what she was about to do. It was unbelievable for a moon saintess to shoot down the moon, which was considered the greatest sin the goddess had ever allowed. The lightning arrow shot straight up into the sky, witnessed by the people of the city all around. Just like that, the arrow pierced through the moon, which gave birth to the Milky Way. Gillingham stood there, his jaw dropping in disbelief, unable to process that it was really happening. In that moment, Leon shouted to alert the great Saintess Anjak, who fired her divine magic straight into the sky. Gillingham watched as their strategy paid off, seeing Anjak guiding the pieces of the moon heading their way. Out of nowhere, Isabel collapsed in Leon's arms, coughing up blood, and saying that it hurt really badly. Despite her pain, Isabel shared that Dina, being so kind, had halved the recoil. Leon, gritting his teeth, praised her sacrifice for them and claimed he would take on her burden from this point forward. Suddenly, Gillingham drew Leon's attention back to the moon fragments, which seemed to have changed their direction. Anjak was barely holding them in line. Apparently, a powerful mana force was attracting the fragments their way, and Anjak couldn't keep full control over it. And just like that, it clicked for Beatrice, who realized it was the same mana that had shut down the gate for them. The moon fragment's trajectory had been pulled further away from their side. When Leon embraced Isabel in his arms, who had sacrificed so much for this, his fury was off the charts. He instantly ordered the formation of a squad to recover the fragment, determined not to let the opening Isabel created with her life go to waste. Later, when the pieces of the moon landed on the Earth's surface, Antok praised the decision to come here instead of wasting time elsewhere. The retrieval squad to recover the moon pieces had arrived at the scene. Beatrice signaled, and Yappy released the scouting drones. A couple of flying drones made Antok really curious about his disciples' tips and tricks. That ticked off Yappy, who straight up declared that Antok was just a mere provider of technology. Yappy also said Antok didn't have the smarts to call himself a master. That cracked Antok up, amazed at how smart this little tinkin could be. Antok then said that Beatrice must have noticed the strange silence. It's highly unlikely that the demons would let this chance slip by. Antok is sure those freaks are just lying in wait, ready to ambush them the moment they start working on the moon fragment. Still, he teams up with Yappy and the soldiers to dig out the star iron, Suddenly, Yappy picks up on the enemy's presence, closing in fast. A swarm of monsters comes rumbling toward them, just like Antok predicted. He quickly alarms Beatrice that they still need time, so they had better keep the monsters at bay for as long as they can. He orders Yappy to begin the takedown. Beatrice steps up to stall them by activating Lamantar's rage, unleashing an explosive attack that blows Antok's mind, since even nobles can't usually use great magic like that. Beatrice explains that magic evolution had to take a more destructive path just to counter the divine laws. Even so, she warns Antok to hurry up, because more monsters might be pouring in any second. Antok and the others double their speed, working like their lives depend on it. In a few minutes, Antok calls out that they are all done. But just as they think they can breathe easy, something catches his eye. A fireball is barreling straight toward them from above. Stunned, Antok shouts for everyone to get the heck out of the way. The whole group is caught flat-footed, while a mysterious cloaked figure watches the fireball smash into the ground with bone-shaking force. Yappy, also known as Sir Spinna, instantly detects a monstrous presence nearby, and it turns out to be none other than the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, Kalakael, the same one who once brought down Sir Jag Spinner's world. Kalakael levitates into the air before the rumble, while Yappy manages to shield Beatrice from the chaos. She orders Yappy to share the report on damages, and he quickly states that 30 knights have died, along with all the cavalry, from the ultimate activation of the divine law. The grounds are a sea of dead bodies, and Yappy is unable to count the injured. Kalakael, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, mocks the inferior mortals, threatening them not to dare fight back against immortals like him. This freak of nature demands they accept their inevitable deaths. Antok recognizes the caster of Frisnar, who has all the great demons tagging along with him. He asks Beatrice if there is any plan. Beatrice talks about using a spell to link them to a far-off realm, but Yappy is damn sure it will not work for a single one of them. Still, she agrees, and Antok pretty much understands that they do not have any other option but to beat the crap out of this bastard. Thus, Antok thanks everyone for their contribution to the gods and the kingdom so far, and then he walks ahead, leaving everyone else behind in confusion about what is about to happen. Antok declares that it is time to make good on their oath to protect the kingdom, even if it means sacrificing their lives. In that moment, everyone on the battlefield knows it is a call to die, and that is an order. So they make the unreasonable choice to follow Antok's lead. Antok also agrees with Yappy's assessment, but he points out that sometimes what truly matters in life outweighs the simple odds of something happening. Antok's god objects to his decision, warning that most mortals would not be able to bear it if he had him descend. But Antok makes it clear he would have done the exact same thing for anyone, no matter who they were. Interestingly, a god admits to loving Antok for his unwavering faith and the intense, beautiful passion for life he radiates. Antok's entire body is radiating a golden light, as if he had been dipped in molten gold. And this is not just any glow-up. This is the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, the kingdom's top smith and the guardian of its mines, showing his true colors. He held on to the hope that was moving toward the future, but now it was at a standstill. There is no future for a blacksmith who has sealed his own fate. Yet the sound of the hammer on the forge would not cease, because it was that very hammering that had created whatever future there was. With divinity dissension, the divinity of steel and blacksmith, Antok swears on the steel. Kalakael was not expecting this. That just changes all the artifacts to materials that are not steel, making all steel fall under his rule. With that, Antok calls for Heto's hammer, and the demons have already built up a shield in advance, but that trick does not do any good except to smash the demon's face. Kalakael, kneeling down, finds it impressive for a mortal to possess such great powers in such a short life. Meanwhile, Antok finds it pretty wild that the demon could block his attack without even a scratch. Thus, Kalakael is ready to start the war that has yet to begin. In the meantime, Beatrice asks for Yappy's report, and it says 86%. For Yappy, there is no problem in dragging it out because he has seen it before. Beatrice calls out for any bright ideas to stall a little longer, knowing full well the demons will catch on sooner or later. Yappy admits he has a plan, but the success rate is sitting at a shaky 2.7%. Beatrice decides she will take those odds, saying that while a mage usually leans on reason, tonight she is betting it all on a miracle. Meanwhile, Kalakael praises his raw strength for smashing through all his spells with nothing but a hammer. He starts to see why the demons shake in their boots at the sight of this world's strongest species. Eyeing the so-called lowest Grail Knight, Kalakael wonders just how terrifying the man at the top must be. In the end, he admits that their strongest knight might be able to take down a demon lord, but Antok himself is still not quite there. As Kalakael casts a barrage of spells, Antok commands Steel to defend with Heto's anvil, standing tall with his giant hammer in hand. Antok spits out that the demon's no-faith policy is exactly what makes them so twisted. That jab ticks Kalakael off, but Yappy barges right in, starting the self-destruction sequence with a force reactor core primed to blow. Antok screams for Yappy to stop, but the dice have already been cast, and a giant explosion rocks the battlefield with a deafening roar. Walter, the one who was saved, the emperor and commander of the Silver Knights, clearly remembers those who destroyed his empire. They're the same demons who invaded his territory and ruined his world 20 years ago, and he's certain that the world is ending now. About 23 years ago, the Emperor summoned a demon monarch, which led to his downfall, and soon after, all the regions were taken over by those creatures. Although the Lionheart King came and defeated the demon monarch's forces, that was just the beginning. Even Walter thought that with the presence of the Lionheart King, the demons would return stronger, but that was only a false hope. Just then, they noticed strange rumbles in the ground, realizing it's not a mana storm, but a sign of an ongoing war. Meanwhile, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, Calicael, mocks his opponent for using nuclear power, claiming that something like that could never harm him. Although his subordinate informs him about the opening of a gate, meaning the explosion was just a distraction, Calicael still thinks the strategy is foolish, since a small-range gate can only teleport a few people, leaving most of the troops and knights to be abandoned. Calicael's anger grows even stronger, and he begins casting a spell on his opponents. But to his surprise, a spear comes flying in their way to stop him, and when they look up, they see a large army of armored men from Leon's side charging forward. However, without wasting a second, Calicael casts a powerful spell against them, severely injuring all the men, including Antok and Beatrice, in a different territory. Antok's body is in such bad condition that the attack leaves a huge round hole on the upper side of his stomach, which needs immediate treatment. Still, he tells Beatrice to head to the blacksmith. When they arrive, Sir Spinne informs Antok that his life is quickly fading, but Antok is already aware. From the moment he was given this mortal fate, he knew this would happen. As a steel knight made from iron, he knew his time was running out. With just one chance to pass on his legacy, he chooses Spinne as his first and final apprentice, offering a lesson. While hammering at his forge, Antok teaches Spinne his final lesson, sharing the story of his journey, how he set off to seek a quest, met the future Lionheart King, and learned under a master blacksmith he could never surpass. Though Antok never became better than his teacher, the knights who wielded his swords and spears protected the kingdom. Even as his strength failed and his vision blurred, Antok poured all his will and energy into the steel, determined to leave a lasting mark on the world. He urges Spinne to do the same, infuse will into metal, forge weapons that defend the right people, and create a future with every hammer strike. In the midst of this lesson, Antok finishes crafting a new item, embodying everything he is taught. After a while, Leon arrives at the location just as Antok takes his final breath. He asks if Antok has any last words for his son, Aaron, but since Antok taught him with love and respect, there is nothing else he wishes to say. Instead, he asks Leon to lift him up so he can go out and meet his people one last time. The people are filled with sorrow, crying at the sight of their great leader in such a state. Even in his dying moments, Antok instructs his people to take care of the king. With those final words, he falls to the ground in Leon's arms, lifeless. All the people bowed in respect and honor for the man they revered. While in his tent, one of Leon's men informs him that Gildas is outside. After granting permission, Gildas and Galvaron enter, greeting Leon with royal respect. As a godfather, Leon pulls Galvaron close, insisting he just call him uncle. He then asks Gildas about Aaron, but even after hearing about his father's death, Aaron is just like his father. He couldn't abandon his scouting duties and wasn't able to come. Just then, Gunnar unexpectedly enters the tent, much to everyone's surprise and happiness. Gildas jokes about Gunnar's heavy weight as he made his way there, and as they bicker and make fun of each other, Leon can't help but smile, remembering the days when they all trained together. He realizes that these old friendships are a blessing, and though Antok has passed, they share many beautiful memories of him, so there's no need to be sad. While serving wine, Leon mentions that he always thought Gildas would be the first of them to go, and Gunnar agrees. As they continue to serve the wine, Leon tells them that Antok's last moments were filled with honor and glory, so they should send him off with love and respect as friends. With that, they raise their glasses to honor their noble and fallen friend, Antok, whose legacy will live on through the weapons and hearts he shaped. Leon then asks Gunnar about the finished item, and Gunnar assures him that it's perfect. The divinity of the blacksmith has blessed it, and even the sages have agreed, though they still need to add the essence. Leon feels relieved, realizing that the preparations are complete, and he is always grateful for everything the sages do for them. With that, he steps out of the tent, where a large army is waiting for him, along with Walter and Anjak Protasia. After greeting him, Leon asks Walter if he is sure about the demons marching toward them, and Walter confirms they are on the move. They've even confirmed the survivors of the demon of sloth at the Landolce Plains, the heathens of the beast god, and the corruption of the empire. The estimated number of enemies is around 10 million, basically a whole army. Leon understands that the final battle is almost upon them, and in order to win, they need to prepare hard because the demons will be here soon. Countless soldiers are organizing battering rams in front of a massive wooden gate, ready for any attack from the demon army. Meanwhile, Hari, Suhi, Jaehyuk, and Cheon Soyeon insist on helping, but Leon simply denies their request, commanding them to stay on standby. They are shocked by his decision, but it's a logical one. Unlike Leon, who represents the past, Hari and her group are humans of the present. If they were to fight inside the gate, they would surely die, and Leon can't bring himself to sacrifice them. Though Leon wants them to do something else, he sends them to the room of the first hunter of Dina, the goddess of the moon and purity, who is also second in power in the kingdom, with the king of the Lionheart as her brother-in-law. Her name is Isabel. Hari and her group are shocked to see her, their curiosity clear on their faces. Isabel, noticing this, explains that there are many gods in the pantheon, but there is one main god among them. The 7 gods are considered the most powerful. Even though her eyes are damaged from the earlier attack, Isabel uses her magic skillfully, casting a spell to open a chest. Inside, she reveals shields, sea and waves, war and flames, and heaven and thunder. She explains that for a long time, water, fire, and lightning have been seen as the rage of nature. Isabel adds that there are more gods, but these are the ones they need. Hari is in complete disbelief as she sees all the divine relics, which were left behind by the former Grail Knights and Saints. Even after looking at the relics, they are all confused, wondering why Isabel is showing them all of this. Isabel then reveals that they will be inheriting the relics. However, they don't have the right to them yet, as the relics haven't acknowledged them as their true owners. Isabel believes that she should leave the future in their hands, as the king believes they will survive this war at any cost. She is certain they will make better use of the relics than she will, knowing she will die soon. But getting recognition from the relics is something they will have to solve on theon own. Isabel then points at Cheon Soyeon, asking for a favor later on, something she can do given her divinity. When Cheon Soyeon agrees, Isabel begins their succession process. Just like that, everyone gets to work on their own preparations. The soldiers prepare for battle, the civilians pray for those who will shed blood, and knights and soldiers from all over the continent start to return. With everything almost ready, the demon army arrives at their territory. Anjak Pertisia honorably welcomes the sages of the woods, announcing that the extraction ritual has already been completed. The sages are quite impressed to see the item, coming to the conclusion that Antok handled steel better than anyone else and definitely completed his duty. Now it's time for the sages to fulfill theirs. Beatrice announces that she and Spinne will stall for as much time as they can on the front line, while Hari and her group will seize the divine relics. Spinne instructs them to gather at the rendezvous point once everything is over, and he will rejoin them after obtaining the Grail with Essence. Before leaving, Beatrice pats Hari's head and reminds her of their roles. Gunrar then reminds Antak that once they're done, the divinity must descend upon them to complete the ritual since Leon cannot fulfill the role as he's on the battlefield. Therefore, she will have to bear that burden. Anjak responds by saying it's only natural for her, as the great saintess of light and justice, to make sacrifices for a better future. Anjak has spent most of her life in the temple, reading and teaching the doctrines. She's maintained her lifestyle even after the great war against the demons began. The only change was that she now prays for the dead instead of the living. She, comforting the lost souls, felt sad that she couldn't do as much for the people as the knights could. Because of that, the small saintess who served light and justice happily prayed for the king. The castle is ready for war, but the enemy forces seem endless. Their army stretches beyond the horizon. The demons have set up a temple over the ashes in mockery. Even the Lionheart Kingdom, the land of the Guardians, now only has its last fortress standing. Though they think the long-range weapons can't harm them instantly, an explosion occurs, killing some of Leon's men. The energy coming from those corpses turns out to be poison, so all the soldiers quickly cover their mouths. More attacks are incoming, and all the soldiers get into formation. Meanwhile, the priests purify the poison to the northeast first. Leon, with Aaron, stands on top of the castle while Leon casts flames at the demons. He tells Aaron to be proud of his father, who bravely sacrificed himself and returned to the banquet hall of the gods. After that, as he looks at the battlefield, Leon thinks the last moments of the kingdom, as described by future descendants, are simply a repeat of its inevitable downfall. Leon, deeply moved by the tough situation, prays to the goddess for help, hoping that the soldiers, struggling in fear and sorrow, can continue the legacy of the Lionheart. While women comfort their crying children and young men fight to keep the war alive, the knights battle to leave behind hope amidst the bloodshed. Leon, feeling the weight of his people's suffering, calls out to the goddess for strength. In response, he feels her presence behind him, promising to be with him until the end and empowering him to act as he wishes. Suddenly, a surge of unfamiliar energy fills his body, and in his rage and determination, he drops his sword, repeatedly slamming it into the ground. He begins chanting the names of the figures who have stood by him from the start. Knight Aaron, son of Antok, the great Grail Knight of Steel, Gildas, the war hero who defeated the great horned giant, Galvaron, the noble elf guardian of the oak forest, and others, all men of honor who fought relentlessly. He declares that such heroes would never accept the demon's mockery, and that they must rise up against those who believe they have already won the war because they haven't, not yet. Leon slams his sword again and again, filled with anger, rage, and agony, hoping to awaken the same fury in his people. He demands to know who he is, and the entire battlefield responds with unity. chanting that he is the half-god proxy for the Pantheon, the guardian of the Grail, and the king of the Lionheart who defeated Malice, the Lord of Chaos. Leon, filled with unwavering resolve, announces that victory is coming and urges the soldiers not to fear or back down. Their swords and shields will serve as firewood, and the battlefield will become a graveyard for the demons who arrogantly think they will overpower the humans. He urges everyone to fight until the end, no matter the cost, no matter if they die, no matter if their companions die, and no matter if the king dies. His words ignite their souls, and chaos erupts on the battlefield as the final battle begins. Calicale, leading the army of demons, challenges them, urging them to revere him and calling them inferior creatures unworthy of his presence. He declares that the beginning of evil is older than divinity itself, promising not to spare any of them. With that, he creates fire orbs filled with evil red energy and aims them at them. Leon signals to Roxley, who immediately uses the combined skills Divine Punishment, Flames of War, and Manifesting Sun to counter the demon's orbs. Leon suggests that Roxley focus on the pieces of orbs that might damage the Pantheon, and just like that, Roxley destroys them easily. The demons grow angrier and decide to climb the walls of the castle, thinking it will all be over if they succeed. However, the armored soldiers on the roof are already prepared and shower arrows at them, preventing them from entering the territory. Meanwhile, at the fortress city Pantheon, southern gates, Gildas worries as he smells the meteor fragments, realizing that the fragments alone are turning the place into a wasteland. It will take a lot of time to restore the place's former glory. He can also hear the roaring, realizing that the demons have entered through the eastern gates. Upon the roof, the knights remain vigilant, continuing to fight the demons. Meanwhile, Arin battles the great demon of massacre and destruction, Doomgore, making the demon realize that there are knights who are strong even without being Grail warriors. Arin declares he will kill Doomgore no matter what, fully aware that Leon and Roxley can't move from their position, so he must do it alone. He leaps into the air and lunges toward Doomgore. Inside the castle, Hari and the others have completed the recognition of the relics, but Jaehyuk is still uncertain, feeling that he doesn't have what it takes to handle them. He even considers giving up, believing that this war isn't theirs to fight, and that only Spinne and the king will survive. Given that he has already killed 3 lords, he's confident he would win easily. Hari agrees with Jaehyuk. Knowing Leon always wins, he killed all the demons in the past, and eventually, he met Hari's group at the Black Gate, which was a sign that he would win this battle too. But then something pops into Hari's mind. She suddenly realizes that the final Grail plan was originally abandoned. It was because they came to the gate to ask for the king's help. With 3 Grail Knight-ranked people already absent from the battle, she wonders if victory is still possible. Hari's gaze shifts to the people in robes, and she immediately demands that they take off their hoods. As they do, a strange energy radiates from them, and one of them mocks Hari, praising her for having such a sharp eye. Jaehyuk senses danger and casts full expansion of divine power, but the cloaked figures instantly counterattack, blocking his magic. Hari and Jaehyuk realize they're in trouble as the figures move closer. One of them introduces himself as the Archdemon of Pleasure, Ki, and with an evil grin, he attempts to slash at Hari's throat, aiming to kill her. Jaehyuk, willing to sacrifice himself, pushes her aside, fully aware that this might be his end. To his surprise, Gillingham arrives just in time to block the attack, saving both Hari and Jaehyuk. Isabel also appears beside him, as Leon had already prepared them for such attacks. Quay, who had assumed Gillingham and Isabel were positioned at the front line, is shocked to see them here. The two of them smirk at him, declaring that they won't allow inferior evil beings like him to be in their presence. Deep down, Isabel knows it will be difficult to face 3 great demons and an Archduke demon, but she is a saint, and she won't ever give up. Gillingham, on the other hand, instructs Isabel to throw away her life, and agreeing with him, she quickly casts Divinity Dissension magic. This statement about throwing away life confuses Jaehyuk and Hari, but Isabel tells them to help Han Suho and Cheon Soyeon, as the demons have probably infiltrated the place and the Holy Grail is in danger. They both run off, obeying her order. As they leave, Ki taunts Isabel for having an abnormal condition, doubting that they would be able to fight, but Isabel assures him not to worry because she can crush them with just one finger. Quay's expression darkens. He wants them to pay the price for their arrogance. He summons strange energy around him, making the ground tremble. Meanwhile, Suho and Cheon Soyeon are struggling, surrounded by so many demons, and now it's getting harder for them to cope. Soyeon is gasping for air, already at her limit. She is distracted, and just then, a demon attacks her from the front, but Hari and Jaehyuk arrive in time, and Hari immediately unleashes the powerful spell, Twist, on them, killing them all instantly as the intensity of the flames is too much. They thought it was over, but it's not. More demons are coming, and this one is a great demon, bringing along his minions. He demands that Hari's group get out of his way, but Jaehyuk knows he needs to stop this creature until Spinne and the Queen arrive, or things will get tough. Before he can cast a strong spell on the great demon, all 4 of them are suddenly dragged out of the place by vines. Panic washes over their faces, but they feel relieved when they see that the tree sage is the one who dragged them, following the order of the great saintess, Anjak. She expresses her gratitude for guarding the chamber and announces that the extraction is complete. She explains that this holy grail holds the essence made from the wisdom and knowledge of the forest sages. Hari can feel the immense power it is emitting, seeing it as more sacred than any relic she has ever encountered. Meanwhile, the great demon is trying to break through the door where they've been taken, making them realize that there isn't much time left. Worried, Hari asks what will happen to them once the Holy Grail is completed. Anjak gives her a warm smile and explains that the Holy Grail was an abandoned plan. But because of Leon's change of heart, they've reached this point. This Holy Grail is a sign that Leon hasn't given up on the future. Hari can't help but cry. She doesn't want all these kind people to die, but everything is still happening. Anjak consoles her, telling her that the future has been entrusted to her by the king, and she must fulfill her duty. With that, she prays to the goddess of light for absolute justice. And as she prays and casts magic on the Holy Grail, a powerful beam shoots from the relic, surrounding the entire battlefield. Once the Holy Grail is completed with the blessings of the goddess, Anjak hands it over to Hari. Originally, this power was meant for one person, the King of Lionheart. However, when he saw even a small glimmer of hope for the future, he quickly changed his plan and decided to pass it on to someone who could carry it for the future. At the same time, the gate opens, and Spinne and Beatrice emerge. Beatrice quickly orders Hari to leave, while Spinne informs everyone that the structure holding the place together has been destroyed, and the building is going to collapse soon. They need to leave as quickly as possible. Tears fill Hari's eyes, and a sudden realization hits her that she really has to leave. Overcome with emotion, Hari promises Anjak that she will never forget their sacrifices. As Hari's group, along with Beatrice and Spinne, leaves, Anjak stumbles and falls into Gunrar's lap. In response, Gunrar transforms into a tree, allowing her to rest peacefully in her final moments. Meanwhile, the building begins to crack and crumble. Outside, Isabel and Gillingham, having killed the demons and protected the Holy Grail, are gasping for air on the main grounds. They've given everything to protect the Grail, and as the building slowly collapses, they are satisfied that they have accomplished their mission. The battle is nearing its end, with the fight between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail coming to a close. The battlefield is in a state of lull, and the demons have successfully gotten past the walls. Walter wants to know from the king if he really wants to continue this fight, which won't end in their favor. But Aaron is quite pissed with Walter's thought process. Meanwhile, Leon remains very calm. He explains to Walter that behind these gates, there are still people fighting. The knights haven't given up yet. Walter is furious. He doesn't get the reason behind this. Only the people are dying. Despite that, Leon requests that Walter let them fight for their honor, for the good citizens Walter wanted to protect, and for all those on this earth who still possess honor, until their flames die out. The world is destined to end, just as prophesied, and the battle is merely a repetition of history. But it isn't meaningless. Leon has made different choices, both for the people from Earth and for his future self. Even if they can't escape their fate, they can still leave behind a seed of hope. They decide to open the main gates, with Leon wanting the world to remember their final stand. And that's fighting for honor, glory, and Lionheart. So they charge forward on horseback, cutting down every demon that stands in their way. Calicale, looking at the scene from afar, creates magic arrays in the air, desperately trying to normalize the evil era. But just then, his gaze shifts to the Northern Army, the Dragonia cavalry, lunging forward, with none other than Karina. For his father and for Lionheart, they all gallop forward toward the demon army. Calicale's anger doubles, and he decides to kill Karina first, casting a magical array on her. But before he can, Leon appears with the power of divinity dissension, 9 wings sprouting from his back. He instantly attacks Calicale, killing him. After the kill, he lands on the ground, slamming his weapon down, lost and full of sorrow, questioning the meaning of a life that only ends with the goddess's will. The goddess motivates him, telling him that he is the proof, the loyalty and faith of all those who fell in honor and glory are within him. He is the knight who will continue their will, so he must keep going until the very end. All the demon monsters on the battlefield tremble in fear, but still provoke Leon. Leon smirks, something inside him having changed. He now not only wants to win, but also wants them to face shame and humiliation. The war he fought alone for 200 years has now begun. He starts killing these small fries one by one because his fate is to overcome all injustice and trials, and his fate is a victorious one. Meanwhile, Hari and her group have returned to Earth. No one could say much. Some cried, and others had flashbacks of the sacrifices. The king, who had been waiting on Earth, only smiled, while Spinne watched the video recording of the last moments he spent with Antok. After Hari and the others came back, nothing really changed. With some luck, Hari regained her positive energy, and the other group members had become more mature. There wasn't a huge difference, but at least they were still growing. As for the Holy Grail of the Moon, Leon was impressed when he saw it in the future. He didn't realize that asking Beatrice about the seedling would lead to this, though he remembers that Gunrar and the other sages of the forest had come up with the plan. It was a plan like an ark, meant to place everything on the being with the highest chance of survival to save the future. When the world suffered irreversible damage and stood on the brink of collapse, the plan was to prioritize what could still be protected. The first priority was the Pantheon. The Pantheon wasn't just a symbol of faith, but also a link to the world. If the Pantheon were destroyed, the power of the divinities would disappear, and paradise would cease to exist. Leon reveals that this was why the gods decided to evacuate to his Lionheart. They were able to keep living because the Lionheart produced divine power itself. When the founding king received the Holy Grail, Ariana had gathered all the world's light, along with the power of the sun and lightning, to create it. The Holy Grail symbolized the kingdom's foundation and was essential to appoint a Grail Knight. Now Leon merges the Holy Grails, transforming them into the final Grail. The Holy Grail of the Moon was created to improve the flaws of the other Grail and serves as a key to picking the final Grail depending on the needs. The purpose of creating the final Grail is the accumulation of species and knowledge. This has the power to build a new kingdom, but it's only possible if Gunrar's seedling will grow. After a while, Leon hesitantly asks Beatrice for a favor. He wants to find some people he's sure are alive. One is Vulcanus, and the other is Karina. He didn't see her in the gods' paradise, and although he can't act like a father now, he needs Beatrice to find her. Beatrice assures him that she will find a way. Leon thanks her, saying that if it weren't for her and Spinne, things wouldn't be the way they are. He also offers her a chance to wish for anything she wants, and he will grant it. She blushes and declares that she'll tell him later. Meanwhile, in the Korean president's office, the president is furious about the open gates and is reading the condition of cooperation for the South Korean government. The government welcomed the rise of the Pantheon Guild since it was easier to work with Leon alone than to deal with the powerful 10-guild alliance. The guild's blessed crops became a highly valuable export, like a golden goose. However, the president grew concerned as Pantheon's influence and military power were expanding too quickly. The side effects of that were becoming clear. During today's briefing, the media wanted to know the president's beliefs on the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. But when he didn't give any direct answers, the civilians in the recorded video's comment section bashed him. The president is going crazy. But just then, one of his men arrives in the office with an urgent message from the United Nations. It's about the investigation team deployed to look into the matter of the Pantheon infringing on human rights. The former One Brilliance Palace is now being used as a site for mining star iron. There, the laborers are mining while Hari informs Spinne about receiving a call from the government. Seeing Hari all worried, Spinne assures her that he'll look into the matter and she shouldn't worry, as they haven't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, Hari's attention shifts to the laborers bent over. For punishment, they got caught drinking more sugar and salt water than allowed, so Spinne is beginning a surf challenge. All the serfs are working hard mining with nothing but pure effort. Meanwhile, Barahair, a serf from the Pantheon Guild, has been laboring ever since he was demoted. As soon as Spinne announces that it's time for lunch for Group 214, Barahair sighs in relief. When they arrive at the lunch table, they find some kind of weird liquid, but Spinne explains it's a mix of salt and sugar. Barahair freaks out, wondering how they're supposed to continue mining after drinking it. In the past, when he offered the meat of young humans to demons, Barahair could easily get his hands on meat, but that's not the case now. Having become a serf of Lionheart, his human rights were stripped away. After consuming the lunch, Spinne instructs them to mine 20 kilograms, which makes Barahair cry. Suddenly his hand gets injured, and he stops working due to the pain. But what hurts even more is the whip attack Spinne delivers to his back for halting the work. In pain, Barahair immediately resumes his work, regretting the fact that he got caught a few days ago and now has to endure all this. As he mines in anger, the wall collapses. The accident became quite famous, and all the incidents were even printed in the newspaper. It's been 20 days since that event, and now all the members of Hari's group are sitting together at a table, unsure of what to do about the Survivors' Human Rights Committee. One of the group members suggests that serving people salt and sugar water is a bit much, and even the second generation of Knight trainees are shocked by it. However, Jaehyuk thinks it's fine since it only happened during training, claiming that the real issue is the serfs, who are demon worshippers. Harry agrees with this, but the Survivors' Human Rights Committee won't be on board with this statement because, of course, the serfs are being treated horribly. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, the United Nations Survivors' Human Rights Committee arrives, and Kang Hyuk, the president of the Korean Hunter Association, greets Louise, the deputy director of the committee. However, Louise is suspicious that the Korean government might be working with the Pantheon and decides not to let him manipulate her. She has protected the human rights of countless survivors from powerful nations and dictatorships, so things won't get out of hand for her. Hari arrives as well to escort them, and they're heading to the autonomous district of Cruciateria first. According to the plan, they're being transported to their destination. Upon arrival, Louise studies the surroundings and realizes that the people here are already well integrated with humans, blending in without standing out at all. When she sees the statue of Leon, she wonders if it's part of their culture, but then questions Hari about whether they face any problems with fishermen, as she heard that the Cruciaterians live on the coast. Harry clarifies that ManhwaCapped isn't only focused on fishing, They're more into shipbuilding and heavy industry, but even with fishermen, they cooperate with the Cruciatarians. Louise then interrogates them about their jobs and makes it clear that all of this is for the survival of the protected people. Despite that, Hari stays calm and answers her questions about people working for the ocean cleanup services run by the government, collecting sea trash and farming. Louise seems a little relieved and proceeds to ask something else, but that's when a huge explosion occurs in the sea, which terrifies Louise. She immediately demands to know what that was, and Hari explains calmly that it might be the commando of the Cruciataria tribe training. Louise doesn't understand, so Hari elaborates further, saying that more than 3,000 of the Cruciatarians are warriors, and the king has ordered them to train in the waters. After investigating, the human rights team realizes that the people here are adjusting perfectly, having figured out their pros and cons, and using that knowledge to blend in with the locals. Everything seems fine, but Louise still can't understand the rumors about someone with such a good influence being abusive to his captives. She concludes that these must be misunderstandings. Afterward, they arrive at the Pantheon headquarters. As soon as Louise steps out, all the serfs are forced to smile, claiming they aren't being made to do labor. Their eyes are filled with tears, but Louise has seen this behavior many times in places where human rights were non-existent. Louise Foster worked hard to protect human rights and stay true to her principles, helping guide the world toward a better path, even if only a little. She always felt good bringing back smiles to the faces of those who were struggling, but her experience told her something was off. The way these people were smiling and talking, it all seemed forced to her. Louise doesn't hold back and grabs one of the serfs, demanding he tell the truth if he's being pressured. But the guy, looking miserable and clearly pressured and tortured, lies that he's there of his own will. Louise doesn't understand, and she doesn't know that the moment they entered a contract with Tatar, the divinity of the sun and judgment, they had signed away their wills too. Before she could think more about it, Spinay arrived, instructing them to get going since it was lunchtime. Curious to see what they would say, Louise demands to eat with the workers, and Spinay agrees. As they begin to leave for lunch, Spinay threatens the serfs to smile by showing his whips, and the poor serfs can't help but smile out of fear. At the town hall, Louise and her team are surprised by the delicious food and grand arrangements. She wonders why there is no meat on the table, but at the same time, she doesn't find it strange, considering the nation's food culture. Hari teaches them how to eat the food, and as soon as Louise takes a bite, she feels better than before. The legendary crops of Naju really make her feel alive. These crops have the power to heal all kinds of diseases. However, Louise is shocked to see such precious food being served to the employees. A few employees turn down the meal, but overall the meal goes pretty successfully. Afterward, Hari and Louise walk around and talk. Meanwhile, because it was such a satisfying meal, no one from the Human Rights Committee knows that the blessed crops are poison for those who are evil. In a different setting, Dennis from the United Nations reports to someone about deploying the Human Rights Committee to the Pantheon, referring to that person as a great being. The demon's subordinates had already infiltrated Earth, not just as civilians, but also as government employees and even members of the World Hunter Association. Their ultimate goal is the downfall of Earth, with their first step being to expand the rights of orcs. If the orcs were to become the majority species, chaos would obviously erupt. Dennis then shares his perspective with the Great Being, saying he doesn't think the government can do anything about all of this. The Great Being agrees but tells Dennis to manipulate the media and provoke him even more. He shows Dennis the video of the Star Iron mining wall collapsing, killing tons of people. Dennis watches the recording of Leon ordering his men to load the serfs' ballistas. Seeing all this, Dennis trembles in agony and rage. He now wants to punish Leon, the king of Lionhearts, but at the same time he hesitates, fearing they might be caught. The Great Being reassures him that with the artifacts he gave Dennis, he should be fine during the inspection. However, things turn upside down instantly. One moment, Dennis is set on punishing the king of Lionhearts, and the next moment, all the members of the Human Rights Survivors Committee are hanged at the pillars, with civilians chanting to burn them alive. Spinna orders the knights to begin the trial. Without further delay, the knights move forward with fire, and in the 21st century of South Korea, stakes are set up.